Opening his eyes, Chun Huayan, a herbalist from Fengling County, found himself amidst a world that seemed to devour its inhabitants. In these perilous times, as a lowly commoner, he struggled to survive. One day, while foraging in the mountains for medicinal herbs, he stumbled upon an infant girl, barely a year old. Within the depths of his soul, a new realm emerged, allowing him to cultivate flowers and plants, irrevocably altering the course of his destiny. In the Central Plains Celestial Court, the Empress Luo Yunshuang, betrayed by treachery, was reborn amidst the mountains of Fengling County, where she was kindly rescued by the herbalist. Accompanying this humble man of the lower class, the once mighty empress endured countless tribulations until one day she was astonished to discover that this mortal had ascended to the pinnacle of strength. Chun Huayan, my daughter, support my lofty aspirations and one day assist you in ascending to the throne. Luo Yunshuang, I am already the empress. Chun Huayan, you're speaking nonsense again for now. You are but a child. Luo Yunshuang, once I recover my strength. Chun Huayan, the beast's milk is ready. Luo Yunshuang, coming. In the Red Sky Prefecture, Jiangling County, September arrived with a scorching sun, and the 800 miles of Fulong Mountain shimmered with heat. Chun Huayan wiped the beads of sweat from his brow as he sat upon a slab of blue stone, producing a hard, unyielding cake of bread that was difficult to chew even when soaked in water. Last life, there were cakes filled with beef, pork, and mutton. Shaking his head, Chun Huayan bit into the bread, reminiscing about his former life. Having traversed into this world for some time, he still found it impossible to adapt to his surroundings. This life holds no glimmer of hope. Social strata existed as they always do, regardless of the world. Here, the upper echelon comprised of immortal cultivation families, court officials, and royal kin beings beyond Chun Huayan's reach. The middle tier included scholars, self-sufficient farmers, and merchants, while Chun Huayan occupied the lowest rung as a vagrant. Though found at the bottom of the 6th tier, it was still far superior to the 9th tier of beggars, servants, and disreputable individuals. In this society, one's status was hereditary. A farmer's son remained a farmer, and a beggar's son would inevitably beg. Chun Huayan's father, a herbalist, had met his demise 6 months prior, falling from a cliff while gathering herbs in Fulong Mountain. Before his transmigration, Chun Huayan was a student of traditional Chinese medicine and had some knowledge of herbal remedies. Despite the differences between worlds, common herbs remained similar. Coupled with his father's notes, he believed that by following the guide, he could gather precious herbs and avoid venturing into the mountains for half a month. However, after 2 days spent in the mountains, he returned empty-handed, and if this continued, he feared he would descend to the lowest tier. The paths upward were completely barred, while the routes downward were wide and numerous. After waiting for more than half a month, without any miraculous fortune, I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely wish to save a little money, establish a modest household, and marry Erhua, creating a warm family life. Chun Huayan took another bite of the pancake, puffing his cheeks as he slowly chewed. Before his father's passing, he had arranged a marriage proposal for Chun Huayan, concerning the second daughter of the neighboring Wang family, who was 18 years old. Though she was somewhat plump, her ample figure was deemed suitable for bearing children, which Chun Huayan found agreeable. With the mid-autumn festival now behind them and winter fast approaching, heavy snow was likely to seal off the mountains. As an ordinary man, he could no longer venture into the mountains to gather herbs and needed to prepare funds for the winter. The environment is deteriorating. Increasingly, centuries of time have nearly stripped the Fulong Mountain bare. Those who came before us felled the trees, while those who come after suffer under the scorching sun. After finishing the pancake, Chun Huayan felt a sharp pain in his throat. He opened his gourd and took a sip of clear water before rising once more. What is that fragrance? A gentle breeze carried a hint of an unusual aroma, and Chun Huayan quickened his pace, following the scent. 7-leaf lotus. At the edge of a 1,000-foot cliff, Chun Huayan cautiously leaned over to look down. There, on the sheer rock face, some 3 or 4 yards below, a pure white lotus flower blossomed gracefully in the wind. This is a treasure that blooms once every 3 years, and it can sustain one for 3 years. With a background in medicine from his past life, Chun Huayan had long since memorized the pharmacopoeia left by his father, which included records of the 7-leaf lotusan, exceedingly rare medicinal herb. If he could bring it to the county town for sale, It would suffice for his expenses for a month or two. The seven-leaf lotus grows on cliff faces, making it not only rare, but also exceedingly difficult to harvest. Chun Huayan carefully tied a hemp rope around the roots of a nearby tree, and, after pulling a few times to ensure its security, he grasped the rope and began to descend slowly along the cliffside. The mountain wind wailed mournfully as it swept past the jagged stones. Successfully obtaining 3 stalks of the seven-leaf lotus, Chun Huayan was about to return when he noticed an opening nearby. Could there be unexpected gains? After a brief moment of contemplation, he shifted his position and leapt into the cave. In most films or novels, protagonists often encounter fortuitous events in caves or the base of cliffs. Chun Huayan harbored a flicker of similar hope, yet he was primarily eager to discover whether there might be any rare herbs within. Such places are often the least explored and might still harbor undiscovered medicinal plants. Should he gather more, he could directly purchase a property in the county town, shedding his identity as a roaming dweller and no longer having to consume such unpalatable pancakes. With a crackle, Chun Huayan lit a fire stick and stepped into the pitch-dark cave. This defies logic. Why is there not a single blade of grass on the ground? He halted as chilling winds swept from the depths of the cave. More than any potential adventure, he valued his life should a great demon reside within. He feared he might be reduced to mere bones. While, just as he prepared to turn back, the sound of a baby's wailing shattered the silence. What on earth does this world harbor spirits as well? As Chun Huayan was about to flee, he noticed a swaddled bundle nearby. Strange occurrences must surely be accompanied by otherworldly beings. What kind of good person would abandon a child here? Goodness, no miraculous encounters, no divine herbs, but I did find a 4-legged beast that swallows gold. Initially, Chun Anyang intended to walk away, but upon hearing the heart-wrenching cries of the infant, he could not resist and placed the swaddled child into the medicine basket on his back. What to do? How can I explain this to Erhua? Wait, I have 3 seven-leaf lotus once I exchange them for money. Chun Huayan pondered while tugging on the hemp rope, returning to the cliff's edge. With the 3 seven-leaf lotuses in hand, he decided against further herb, gathering the outermost regions of Fulong Mountain had already yielded little, while the interior thrived with spiritual herbs, but was teeming with ferocious beasts. Given his capabilities, he would essentially be delivering free meals to the predators. Taking advantage of the daylight, Chun Huayan hastened towards the village. Who would have thought that I, the illustrious empress, would be reborn in this desolate land? In the medicine basket on Chun Huayan's back, the infant ceased her wailing and opened her spiritual eyes, her thoughts racing. She was Luo Yunshuang, the supreme empress of Zhongzhou, who had fallen victim to a treacherous plot. Before her demise, she had resorted to forbidden techniques and was reborn as an infant. Believing that fate had dealt her a cruel hand, she found herself in a cave on a cliff. Despite her previous status as empress, possessing unparalleled cultivation techniques, her physical form was that of a mere infant, rendering her incapable of wielding any of her powers. In her moment of despair, this ordinary herbalist stumbled into the cave. Chun Huayan became her last hope. I shall repay the kindness of a meal and avenge the smallest grievance today. You have saved me, and in the future, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Starving and desperate, she struggled a few times, extending her tender little hand from the swaddling to grasp the seven-leaf lotus. When Chun Huayan excitedly returned to his humble earthen house and opened the medicine basket, the smile on his face froze, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You ungrateful little creature, my seven-leaf lotus. Chun Huayan abruptly raised his hand, gazing at the adorable infant, yet he ultimately refrained from bringing it down. She is merely an ignorant child. He reassured himself. Wow. The infant suddenly burst into tears. What are you crying about? Is it just a mere herb? If I weren't in such dire straits, I wouldn't even spare a glance at this wretched plant. To yell at me over a simple herb once I regain my strength. I shall make you a celestial servant, working 3 hours a day. With only 8 days off a month, forced to drink inferior celestial wine, and endure endless hardships. Chapter 2, Taxation, under the pretext of eradicating bandits as the sun dipped below the horizon. Chun Huayan carefully stored the last 2 pearls of seven-leaf lotus from his medicinal basket. He also gathered some twigs he had picked up on his way back, using them to boil water in a clay stove, soaking the cakes to serve as supplementary food for the infant. in the realm of my middle state. Even the most lowly of slaves would not deign to consume such fare. Luo Yunchuang gazed at the morsel Chen Huayan brought to her lips, hesitating for a brief moment before parting her mouth. She had no choice. She could not allow herself to starve to death. Only by surviving could she return to the middle state and exact her vengeance upon those treacherous souls. Is this the legendary four-legged gold-swallowing beast? Half an hour later, Chen Huayan wore an expression of incredulity as the infant devoured 3 days' worth of his rations in one sitting. Suddenly, disaster struck. Luo Yunchuang's expression froze. What is this foul odor? Surely, she had overindulged, and her stomach was in turmoil. Chen Huayan furrowed his brow slightly. He possessed a modicum of medical knowledge, being familiar with pulse diagnosis and acupuncture. However, this infant was far too small for him to assist effectively. Hey, what are you doing? How dare you show such disrespect to me? I shall end your life. Luo Yunchuang thrashed wildly, but alas, in her infant form, she lacked any strength. Chen Huayan was in a panic, sweating profusely. He had never played the role of a caregiver before, and more importantly, this world lacked diapers. Fortunately, it was not too cold at the moment. Chen Huayan placed the baby in a wooden basin and set off to clean her soiled garments. I forgot. I am still an infant. Given your ignorance, I shall let this slide once, but your rudeness shall not go unpunished in the future. Luo Yunchuang noted this transgression in her mental ledger. Uncle Wang, what brings you here? Suddenly, Chen Huayan's voice resonated outside the earthen house, prompting Luo Yunchuang to perk up and listen intently. My dear nephew, your father's mourning period has not yet ended, and I should not be discussing such matters at this time. But Uncle Wang, please speak plainly. Logically, this should be the prime season for fishing. Yet we have not caught a single fish in the past fortnight. Our supplies are running perilously low, and the county has begun levying taxes. All fishermen are required to surrender a black-eyed fish. That creature can only be found in the deep waters, and my old body can hardly manage it anymore. As winter approaches, the Lin family is coming to buy slaves, so I arranged for Erhua. Erhua has been registered as a slave? Once one is registered as a slave, they become a slave for life. Forget notions of freedom. Their very existence hinges upon the will of their master. They may live in conditions worse than livestock. Of course, if they happen to serve a benevolent household, they might be treated with some kindness. But such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Chen Huayan found it inappropriate to comment further on such matters, considering he too was in dire straits, unable to spare any funds for survival. Uncle Wang, my father is no longer with us, so I shall take charge. This marriage proposal shall be dismissed. My dear nephew, you are truly reasonable. By the way, I heard that a tiger demon has appeared in Fulong Mountain, devouring many herbalists. You must exercise caution and avoid venturing into the mountains if possible. Thank you, Uncle Wang, for the reminder. Moreover, all itinerant residents are subject to taxation, including those who gather medicinal herbs. Another tax? How much will it be? This remains unclear. Perhaps you should inquire with Erguzi. As the conversation drew to a close, Luo Yunchuang heard a sigh escape. It is rather tragic to have lost a father only to be jilted shortly thereafter. Shaking her head, Luo Yunchuang surveyed the room. A clay bed, a simple earthen stove, a wooden table, and 3 stools. This constituted their entire possessions. The level of poverty was something Luo Yunchuang had never encountered in her previous life. After all, you saved my life. Once I regain my strength, you shall no longer have to endure such hardship. Contemplating this seriously, Chen Huayan adjusted his urinal and lifted the grass curtain to step inside the room. He regarded the dissolution of the engagement with Wang Yuhu's family with indifference. However, the matter of taxation was crucial to his livelihood. He casually draped his urinal and apron over a rope beside the stove, the apron still holding a jade pendant, which he also hung there. Chen Huayan retrieved the infant from the basin, dried him with a piece of linen, and placed him directly into the bedding. Such a pungent odor. I can barely breathe. Luo Yunchuang began to struggle. The straw mat on the clay bed was covered with 2 layers of tattered cloth, and this bedding had not been cleaned in ages, not due to Chen Huayan's laziness or sloppiness, but because the fabric was so worn that washing it would render it to shreds. Chen Huayan sat on a stool at the table. In the past, he had enjoyed recording or summarizing with pen and paper, but now, with limited resources, he had to close his eyes and mentally calculate. Young rice costs 400 coins per stone, coarse salt over 70 coins, albeit with a bitter taste and slight toxicity. For now, this is the only option. With this burden, he needed to find a way to acquire some hemp and charcoal, which must be prepared before winter sets in. In a few days, prices are bound to rise. Altogether, These expenses would amount to at least 3 to 5,000 coins, yet he currently had less than 400. Selling these 2 pearls of 7-leaf lotus might suffice for winter expenses if he were frugal, but with additional taxes, it may fall short. Chun Huayan felt overwhelmed. Having read numerous novels in his past life wherein protagonists wielded golden fingers to conquer new realms, he found himself bogged down by the mundane concerns of oil, salt, and vinegar. Such tales were indeed deceptive. Perhaps I should first seek Erguzi to gather more information. He glanced at the infant on the clay bed, who, perhaps wearied from play, had already drifted into a deep and sweet slumber. If I were alone, I would feel hopeless about the days ahead. But with this little one by my side, I find a semblance of motivation. Adjusting the bedding, Chun Huayan stepped outside. This village is called Qinjia Village, home to over 200 households, with 7 or 8 tenths bearing the surname Qin, while others are later migrants. To the west, over 30 miles away, lies Fengling County, the largest county town within a 1,000-mile radius, where the goods of itinerants are primarily sold. Herbalists like Chun Huayan must sell their herbs to the Shilin Pharmaceutical House. Should they engage in clandestine dealings, the Lin family behind Shilin would ensure that these herbalists vanish from the world without a trace. As the last rays of sunlight were obscured by the verdant mountains, the sky still retained a semblance of brightness. Chun Huayan skillfully made his way to the home of Chen Ergu. Chen Ergu, 5 or 6 years Chun Huayan senior, hailed from a family in similar straits. 2 or 3 years prior, Chen Ergu's father had ventured into Fulong Mountain and, it was said, had been devoured by a tiger spirit. Subsequently, Chen Ergu had assumed the mantle of herbalist. TDN, what brings you here at such a late hour? Chen Ergu inquired, squatting at the entrance while sipping water from a bowl. Chen TDN was the name bestowed upon Chun Huayan by his father, a common practice in their village where names often reflected a humble existence. Brother Dogsy, I hear the county has begun taxing itinerant traders? What is the story? Oh, not long ago, there was a ruckus with the bandits. The county magistrate intends to dispatch the local militia to quell them, which necessitates a substantial allocation of grain and funds, naturally leading to taxation. Now, every herbalist venturing into the city must pay taxes, regardless of whether they are there to sell anything. Chen Ergu shook his head. How much is the tax? 200 coins. Such a sum? Is that not tantamount to a death sentence? On a good day, we might earn 50 or 60 coins from a trip into the mountains. Indeed. Yet most herbs cannot be stored for long. After a while, Shilin Pharmaceutical will no longer accept them. Today, the Lin family dispatched a group to the village. What for? Chun Huayan furrowed his brow. They are purchasing slaves. Many of our village's young men and women have been taken. Old Master Lin is somewhat benevolent and has offered considerable sums, far more generous than the Zhou family's offers. Alas, I do not meet the Lin family's criteria. Otherwise, I would be the first to enter servitude. Once one enters servitude, one is bound for life. What of it? It is better than starving to death. Besides, the Lin family treats their servants well. Some who have won the favor of the masters have even risen in status. Better to be a wealthy concubine than a wandering wife. Chen Ergu sighed. Now, we must take the risk and venture into Ghost Cry Gorge. Ghost Cry Gorge is a perilous ravine within Fulong Mountain, notorious for harboring ferocious beasts and bandits. You intend to go to Ghost Cry Gorge? It is fraught with both savage creatures and bandits. What choice do I have? It is a matter of life and death. I might as well take a chance. If I can gather some rare herbs, I shall be free from worry for 3 to 5 years. By the time Chun Huayan returned home, night had completely descended. He had originally planned to exchange 2 pearls of 7-leaf lotus for money at the Shilin Pharmaceutical House the next day, but now that thought had to be abandoned. The mere cost of entering the city would consume nearly 1 whole 7-leaf lotus. He resolved to return to Fulong Mountain the following day, ensuring he was well prepared for the winter. This time, he would stock up completely, so as not to need to enter the city again before spring. Selling just 1 7-leaf lotus would indeed be too much of a loss. After careful consideration, Chun Huayan decided to try his luck once more. However, he would not choose to venture into Ghost Cry Gorge like Chen Ergu. Although that place is rich in medicinal herbs, it is far too perilous. Nothing is more precious than life. Chapter 3. A mere tiger demon dares to act recklessly before me in the early morning. The mist shrouding the Fulong Mountain range had yet to dissipate. Chun Huayan, with a medicinal basket slung over his back, once again plunged into the vast wilderness. Lo Yunshuang was utterly exasperated. Within the confines of the basket, she felt tears welling up. During infancy, ample sleep is vital, yet before dawn, This man had roused her. Hastily thrusting a mouthful of paste into her, only to unceremoniously deposit her into the basket. The mountain path was rugged and jarring, even if she wished to sleep. It was an impossible endeavor. At present, her body was incapable of cultivation, and the spiritual energy in this desolate land was far too thin. Lo Yunchuang, apart from possessing a relatively strong consciousness and a physique slightly superior to that of an ordinary infant, had no other advantages. As she pondered, her gaze was suddenly drawn to the jade pendant nestled in her swaddling. Years prior, before ascending to the rank of emperor, she had ventured into the sacred ruins for training, where she discovered this extraordinary jade pendant amidst the relics. She sensed its uniqueness but had never discerned how to wield it. Had she not been covertly harmed, without the protection of this pendant? Even with the use of Celestial Court's secret arts, she would undoubtedly have met her demise. Among the countless treasures within the Celestial Court, this pendant was the only one she had consistently worn close to her since acquiring it. What on earth is the method of its use? Lo Yunchuang was utterly perplexed. Under the towering trees, a small flower of violet and pink hue, the purple-backed Tian Kuei, was gradually blossoming. Once abundant, this herb had become rather scarce, particularly the aged specimens of purple-backed Tian Kuei, which could fetch 3,000 coins. The one before Chen Huayan, however, was merely a year old and worth around 100 or 200 coins, still a considerable sum for him. Roar! Just as Chen Huayan approached to gather it, a thunderous roar erupted, causing numerous leaves to rain down. A tiger spirit. Chen Huayan's pupils constricted as he beheld the creature. He had never encountered such peril since his arrival in this realm. Would I be granted another chance to traverse this world? As he focused his gaze, he noticed that the beast was entirely snow white, with 3 clusters of golden fur on its forehead forming the character for king, its claws emanating a ghostly blue flame. He swiftly drew forth his medicinal hoe, yet the tiger spirit merely flared its nostrils, showing no inclination to evade. The hoe struck fiercely against its body, but it displayed no sign of pain whatsoever. Damn it! This time, I am truly doomed. Just as Chen Huayan turned to flee, a paw descended upon him. Striking the medicinal basket, he tumbled to the ground, and the infant was thrown from the basket. A mere tiger demon dares to act recklessly before me. Lo Yunchuang's heart surged with fury. Though she could not utilize any cultivation techniques, the pressure of her consciousness had a profound and intimidating effect on the fledgling tiger spirit, which was just beginning to grasp the path of cultivation. The tiger spirit trembled violently, and at the moment the pressure descended, it fled in panic. Cough. Why did it run away? Chen Huayan clasped his head, having just collided with a stone, leaving his arm and forehead bruised. The little one, despite his own injuries. Chen Huayan hurried to the medicine basket to check on the infant. Oh. The baby wailed, evidently startled by the incident. The fragile body was insufficient to withstand Luo Yunchuang's mystical powers. A mere flicker of her consciousness had led to a powerful backlash, rendering her instantly unconscious. After a considerable time of soothing, the infant gradually calmed down. But where was the jade pendant? Chen Huayan noticed that the pendant, the sole token of the baby, had vanished from the swaddling. It appeared to be extraordinary, and should hard times arise, it could fetch a handsome sum. After searching for a while, he discovered the pendant shattered into several pieces beside the stone. Alas, now it could not be sold. A chill ran through Chen Huayan's heart as he placed the baby back into the medicine basket and carefully picked up the fragmented pendant, realizing it was irreparable. What a pity. He decided it was best to leave this place. If the tiger spirit returned, it would surely spell doom for him. Just as he prepared to depart, the pendant in his hand suddenly emitted a blinding light, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably, and his vision began to blur. Where was this? Chen Huayan glanced around in a state of confusion. Hadn't he just been beneath a great tree on Fulong Mountain? How had he ended up in a cave? And where was the little one? Feeling somewhat lost, he quickly regained his composure and began searching for an exit. The cave was vast, featuring a tilled patch of earth, with a stone tablet nearby, upon which were inscribed the words, Spirit Garden. Behind the Spirit Garden were 2 stone chambers. One was an alchemy room, and the other a scripture pavilion, both utterly vacant, devoid of any items. Soon, Chen Huayan returned to the vicinity of the Spirit Garden. Beside the stone tablet, he found a medicinal hoe and 3 herbs, 2 7-leaf lotuses, and 1 purple-backed Tian Kuei. What does this mean? Am I to cultivate herbs? Unable to find an exit, Chen Huayan resolutely picked up the hoe. Though primarily a gatherer of herbs, he possessed knowledge of transplanting. Some rare herbs could not endure prolonged storage and needed immediate transplantation into pots for later sale in the apothecary. Within mere minutes, Chun Huayan had planted the 3 herbs in the spirit garden and fetched half a bucket of water from the nearby pond to nourish them. Goodness, that was quick. The 3 herbs began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. The 7-leaf lotus transformed into a 9-leaf lotus, its value multiplying at least 5 or 6 times. The purple-backed Tian Kue, while slightly less impressive, still saw its worth increase by 2 or 3 times. Could this be a dream? Chun Huayan found it all quite hard to believe. Yet, this phenomenon wouldn't satiate his hunger. He needed to exit. As soon as he spoke these words, darkness enveloped him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back beneath the great tree, with the infant peacefully sleeping in the medicine basket behind him. What transpired just now? In a state of confusion, Chun Huayan noticed 3 medicinal herbs had appeared beside him, a 9-leaf lotus and a 5-year-old purple-backed Tian Sui. Surely, this is not a dream? Has the golden finger arrived? Chun Huayan picked up the herbs and hastily returned to Qinjia village. Along the way, he continually reflected on the events of the past 2 days. All the changes began when he found the infant girl. And even this golden finger is somehow connected to the jade pendant of the girl. Her origins must be of great significance. However, his understanding of this world is exceedingly limited, confined to the small territory of Qinjia village, with only vague memories of Foling County. How could he gain entry? Upon returning home, Chun Huayan began to contemplate how to re-enter that cave. Perhaps it exists within the realm of consciousness. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his energy. Back to the cave. After several attempts, Chun Huayan could now freely enter and exit the cave, and the next step was to study the spiritual garden. Unfortunately, he only possessed these 2 types of herbs, and replanting them in the spiritual garden yielded no further changes. It seems a trip to the city is necessary to acquire more herbs for experimentation. Chapter 4. Kindness does not last long. Good people will be deceived. The fish belly turned pale as the thin mist lingered. Chun Huayan, carrying the herb basket, arrived at the eastern city gate of Fengling County. At the gate, 2 tables were set up, manned by 6 guards, and at this hour, the flow of people entering and exiting the city was still relatively sparse. The token. Chun Huayan quickly retrieved a somewhat worn wooden token, inscribed with his father's name and identity. My father's mourning period has not yet concluded. This token has not been replaced. Guard leader cast a brief glance and showed little concern. Tax collection. Herbalists entering the city must pay 200 coins. Chun Huayan nodded, having counted the money before leaving home. Sir, here are precisely 200 coins. As a wandering household, he was only slightly above the 9th rank, and upon entering the city, he had to address anyone he encountered as sir. This is 190 coins. Not enough for 200. Li Da, in front of Chun Huayan, directly pocketed 10 coins. It seems I miscounted. I shall make up for it. Chun Huayan intended to enter the city to sell the herbs and procure supplies for the winter. Although 10 coins were significant to him, it was unnecessary to create further complications over it. Wait, just as Li Da was about to let him pass, Li Er, not far away, suddenly called out. What is that you are carrying on your back? This is, of course, the herb basket filled with medicinal plants. Open it and let us inspect. As the words fell, several soldiers stepped forward, and one of them thrust a spear to pry open the lid of the herb basket. Is this what you call medicinal herbs? Li Da widened his eyes, pointing at the infant girl nestled within the basket. The child's mother died during childbirth, leaving this little girl without care. I had no choice, but to no need for explanations, 200 coins. Li Er stated mercilessly. This infant is yet to reach the age of 1. And I truly have no money left. No money? Are you not entering the city to sell herbs? Where are the herbs? We shall use the herbs as payment. Li Er pressed relentlessly. These oppressive and arrogant scoundrels shall tremble in fear once I regain my strength. In her medicinal basket, Luo Yunchuang clenched her delicate fists in anger. After employing her divine consciousness yesterday, it took until morning for her to recuperate. She was still harboring her morning irritability. Had she not feared an even more intense backlash that would hinder her subsequent cultivation, she would have used her divine consciousness to render these soldiers utterly foolish. Tiandan, you've come to the city as well? A familiar voice suddenly resonated behind Chun Huayan, belonging to none other than Qin Ergu from the same village. Brother Ergu. Chun Huayan turned around to greet him. What is going on? Qin Ergu approached. Chun Huayan briefly recounted the circumstances. Brotherly, this is my kin. I kindly ask for your leniency. Qin Ergu produced a few stalks of Rehmannia from his medicinal basket, bowing and handing them to several soldiers. He then walked over to Li Da and continued. His father has only recently passed. and he lacks ability, unable to gather much medicinal herbs. This trip to the city is merely to spend his father's modest savings on some winter necessities. What happens to him is of no concern to us. However, in light of Brother Urgu's presence, we shall let this one slide. It shall not occur again. All right, thank you, brotherly. My family's medicinal wine will be ready before winter. I shall bring you a few jars then. Previously, it was Chen Huayan's father who ventured into the city alone, while Chen Huayan rarely accompanied him. Following his father's death, Chen Ergu assumed the role of herbalist. Having entered the city several times and interacted with these soldiers frequently, in order to secure a living, one must tread carefully. Offending those above is unwise, and one must also be cautious with those below. A slight misstep could lead to dire consequences, severing one's livelihood. Enough chatter. Let us hurry along and not linger here. Chen Huayan took a deep breath and followed Chen Ergu into the county town of Jiaogling. You know where the Shilin apothecary is. Go there yourself. I must first head to the docks. Thank you, Brother Ergu. We are kin, no need for thanks. Once in the city, be cautious in your words and deeds. It is not like in the village. The hearts of men are as treacherous as a beehive full of holes. Moreover, no one can support you for a lifetime. Even parents may not be reliable. We are of lowly status, so retreat when possible and yield when necessary, lest you find yourself dead without a ripple. Chen Ergu, recognizing the similarity in their fates, offered a few additional words of advice. Understood, Brother Ergu. I will heed your words. By the way, where did this burden come from? Our village is so small, and I haven't heard of anyone's daughter being with child. Could it be with a widowess? It had been some time since he had seen her venture outside. No. I found her on the mountain the other day. You found her? Really? Why would I deceive you? In this world, good people do not live long. Look at your own condition, and yet you wish to care for her? Once in the city, find someone suitable. Chen Huayan said nothing further, merely nodding. Had it not been for the unforeseen events with the tiger spirit yesterday, he indeed had contemplated such thoughts. The jade pendant, the cave, and the peculiar spiritual garden may all be connected to the infant girl. If utilized properly, it could serve as his means of resurgence. Such matters, even to one's closest kin, should not be divulged lightly. Naturally, Chen Huayan would refrain from elucidating this to Chen Ergu. Moreover, he currently possesses merely 3 herbs, lacking in strength, status, and wealth, thus necessitating utmost caution. Chen Ergu, I shall remember this name. You have unwittingly paved your own path to demise. Initially, at the city gate, when Chen Ergu assisted Chen Huayan in his predicament, Luo Yunshuang found him to be a commendable individual. Should he recover in the future, she considered bringing him back to the central state immortal court, where he could enjoy a life of affluence. However, upon hearing his words, she felt a visceral urge to eliminate Chen Ergu immediately. In contrast, following Chen Huayan, a person of humble origins, offers little in terms of resources, making recovery a protracted endeavor. Yet, precisely because he is of lower status, he would not attract undue attention, affording her the opportunity to develop. The wharf lies in the northern suburbs, while the Shilin apothecary is located in the southern market of the county town. Upon entering the city, Chen Huayan and Chen Ergu parted ways, each heading in differing directions. The entirety of Foling County is vast, divided into the inner and outer city. The inner city, nestled in the northwest corner, is the residence of the affluent and powerful, inaccessible to ordinary folk. The outer city comprises 15 streets laid out in an orderly fashion, with avenues lined by peach and plum trees, alongside 3 major markets and 5 granaries. Foling County is situated at the confluence of 3 rivers, the nexus of the Grand Canal, with waterways facilitating commerce throughout the city. Although it is the weakest among the 7 counties of Jiangling Prefecture, its economy thrives. Chen Huayan proceeded along the street towards the southern market, having witnessed numerous towering edifices and bustling commercial streets in his past life. He felt no astonishment at the county's prosperity. To his surprise, this once desolate land harbored such a flourishing city. Alas, the spiritual energy here is scarce, rendering it an unsuitable place for cultivation. Even if I possess the methods of the immortal court, reclaiming my former glory will not be an easy task. I must find a way to depart from this place at the earliest opportunity. Luo Yunshuang, nestled in the medicinal basket, peered through the gaps to observe the streets outside. She had longed to speak, yet her linguistic abilities seemed underdeveloped, allowing only incoherent sounds to escape her lips, not a single coherent word. Communicating with Chen Huayan through spiritual awareness was out of the question, as he was merely an ordinary mortal, devoid of such capability. When will I grow up? This existence is truly unbearable. In the past, as an empress, I often felt overwhelmed and yearned for the simplicity of childhood. Yet now that I have returned to my youth, I am eager to mature. What vexes Luo Yunshuang further is that precious jade pendant, though its function remains a mystery. It is undoubtedly a supreme artifact. It is utterly unforeseen that it is shattered. At that moment, when the tiger spirit appeared, Luo Yunshuang was flung away, and she immediately exerted her spiritual pressure to repel it. Before losing consciousness, she witnessed the jade pendant shatter into fragments, and upon regaining awareness, she found herself cradled in Chen Huayan's arms, with the pendant having vanished without a trace. He must not have brought it back. Fortunately, I remember the location well. Once I can walk again, I shall visit it in person. Now that it is reduced to dust, it is unlikely that anyone would bother to collect it. Such a remarkable object. Even at my peak, I could exert all my strength without leaving the slightest scratch upon it. Why then? Did it shatter with such a gentle fall this time? Chen Huayan remained oblivious to Luo Yunshuang's confusion, lost in his own thoughts as he sought the Shilin apothecary. Presently, he possessed 2 9-leaf lotuses and 1 purple-backed Tian Kuei. The purple-backed Tian Kuei could fetch a decent price, but how should he handle the 9-leaf lotuses? It was not that no one desired them. Rather, their immense value could invite unnecessary complications due to his status. However, this 5-year-old purple-backed Tian Kuei was worth at most 400 to 500 coins, hardly enough to purchase provisions for the winter or charcoal. Still pondering his dilemma, Chen Huayan arrived at the Shilin apothecary, where the proprietor, a somewhat gaunt old man originally surnamed Zhang, had adopted the surname Lin after becoming a servant of the Lin family. You are the son of Chen Taiju? Lin Xiang scrutinized Chen Huayan. Having spent considerable time in the mountains, Chen Huayan's skin had darkened under the sun and wind. Although he could not be classified as frail, he was far from robust. With a diet consisting solely of flatbread and the occasional wild fruit, his physique naturally leaned towards slenderness. Nonetheless, his features were relatively well-proportioned, enough to avoid being off-putting. I am Chen Taidan, son of Chen Taiju. Chapter 5, named an adopted son, yet a servant in reality. Inside the Shilin apothecary, Chen Huayan presented a purple-backed Tian Kuei with utmost respect towards Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on Chen Huayan as though he were prey. I had a good relationship with your father. His passing saddens me greatly, Lin Xiang remarked, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. The name Taidan is rather unappealing. I recall you are the 6th in line, so I shall call you Chen Liu. In this life, Chen Huayan's mother was frail and ill, suffering severe hemorrhaging during childbirth, ultimately leading to her demise. His father, lacking the means to seek another wife, was left with only Chen Huayan as his son. However, according to the customs of Qinjia village, the order of the family was determined by all male contemporaries within the clan. Once a thriving community, Qinjia village had declined after many perished during the canal excavation decades ago. Their remains left in the waters. Following this calamity, the village fell into ruin, and by Chen Huayan's generation, the number of young men barely reached 100, including newcomers. Do not address me as Lord. Simply call me Lin Shu. Chen Huayan remained uncertain about the old man's intentions but maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. Lin Shu, if there is anything you require, please command me. Aside from foraging for herbs, I possess little else in terms of ability. Outside the Fulong Mountain, what herbs could possibly grow among the trees? If you continue as a herbalist, you shall starve. Your father must have mentioned to you that I have no children. Previously, he and I discussed adopting you as a son, but he departed hastily, leaving the matter unresolved. Upon hearing Lin Xiang's words, Chen Huayan experienced a fleeting recollection. Indeed, his father had previously mentioned such matters. For individuals like Lin Xiang, who had entered into servitude, the privilege of purchasing a slave was beyond their reach, and the common folk held no authority either. However, there existed a loophole, the adoption of a godson. Although Lin Xiang had no children of his own, he did have a nephew, and despite having accumulated some savings over the years, those would ultimately be bestowed upon that nephew. The so-called godson, Chen Huayan, was merely intended to serve as a household servant. Within the Lin family, regardless of his elevated status, he remained merely a servant, inferior even to a dog of the Lin household. Should the master of the Lin family find himself in a foul mood, Lin Xiang might not even comprehend the peril he faced. Being a godson was far less direct than entering servitude, and naturally, Chen Huayan would not acquiesce. Uncle Lin, my father's mourning period has not yet concluded. Please grant me some time. Once I have settled matters at home, I shall come to serve you as a godson. Lin Xiang furrowed his brows, recognizing the validity in Chen Huayan's reasoning. Very well, it would not be too late to discuss this after winter had passed. Lin Xiang had made inquiries into the circumstances of Chun Huayan and his father. Otherwise, he would not have proposed such an arrangement. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it seemed likely that their family would struggle to survive the winter. When Chun Huayan found himself at his wit's end, the matter could be broached again, and everything would fall into place. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiang accepted the medicinal herbs from Chun Huayan's hands. Purple-back Tian Kue? It has been quite some time since I have seen this. And is it a 5-year-old specimen? Did you venture to Longzhou Ridge? Lin Xiang looked at Chun Huayan with some surprise. The Fulong mountain range stretched for 800 miles, with over 30 peaks of varying sizes. Ordinary herbalists dared only to harvest herbs from the outskirts. In truth, only past Longzhou Ridge could one be considered to have entered Fulong Mountain. However, that area was rife with ferocious beasts. Even those possessing martial skills faced a perilous destiny. With Chun Huayan's current abilities, he would not dare to cross Longzhou Ridge. I went a little beyond Longzhou Ridge, but did not venture deep. I chanced upon this herb and promptly returned. Alu, truly, you are like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Do you know how dangerous it is there? You shall not dare to do so again. Nothing is more important than life. Even if you were to gather the most valuable herbs, they cannot be brought back if your life is lost. This 5-year-old purple-back Tian Kue is of decent quality, yet it is worth only 400 coins. Considering your father's goodwill and the prospect of you becoming my godson after the new year, I shall offer you 450 coins. Lin Xiang spoke with an air of generosity. However, Chun Huayan recalled his father mentioning that a 5-year-old purple-back Tian Kue was worth at least 500 coins. At times, the price at Shilin Pharmacy could reach 1 tael of silver, equating to 1,000 coins. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Chun Huayan carefully stored away the less than half a guan of copper coins and exited Shilin Pharmacy. Rumble, hungry? I didn't feel it. Chun Huayan patted his stomach. He had not eaten much in the morning, but he had walked little today. The roads were flat, unlike the mountainous paths that consumed more energy. With a soft gurgle, another sound emerged, prompting Chun Huayan to glance back, discovering that it originated from the medicine basket. This little creature had devoured 2 rice cakes soaked in water that very morning. It seemed increasingly unsustainable to care for her. Chun Huayan found the infant's demeanor quite extraordinary. Apart from her voracious appetite, she possessed an unusual tranquility, never crying or fussing, hardly resembling any typical infant. Thus, he felt an even greater sense of responsibility towards her. He had 2 pearls of 9-leaf lotus left. Selling them to the Lin family apothecary would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, and he could not justify a private sale. Nevertheless, he decided to take things one step at a time, prioritizing the need to feed this little one, who had yet to enjoy a proper meal during their time together. As he wandered through the bustling streets, the array of taverns and eateries dazzled him, yet the prices were equally staggering. With merely half a tael of silver, he could afford only a bowl of rice and a couple of pickled vegetables, a sum that represented nearly a month's worth of provisions for him. Such extravagance felt utterly absurd. Oh, I'm famished. I'm on the brink of starvation. Though the infant had yet to begin her cultivation, this was indeed a critical period for her growth, and if things continued this way, she might truly face dire consequences. Hearing her cries, Chun Huayan lifted her from the basket, cradling her gently. Do not fret. I shall find something delicious shortly. Please hurry. I'm nearly starving. The infant's wails caused Chun Huayan to break into a sweat. Tai Dan, have you sold your herbs? Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. It was Chun Ergu, who had just returned from the northern outskirts. Ah, have you completed your errands? Chun Huayan inquired. Indeed. Chun Ergu nodded. Let us find a place to celebrate our stomachs. I have some money. Excellent. I know a place that offers generous portions at reasonable prices. Chun Ergu led the way, and Chun Huayan followed closely behind. By the fetid stream adjacent to the Qingchuan tributary, nestled between a coffin shop and a mule market, a partially rotting plank served as a sign, displaying several barely legible characters. An overturned earthenware wine jar functioned as a table, with the legs of 4 stools bound together with hemp rope for stability. In the corner, a pile of moldy straw lay, where several inebriated men snored away. Though the surroundings left much to be desired, Chun Ergu cheerfully remarked, the wine here is quite commendable. Is this what you call subpar conditions? Luo Yunshuang gasped, struggling to breathe amidst the noxious blend of foul water, rancid grease, and the sour stench of unwashed foot wrappings. Even Chun Huayan found it somewhat overwhelming. Old Wang, 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles. Chun Ergu shouted. The server was a one-eyed, limping old man. deftly wielding a cleaver at his waist, moving with surprising agility. Chapter 6. Fengling Fairy, the young and handsome Zhao Xiaoqi. Jiangling Prefecture comprises 7 counties, with Fengling County being the weakest yet the wealthiest. Primarily, it benefits from its proximity to the Fulong mountain range, which provides sustenance even in times of famine, as one can survive by foraging for tree bark on the outskirts of Fulong Mountain. Furthermore, the convergence of the Fulong River, Qishui River, Qichuan, and Sanjiang facilitates convenient water transport, leading to thriving commerce. Lastly, Fengling County stands out as the most stable among the 7 counties, having experienced little significant conflict over the past century. The 4 prominent families within the county coexist harmoniously. The livelihoods of the entire Fengling County, encompassing birth, aging, illness, and death, are deeply intertwined with these 4 families. The production of grains, oils, meats, and vegetables, as well as medicinal shops and fish markets, predominantly belongs to the Lin family. The Li family manages taverns, brothels, gambling houses, and inns on the Qishui River. They even operate dozens of ornate boats specifically catering to dignitaries and affluent merchants who require connections to access them. Textiles and cosmetics are the domain of the Sun family. Among the 4 families, the Zhao family is the most formidable. They arrived from outside and quickly made a name for themselves through their martial prowess. Subsequently, the head of the Zhao family assumed the role of county magistrate, and his son gradually took control of the county's military affairs. It was also through the Zhao family's mediation that the other 3 families collaborated, leading to the swift prosperity of Fengling County. Chen Huayan sat on a rather unstable stool, glancing at his bowl of yanchun noodles. The grayish buckwheat noodles languished in a meaty broth, accompanied by 2 slices of wilted greens that resembled decayed vegetable remnants, while 3 specks of oil bobbed atop the soup. "Would you like some salt?" Chen Ergu inquired. "No need." Chen Huayan shook his head. For 3 coins, one could add a pinch of coarse black salt to the noodles. The old waiter also brought 2 bowls of murky liquor, which, in comparison to the industrial alcohol he had previously encountered, was vastly inferior. "Did you find anything good in the mountains this time?" I ventured to Longshuoling. "What? Are you courting death?" "There was no choice. Winter is approaching, but fortunately, I managed to gather some 5-year-old purple-backed Tian Kuei. That is still quite commendable." Chen Erga nodded. Chen Huayan took a bite of the noodles, although they appeared somewhat unclean. The flavor was undeniably poor. After a few mouthfuls, he felt fine and decided to offer a strand to the infant cradled in his arms. Initially, Luo Yunchuang resisted, but her overwhelming hunger ultimately compelled her to open her mouth. Just as unpalatable as I imagined. Luo Yunchuang suppressed her urge to vomit, finishing 1 bowl, then 2, and then 3. "Damn, what on earth have you picked up? You should toss it into the Qishui River at once." Chen Ergu exclaimed, his eyes wide. "When I was gathering the purple-backed Tian Kuei, she was crying beside me. Without her, I might not have discovered it at all. So she could be considered a lucky star. Lucky star my foot. The purple-backed Tian Kuei is worth only a few hundred coins. Her appetite could very well be the death of you. Listen to me, get rid of it quickly. If not, you'll starve before winter even arrives." Chen Ergu insisted earnestly. Just a moment longer. I wish to find her a good family." "Nonsense. What kind of good family could afford to support such a glutton? She couldn't possibly be a mountain spirit, could she?" "Stop talking nonsense. There are no mountain spirits." Chen Huayan shook his head repeatedly. "Indeed, I am the empress of the Central Plain Celestial Court. I am no mountain spirit. I perceive you to be akin to a mountain spirit, and your entire family embodies the essence of such a being. Once I regain my strength, you shall be the first I offer as a tribute to the heavens. I vow not to rest until your bones are ground to dust." Luo Yunchuang transformed her anger into appetite, consuming 2 additional bowls of noodle soup. "Alas, you are as obstinate as a mule. I cannot dissuade you." Chen Ergu shook his head. "Brother Ergu, what business do you have at the northern dock?" inquired Chen Huayan, diverting the conversation. "My father once ventured to Longshueling and procured a root of Dihuang Wang. At the time, when I inquired, Shilin Pharmacy offered merely 3 taels of silver. It is worth at least 5 taels now. Subsequently, that Dihuang Wang vanished without a trace. Just yesterday, while perusing my father's notes, I discovered that the officer Zhao Xiaoqi of the Town Marshal Division was gravely ill and required Dihuang as a remedy. My father then gifted that Dihuang Wang to Officer Zhao, thus forging a bond of friendship. Officer Zhao bestowed upon my father a token, a promise that in times of trouble, he could seek his assistance. Alas, my father fell from a cliff half a year ago, and I was never informed of this matter. Following my father's instructions, I discovered the token hidden in the beams of our home, and today I shall visit Officer Zhao. The Zhao family is known for their honor and integrity, and they promptly allowed me entry into the town marshal division as a menial worker. Though the labor is arduous, my life is assured. Chun Ergu sipped his drink, recounting his tale with enthusiasm. Brother, you have truly ascended the ranks. Allow me to raise a toast in your honor. Chen Huayan lifted his cup. Rest assured, when my fortunes improve, I shall not forget you. After all, we are kin and should support one another. The descendants of the Chen family are few. We ought to unite. Indeed, you speak wisely. Chen Huayan nodded in agreement. Chen Ergu, invigorated by the drink, ordered a platter of cold dishes consisting of a half plate of slightly aged shredded radish, yet it was inexpensive, merely 2 coins, cheaper than a pinch of coarse salt. Today, I also heard from Officer Zhao that the third young lady of the Zhao family has been gravely ill for some time and requires qi lian as a medicinal catalyst. This herb was once quite common, but now, even on the other side of Longjing, it is scarcely found. The prospects for Miss Zhao seem bleak. Chen Ergus sighed. Shaking his head, qi lian. Chun Huayan felt a stir of excitement within. He possessed 2 pearls of Jilian, which are exponentially more effective than Qi-Lian. Selling them to Sherlin Pharmacy would result in at least a 50% loss, and private sales were not an option. Chen Huayan was acutely aware of the potency of the herbs in his cave. What was once a year-old herb had matured into a 5-year-old specimen in the blink of an eye, far more powerful than any external aid. However, without the means to utilize or liquidate them, even the mightiest of resources would be rendered useless. Nonetheless, having listened to Chen Ergu's words, Chen Huayan's mind began to race. If he offered the Juyilian to the Zhao family, perhaps they would grant him a reward, alleviating his worries for the winter. Glancing around, he whispered to Chen Ergu, Brother, I do possess Qi-Lian, yet I am at a loss as to how to present it. You have Qi-Lian? You didn't sell it to Sherlin Pharmacy? I imagine you sought to exchange it for coin, but their offer is untenable. All the pharmacies in Foling County belong to the Lin family, and others dare not accept. If you were to offer this 7-leaf lotus to the Zhao family, the Lin family would not dare to raise any objections, even if they were aware of it. Thus, I shall seek out Officer Zhao Xiaoqi to assist you in gathering more information. I appreciate your efforts, Brother Go. Should this matter come to fruition, I, Alu, need not elaborate. Should I find myself in distress in the future, I trust my brothers would reciprocate. Life for us, the humble, is not easy, and assistance is indeed warranted. Chen Ergo downed the remaining wine in his bowl. Chen Huayan promptly settled the bill, placed the infant in the medicinal basket, gently secured it on his back, and followed Chen Ergo towards the northern outskirts. The longest river in Jiangling County, the Qishui River, courses through Fengling County, where it converges with the Fulong River, originating from the peak of Fulong Mountain, and the Qichuan River, flowing through Chomping County, forming a delta at the confluence of the 3 rivers. This junction has created a small plain, named Longgu Beach, due to the discovery of objects resembling dragon bones. Not far from Longgu Beach lies the largest ferry, Fengling Ferry. The area before Fengling Ferry was bustling with people, featuring shipyards, walkways, and warehouses. On the west side, the mudflats were marked with lime in a grid pattern, where bare-chested laborers awaited their turn to occupy designated zones, their ankles bound with colorful ropes, indicating their status as lowly workers. The eastern bank was more chaotic, with corpse salvages covered in river mud and water ghosts diving into sunken ships in search of treasure. Merchant ships and escort vessels were docked at the shipyard, while fishermen's rafts lined the shore. In the distance, the tallest vessel belonged to the town military division, a 3-story ship adorned with 7 iron-linked ferocious skulls at its bow. At the end of the walkway stood an octagonal pavilion forged from black iron, where a young man clad in dark rhino leather, bearing the insignia of the town military division, stood. He appeared youthful, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, reminiscent of an ancient idol from Chun Huayan's previous world. Do not move from here. I shall go greet him first. Chun Ergo instructed Chun Huayan before bending down and jogging along the somewhat swaying walkway towards the octagonal pavilion. Lord Zhao, Ergo, why have you returned once more? In response to Officer Zhao Xiaoqi's cold inquiry, Chen Ergo maintained a forced smile. Lord Zhao, this is my cousin, a herbalist named Chen Elu. Hearing of the third Mrs. Grave illness and her need for a 7-leaf lotus, he bravely ventured into the dragoness spine. He is fortunate to have survived and truly obtained the 7-leaf lotus. If Chen Huayan were to present the 7-leaf lotus to the Zhao family, it would be considered overstepping. making it difficult for him to continue residing in Foling County. However, if it were portrayed that Chen Huayan had risked his life to gather the herb for the Zhao family's urgent needs, the Lin family would have no grounds to object. 7-leaf lotus. Is that true? Sir, how could I dare to lie about such matters? Bring him here. Upon hearing this, Chen Ergo quickly turned and waved for Chen Huayan to approach. Chapter 7. The leader of the herbal gathering team, the grinning king of hell, Lin Fu. On an autumn night, the river mist enveloped the half-moon, and the mountains across the river morphed into dark ink blots. Chen Huayan sat in a patched-up boat canopy, where the bamboo door was missing half a panel. It appears that we are destined to spend the night here. Prior to his encounter with Officer Zhao Xiaoqi, he plucked 2 leaves from the 9-leaf lotus, transforming it into a 7-leaf lotus. The medicinal efficacy and age remained unchanged. Only a seasoned herbalist and physician could discern the difference. Thus, he aimed solely to convince Officer Zhao that it was indeed a 7-leaf lotus. Upon receiving the 7-leaf lotus, Zhao Xiaoqi promptly returned to the Zhao residence, while Chen Huayan found himself assigned to this fishing vessel. Until the 3rd miss, Zhao fully recovered. Chen Huayan was unable to leave even a moment. If the young lady were to be healed, he would be duly rewarded. However, should her condition remain unhealed or worsen, his life would be forfeit here. This feeling of being at the mercy of others weighed heavily on Chen Huayan, yet countless itinerants in the world lived similarly, reliant on the whims of fate in the favor of the powerful. Oh, I am famished. I am starving. Suddenly, Luo Yunchuang burst into tears. You little rascal. Are you perhaps a reincarnation of a starving ghost? Chen Huayan chuckled ruefully. In such a place, where could he find sustenance? Just as he pondered this dilemma, the captain of the boat delivered a large bucket of fish soup. When fishermen cast their nets, all manner of fish could be caught. Some bore an overwhelmingly earthy taste, unpalatable regardless of preparation, and thus became their own food. Simmered over a fierce flame until the bones dissolved, and seasoned with abundant coarse black mud salt, served with hard flatbread. Eat up. The captain tossed out, then leapt onto another larger vessel. What are they feeding me? Luo Yunchuang exclaimed in irritation. With this, I cannot even lay a foundation. Indeed, the fish soup offered little nourishment, but it could stave off hunger. Accompanying you has been a true ordeal. She grumbled as she ate. Just as Chen Huayan had filled Luo Yunchuang's belly and was about to eat himself, a cacophony erupted from outside. Through a hole in the boat's canopy, he glimpsed a group of people ascending the gangplank, with none other than Officer Zhao Xiaoqi at the forefront. Chen Huayan hastily set down his ladle and returned Luo Yunchuang to her basket. My lord. Upon exiting the boat's canopy, Zhao Xiaoqi gracefully leaped to the bow of the ship. Your 7-leaf lotus has proven remarkably effective. The Zhao family is known for its clear rewards and punishments. Your merit will surely be handsomely rewarded. Chen Huayan's anxious heart found some respite. Officer Zhao, might I also be permitted entry into the town guard? The town guard? While you have indeed rendered service, do not forget your station. The town guard is not a place for someone of your status. Zhao Xiaoqi's brow furrowed slightly. Chen Ergu had indeed entered the town guard, but only as a lowly errand boy, primarily tasked with cleaning up filth. Even so, it was a coveted position for many. Given that Miss Zhao's condition had improved remarkably due to Chen Huayan's medicinal contribution, it was unlikely they would assign him to the lowest tier of laborers. And considering his standing, it was improbable he could ever become a member of the town guard. You were originally a herbalist, and the Sherlin medicine shop has a team of herbal gatherers. The head of the family has already made arrangements with the Lin family, allowing you to join their herbal gathering team. With the support of the Zhao family, they will not treat you unfairly. After Zhao Xiaoqi, the official, finished speaking, he turned away before Chen Huayan could respond. By the way, Zhao Xiaoqi added, his back turned to Chen Huayan. The most important thing in life is self-awareness. Eliminate those unrealistic thoughts from your mind, or you will only harm yourself. As his words fell, Zhao Xiaoqi tossed down a wooden token, lightened his body, and danced back to the octagonal pavilion. An insignificant warrior in the Central State's immortal court. A person like you is not even worthy of becoming a servant in front of me. Little six, once I restore my strength, I will let you trounce them. Although Luo Yunchuang had always held a grudge against Chen Huayan's rudeness, she could not tolerate others berating him. Alas, without spiritual herbs or elixirs, I wonder when I will be able to recover. Every day I bear this humiliation. If I do not recover soon, I may die from frustration. Chen Huayan was unaware of Luo Yunchuang's thoughts and bent down to pick up the wooden token. The class system in Fengling County is far stricter than he had imagined. Yet the current situation is much improved compared to before. The herbal gathering team of Sherlin Medicine Shop is the most coveted place for herbalists in the entire Fengling County. Only those with the most experience are qualified to join, and to truly become a part of it, one must undergo rigorous assessments. Being accepted into the Sherlin Medicine Shop's herbal gathering team essentially means breaking free from the status of a wandering household. Who would have thought you would have such an opportunity? It seems my fortunes are lacking. Lin Xiang looked at the wooden token in Chun Huayan's hand. His eyes filled with regret. If he had forcibly kept Chun Huayan this morning, this situation would not have arisen. And now that he is about to join the herbal gathering team, the matter of adopting a son would most likely fall through. Alu, you must cherish this hard-earned opportunity. Lin Xiang patted Chun Huayan on the shoulder. Chun Huayan politely replied, expressing gratitude for Uncle Lin's past care. He would be ready to assist with any future matters, but he had not forgotten the debt of the purple-leafed heavenly herb, nor the difficulties that old Ding had caused for his father over the years. However, now that he had just joined the herbal gathering team, he did not want to stir up trouble. Yet, these debts would eventually need to be settled. After waiting in the medicine shop for a while, a middle-aged man with a round face and delicate eyebrows, wearing a silly smile, walked in. Master Fu. Upon seeing the man, Lin Xiang immediately changed his demeanor, nodding and bowing with great respect. Is this the Chen Lu? In response to Master Fu, it is indeed him. The man examined Chun Huayan carefully, nodding with a smile. Not bad. Looks quite clever. No wonder he could forge a connection with the Zhao family. Lin Fu, known as the Smiling Yama, is the head of the Lin family's herbal gathering team. His mother was a lowly courtesan of the lowest rank, abandoned in a mass grave during his childhood, surviving on carrion until he was rescued by the Lin family's medicine slaves. At the age of 15, he was adopted as a son by Lin Baiyang, an illegitimate child of the Lin family, and was bestowed the name Lin Fu. Over a decade of leading the herbal gathering team, there had been 73 changes in personnel, with only his 2 trusted aides surviving beyond 3 years. Come with me, Lin Fu stated succinctly, without any superfluous words, turning directly towards the exit of the pharmacy. The residence of the herbal gathering team was located in the southwestern outskirts of the city, adjacent to the South Market's herbal alley and backed by the Qingchuan tributary. From the Zhuke Gate, one would head east through 3 lanes, passing by 2 crooked streets lined with jujube trees, to behold a gray-tiled courtyard wall adorned with windproof torches. This was the domain of the Lin family's herbal gathering team. The black wooden door, reinforced with iron, bore a plaque inscribed with "Return all herbs to the forest," from which hung a string of dried snake skins. This is your room, Lin Fu remarked, his countenance still adorned with a benevolent smile. Yet Chen Huayan felt a chill creep over him. Inside the room were 4 or 5 individuals, the darkness rendering their features indistinct. The long pinewood flooring was laid with 3 layers of reed mats, far superior to Chun Huayan's own home. As for Lin Fu, he enjoyed a private courtyard. He was the newcomer, Chen Lu, who had gathered a 7-leaf lotus and healed the 3rd miss of the Zhao family, gaining entry through their connections. Do not hold it against him, Lin Fu concluded and departed. Chapter 8. The Town's Martial Guard Herbal Gathering. Chen Lu takes an oath of service in the blink of an eye. Chen Huayan had been a member of the Lin family's herbal gathering team for some time. He was the youngest among the entire team, having taken advantage of the Zhao family's connections, accompanied by a burden, and consequently faced considerable ostracism. However, the conditions here far surpassed those of his home. The cold jests and derisive remarks paled in comparison to the satisfaction of a full meal. This place was referred to as the Baichao residence. In the front courtyard, the ground was paved with green bricks. At the center stood a 3-legged bronze medicinal cauldron. And under the western corridor, Angelica and Astragalus were drying. Along the eastern wall were 20 earthen jars soaking various herbs. The central courtyard comprised 6 shared rooms arranged in a non-linear pattern, each marked with a nameplate, with Chun Huayan residing in the first shared room. Each room accommodated 5 people. Currently, excluding the head Lin Fu, there were 7 members in the herbal gathering team, occupying 2 shared rooms. Lin Fu's 2 trusted aides each had their own room, while the remaining 5, including Chen Huayan, shared one. The 3 additional shared rooms had been repurposed as a bathing area and a storage space. Beyond the central courtyard lay the rear warehouse, containing 4 storage rooms for coarse herbs and 2 cellars housing precious medicinal materials, accessible only to the head. On the western side was a stable housing 4 prized steeds, which only the head could ride. After breakfast, the task of cleaning the courtyard fell solely upon Chen Huayan. As the hour approached, the bell chimed, prompting Chen Huayan to hastily set aside his broom and make his way to the large cauldron in the front courtyard. All members of the Lin family's herbal gatherers were required to practice the 5-animal play daily. Physical fitness was essential for herbal gatherers. As each expedition into Fulong Mountain would span 3 to 5 days, those lacking physical stamina would undoubtedly falter. Previously, Chen Huayan had often ventured into the mountains. Yet he would always return by nightfall, never daring to spend the night within the rugged terrain. Although he is still young, his physical condition pales in comparison to that of the herbal gathering team. The members of this team immerse themselves daily in herbal baths, utilizing only the herbs they cultivate themselves, which are of little monetary value. Chen Huayan invested considerable effort to obtain a formula for these herbal baths. The 100-herb residence is never short of herbs, but what Chen Huayan could acquire was limited to the remnants that others discarded. For him, any herb that could thrive was considered good. After several days of experimentation, he discovered that the spiritual garden within the cave could support the growth of various herbs. However, the lower quality ones had a limited lifespan, typically ceasing to grow after 3 to 5 years. This was sufficient, as after 3 days of using the herbal infusion, he could distinctly feel changes in his body. Just yesterday, he had placed the infant girl into the herbal bath as well, and she appeared quite pleased. He even bestowed upon her the name Meng Meng, Chen Meng Meng. The infant reacted somewhat vehemently, seemingly resistant, yet unable to vocalize her dissent. Chen Huayan took it as her consent. Half an hour later, after everyone had completed their exercises, Lin Fu cleared his throat. Ahem, I have an announcement to make. In half a month, it will be the beginning of winter. As per our annual tradition, we must venture into the mountains to gather herbs once more. The next opportunity will not come until next year. We have had little success for over 2 months now, making this expedition crucial. If we return empty-handed again, none of us will have a good winter. Moreover, for this journey, there will be no Lin family warriors accompanying us. Upon hearing Lin Fu's words, the crowd tensed. The perilous Fulong Mountain, particularly the depths of Longzhou Ridge, necessitated a substantial number of warriors for protection each time they ventured in, or it could mean certain death. Do not fret. The individuals safeguarding us this time are hundreds of times more formidable than our Lin family warriors. They are from the town military division. The crowd reacted with disbelief. The town military division would dispatch a high-ranking official into the mountains, primarily tasked with eradicating bandits, while also escorting us for herb gathering. With a profit sharing of 70-30, Lin Fu did not keep them in suspense, directly clarifying their doubts. Thus, this expedition requires your utmost diligence. Anyone returning empty-handed will face consequences. Lin Fu's face retained a smile, though it bore an unsettling quality. Prepare well, ensure you bring all necessary gear, and we shall depart tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit. After Lin Fu concluded, the crowd dispersed, each engaged in their respective duties. Chen Aliu, come here. Just as Chen Huayan was about to dry the herbs, he was called over by Lin Fu. Head Lin. This was the customary address used by the herbal gathering team, and Chen Anyang adhered to local customs. Given the importance of this expedition, I shall not belabor the point. You must not bring that burden of yours along, lest it hinders our herb gathering. As Lin Fu spoke, he cast a glance at the herb basket behind Chen Huayan. A few days prior, while cleaning the courtyard, Chen Huayan had left Luo Yunchuang on the bed, and upon his return, she had vanished. After searching for a while, he eventually found her by the banks of Qichuan. Unbeknownst to the perpetrator of this mischievous act, Luo Yunchuang was unceremoniously cast into the Qinchuan River, driven by an overwhelming will to survive. She remarkably clawed her way back to the shore, narrowly escaping what could have been a second death. Ever since that fateful day, wherever Chen Huayan ventured, be it to the lavatory or elsewhere, Luo Yunchuang was ever by his side. Lin, I assure you that this time, while foraging for medicinal herbs in the mountains, I will procure at least 2 taels worth of valuable herbs. Should I fail, I shall promptly withdraw from the foraging team. However, this young girl must remain with me. Upon hearing Chen Huayan's solemn pledge, Lin Fu refrained from further discourse and made his way back to his private quarters. Gathering herbs worth 2 taels had never posed an issue in the past, yet now, even seasoned members of the foraging team could not guarantee success. Chen Huayan had prepared for this endeavor. He had planted several ordinary herbs in the spirit garden of a cave, which, after 5 years of growth, would yield a doubled value. Achieving 2 taels of silver was not an insurmountable challenge. After a bustling day, Chen Huayan, having dined, shouldered his herb basket and approached the eastern corner of the courtyard to begin concocting a medicinal bath. The other foragers had settled in the communal quarters, filling large barrels with medicinal broth in a sheltered area to avoid the chill and enhance the efficacy of their baths. Chen Huayan, however, had been driven out due to space constraints. Yet, he welcomed this, for his herbs were all 5 years old and specially cultivated, and the effects of a 3-day soak would surpass that of others who had soaked for an entire year. Once the herbal concoction was ready, he poured it into a wooden tub that towered over him. Embracing Luo Yunchuang, he settled into the herbal bath, sprinkling some inferior herbal remnants on the surface of the water to avert suspicion should anyone happen to glimpse them. This feels invigorating. Although these are not spiritual herbs, they are certainly better than nothing. Where does this boy procure such herbs? I have been by his side all this time. How does he consistently manage to unearth these rare medicinal plants? What has he been doing behind my back? Luo Yunchuang, feeling exceedingly comfortable, paddled playfully in the tub. Chun Huayan, with his eyes gently closed, allowed his relaxed body to fully absorb the herbal effects. He was acutely aware that given his circumstances, the resources of the foraging team were limited, and all were conspiring against him, particularly Lin Fu, who seemed to harbor a continuous grudge. Having witnessed the prowess of Officer Zhao Shaoqi, Chun Huayan often envisioned a day when he too could attain such capabilities, acquiring strength that would render him untouchable. However, Fengling County differed from other jurisdictions. Here, martial arts were strictly prohibited. Aspiring to learn self-defense techniques was akin to scaling a mountain. All martial skills were monopolized by the town military division. Moreover, those who were retired or dismissed from the division would join the escort agency, and their martial arts could not be divulged, even to their own offspring, under the threat of severe punishment. Yet, rules may be rigid, but humanity is adaptable. As long as there are sufficient incentives, there will always be those willing to engage in clandestine dealings. The issue is that Chun Huayan does not possess much disposable income. The medicinal herb gathering team provides meals and lodging, but to earn an income, they must rely on foraging in the mountains. Chun Huayan aspires to acquire some martial skills. Depending on the bounty from this expedition into the mountains, it is prudent to prepare an ample supply of medicinal herbs, ensuring a safeguard. Chun Huayan pondered inwardly. Chapter 9. The silent ant gifts a map, and the vicious beasts of Fulong River appear. Before dawn, the herb gatherers from Baikeju had finished their breakfast and, under the guidance of their leader, Lin Fu, set off towards the Fengling Ferry in the northern outskirts. This time, they were to delve deep into the Ghost Cry Gorge of Fulong Mountain. On foot, it would take them half a month to arrive. Thanks to the favor of the town military division, the gathering team was able to board the grand vessel of the division, sailing upstream against the Fulong River. Passing through Dragon Claw Ridge and Broken Dragon Spine, stopping near Long Bay Mountain upstream of the Fulong River. After walking for over a day, they would reach the Ghost Cry Gorge. This journey still required 3 to 5 days to reach the heart of Fulong Mountain, reputed to be abundant in rare spiritual herbs, yet fiercely guarded by savage beasts. Even if the entire town military division were to venture forth, it would likely be a one-way trip. Accompanied by Luo Yunchuang, who occupied a space in Chun Huayan's herb basket, the gathering team consisted of a total of 8.5 individuals as they boarded the ferry. The town military division's vessel was magnificent and opulent. It usually remained anchored at a distance, only approaching for maintenance, necessitating a ferry to board. This was Lin Fu's first time aboard. Be cautious. This vessel is extremely valuable. If you damage it, even 10 of your lives would not suffice to repay the cost. Lin Fu admonished sternly. Yes. The group responded in unison, and Chun Huayan echoed the sentiment. Just a mere boat, in my homeland. Even the lowest of slaves wouldn't hesitate to board such a vessel. Luo Yunchuang, peering through the gaps of the herb basket, cast a disdainful glance at the grand ship. As for Chun Huayan, he remained unfazed, although he had seldom sailed in his previous life. He had encountered various information regarding cruise ships and aircraft carriers, making this vessel appear rather ordinary in comparison. The 3-story vessel, adorned with exquisite carvings and painted beams, boasted portholes embedded with dragon-shaped glass, glistening in the sunlight, a sight to behold. 72 strong men exerted their might as the vessel set sail. The thick hemp ropes, as stout as an infant's arm, were drawn taut, while the boatmen on either side sang the Slay the Dragon song, their voices resounding like thunder, stirring an inexplicable vigor within Chun Huayan, yet he had no outlet for it. As the vessel surged forward, its speed increased, cutting through the waves like a plow through snow. Beneath the visible 3 tiers, there were 2 additional layers beneath the water's surface, one for drainage and another for storing miscellaneous items. The herb gatherers were allocated space in the storage chamber, provided with a few oil lamps for illumination. To the ordinary herbalists, joining the Lin family's gathering team was a mark of distinction. Yet in the eyes of the town military division, they bore little difference from household servants. However, as the adopted son of the illegitimate Lin Biong. Lin Fu received a different treatment, resting in a private cabin on the upper deck. The location for our herb gathering this time is at Duanlong Ridge, a place teeming with ferocious beasts. Even with the protection of the Jinwu Division, it poses a perilous challenge for us, thus necessitating swift action in our herb collection. To save time, we shall split up. Alu, since you arrived late, you probably lack a map of Duanlong Ridge. Each map costs a couple of silver coins. Would you like to purchase one? This individual is one of Lin Fu's trusted confidants, known to others as Ghost Hand 7. The most adept at herb gathering among the entire team. Years ago, he collected a rare Tian Kuei at Duanlong Ridge, which remained fresh for 10 days and was returned intact to the Sherlin Pharmacy. Seventh brother, could you possibly extend credit? No way. This venture into the mountains is fraught with danger. No one can guarantee their safe return. If you were to perish inside, how would I reclaim the money? Ghost Hand 7 scoffed and tucked away the cowhide parchment he had just produced. Alu, I do have some spare coins, if you wish to borrow. Simply return 2 silvers upon your return. Old 7 is quite right. Whether you can return alive is uncertain, and I too am taking a considerable risk. One-Eyed Asi interjected, having lost his right eye to the venom of a serpent spirit during a past herb gathering, now replaced with a glass eye. Slightly built. He excels at scaling sheer cliffs, his fingers adorned with iron scales. Possessing the map would undoubtedly spare Chen Huayan from numerous detours, yet 2 silvers is exorbitant. Moreover, given the character of this group, would they truly provide an authentic map, or would it be tampered with? As Chen Huayan hesitated, a woman who had been seated abruptly stood, pulling aside One-Eyed Asi, and from her sleeve produced a piece of cowhide parchment, offering it to Chen Huayan. The members of the herb gathering team referred to this woman as Silent Third Ant, a mute who reportedly lost her voice while testing poisons. She is the sole individual in the team capable of collecting toxic herbs, deftly handling lethal plants that even Lin Fu dares not approach. Silent Third Ant gestured. And through their recent interactions, Chen Huayan was able to somewhat comprehend her meaning. Is this a map? Thank you immensely, Third Ant. She shook her head and cast a glance at One-Eyed Asi and Ghost Hand 7. The outskirts of Duanlong Ridge are also enveloped by a toxic fog forest. Relying heavily on Silent Third Ant's antidote pills, for she is also a master of poisons, and none would dare to offend her lightly. Ahem, Third Ant. Might you consider distributing the antidote pills among everyone? Lame Old Wu chuckled as he looked towards Silent Third Ant, his voice muffled and somewhat uncomfortable to hear. Typically, he keeps his nose stuffed with medicinal cloth, only removing it when entering the mountains. He is the most sensitive nose in the entire herb gathering team, capable of pinpointing the exact locations of herbs from several miles away, and upon drawing closer, even identifying the types and precise ages of the plants. Silent Third Ant retrieved a gourd from her waist and poured out 6 black pills, distributing them among the remaining 6 individuals. The flickering oil lamp cast an uncertain glow, failing to fully illuminate the cabin. In the shadows, the scarred-faced Zhou and the hunchbacked heir sat in silence, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the once stable ship tilted violently, causing everyone to lose their footing and tumble to the floor, the oil lamp crashing to the ground and extinguished by scattered debris. What in the world is happening? Zhou's expression changed dramatically. A water monster. We've encountered a water monster. Despite being blind, Yi remained unperturbed. His acute hearing allowed him to discern that a creature had obstructed the warship of the Town Marshal Command. Trapped on the ship, the group found themselves incapable of escape. And most were not strong swimmers. Bang! Oh no! Water is flooding the lower hold. A hint of panic crept into Ye's voice. We must find a way to ascend. It is far too perilous down here, said Gui Shouqi, without the command of the Town Marshal Command. Rushing upstairs might give Yi pause. At such a moment, remaining here would lead to swifter demise. One-Eyed Asi quickly felt his way to the hatch, breaking it open with a punch and escaping. The others exchanged glances. Chen Huayan, sensing the water had risen to his ankles, followed suit and dashed out as well. Chapter 10. Those who ascend to the deck shall be executed. The lower hold of the Town Marshal Command's warship was expansive. By ascending the steps, one could reach the deck through the hinged hatch. Relying on his memory, Asi navigated to the hatch and forced it open. Chen Huayan followed closely behind. Thud. A bloody severed head rolled to Chen Huayan's feet. This was indeed the head of One-Eyed Asi, eyes wide open in shock. Those who ascend to the deck shall be executed, declared the stern flag guard of the Town Marshal Command. The sound of a blade slicing through the air startled Chen Huayan, prompting him to evade, while within the medicinal basket, Luo Yunshuang prepared to retaliate with a surge of spiritual pressure. Hold on. A somewhat languid voice interrupted, the sharp blade halting before Chun Huayan's neck. He remained still, and Luo Yunchuang promptly withdrew her spiritual presence. "Are you Chen Lu?" Responding to the esteemed one, "I am but a humble Chen Lu." Chun Huayan spotted Zhao, the junior flag officer, seated at a small table on the deck, now clad in a more imposing attire. "Come here." Zhao beckoned. The flag guards emotionless as they stepped aside. Chun Huayan approached the low table with measured steps. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, and in his peripheral vision he caught sight of a massive headless serpent drifting along the river. On Zhao's table rested a small bowl, seemingly containing the serpent's brain, which occasionally twitched. "Do you understand that aboard the town marshal commands warship? Without an order, no one is permitted to roam freely?" "Indeed." Before boarding, Chief Lin Fu made this abundantly clear. Was it then a case of willful defiance? Just moments ago, an unforeseen calamity struck, causing utter panic. With only the instinct to survive on my mind. Beneath the celestial court, among billions of subjects, who does not yearn for life? Yet, if all were to prioritize their own survival at the expense of the law, would the realm not descend into chaos? In such turmoil, the number of lives lost would surely multiply. Zhao Xiaoqi, the official, savored a morsel of brain matter, dipping it in a flavorful sauce before swallowing it whole. Chen Huayan understood well that might makes right, even if one is in the right, and the other is utterly mistaken. The disparity in strength renders any argument futile. Noticing Chun Huayan's silence, Zhao Xiaoqi set down his chopsticks. "The moment I laid eyes on you, I perceived your rebellious spirit. If you were inept, it might be excusable. But should you gain power, you would undoubtedly disturb the peace of this realm. I dare not overstep, for I am but a lowly wanderer, born of humble origins." Such a fine display of humility. Yet, the very moment you stepped out of the cabin, you committed a grave offense. However, in light of your contribution in gathering herbs, should you consume this bowl of eel essence, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Upon hearing this, Chen Huayan hesitated not for an instant. Seizing the bowl of eel essence with his bare hands, it was viscous and slippery, emitting an overwhelming stench that would have made most retch uncontrollably. Yet, Zhao Xiaoqi relished this delicacy. Before he could even chew, the eel essence slid down his throat and into his stomach, setting off a tumultuous upheaval akin to crashing waves. The intense odor assaulting his senses. Chen Huayan summoned every ounce of strength to keep his mouth shut, his teeth nearly shattering under the pressure, his fists clenched, veins bulging. In recent days, the medicinal baths had invigorated his sinews, his strength comparable to that of a seasoned practitioner after several years of training. After a prolonged struggle, he managed to suppress the urge to vomit, though his body felt utterly drained. Initially, Zhao Xiaoqi had regarded Chen Huayan with disdain. But when he had contemplated ending his life moments ago, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him, as if his own life hung by a thread. This sensation was profoundly intense. Though he was relatively young, he had faced life and death situations numerous times, honing a natural vigilance for crises, which had allowed him to escape peril on multiple occasions. Uncertain if this inexplicable intuition was tied to Chen Huayan, he decided to test the eel essence on him. This substance could temporarily stimulate the internal energy of a warrior. Should Chun Huayan indeed be a trained fighter, consuming the essence would surely cause his energy to overflow. The internal energy, or true qi, is a fundamental requirement for martial practitioners. Most individuals, throughout their lives, never encounter this elusive force. Zhao Xiaoqi, possessing exceptional talent, had spent 7 or 8 years merely to cultivate a trace of true qi, and in the entirety of Fengling County, only a handful could achieve such a feat. He observed closely, and indeed, a faint trace of true qi seemed to manifest within Chun Huayan, albeit exceedingly weak, a far cry from the threshold of mastery. Yet, this revelation was surprising. After all, Chen Huayan was merely a herb-gathering wanderer. How could signs of true qi possibly emerge from one of his ilk? He was somewhat indecisive, constantly sensing an inexplicable peculiarity emanating from Chun Huayan. The act of killing a vagrant seemed as daunting as crushing an ant. It was hard to determine which was more challenging. That fleeting sense of crisis was the crux of his hesitation. Moreover, due to his contributions in administering medicine, he had been promoted from a minor flag officer to a major flag officer. Of course, given his capabilities, ascending to the rank of major flag officer was merely a matter of time. However, with this premature promotion, the resources at his disposal had multiplied several-fold, marking him as the first individual in his 20s to attain such a rank since the establishment of the town's martial administration. Return at once. Any further violations of the law will be met with unyielding punishment. Ultimately, Major Zhao decided against taking immediate action. They had only just entered the mountains, and there was ample time ahead for him to observe. Chen Huayan promptly withdrew to the lower deck. Meanwhile, strongmen arrived to repair the damaged hull, and before long, all the breaches were restored to their former condition. It was as if nothing had transpired, save for the absence of a serpent in the Fulong River and the loss of a one-eyed AC from the medicinal gathering team. Ugh! Chen Huayan stood in a shadowy corner, retching repeatedly, yet nothing emerged. The foul taste lingered in his mouth, leaving him quite uncomfortable, though a warm current flowed through his limbs. His mind was filled with the image of the serpent's corpse from earlier. From the moment the serpent attacked the ship until it was slain by Major Zhao, merely a few breaths had passed. What immense power that was! If only he could possess such strength one day. Previously, Chen Huayan had only navigated the confines of Chen family village, encountering the most destitute of commoners. However, upon arriving in the county town, his horizons expanded, particularly following his 2 encounters with Major Zhao. The last time, Zhao had walked upon the water with effortless grace. And this time, with a mere gesture, he had vanquished the serpent, igniting in Chen Huayan an ardent desire for martial prowess. With such power, he would no longer need to bow and scrape before others. Even while gathering herbs in the mountains, he would fear no tiger spirits or serpent demons. The serpent had merely existed for a century or so, still a great distance from achieving sentience. Hence, its marrow was nothing extraordinary. Nevertheless, for the inexperienced Liuzi, it held significant advantages. What does that pale-faced fellow mean? He seems far from benevolent. If only I could speak, I would impart some techniques to Liuzi. The methods from the celestial court of Zhangzhou, even the most rudimentary, would render him unmatched in this inconsequential county. Yet, if I were to directly bestow upon him these techniques, would it not startle him? My identity could very well be exposed, and should those traitors take notice, my current strength is insufficient to confront them. Alas, Liuzi, may you seek your own fortune. Once my strength is restored, gurgle. No, I mustn't dwell on matters. Pondering only makes me hungry. Suddenly, the silence of the cabin was shattered by the wail of an infant. Chapter 11. To become a scholar, marry, and have children is not an unworthy ambition for a wealthy man. As night descended, a crescent moon cast its reflection upon the river, while a grand boat glided through, shattering the moonlight into fragments. Who is Chenaliu? It is I. I am. Below deck, Chen Huayan stirred from his slumber upon hearing the call from the flag attendant. Instantly awakening and responding. The chief officer wishes to see you. Follow me, the flag attendant declared before turning to leave. Chen Huayan, not daring to delay, quickly slung his medicine basket over his shoulder and followed closely behind. The town military command of Fulong County was marked by strict hierarchy. Every 10 individuals formed a flag, supervised by a minor flag officer. 10 minor flags constituted a major flag, overseen by a major flag officer along with 2 flag attendants. Furthermore, 10 major flags formed a total flag, governed by a total flag officer. Presently, the town military command boasted 5 total flags, comprising over 5,000 personnel. On the second level of the grand boat, in a lavishly adorned chamber, Zhao Zhe, recently elevated to the rank of major flag officer, sat cross-legged at a table, delicately holding a slice of sashimi. Sir, Chenalia has arrived. Let him enter. Zhao Zhe's command fell, and Chen Huayan cautiously stepped into the room. Sir, Chen Huayan bowed respectfully. Come, sit down. I dare not. Then you may leave. Yet, perhaps it is best if I sit. Chen Huayan prudently took a seat opposite Zhao Zhe, who had set 6 plates before him, each adorned with sliced seafood, accompanied by several bowls of dipping sauce. Have you eaten? Zhao Zhe glanced at Chen Huayan. This dish was all too familiar to Chen Huayan, in the world he had traversed from. It was known as yuk in ancient times, later referred to as sashimi. Prepared without frying, steaming, or any cooking methods, it was consumed raw, preserving its nutritional value, though from a hygiene perspective, it posed a risk for various infectious diseases. My neighbor is a fisherman. I once tried eating it raw. What was that? Difficult to swallow. Try this. Chen Huayan was filled with curiosity, utterly perplexed by what Zhao Zhe was truly after. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. After all, he had arrived. If his fate was to be sealed, he had no strength to resist. Chen Huayan began to eat. How is it? Fresh. Dip it in the sauce and give it a try. The essence of sashimi lay in its pure, unadulterated freshness. Such delicacy, paired with sauce, would surely be a waste. Chen Huayan shook his head. Haha, you make a valid point. Try my prize collection, brought over from the flower boat of the Sun family. something that ordinary folk cannot even aspire to smell. Upon hearing this, Chun Huayan hesitated no longer. The drink was smooth, gliding down his throat, exquisite. He took a small sip, nodding in approval. Who would have thought that a humble wanderer like you possesses such knowledge of wine? You honor me, sir. In mere moments. A few simple exchanges had caused Zhao Zhu to regard Chun Huayan with newfound respect. How could an ordinary drifter possess such insight? In truth, Chun Huayan possessed little knowledge of wines. In his past life, he had merely observed numerous advertisements for liquor and could feign a superficial understanding. His intention was to create an enigmatic aura around himself for Zhao Zhu. This approach, albeit perilous, was the only recourse available to Chun Huayan, who lacked any background. The cave and the spiritual garden were indeed formidable, yet the pressing question remained: how to monetize the herbs he cultivated. The social hierarchy in Fobling County was rigid, with the influence of the four prominent families permeating every aspect of life. Even if he donned a disguise and attempted to sell herbs in the black market, he would inevitably be exposed the following day. Furthermore, he had no means to justify the origins of his herbs. The optimal use of the spiritual garden lay in cultivating low-year herbs, concocting elixirs, and refining potions to enhance his own abilities. Occasionally, he could exchange a few herbs for a bit of pocket money. Such a life would be truly delightful. Therefore, seizing any opportunity to maintain a connection with Zhao Zhu was imperative for him to access greater possibilities. Are you acquainted with the dragon scale vine? The dragon scale vine thrives atop the sheer cliffs of the Broken Dragon Ridge, its tendrils adorned with silver scales that resonate like gold and iron when struck. Its leaves, arising from 9 veins, possess a hue reminiscent of dark ice, exuding an ethereal purple glow at night. Chun Huayan recited its characteristics with familiarity, for it was documented in his father's pharmacopoeia and classified as an exceedingly rare entity. Zhao Zhu nodded. Take a 3-inch length of the vine and boil it. The resulting broth will be amber in color. Immerse oneself for 3 hours, and the pain will be akin to 100 serpents entwined around one's bones. However, once the ordeal is endured, it will solidify one's qi and coagulate blood, drawing the spirit into the acupoints. Do you desire this dragon scale vine, my lord? Chun Huayan inquired. The collection of dragon scale vine was notoriously challenging. Over the years, the Sherlin apothecary had managed to acquire merely half a piece, which had long been inflated to an exorbitant price. Even the officials of the Jinwu division lacked the financial means to procure it. Should you successfully gather it, delivering it to the apothecary would yield a modest sum, yet regardless of the amount given, within the confines of Fengling County, you would remain a mere itinerant. The establishments within the city, including taverns and brothels, as well as the flower boats and painted barges outside the city, would forever be beyond your reach. Zhao Zhu spoke softly as he lifted his wine cup. The herbal collectors in Fengling County relied heavily on the Lin family for their livelihoods, making such clandestine transactions strictly taboo. Zhao Zhu's actions jeopardized this unwritten rule, and should it come to light, even a prodigious talent would find no mercy. Otherwise, it would set a precedent for chaos in Fengling County. Previously, a scion of the Sun family had sought a restorative herb by circumventing the Sherlin apothecary and directly approached the herbal collection team, resulting in that collector being executed by dismemberment, while the Sun heir was left intact. Before Chun Huayan offered his herbs to the Zhao family, they had repeatedly sought the 7-leaf lotus from the Sherlin apothecary. Upon Chun Huayan's submission of his herbs, the Zhao family immediately bestowed upon the apothecary treasures worth several times more than the 7-leaf lotus, further incorporating Chun Huayan into the Lin family's herbal collection team. Moreover, the 7-leaf lotus was a life-saving remedy. However, the dragon scale vine that Zhao Zhu urged Chun Huayan to gather was not only of inestimable value, but also impossible to negotiate with the Lin family, marking it as the gravest taboo. He had previously described Chun Huayan as a restless soul, a person with a rebellious spirit. In truth, Zhao Zhu shared this same disposition. The saying rich in martial prowess, poor in literary talent holds true. While innate ability in martial arts is undoubtedly significant, the availability of resources is paramount. Zhao Zhu possessed talent, yet as a child born out of wedlock, his prospects were limited within the military ranks, where attaining the position of a flag officer marked the pinnacle of his aspirations. Given his circumstances, the resources accessible to him were insufficient for further advancement. Previously, he had contemplated seeking out herbalists. However, ordinary foragers lacked the capability to procure the elusive dragon scale vine, which required the expertise of seasoned herbalists, individuals from the herbal gathering teams who would almost certainly not betray the Lin family to assist Zhao Zhu. My lord, I wish to learn some martial techniques. The art of combat cannot be imparted externally, such as the ironclad law of Fengling County. Zhao Shi replied with a stern expression. To assist you in shedding the identity of a drifter is already a covert act. I possess some properties within the city, initially. I can have you registered as a farmer, then hire a private tutor. With your cleverness, you could attain the status of a scholar, marry, and have children, ultimately becoming a wealthy man. Zhao Shi seemed to have meticulously arranged matters regarding Chen Huayan. Yet, seeking herbalists beyond the Lin apothecary was also a taboo. Chen Huayan gazed at Zhao Shi, who furrowed his brow, hesitating. The dragon scale vine was notoriously difficult to harvest within the entire gathering team. Only the legendary Ghost Hand 7 possessed the requisite skill. I do possess certain techniques, yet my strength is somewhat lacking, and I may not be able to deftly extract that 3-inch vine. Ultimately, Zhao Shi shook his head. The art of combat cannot be taught. Even if I were to convey the fundamental principles to you, without a master to guide you, it would be of no use. However, I can indeed offer you some methods for cultivation. Should you manage to grasp the basics, it will not be too late to consider martial skills. Please, my lord, enlighten me. Before a warrior embarks on their journey, they must traverse 4 stages, training the muscles, bones, skin, and energy, what is termed as external training of muscles, bones, and skin, and internal cultivation of vital energy. Upon completing these 4 stages, one may be considered to have glimpsed the threshold of martial understanding. When the energy reaches fruition, one truly enters the realm of the cultivator. Zhao Shi had completed the energy cultivation and even attained the pinnacle of the blood condensation realm, with only a step remaining to the next level. Yet, it was this very step that had thwarted countless martial cultivators, including Zhao Shi himself. The dragon scale vine represented his sole shortcut. Though the paths of martial training may differ, they ultimately converge. My method may not be suited to you. Regardless of your success, let us establish a mutual understanding. This matter is known to heaven and earth, to you and me alone. Should a third party become aware of it, I shall take your life. Furthermore, should you fail to procure the dragon scale vine during this venture into the mountains, I shall likewise claim your life. No sooner had Zhao Shi finished speaking than a wail emerged from Chen Huayan's medicine basket. Wah! Huh! Who is that? My child. Chen Huayan found himself at a loss for words. He had just fed her, so why was she crying again? He lifted the infant, only to discover that she was not hungry but had soiled herself. What a foul smell. Zhao Shi quickly covered his mouth and nose, as even the incense in the room was extinguished by the odor. My lord, please forgive me. The child is small and does not understand. Chapter 12. Muscles like a coiling python, fists that can shatter the air. Chen Huayan turned away, hurriedly tending to the infant, finally managing to soothe her. My lord. Chen Huayan's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. Let us not forget the 3 agreements, you know, and I know. That Zhao Shi glanced at the infant cradled in Chen Huayan's arms. The child is so small, unable to comprehend human speech. Luo Yunshuang instinctively nodded in agreement with Chen Huayan's assertion. Can she truly not understand? Zhao Shi harbored some doubts. Indeed, Chen Huayan replied with conviction. Very well. Mastery of these techniques requires persistent effort, yet I possess some shortcuts. Try these first, and utilizing the dragon scale vine should pose no challenge. Zhao Shi rose and retrieved 2 boxes from a cabinet. Before my formal training, I would suspend a 1,000-pound copper bell from my limbs every day, combined with tiger bone grass to steam my tendons. After approximately 6 months, my tendons felt as if a green python coiled around my bones, and my punches could shatter the air with a sound. Thus, I deemed it accomplished. From that point onward, my fists and feet moved with swiftness, and I could scale walls as if traversing flat ground. Subsequently, I rolled on a bed of nails, and my medicinal baths utilized the essence of the red sun sand mixed with the juice of the death-defying herb. Also taking about 6 months, my bones resonated like bells, and even a fall from Tinjiang would not break my bones. When it came to skin training, I practiced standing in the blazing sun, using iron thorns to strike my body, supplemented with icy silkworm silk armor. This took only 3 months, during which mosquitoes and flies would fall away without a trace, and I could sense airflow 3 inches away from my skin, making it difficult for ordinary blades to pierce me, while concealed weapons would emit a warning. As for refining the breath, I devoted a full 2.5 years to it. Complete the first 3 exercises before proceeding to the breath. Those who attempt to refine their breath before strengthening their tendons will inevitably experience shattered meridians within 3 months. And those who forcefully cultivate their breath without solidified skin will bleed as if sweating. Therefore, it is imperative to establish a solid foundation and avoid hubris. These are the herbs that remain from my earlier training. They may still hold some efficacy, so use them to soak, and in half a day, you will reach the broken dragon spine. How much you can absorb in this time depends entirely on your fortune. I shall remain at the broken dragon spine for 3 days, thus you have only 3 days to gather herbs. After Zhao Shi finished speaking, he lightly tapped the table 3 times with his index finger, and the flag guard opened the door, escorting Chen Huayan to the adjacent room. Do you require someone to come and brew the medicine for you? The flag guard inquired coldly. No need to trouble yourself, my lord. I can manage it myself. The flag guard left the room, and Chen Huayan carefully closed the door behind him. Since ancient times, to achieve a leap in social status, one must grasp great opportunities and often face life-threatening risks. For someone like Chen Huayan, who had already seen the world, returning to the life of a herb gatherer seemed less appealing than starting anew. He could not escape the identity of a drifter, nor could he maximize his advantages. The dragon scale vine. Chen Huayan had resolutely decided. He was determined to obtain the dragon scale vine. The herbs Zhao Shi provided were not mere refuse, appearing half alive. If planted in the spiritual garden, they might yet be salvaged. He gently lifted the infant from the herb basket. She was sleeping soundly. Chen Huayan carefully placed her on the bed, tucked her in, and then, holding the herbs, sat cross-legged by the bedside, slowly closing his eyes. If only he could take a medicinal bath here. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself within a cave. After this period of experimentation, at least for now, he could only bring the herbs inside. None of his other belongings could be brought along. He approached the spirit garden and picked up the medicinal hoe. Beginning his work at the excavation site, time flowed much more swiftly here than outside, while merely a quarter of an hour passed beyond. It felt like half a day had elapsed within. He had yet to precisely calculate this temporal disparity. With a gentle splash, he poured a ladle of pond water onto the freshly sown herbs, and the once wilting, yellowing leaves began to reveal signs of vitality, soon transforming into a lush green. The 3-year-old tiger bone grass had matured to a 10-year age and ceased its growth, while the 5-year-old had reached 12 years. Observing that their growth had plateaued, Chen Huayan deemed it an appropriate moment to harvest them. With a thought, he exited the cave. In the center of the room stood a wooden tub, beside which was a stove. Chen Huayan first brewed the tiger bone grass, and when the time was nearly right, he poured the herbs and medicinal broth directly into the tub, adjusting the temperature to a suitable warmth. Just as he was about to enter the bath, the infant suddenly erupted into tears. What now? You've eaten and even soiled yourself. The baby, unable to articulate, merely continued to wail. Do you wish to bathe too? You can't truly understand what I'm saying, can you? Chen Huayan gazed at the child, their eyes locked in mutual bewilderment. It seemed prudent to avoid her in future endeavors, lest she truly be some reincarnated spirit. This thought sent a shiver down his spine. To prevent the little one from crying any further, he reluctantly donned a light shirt, cradled the infant, and together they entered the tub. The medicinal broth was pleasantly warm, making for a most comfortable soak. I love bathing. My skin feels so good. Oh. I love bathing. The turtle has fallen. The infant sang, her voice a cacophony that grated on the ears. What nonsense are you singing? It's utterly dreadful. Can you please stop? If you keep singing, I might just lose my patience. Chen Huayan was oblivious to Luo Yunshuang's thoughts, soaking in the bath while humming tunes from his past life. How can this be possible? Outside, Zhao Shi peered through a hole in the paper of the window, watching as Chen Huayan soaked in the tiger bone grass. Although the herb had been left for some time and its efficacy diminished, it was still far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Years ago, Zhao Shi had first bound himself with a 1,000-pound bronze bell to stretch his limbs, enduring extensive conditioning before daring to bathe in tiger bone grass. The agony of this conditioning was unbearable for most. Many who attempted the tiger bone grass medicinal bath perished from their body's inability to endure its potency. Yet, Chen Huayan appeared remarkably at ease, even with the small infant in the tub alongside him. Could it be that the efficacy of the tiger bone grass had waned? Unlikely. This herb could be stored for 5 years without decay, losing at most 30% of its potency. If Zhao Shi were to learn that Chen Huayan's tiger bone grass not only retained its potency, but had even matured from 3 years to 10, he would surely conclude that both Chen Huayan and the infant were manifestations of demonic beasts. Truly, the tiger has fallen to the plains, enduring the wails of the little sixth while also contending with a voyeur lurking outside. I am, after all, the eminent empress. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yunshuang gradually quelled the fury within her. The tiger bone grass, harvested after 10 years, was indeed beyond Chun Huayan's capacity to endure. He possessed no foundation whatsoever. At most, he had recently soaked himself for 2 days using the formula from the herbal gathering team. His physical constitution was woefully inadequate for the potency of the tiger bone grass. It was due to Luo Yunshuang's presence that she absorbed a significant amount of medicinal efficacy, which, after transformation within her body, was imparted back to Chen Huayan in a gentler form. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed to death. Of course, the benefits accrued to Luo Yunshuang were even greater. Having barely completed a month, she had already achieved the initial stage of muscle training, a feat that even her former self had not attained. Not to mention, no individual across the continent had managed to complete muscle training before reaching their first year of life. As she playfully thumped her little fist against the water's surface, her thumb resting at the base of her ring finger while the other 4 fingers formed a tiny fist, Luo Yunshuang reflected on her current state. Now that her body had completed muscle training, she could indeed practice the most basic techniques from her past life, which, while lacking in practical combat effectiveness, would nonetheless strengthen her physique and lay a solid foundation for future cultivation. Is this what muscle training entails? It seems far less daunting than what Zhao Qiguan had described. Stretching lazily, Chen Huayan heard his joints crack as he thrust a punch forward, the force nearly extinguishing the candle situated 2 to 3 meters away. Coughing, he exclaimed, "Sixth. What folly is this? Your muscle training is complete, and if you exert any more force, this wooden tub may very well collapse. I truly endure great hardships alongside you." Inwardly, Luo Yunshuang chastised Chen Huayan repeatedly for his sudden outburst. Chapter 13. The Empress's appetite just past the hour of the rat. A brief but fierce rain shower ensued. As autumn rains bring a chill, the cold wind swept across the land, making one shiver. Yet, within the warmth of the room, Chen Huayan felt no trace of the cold. He discarded the tiger bone grass soup from the wooden tub and commenced the preparation of a new medicinal bath. By noon tomorrow, he would be able to reach the dragon's spine. He had just tested his current strength and, in conjunction with his family's inherited techniques, found collecting the dragon scale vine to be no challenge at all. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, he resolved to forge ahead and elevate his efforts further. He had initially anticipated that cultivation would prove exceedingly arduous, nearly falling prey to Zhao Qiguan's intimidation, yet it was not as difficult as expected. Having prepared the soup of the heart-cutting grass, he poured it into the wooden tub. According to Zhao Zhe's words, bone training required rolling on a bed of nails while naked, but Chen Huayan was indeed averse to pain and found such self-mutilation rather ludicrous. Thus, he deemed a medicinal bath to be a far safer and more convenient option. "Come now, little darling, let us bathe." "What treachery? Who are you calling treacherous? And if you dare sing that ridiculous song about loving baths again, I shall make you suffer 1,000 deaths and scatter your ashes." "Little darling, what is that look in your eyes? Do you wish for me to serenade you? This time, let me teach you a nursery rhyme." The little rabbit, obediently, "Open the door. Let destruction commence. I am weary." With a splash, Chen Huayan embraced the infant girl and leapt into the wooden tub, the medicinal concoction splattering onto the floor and emitting wisps of smoke. "Goodness, this is rather exhilarating." Chen Huayan frowned slightly. How could it not be stimulating? This soul fragment herb must be over a decade old. I can scarcely withstand it. Where on earth did you procure such aged herbs? I merely took a brief nap. That little white-faced fellow outside could not possibly be so generous, could he? Luo Yunshuang was filled with suspicion, yet her energy was too depleted to ponder these matters. She had to concentrate fully on absorbing the medicinal effects to the utmost extent, ensuring her body could endure it. Perhaps it was the initial discomfort of entering. She felt much better now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up the mountain to hunt the tiger. The tiger is not at home. To the rhythm of Chen Huayan's captivating nursery rhyme, Luo Yunshuang, having absorbed all the medicinal effects, drifted into slumber. Not long after, Chen Huayan also succumbed to sleep. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a woman appeared before Chen Huayan, ethereal as a celestial being, but exuding an aura of lethal intent that starkly contrasted with her appearance. The Empress of the Central State Celestial Court. The Central State Celestial Court? I've heard Zhao Qiguan mention this place. What brings you to me? Do we know each other? I have come to kill you. Madwoman, prepare to meet your end. Chen Huayan jolted awake, gasping for breath, the palpable aura of menace lingering, as if still present. How perilous! Had I awoken any later, I would have perished. Yet, dying in a dream should not lead to actual death. Oh. The infant girl opened her eyes, the first instinct being to eat. Not finding any food, she began to wail. Ancestor, please do not cry. I shall take you to eat. Chun Huayan, holding the infant, leapt from the tub, found a piece of dry cloth to wipe himself down, and approached the door. Oh, wait. Without a summons, I cannot go out. Chun Huayan reached the door, suddenly halting, and before he could act, the voice of the flag guard resonated from outside. The great flag officer has summoned you. Very well. Chun Huayan exited the room, following the flag guard back into Zhao Shi's grand chamber. This time, a large table replaced the small one, laden with an abundance of delicacies, many of which Chun Huayan had never encountered in his previous life. In an hour and a half, we shall reach the Broken Dragon Ridge. According to the original plan, the Jinwu Division's ship was to dock further north at Long Bay Mountain. However, aboard this vessel, Zhao Shi is akin to a deity, and changing the herb collection site to Broken Dragon Ridge would encounter no dissent. The herb collection team would generally operate in separate groups, with each herb gatherer accompanied by a small flag for protection. The team safeguarding you would withdraw shortly after entering the mountains. You must seek the dragon scale vine after their departure and return to the ship before sunset on the third day. The ice silkworm armor has accompanied me for over 3 years, as long as it is not one of the ferocious beasts from the core of Fulong Mountain. Encountering any other beast will not threaten your life. Zhao Shi presented the ice silkworm armor to Chun Huayan. I shall exert every effort to serve you, my lord. Even if it means treading through fire and water. Very well, let us dine. Zhao Shi nodded in satisfaction. My lord, do you have any noodle dishes? Chun Huayan asked, glancing at the lavish spread before him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Noodle dishes? My little girl is not yet a month old. Her teeth are not fully formed. She cannot consume these. Chun Huayan replied. On this ship, I have some beast's milk, which serves as a cooking ingredient. I shall instruct my servants to bring it. Zhao Shi continued. My daughter has an extraordinary appetite, consuming more than the average infant. I shall have them bring it all. How much can a single infant drink? Zhao Shi lightly tapped the long table, and a flag bearer entered the room. After giving his orders, it was not long before 2 large buckets of freshly boiled beast milk were placed before Chun Huayan. Slurp. The infant licked her rosy lips. Having been reborn for so long, she had never truly enjoyed a hearty meal. My lord, please allow me to feed the little one until she is full. There is no rush. I have official documents to attend to. You may savor your meal at your leisure, and if you require anything, let Zhang Qiwai fetch it for you. Zhao Shi declared before rising and exiting. Initially, Chun Huayan used a spoon, feeding the infant 1 spoonful at a time. Eventually, finding it cumbersome and sensing the infant's dissatisfaction, he switched to a large bowl. Burp. The infant let out a satisfied burp, and Chun Huayan assumed she was full, only to discover she was just getting started. The 2 large buckets of beast's milk were drained completely, astonishing the flag bearer beside them. What a peculiar creature. Zhang Qiwai struggled to swallow, observing that the infant appeared no different from an ordinary baby, albeit more adorable and with notably lively eyes. He was astounded by her voracious appetite. Could she possibly be a beast transformed? It had been centuries since any spirit had emerged from Fengling County. No. If that were the case, how could a high-ranking official allow her to remain here? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qiwai closed his eyes and resolved to act as though he had seen nothing. Since the Lord had issued no orders, there must be no issue indeed. I have seen nothing. Burp. How satisfying. Observing the content expression on the infant's face, Chun Huayan knew she was full and could now enjoy his breakfast in peace. However, before he could take action, he felt a warm sensation in his arms, followed by a dampness. Drip, drip. Are you a bottomless pit? Eating leads to immediate relief. Drinking leads to instant urination? Chun Huayan remarked, somewhat speechless. The infant shot him a glance. If you drank 2 buckets of beast milk, you would surely need to relieve yourself even faster than I. Looking around and finding no chamber pot, Chun Huayan directly pulled over the bucket that had just held the beast milk. After emptying almost half of it, he finally stopped. All done? Chun Huayan glanced at the infant, who had already fallen asleep. Serving this little sovereign is truly no easy task. Chapter 14. The dragon stranded on the shoal encountering the shrimp. The door on the deck of the ship creaked as it was slowly raised, and Chun Huayan, carrying a basket of herbs, stepped into the cabin below. Chenelu? To his astonishment, he was still alive. How could this be possible? The members of the herbal gathering team, upon seeing Chun Huayan enter, were all incredulous. Although they had not ventured out of the hold the previous day, they were aware that the one-eyed AC had been decapitated for acting without permission, his body thrown into the Fulong River to feed the fish. The fate of Chenelu, who had gone out alongside AC, was presumed to be no different. Yet, unexpectedly, a whole day had passed, and Chen Lu had miraculously returned alive. As the door closed once more, the group was filled with astonishment, yet none dared to inquire further. The hold fell silent again. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chen Huayan found a corner to rest and closed his eyes. The cultivation of muscles and bones, which typically takes years for an ordinary warrior, Chen Huayan accomplished in merely one night, an unprecedented feat in the entire Fengling County. Had it only been herbs, even with his extraordinary talent, such an accomplishment would have been impossible. The true key lay in Luo Yunshuang, a fact unbeknownst to him. His understanding of cultivation was limited to Zhao Shi's brief words. What he had anticipated to be a challenge now seemed rather manageable. Boom. Before long, the ship's anchor sank slowly into the river, bringing the vessel to a halt. The 72 warriors lowered a bamboo raft to serve as a ferry. Master Lin, please. On the deck, Zhao Shi, clad in the armor of the Zhenwu division, exuded an imposing aura as he regarded the gaunt Lin Baiyang, the illegitimate son of the Lin family. The Lin family owned countless enterprises, and the Lin pharmacy had always been managed by Baiyang. In the past, escorts would meticulously search herbal gatherers before their ascent into the mountains. You jest, Officer Zhao. The Zhenwu division maintains strict protocols, and our martial flags are known for their integrity. No need for a search. It is precisely because our Zhenwu division upholds such rigorous standards that we must adhere to the rules. Zhao Shi's expression remained impassive, his commanding presence instilling a modicum of fear in Lin Baiyang. Very well, I shall be remiss in my duty. Lin Baiyang offered an apology and instructed his subordinates to conduct a cursory inspection of the Zhenwu division's martial flags, which was more symbolic than thorough. However, when the herbal gathering team was released from the hold, the search would be far more stringent. They would be required to strip fully, with every item meticulously examined. Even though the herbal gathering team comprised members of the Lin family, Baiyang remained wary, documenting all personal belongings, knowing that upon their return from the mountains, a more detailed and rigorous inspection would ensue. What is the meaning of this infant? Upon discovering the baby girl cradled in the herb basket, Lin Baiyang furrowed his brow and inquired, his voice tinged with anger. In response to your honor, my unfortunate wife perished during childbirth, leaving this young girl, still too tender in age and without a place to go, to be brought along. You venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, yet you carry such a burden. Wouldn't this impede your noble quest? Bring forth that infant and cast her into the river to drown, even if she joins the herbalists. They remain mere wanderers in the eyes of Lin Baiyang. Their lives are valued less than that of a dog he tends to. Herbalists indeed contribute to the profits of the Shilin apothecary, yet their numbers are legion. The death of one will not be mourned when countless others await their turn. For the herbalists of Fengling County have nowhere else to go. When the dragon lies on the sandbank, any foul fish or shrimp may dare to provoke. Chen Huayan cradled Luo Yunshuang, seething with fury, yet to exert his spiritual pressure over such a petty individual seemed hardly worthwhile. The backlash from his last encounter still lingered. And though he had just completed his muscle and bone training, being cast into the river would pose little issue. However, when had the esteemed empress endured such indignity? Chen Huayan's physique had transformed remarkably. Even without martial skills, a chaotic flailing would be enough to subdue those brutish men. Still, he chose to endure. Should he truly find himself at the end of his rope, taking a few of them down would still be a victory. Yet he possessed the spirit garden. A promising future lay ahead, and engaging in a futile struggle with these men was simply not worth it. Tightly clutching the infant, he found himself encircled by four brawny men. Stalemate ensued. Just then, Zhao Shi cleared his throat. Manager Lin, it is but a single infant. Her plight is indeed unfortunate. And with midday approaching, we must prioritize our ascent into the mountains. Indeed, as the esteemed Zhao Daqi officer suggests, for the sake of his standing. Let us defer this matter for now and discuss it upon our return to Baicage. Lin Baiyang signaled, and the burly men gradually withdrew. After the search concluded, the group boarded the bamboo raft. Lin Fu cast a sidelong glance at Chen Huayan, a characteristic smile gracing his face as he pondered. The enforcers of the town's martial authority were known for their ruthless lethality, their methods far surpassing the Lin families in cruelty. Could it be that this Chen Lu truly had connections with the Daqi officer? Lin Fu's peripheral vision scrutinized Chen Huayan. Lu, he exclaimed, abruptly slapping Chen Huayan on the shoulder. Manager Lin, you have my command. Seize this opportunity to venture into the mountains. A chance for resurgence lies before us. If we procure even 1 or 2 spirit herbs, we could establish ourselves in the county. We must exercise utmost caution. Indeed, I shall not disappoint you, Manager Lin. Chen Huayan replied with unwavering confidence, though a sense of astonishment bubbled within him. His time within this herbalist group had not been lengthy. Yet he had already faced numerous schemes. Had it not been for his experiences in 2 lifetimes, meticulous vigilance would have cost him his life. Particularly concerning was this smiling tiger, outwardly amiable yet covertly antagonistic towards Chen Huayan. He had seemingly committed no offense against Lin Fu, yet found himself inexplicably targeted. There must be something amiss. The sudden concern directed towards him today surely harbored hidden motives, prompting Chen Huayan to exercise even greater caution. Curiously, it seemed he had reached the stage of bone training. Surely, it could not be mere illusion. He had observed closely not long ago. Yet there was little time to dwell on such thoughts. With AC gone, he was in need of a replacement. He would make use of him. Even if it is merely the practice of strengthening one's muscles, it surpasses the capabilities of the others by a considerable margin. Lin Fu, filled with astonishment, withdrew his hand from Chen Huayan's shoulder and produced several sheets of cowhide paper from his pocket, distributing them among the remaining members of the herbal gathering team. The location for this expedition had been temporarily altered to the Dragon's Spine, and in order to enhance efficiency, we had separated our actions over the past 2 days. On each of your maps, I have marked distinct locations with chicken blood, directing you to proceed to the respective spots for maximum herb collection. On the 3rd day, we shall reconvene at Hidden Dragon Gorge and jointly make our way to Dragon's Grave. It is speculated that several spiritual herbs reside there, albeit guarded by ferocious beasts, making it initially inaccessible. However, with the esteemed protection of the Martial Defense Division, we may dare to attempt it. Regardless of our success or failure, we must return to this location before nightfall. As the bamboo raft approached the shore, Lin Fu completed the arrangement for the herb gathering process. Understood. The group responded in unison. With that, the bamboo raft reached the bank, and the team set foot on the Dragon's Spine, vanishing into the vast mountainous expanse under the escort of the Martial Defense Division's flags. Fulong Mountain extends for 800 miles. But Chen Huayan was certain that this was merely a nominal figure. The actual range far exceeds 800 miles. Just this Dragon's Spine itself spans at least 300 to 400 miles. The area marked on Chen Huayan's map lies to the northwest of the Dragon's Spine, while the Dragon Scale Vine is located directly north at Dragon's Grave, the destination for their final day of gathering. In order to fulfill his agreement with Zhao Shi, Chen Huayan must reach that place ahead of the others. After traversing 3 to 5 miles of mountainous terrain, the flag guards who were protecting him fell behind, and within half an hour, they had vanished from sight. Having completed the muscle and bone training, his explosive power had significantly increased, along with notable enhancements in endurance and speed. With his current pace, he could reach Dragon's Grave in merely 10 hours. To be prudent, he intended to procure the Dragon Scale Vine first, and then explore for any other herbs that might be available. The journey thus far had been relatively uneventful. Even when encountering 3 or 5 ferocious beasts, Chen Huayan dispatched them with unrestrained fists. How savage! Indeed, this is a wild land. Even the act of slaying beasts is conducted with such brutality. Luo Yunshuang is a prodigy, and her family, the Luo clan, holds great esteem in Zhongzhou. From the moment of her birth, she has been endowed with inexhaustible resources, and her path to imperial ascension has been extraordinarily smooth. She has endured several life-and-death battles. Emerging unscathed, the struggles and bloody conflicts of the lower echelons have not been her frequent experience. In her earlier years, her killings were devoid of bloodshed. A deafening roar echoed from afar. Ahead, it must be Dragon's Grave. Chen Huayan lifted his gaze to behold the towering cliffs, where a white cascade descended from the clouds. That was the renowned Silver Dragon Falls of Fulong Mountain, its waters plummeting from a height of 100 feet into the abyss of Dragon's Grave, creating a spray that transformed into a misty veil. Adjacent to the Silver Dragon Falls, a rocky ledge jutted out in the shape of an eagle's beak. At the edge of the platform, a vine, entirely black, swayed gracefully amidst the water mist. The Dragon Scale Vine. Chapter 15. 3 shocks, 7 spins, 9 wrappings. Chen Lu cleverly acquires the Dragon Scale Vine. The autumn sky is crisp and clear, with nary a cloud in sight. On the dragon's backbone, amidst the rugged terrain of Fulong Mountain, Lin Fu, the head of the herbal gathering team from Shilin Apothecary, crouched carefully to harvest an unknown herb. Suddenly, a thud echoed from a few paces behind him. where a junior officer from the town military command unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. Sun, the officer in charge, and the other guards hastily drew their swords, but before they could react, a fierce gust of wind swept through, leaving 10 warriors sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Was the rendezvous supposed to be at Longbay Mountain? Why had the location been changed to this place? From within the dense forest, a figure donned in a beastly mask emerged slowly. This was Zhao Shi's team, who had unexpectedly altered the meeting point. Lin Fu remained crouched, his back turned to the masked individual, responding tersely. This is the most crucial step. Any misstep could prove disastrous. I understand, Lin Fu said, plucking the herb and placing it into his basket. He then turned to face the masked figure, producing a cowhide map marked with the locations of 6 individuals. If we fail to locate them, we shall employ the scent-seeking insects. I have tampered with each of them. I heard there was a casualty among the gathering team? The masked figure inquired. Ah, see, the one-eyed man has perished. However, there is a newcomer who can take his place. Lin Fu replied. A newcomer? Those 6 had been steeped in medicinal baths for 3 years. How long has the newcomer been immersed? Fear not, I have assessed him. He has reached the level of bone refinement and has utilized superior soaking medicine, even better than ours. Since you have verified that, I shall commence my actions here. Dealing with these individuals is simple enough, but the one named Zhao poses a challenge. He has attained the pinnacle of coagulated blood. Even with your intervention, he may not be easily vanquished. Zhao Shi is my concern. Focus on your own responsibilities. With that, the masked figure vanished into the forest. Lin Fu made no further delay, turning to hasten towards the dragon-esque grave abyss. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the abyss, Chen Huayan donned a pair of cloud-ascending sandals, the soles crafted from toad skin, and the nails forged from meteorite iron. He retrieved the Xuanjiao flying claws, made from dark iron, with ropes woven from the tendons of century-old serpents, steeped in iron bone essence, remarkably resilient, a quality that even Lin Fu's gear lacked. All of his equipment had been gifted by Zhao Shi. If he failed this time, given Zhao Shi's predicament, he would likely remain at the pinnacle of coagulated blood for much of his life. Even if he were to miraculously break through later, his time would be limited, perhaps only slightly exceeding that of an ordinary lifespan. Zhao Shi had wagered everything, and so had Chen Huayan. Missing this opportunity for a turnaround would strip him of his qualifications as a herbal gatherer. Not to mention whether Zhao Shi might take his life. Lin Fu would certainly not let him off easily. Although Chen Huayan remained unaware of how he had offended this smiling tiger, he had repeatedly sensed Lin Fu's murderous intent. Even if he survived, being ousted from the herbal gathering team would severely limit his access to herbs. A skilled craftsman cannot create without materials, no matter how potent the spirit garden. Without herbs, it would merely be a barren plot of land. With all his strength, Chen Huayan swung the Xuanjiao flying claw, its speed of rotation increasing, sending gusts of wind that stirred the dust and stones beneath. Go! The flying claw pierced through the air. Clang! The hook of the Xuanjiao flying claw embedded itself into the rock face. After pulling it a few times to ensure its security, Chen Huayan coiled it around himself, retrieving 2 sharp spikes, and began to ascend the nearly vertical cliff. Stepping deftly upon the cloud-treading shoes. Was it truly necessary to exert such effort for a mere dragon-scale vine? Luo Yunchuang lay quietly in the medicinal basket, her back against the Luo family in the central continent South Immortal Court, surrounded by an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures readily available. Witnessing Chen Huayan, a man of humble origins, striving desperately for herbs that, in her eyes, were worth less than refuse, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Fortunately, it was he who found her in this desolate land, devoid of enlightenment, where everyone sought only profit and gain. If she were to be discovered by Chen Ergu, Lin Fu, or that Zhao Shi, her fate would likely be dire. At present, Luo Yunchuang was still in the form of an infant, lacking both capability and worth. Not yet 7 or 8 years old, and would not even be retained if sent to a brothel. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Chen Huayan, who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and retained a glimmer of conscience, saving her from peril, her reincarnation would soon meet an untimely end. Clang! The sharp spike drove deeply into the rock face, sparking a few embers. Without having reached bone refinement, it would have been impossible for Chen Huayan to scale such a steep cliff. Among the entire medicinal gathering team, only the likes of Ghost IAC, seemingly a reincarnated monkey, possessed such skill. After nearly half an hour, Chen Huayan felt his strength waning as he finally reached a protruding platform. Cautiously shifting his body, He first tested the platform with his feet to ensure its stability before stepping onto it. The dragon scale vine was within reach. Yet Chen Huayan did not rush to collect it. He first recalled the method of harvesting, and instead of plucking the vine from 3 inches away, he struck the vine gently, pressing his ear against the rock face to listen and discern, seeking the main root buried deep within the rock. He had already memorized the pharmacopoeia thoroughly, though his practical experience was somewhat lacking. This pharmacopoeia contained detailed instructions for harvesting the dragon scale vine, requiring 3 shakes, 7 rotations, and 9 wraps. Otherwise, the vine would quickly wither upon detachment from its root. In the past, there were reckless individuals who forcibly uprooted the vine, resulting in toxic juice splattering upon them, transforming into blood within 3 days. Herbalists were divided into 2 categories: those who gathered ordinary herbs, a laborious task with the Sherlin apothecary offering meager prices. Often a basket of herbs would yield merely 20 or 30 coins, and those who relied on genuine skill, typically recruited into the Sherlin apothecary's gathering teams, specializing in the collection of precious herbs or spiritual plants that aided martial artists in their cultivation. The methods of harvesting these herbs were intricate, encompassing technique and force, among other nuances. Chen Huayan's ancestors had once produced a renowned herbalist who stirred the Jiangling County with their prowess. Regrettably, it was but a fleeting moment. Having just gained renown, he unexpectedly met his demise. Fortunately, he left behind a compendium of herbal knowledge, meticulously detailing various techniques for gathering medicinal herbs. Yet, to this day, none of his successors have been able to comprehend its depths, until Chen Huayan, who, drawing upon his experiences from a previous life, came to understand the compendium with greater clarity. Ordinary herbs could easily be transplanted into the spirit garden, and the dragon scale vine should pose no difficulty. Chen Huayan not only aimed to extract a segment of the dragon scale vine, but intended to take the entire plant with him. What on earth was he planning? Would he truly uproot it completely? Could the rope withstand the weight? Moreover, how would he transport such a large plant? It could very well lead to a fall. Although he had completed his bone training, a fall from such a height could result in dire consequences. Within the medicinal basket, Luo Yunchuang watched Chen Huayan's actions with bated breath, scarcely daring to breathe. His movements were slow and gentle, in the blink of an eye. An hour had passed with almost no progress, causing Luo Yunchuang to feel drowsy. After stifling a few yawns, she drifted off to sleep. Having had a weak foundation previously, he had been unable to utilize the subtle and vigorous techniques described in the compendium. However, after completing his bone training, he astonishingly found that these techniques came to him effortlessly, which was truly remarkable. Upon locating the main root of the dragon scale vine, he employed the methods recorded in the compendium, and to his astonishment, he successfully extracted the dragon scale vine, roots and all. Chapter 16. To kill and silence is easy, but to destroy evidence is difficult. At the dragon burial abyss, on the 100-foot rocky cliff, Chen Huayan sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed. Why was there no change? He had been standing before the spirit garden for a while now, and the dragon scale vine implanted within showed no signs of alteration. He even fashioned a simple support structure with 2 cross sticks to prop up the vine, yet it remained unresponsive. Chen Huayan intended to transplant the dragon scale vine into the spirit garden, hoping to preserve it for future breakthroughs. Although the vine had ceased to grow, it showed no signs of withering. At the very least, it could survive here. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his breath. With his fingers positioned 3 inches from the vine, he subtly applied the entwined force to his palm, allowing the patterns of his palm to interlock with the gaps of the scales. His thumb pressed against the scales against the gray, while the remaining 4 fingers twisted in harmony with the scales for 3.5 rotations, causing the vine to tremble. Like an old craftsman carving jade, he skillfully penetrated the scales without damaging the meridians, successfully extracting a segment of the dragon scale vine, which was intended for Zhao Shi. Following this, he sought out a fork in the vine, employing the same technique to detach it, bringing it out of the cave. This cliff bore only the singular dragon scale vine. Chen Huayan carefully reinserted the severed branch into its original position. If enmity was to be formed, one must act decisively. Yet, when dealing with these naturally occurring resources, it is wise to leave a thread of mercy, thereby securing a retreat for oneself. Having completed all of this, Chen Huayan retrieved the pointed cone once more. As the saying goes, it is easy to ascend the mountain, but difficult to descend, and it took him over an hour to return to the base of the cliff. At this moment, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, marking the most perilous hour. Even with the iced silkworm armor gifted by Zhao Shi, Chen Huayan dared not let his guard down. He refrained from lighting a fire and merely gnawed on a light cake. Meanwhile, the infant girl in the medicine basket had already drained the beast's milk from the flask. Chen Huayan found some juicy wild fruits, squeezed out the juice, and fed it to the infant. Mei Ming, hold on. We can return tomorrow. With this, I shall turn my fortunes around, and then you shall feast to your heart's content. He glanced at the dragon scale vine in the basket. Wait a moment. I should have uprooted the entire vine. Why is there only a small segment left? Where are the others? Luo Yunshuang felt a twinge of suspicion, but it was of little concern to her. She licked the juice from her lips, preparing to sleep. Her utmost priority was to rest, as this would aid her growth. Once she reached 4 or 5 years of age, she could begin cultivating her qi, and by 6, she might enter the blood condensation realm. This time, she was determined to break free from the shackles of her past life and return to the Central Continent's celestial court, reclaiming all that rightfully belonged to her. After consuming 2 light cakes, though lacking in nutrition, they at least staved off hunger. Chen Huayan was about to seek refuge in a large tree when he heard distant footsteps, accompanied by heavy, hurried breaths. In a swift motion, he scaled the nearest tree, his agility honed from his training. Is that the mute Aunt San? Chen Huayan spotted her beneath the tree, her tattered clothes stained with blood as she stumbled and fell. Don't run. The mountains are teeming with Black Dragon Village's men. Lin Fu, wearing his characteristic smile, approached Aunt San with deliberate steps. Lin Fu, if the Lin family discovers your collusion with these bandits. Colluded with bandits? In Fengling County, which of the 4 prominent families, Zhao, Lin, Sun, or Li, has not had dealings with the Black Dragon Village? Including this anti-bandit campaign that was arranged in advance. Lin Fu scoffed. From his perch in the tree, Chen Huayan held his breath, a surge of confusion rising within him. So, Aunt San was not truly mute, though that was of little consequence. The more pressing matter was the connection between the Zhenwu division and the bandits of Fulong Mountain. What, then, of Zhaoxi? As he pondered this from the tree, Lin Fu raised his hand, and a concealed arrow shot forth, piercing Aunt San's arm. Since she is to be a sacrificial offering, why not enjoy a moment of pleasure before her demise? Sacrificial offering? Lin Fu stepped closer, and before Aunt San could react, he forcefully pinned her down and tore off the mask from her face. Well, it seems that every member of this medicinal gathering possesses remarkable abilities. Chen Huayan was taken aback. The seemingly hideous Aunt San revealed a countenance of striking beauty. Achoo! The biting cold of the night wind high among the trees was particularly fierce, especially in late autumn. Luo Yunshuang could no longer contain herself and sneezed. Who is there? Although Lin Fu could not cultivate martial arts like the members of the Zhenwu division, his years of medicinal baths and covertly shadowing the bandits had endowed him with some martial skills. His prowess was sufficient to handle 10 or 8 ordinary individuals, and he possessed a myriad of defensive tools, with his skill in stealthy attacks reaching remarkable heights. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air resounded from above. Before Lin Fu could raise his head, the Xuanjiao flying claw descended, rendering his vision dark as his face was brutally maimed. Blood and flesh mingling, so that even his jawbone was faintly visible. Ah! Lin Fu let out a wretched scream and collapsed to the ground. Who are you? He bellowed in fury. Yet, his inexperience in killing was palpable. The Xuanjiu flying claw struck again, this time aimed directly at his throat, extinguishing Lin Fu's life in an instant. To avoid dying from excessive chatter, Chen Huayan executed Lin Fu without hesitation. Moreover, he had previously stated that this area was teeming with members of the Black Dragon Gang. Had it not been for Luo Yunshuang's sneeze, he would not have intervened at all. Who is it? Yu Sangu regained her senses and scanned the surroundings, but saw no one. Chen Huayan, hidden by the treetops, intended to eliminate her as well. Those who frequently take lives understand that killing is easy, but disposing of a body is a challenge. This was Chen Huayan's first act of murder, though in his past life, he had often watched legal programs. Underneath the burial dragon abyss, there is a hidden river that leads outside. I know where it is. Seeing the mysterious figure remain silent, and sensing a wave of murderous intent approaching, Yu Sangu hurriedly spoke. If they could kill Lin Fu, then they were not allies of the Black Dragon Gang. Just as Chen Huayan was about to launch another attack with the Xuanjiao flying claw, he abruptly halted, remaining vigilant towards Yu Sangu's words. If a considerable number of mountain bandits truly approached, given his current capabilities, escaping alive would be exceedingly difficult. Dispose of the body and lead the way ahead. Chen Huayan whispered, suppressing his voice. Despite this, Yisangu immediately recognized his voice, but feigned ignorance. All right. From her tattered medicine basket, Yisangu retrieved a wooden box containing various vials. She first sprinkled medicinal powder on her wounds to staunch the bleeding and alleviate the pain. Then, she took out a small jade bottle, struggled to her feet, and approached Lin Fu's corpse. She thoroughly searched him, extracting hidden weapons, herbs, and some homemade medicines. Finally, donning a mask, she opened the jade bottle. As the liquid poured onto Lin Fu's body, dark smoke quickly emanated, and within moments, his corpse transformed into a puddle of blood, seeping into the earth. Yisangu used a medicinal spatula to cover the spot with some soil, compacting it. Elder, it's taken care of. Place his gear and all your medicines 3 meters away. Elder, time is of the essence. Those mountain bandits will come after they finish off the other herbal gatherers. Following Chen Huayan's instructions, Yisangu piled all her belongings a short distance away, leaving only a white inner shirt on her person. Chen Anyang remained apprehensive about the potential treachery of the mute woman, yet he discerned faint footsteps in the distance. After careful consideration, he spoke. You lead the way ahead. Should you entertain any dubious intentions, know that I am grievously wounded, and you are merely following in my wake. Should you make any inappropriate moves, you may act at your discretion. Enough of this nonsense. Guide us. The mute woman, having suffered a severed tendon and a pierced shoulder, gritted her teeth and dragged herself forward to lead Chen Huayan. He cautiously picked up 2 medicine baskets from the ground and followed her, maintaining a distance of 3 to 5 meters. The so-called dragon's grave was, in truth, a small pool beneath a waterfall. Wait. Just as the mute woman was about to leap, Chen Huayan called out to her. Chapter 17. Emerging from the dark river, reclaiming the light, contemplating the path ahead. It seemed endless and obscure. In the deep of night, before the dragon's grave, the waterfall cascaded with a mighty roar. In the distant thicket, shadows flitted rapidly closer. How long would they need to swim once they jumped in? Chen Huayan stood behind the mute woman, clutching Lin Fu's usual sleeve arrow, burdened with 3 medicine baskets, one of which contained an infant girl. He felt uncertain about remaining submerged for an extended period. If they could navigate the waters, within 7 or 8 breaths, they would reach the entrance to the dark river, which led directly to the Fulong River. Chen Huayan glanced back. The moonlight was cold and clear, and the figures in the distance grew increasingly distinct. Let us go. He hesitated no longer and urged the mute woman. With a splash, the thunderous roar of the waterfall completely masked their entry into the water. Chen Huayan leaped into the dragon's grave, the icy waters piercing him like 1,000 needles. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a cavern beneath the water 3 fathoms down, the current pulling him toward the entrance of the dark river. The dark river spanned merely a zhang, with stalactites hanging down amidst webs of aquatic plants. The time taken was far shorter than he had anticipated, perhaps due to the enhanced coordination of his body after the bone training. Clambering onto the bank of the dark river, the surroundings were not entirely pitch black. The cave walls glimmered with phosphorescent stones, allowing him to barely discern the scenery. The first thing Chen Huayan did upon reaching the shore was to open the medicine basket and check on the infant girl. Achoo! I'm freezing to death. Luo Yunchuang shivered uncontrollably. Without even a dry cloth in hand, Chen Huayan had previously speculated that the infant might be of extraordinary origin, not an ordinary child. However, regardless of her origins, she was still too small. After being submerged in the icy waters, if she wasn't dried off promptly, she could easily succumb to the chill, which even a deity would struggle to remedy. Little 6, if you keep playing like this, you may truly bring about my demise. This was indeed a trial for Luo Yunchuang, who had undergone medicinal baths to refine her muscles and skin. Even the Luo Yunchuang of days past would not withstand such torment. Brother Chen, could you please pull me up? The mute woman remained in the water, her injuries severe. In the frigid depths, her other leg cramped, nearly leading to her drowning. Still in peril, Chen Huayan extended his hand and with force pulled her up. My wooden box is waterproof, and the bottom layer contains a dry towel. Rest assured, it is for my personal use and has not been poisoned. When life hangs in the balance, I would never harm you. Aunt Dumb has yet to encounter someone so cautious. However, this is to be expected in a world that devours the unwary. Those who lack prudence have long since met their demise. In the end, Chen Huayan opened Aunt Dumb's wooden box, retrieving the towel to dry the water from Luo Yunchuang's body. The winding dark river stretches for over 100 miles to the outside. We must hasten our journey. Otherwise, the warship of the Town Marshal Division may soon set sail. Aunt Dumb, clad only in a short, thin shirt, shivered from the cold. It is not that Chun Huayan lacks compassion. Rather, this woman possesses formidable skills in the use of poison, necessitating his caution. Let us continue onward. Chun Huayan shouldered the medicine basket once more, while Aunt Dum took some medicine and leaned against the cave wall, following the current of the dark river. What is a sacrificial offering? After a moment, Chun Huayan inquired. It involves using humans to nourish medicinal herbs. Lin Fu has colluded with the Black Dragon stronghold, intending to slay us, using our flesh and blood as fertilizer. The 4 great families in the city have long been in league with the Black Dragon stronghold. And the so-called bandit suppression is merely a pretext for the Black Dragon to eliminate certain individuals, thereby providing the 4 families with a favor, from which they also profit through taxation. However, the ambitions of those from the Black Dragon stronghold have grown increasingly vast. They wish to assume new identities and settle in the county town, which the 4 families will not permit. Thus, the Black Dragon stronghold secretly bribed several servants of the 4 families, including this Lin Fu. The Black Dragon stronghold has cultivated numerous soul-eating grasses. And once these grasses mature completely, they will use them to invade Fengling County. The conditions for cultivating the soul-eating grass are exceedingly stringent, requiring these sacrificial offerings to undergo prolonged medicinal baths with various herbs, or martial cultivators of at least qi refinement level are needed. After the Zhao family took control of Fengling County, they began to prohibit martial practices, and only within the town martial division could one find martial cultivators. Consequently, the Black Dragon stronghold had to resort to the former method. Although it is time-consuming, it is safer. This sacrificial offering has been the subject of some rumors. I do not know much about it, but I recalled it when Lin Fu mentioned it earlier. The 4 great families have long conspired with the Black Dragon stronghold. But I never anticipated that Lin Fu would also target the herbal gathering team. Others must surely be in grave danger. Aunt Dum sighed. If that is the case, then should we not trust Officer Zhao either? Chun Huayan asked. Given Lin Fu's elaborate schemes, it seems Zhao is unaware. Otherwise, he would have acted directly on the warship. What are your plans from here? If you do not kill me, I will leave Fengling County and seek refuge elsewhere, continuing to live in obscurity. Chun Huayan was eager to discern Aunt Dum's true identity, but it was of no consequence to him. As for Aunt Dum, she did not inquire further. She found it puzzling how an ordinary herbalist like Chun Huayan possessed such strength. The two continued to meander through the dark river cave, where time was impossible to gauge. For approximately half a day, the exhausted mute Aunt San fell clumsily to the ground. Chun Huayan cautiously approached to examine her. Her body was burning with fever, and the wounds on her shoulders and calves had become infected. Aunt San, he softly called several times, but she remained unresponsive. I bear no grievances against you, and we have no enmity. Whether you survive these trials depends solely on your own fate. Grievances have their roots, and this matter arises from Lin Fu. I have avenged you to some extent. Should you encounter Lin Fu along the way, settle your accounts with him. As Chun Huayan spoke, he retrieved a few flat cakes from his medicine basket, along with some healing herbs, and placed them beside the unconscious Aunt San. Subsequently, he organized his 3 medicine baskets, taking Lin Fu's 3 hidden weapons with him, while placing the herbs, vials, and Aunt San's wooden box into his own basket. He then secured the infant girl to his chest and continued to walk briskly along the dark river's current. After a considerable time, upon reaching the end of the passage, the infant girl had fallen asleep. Chun Huayan gently shook her awake. Meng Meng, we are about to exit. It should be soon, so be careful not to swallow any water. Speaking to an infant under 1-year-old might seem peculiar, yet Chun Huayan felt that the child could comprehend his intentions. With a splash, he plunged back into the water. The narrow passage allowed only one person at a time, and the current was exceedingly swift. Chun Huayan's swimming skills were not particularly strong, yet he relied entirely on his bodily control to navigate through the constricted opening of the dark river. Fish leaped into the flow, and suddenly, the surroundings opened up. Emerging from the water, Chun Huayan gasped for air. The infant in his arms seemed to have swallowed some water, but thankfully, it appeared not to be a significant issue, as her cries were still robust. What transgressions had he committed to endure such trials? Starving, sleepless, lying in a medicine basket, rocked about every day, never finding respite. When would this ordeal come to an end? Luo Yunshuang reflected on her once lofty life, contrasting it with her current inhumane circumstances, igniting a flame of unnameable fury within her. With great effort, Chun Huayan climbed onto the riverbank, where the midday sun shone down, the autumn heat lingering. Yet it was not cold. The warm sunlight bestowed upon him an almost surreal sensation. In the distance, a grand ship was anchored, and a patrol of the town guard was stationed along the shore. The infant girl continued to wail, prompting Chun Huayan to soothe her for quite some time. Meng Meng, do not cry. Once we shed our lowly status, I promise you will feast daily on delicacies, and 100 flat cakes will be more than enough for each meal. Upon hearing this, the infant cried even louder. You just paint grand illusions for me, yet they are indeed mere illusions. Chun Huayan sighed. Never mind. I possess great tolerance and will not stoop to quarrel with a child. If I can endure for another 5 or 6 years, I will be able to cultivate my skills. By then Luo Yunshuang, somewhat weary from her tears, drifted into a light slumber. The town guard's connection with the Black Dragon village raised suspicions about Zhao Shi, yet how could one return to the county town without going back to the ship? Surely, it was not feasible to swim back along the Fulong River? Upon observing the slumbering infant in his arms, Chun Huayan fell into deep contemplation. The only means of escape from the mountains was by water, otherwise he would be trapped before winter's onset. Without Zhao Shi leading the way, his return to the county seat would surely be a futile endeavor. As for venturing elsewhere, the treacherous journey through mountains and rivers posed its own dangers. And with no kin to turn to, seeking refuge elsewhere was equally perilous. He was acutely aware of the vast distances between counties and the lurking ferocity of wild beasts. Even with Zhao Shi's remarkable prowess and having attained the blood condensation realm, one could scarcely ensure their survival. The official roads were the only viable path. Yet given his status, he would face relentless scrutiny. While Chun Huayan was mulling over his predicament, shadows danced among the trees, and suddenly, a volley of arrows rained down, catching the guards at the water's edge completely off guard. Several were struck, wounded by the specially crafted black-feathered arrows from Black Dragon Stronghold. Laced with deadly poison, anyone below the Qi refinement stage would perish upon contact. This was dire indeed. Were these ruffians intent on bloodshed? Chun Huayan's expression hardened, and without hesitation, he plunged back into the water, holding his breath, taking advantage of the chaos between the guards and the assailants to swim stealthily towards the ship. Chapter 18. The face was not shown, but the rear was exposed. On the ship's first level, a long table was adorned with an assortment of sashimi. Zhao Shi sipped his wine and picked up a piece of brain matter from an unknown sea creature, but before it could reach his lips, a guard rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, trouble! The men from Black Dragon Stronghold are attacking the guards by the shore." What? The men from Black Dragon Stronghold? Have they lost their wits? Zhao Shi discarded the brain matter back into the jade bowl. My lord, they are numerous, and our guards on the shore are nearly all incapacitated. Raise anchor, Zhao Shi commanded, rising to head towards the deck. The cries of battle echoed on the riverbank as the patrolling guards were swiftly eliminated. A throng of assailants from Black Dragon's stronghold emerged, dragging bamboo rafts hidden in the woods, launching their assault on the ship. It would take at least a quarter of an hour to raise anchor, a time frame ample enough for the enemy to close in and board. Release the bamboo rafts. Zhao Shi bellowed. As his voice faded, a cry for help resonated from the river. Lord Zhao, it is Chenei Lu. The voice was nearly drowned by the turbulent waters and distant shouts, yet Zhao Shi, having reached the pinnacle of the blood condensation realm, possessed keen hearing. He swiftly grabbed a thick hemp rope nearby and tossed it into the river. Seeing this lifeline, Chun Huayan clutched it with all his might. With a single hand, Zhao Shi effortlessly pulled him aboard. What on earth has transpired? The herbal gathering team, led by Lin Fu, colluded with the bandits from Black Dragon Stronghold to sacrifice the herbalists. Most of the gatherers have perished, including the guards from the town martial division. Chun Huayan replied. Unfathomable arrogance. Zhao Shi glanced at the situation on the shore, where several guards approached to report. My lord, the enemy's assault is overwhelming. We lack sufficient manpower to counter. My lord, there are individuals beneath the water drilling holes in the ship. My lord, the lower deck is taking on water. Zhao Shi immediately issued orders. Once we raise anchor, all strength bearers are to proceed to the lower deck for repairs. The remaining warriors all submerged beneath the water, poised to eliminate the water bandits. This place is perilous, and you lack the strength to protect yourself. Retreat to the cabin. Zhao Shi's final words were directed at Chun Huayan. With that, he grasped his spear and leapt gracefully onto the bamboo raft that had just been released, an invisible force propelling it toward the shore. The setting sun cast a crimson hue across the river's surface. Arrows rained down like a torrential downpour upon the warship. One man, one spear, one bamboo raft, unfazed by the storm of arrows. The scene of battle was magnificent, yet Chen Huayan had no inclination to admire it. Having just reached the stage of bone training, he was ill-suited for such combat, for nothing was more precious than his own life. Those black-feathered arrows could easily turn him into a sieve. He entered the spacious cabin, dried himself off, and sat alone at the long table. Were these marauders preparing to make their stand? Just as he was on the verge of becoming a landowner, he found himself ensnared in this unfortunate predicament. Chen Huayan, with his limited abilities, could not sway the course of events. He could only drift along, struggling in the tumultuous waters. Everything stemmed from his lack of power. With a sigh, he resolved that if he could return to Fengling County, he would resort to any means necessary to acquire martial skills and hasten his progress in cultivating qi. Why did Zhao Shi have such a penchant for raw food? Yet, the flavor was indeed pleasing. For the last 3 days, Chen Huayan had been subsisting on flatbreads, nearly to the point of nausea, with not a drop of oil in his belly. Seizing the opportunity while others dealt with the bandits outside, he began to scavenge in the spacious cabin. He had always found the wine quite intolerable, yet now it seemed somewhat acceptable. Still, the joy of a sugary drink was unparalleled, if only it were available. Chen Huayan took a few more sips of wine. In the current circumstances, his only option was to fill his stomach and gather strength, in case Zhao Shi met defeat, leaving him some energy to escape. When he returned with the infant girl, Zhao Shi had ordered the fetching of beast's milk, and Chen Huayan placed the baby directly into the barrel filled with it. What a delight! Pure bliss. Sometimes, when one possesses nothing, a sense of contentment can arise from the simplest pleasures. In the past, at the celestial court of Zhengzhou, she would only drink the beast's milk of the demon emperor. Even the milk from uncultivated ferocious beasts was not worthy of washing her feet. Yet now, she felt an immense satisfaction from a mere barrel of unrefined beast's milk. Being associated with you has lowered my own standards. Once I restore my strength, I shall ensure you witness true prowess. Luo Yunshuang licked her lips. Savoring the beast's milk as drowsiness enveloped her, her eyelids waging a fierce battle until she ultimately succumbed to sleep in the milk barrel. Bang! The cabin door was thrust open, and a blood-soaked Zhao Shi entered, brandishing his spear, exuding an aura of ferocity. My lord. Chen Huayan initially feared that Zhao Shi had gone to face his demise on the battlefield. Cough, cough. These Black Dragon Village marauders have become significantly more formidable. Zhao Zhu inhaled deeply and sat cross-legged on the ground. Is it resolved? We eliminated about 100 of them, and they ceased their pursuit. However, as I led this operation, the town military division suffered significant casualties. I fear the chief officer may impose punishment upon me. I assure you that I will fulfill the promise I made earlier, but it will take some time, Zhao Zhu sighed. His elevation to the position of chief officer stemmed not only from his extraordinary talent, but also from his recent contribution in saving the third Miss Zhao by providing medicine. Yet, he lacked substantial achievements. This mission, intended to bolster his reputation, had instead exposed his vulnerabilities. The people of the Black Dragon Stronghold harbored nefarious intentions. And despite the valiant efforts of the officials, higher authorities would not concern themselves with such matters. Do not worry. The worst that will happen is a brief period of confinement. In time, this incident will be forgotten, and I shall soon regain my position. Zhao Zhi seemed accustomed to such trials. Here are 10 taels of silver, sufficient for your needs in the meantime. Once the storm passes, I will assist you further. Thank you, my lord. You may leave now. I need to tend to my injuries. Chen Huayan, having indulged in a hearty meal, found the infant sound asleep, rendering his presence unnecessary. By the way, my lord, the dragon scale vine was disturbed by the people of the Black Dragon Stronghold. Zhao Zhi almost forgot the most crucial matter. Did you truly manage to collect it? To fulfill your lordship's request, I would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire. Moreover, the dragon scale vine is exceedingly rare. I was fortunate to find it, and it is indeed thanks to Lord Zhao's fortune. Surely, Lord Zhao shall soon break through to the blood condensation realm. Although Chen Huayan was a university student, he possessed a modicum of worldly wisdom. After all, maintaining good relations with his mentor was essential for a smooth graduation. Humans are inherently social creatures, and adept social skills yield success in any era or culture. If one understands social nuances yet struggles, it merely reflects insufficient capability. In many countries, the lower strata lack the privilege of social awareness. Before his transmigration, Chen Huayan faced numerous obstacles that gradually shaped his maturity. Zhao Zhi appreciated Chen Huayan's words. though he held the title of officer. His youth and limited experience meant few sought to curry favor with him. Upon my breakthrough to the blood condensation realm, there will be ample rewards. Thank you, my lord. And I wish you success in your endeavors. With that, Chen Huayan gathered his medicinal basket and milk bucket and exited. Chapter 19. Returning to the city with medicine and rising to the rank of Chun the Head, the houseboat sailed swiftly downstream. Reaching the Foling ferry of Foling County in just one night, the vessel docked in the shipyard, suffering substantial damage. The hull required extensive repairs, and the deck was nearly riddled with holes from the black feathered arrows. Zhao Zhe led his men to the town military division, while Lin Baiyang returned to the Shilin apothecary with Chun Huayan and his subordinates. Not only did the town military division suffer significant casualties, but the Shilin pharmacy was also left in a state of desolation. The team, which had gathered the elite herbalists of Fengling County, was nearly annihilated, leaving only Chun Huayan as the sole survivor. But how did he manage to join the herbal gathering team? Through connections with the Zhao family. Even though he was merely a herbalist, he paled in comparison to others. In Lin Baiyang's view, Chun Huayan likely survived by succumbing to fear upon entering the mountains, subsequently finding a place to hide. What kind of herbs could he possibly gather in such a manner? Lin Baiyang could hardly muster the energy to search him. What have you brought back? Present it. Yes. Chen Huayan responded, opening the herbal basket. On the return journey, he had discarded 3 concealed weapons belonging to Lin Fu into the river. Though reluctant, he knew he could not explain their presence if discovered during a search. Bloodwort. 5 stalks. Common herbs for stopping bleeding and promoting tissue regeneration, worth 20 coins each. Xingmu vine, 3 segments. After drying, it can be boiled to treat internal bruises. Each segment valued at 35 coins. Iceling flower, for blossoms. Effective against internal coldness, these 4 are of excellent quality, each fetching around 100 coins. Yet, Lin Baiyang regarded these items as mere trifles, feeling that examining them was a waste of his time. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, Chen Huayan extracted another herb from the basket. Iron bone grass, 1 stalk. When chewed by a martial artist, it alleviates pain during bone training, valued at 500 coins. This is quite impressive. Lin Baiyang was about to stand again, but found himself seated once more. Snake saliva fruit, 2 pieces. Used in medicine, it can neutralize potent toxins. Worth more than a tael of silver. However, one has been bitten by a rock rat and must be discounted. Still, combined, they yield a value of 1.5 taels of silver. Purple textured Hisho Wu, 1 stalk. Resembling an infant. It glows purple at night and is the best herb for replenishing qi and blood, starting at a minimum of 3 taels of silver. It appears to be 10 years old, and for a suitable specimen, 5 or 6 taels would be easily attainable. Dragon breath moss, 1 box. Harvested from the crevices of the dark river, this luminescent moss aids in qi training and stabilizes the mind, starting at 5 taels of silver. During this expedition, Chen Huayan had only gathered dragon scale vine and this dragon breath moss. The rest of the herbs naturally came from Lin Fu and the mutant sand. Last night, while in the cabin of the boat, he had already transplanted these herbs into the spiritual garden. Though the lower tier herbs could only grow to a maximum age of 10 years and would not fetch a high price. Upon seeing the latter items, Lin Baiyang's eyes widened in astonishment, his withered face and emaciated frame resembling that of a recently revived corpse. I did not expect you to possess such talents. My ancestors were once renowned herbalists, leaving behind some techniques. Renowned herbalists? Could it be Qin Shi Shan? Lin Baiyang furrowed his brow. As the overseer of all herbal businesses in Foling County, he was well versed in herbalists, and in the past century, it seemed that only one individual by the surname Qin could be deemed a master herbalist. Indeed, Chen Huayan confirmed. No wonder you possess such skills. Alas, the medicinal gathering team has suffered significant losses, and it is indeed a time of personnel shortage. You shall temporarily assume the role of the leader and recruit more gatherers. The esteemed gentleman has placed his trust in you, and I shall endeavor to meet his expectations, Chen Huayan responded promptly. Lin Baiyang currently finds himself devoid of capable hands, and Chen Huayan's leadership is but a temporary measure, for he is not one of his trusted confidants, and his replacement shall inevitably come. Let us retain these herbs for now. Lin Xiang, please procure 3 taels of silver for a lu. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiang hurriedly fetched the silver, and Chen Huayan took the coins and returned to the herbal pavilion. What a pity! Such a clever individual! Lin Xiang lamented silently as he watched Chen Huayan's departing figure. Now that he has ascended to the position of leader within the gathering team, he stands nearly as an equal to me. rendering it impossible for him to remain my adopted son. What do you think of this young man? Lin Xiang, still lost in thought, was queried by Lin Biong beside him. In response to the master's inquiry, I find Chen Lu quite astute. His ability to return alive attests to his good fortune, though his youth may render him somewhat unsteady in his endeavors. Indeed, he requires refinement before he can be fully entrusted. Lin Xiang nodded in agreement. Who could have anticipated that just a few days prior? Chen Lu was troubled by the specter of poverty, struggling even to survive the winter? Now, he has transformed into the leader of the medicinal gathering team at the Shilin Apothecary, a position that brings great honor among the gatherers. More importantly, with Chun Huayan's youth, should he choose to change his surname and join the Lin family, his status might surpass that of Lin Xiang himself. Lin Xiang had served the Lin family for over a decade before his surname was changed, toiling through every arduous task, gradually earning the family's recognition and becoming the manager of the Southern Market Apothecary. Yet, Chun Huayan has achieved in mere days what Lin Xiang labored for over 10 years. Unbeknownst to the two men, Chun Huayan hastened back to the herbal pavilion, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known that the Lin family did not conduct body searches, he would not have had to discard Lin Fu's hidden weapon, a significant loss indeed. He did not enter the herbal pavilion through the main entrance, but rather through a side door, proceeding to the leader's private quarters. This was once Lin Fu's abode, and now that Chun Huayan has assumed the role of leader, it is only fitting that the residence be transferred to its new master. What he had lost must be reclaimed here. Chun Huayan began rummaging through drawers and even scoured the floorboards. Goodness, is it truly so lucrative to hold the title of leader? Lin Fu, you are indeed wealthy. Chun Huayan discovered 5 notebooks pertaining to medicinal gathering, a dozen precious herbs, though they had mostly dried and could not be replanted, numerous bottles containing various medicinal concoctions, totaling 3 to 4 dozen, along with over 30 taels of silver. In a previous life, this would equate to an overnight fortune, transforming from a pauper to a millionaire. Yet, for Chun Huayan, these riches were of little consequence. He pounded on the walls, his fingers nearly bruised, until at last, he uncovered a hidden compartment. Breaking through the wall revealed a brocade box containing a tome. Martial arts techniques. This old fellow had the audacity to conceal martial prowess. This martial technique was given to Lin Fu by the 3rd master of the Black Dragon Village. However, Lin Fu's aptitude proved lacking. After 3 to 5 years of arduous practice, he achieved nothing and ultimately relegated it to obscurity. Returning to the forest and swallowing the sky, what a ridiculous name. It appears utterly unreliable. Although Chun Huayan harbored some disdain, he still began to peruse it. Indeed, it belonged to the most rudimentary category of techniques. If one possessed talent, it would not be particularly difficult to cultivate. The technique comprises 3 forms: spreading wings, pecking wood, and swallow's return. Chun Huayan favored the latter, as it appeared quite effective for escape. Truly, in this wild land, possessing such trivial techniques is a sheer waste of time and life. Upon observing Chun Huayan eagerly gesturing with the manual, Luo Yunchuang could not help but shake her head and sigh. When the true essence of my being can speak, you shall witness what constitutes a genuine martial art. Chapter 20. Grateful and Repay, Chen Lu. In the blink of an eye, the arrival of winter drew near, with temperatures plummeting. Chun Huayan relished the solitude of the herb abode, undisturbed by others. Each day, he busied himself with planting herbs, drying them, studying his notes, and practicing his martial skills, leading a most contented existence. Mei Ming, the weather is delightful today. Let us take a stroll. After breakfast, Chun Huayan cradled the infant and stepped out of the herb abode. He intended to craft a few floral garments for the child and procure some provisions. It is often said that wealth should not be displayed too openly. Even with some money at hand, he must spend judiciously. Overspending could easily attract attention, and aside from the few coins gifted by Lin Biong, he had little to explain regarding his finances. In addition to shopping, he sought to gather information about Zhao Shi. Moreover, Lin Biong had instructed him to recruit some herbalists to replenish the gathering team. While this was not urgent, as the leader, he must remain attentive. Furthermore, the herb abode was spacious, and he could not manage it alone. The courtyard had not been tended to for several days and was now overrun with weeds. As winter approached, the influx of people into the city for goods increased. Isn't that Lu? I haven't seen him in a while. Shoo. He should now be addressed as Chun the head. What? Your news is terribly outdated. The last time I ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, I was bitten by a venomous snake and spent over half a month recuperating at home, unaware of recent events. Previously, the third miss of the Zhao family fell gravely ill, and Chun, risking his life, ventured into the mountains to procure the seven-leaf lotus for her. Consequently, the Zhao family sent him to the Lin family's herbal team. Later on, while the team was on an expedition to Fulong Mountain, they were ambushed by the Black Dragon Village, resulting in heavy casualties. Only he returned alive, bringing back a wealth of invaluable herbs. The Sherlin apothecary, overjoyed by his success, appointed him as the team leader, though he remained, for the time being, a mere figurehead. So much has transpired in just a few days. Indeed, in a household so impoverished that even the simplest of meals has become a luxury, the father, risking his life to forage for medicinal herbs in the mountains, tragically fell to his death. Despite his frail constitution, he indeed carved out a name for himself. Who would have thought that a mere herb gatherer from Qinjia village could rise to lead a team of foragers? Regret lingers for what might have been. What is there to regret? Had we offered assistance when his family faced hunger, we could have shared in his glory today, could we not? And you? Do you possess such awareness? Even contemplating a complete withdrawal from compassion is a rare occurrence for you. You are correct. Qin Erge had a decent relationship with him. Yet where is he now? You are unaware? I am not informed. Recently, Qin Erge, through connections, secured a position as errand boy in the local military office. Unfortunately, he accidentally knocked over a jade cup belonging to a military flag officer. Although the cup remained intact, the officer was furious and nearly executed Qin Erge. Fortunately, upon learning of his ties to Officer Zhao, he was merely imprisoned. And what transpired thereafter? Officer Zhao led the local military office on a campaign against bandits, only to be ambushed, suffering significant losses. He has since lost his position and found himself in prison. As for Qin Erge, without a patron, his prospects appear grim. While the two whispered furtively, they unexpectedly collided with someone. Qin Baotou, what brings you here? Uncle Wu, did you just say Qin Erge has been imprisoned? Qin Huayan inquired gravely. I dare not presume. Just call me Haiwazi. It is said that they intend to execute Erge. The man responded, visibly anxious. He hails from Qinjia village and is distantly related to Qin Huayan, who, according to village customs, should address him as Uncle Wu. So, it was merely a cup that was knocked over? Qin Baotou remarked, such incidents are hardly uncommon in the local military office. Another herb gatherer from Qinjia village, known as Qin Huzi, chimed in. Qin Huayan, having remained in the village, received news of the city primarily through his father's accounts. And his father spoke the least about the military office, leaving Qin Huayan the least informed. Although you currently hold the esteemed position of head forger at Sherlin Medicine House, one must never offend the officers of the local military office, lest one's life be at stake. Qin Huzi cautioned, while Qin Haiwazi quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to temper his words. For Qin Huayan, arriving in this world only to lose his father before ever meeting him, the sole individual who truly aided him has been Qin Erge. Were it not for Qin Erge's diligent efforts and guidance upon entering the city, Qin Huayan would never have established ties with Zhao Shi, nor would he have joined the foraging team and ultimately risen to the position of head forager. It is only natural to express gratitude for kindness received. Moreover, in this county town, to establish oneself and attain a respected status, one must also cultivate a good reputation. Even the members of the four prominent families seek to maintain their dignity, often providing charity and assistance. The head of the Zhao family is affectionately referred to as Zhao the Benevolent. If one could also acquire a reputation for righteousness and timely aid, future endeavors would undoubtedly be facilitated. Regardless of the reasons at play, Qin Huayan could not afford to ignore the peril posed by Qin Erge. However, rescuing someone from the grasp of the Jinwu division proved to be as formidable a challenge as an impoverished herbalist from Qinjia can suddenly transforming into the head of the Sherlin apothecary. Such feats are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet, Qin Huayan was no ordinary man. He procured some floral cloth and provisions, monopolized all the animal milk in the southern market, and hired several porters to deliver his purchases to the Baijiao Hall. By afternoon, Qin Huayan arrived at Lin Baiyan's estate, where a towering black wooden entrance adorned with numerous glazed lanterns stood. 2 doormen were stationed at the entrance. Qin Huayan approached, producing 20 coins, which he handed to the doormen. Might I trouble you to announce to Lord Lin that Qin Aliu from Baikeju seeks an audience? Approximately 15 minutes later, one of the doormen emerged. Follow closely, do not stray. I appreciate your assistance. Qin Huayan followed the doorman into Lin Baiyan's residence. The first sight that greeted him was a shadow wall intricately carved with the 100 ghosts gathering herbs, depicting the specter weighing scales with human bones as bait. Navigating around the shadow wall led him into a courtyard brimming with various precious herbs. Where the corridor's pillars were entwined with decades-old Hisho Wu vines, creating a labyrinthine effect that could easily bewilder anyone without a guide. There are many mechanisms here. Do not touch anything. Thank you for the warning. Chen Huayan proceeded with heightened caution. After a considerable time, he finally arrived at the main hall, which was exceedingly spacious, furnished with 12 grand armchairs. A censer resided in one corner, and 36 bronze medicinal cauldrons hung from the beams above. Lin Baiyong, clad in a purple-patterned robe, was idly toying with beads made from various herbs. What brings you here today? The common folk often possess limited perspective. Yet, upon first encountering Chen Huayan, Lin Baiyong discerned that he was no ordinary individual. The act of casting an infant into the river was also a test of one's character. Lin Baiyong had anticipated that. Upon Chen Huayan's ascension to the role of head, he would pay a visit the following day. However, as 4 or 5 days passed without a word from Chen Huayan, who had not even left the Baikeiju, Lin Baiyong found himself somewhat perplexed. There was neither the naivety of sudden wealth leading to petty ambitions, nor the overt display of ambition through immediate fealty, leaving Lin Baiyong uncertain. Reporting back to you. My lord, upon returning to Baikeiju, I moved into a secluded courtyard that once belonged to Lin Fu. After a few days, I discovered certain items and am uncertain how to proceed. I seek your guidance. Chapter 21. Remembering the milk provider while enjoying the milk, the Empress's handwritten qi cultivation manual. In the hall of Lin Baiyong's estate, Chen Huayan meticulously arranged the precious herbs upon the ground. For ordinary individuals, these were rare commodities. They replenish kidney energy, enhance vitality, and revive the lifeless. Chen Huayan had already completed the bone training, with only a short time remaining to finish the skin training. The herbs required by commoners held little significance for him. Particularly, healing agents like Xueji and Cho, even at a decade of growth, were of negligible value to him. Yet in Foling County, they commanded a handsome price. Moreover, this is the ledger left by Lin Fu, who previously colluded with the Black Dragon Village. It records numerous instances of herbs secretly gifted to the village by Lin Fu, with prices starting at several taels. Chen Huayan respectfully presented the ledger, and Lin Baiyong glanced through it before placing it on the tea table beside him. He was somewhat aware of Lin Fu's petty maneuvers, yet he had not anticipated the staggering sums involved. Observing Chen Huayan from head to toe, he was struck for the first time by someone who had toiled their way up from the depths of society, maintaining such clarity in the face of overwhelming temptation. After a few days of recuperation, Chen Huayan appeared markedly revitalized. His spirit shone through, and even if his appearance was somewhat plain, it did not detract from his charm. Moreover, his foundational qualities were commendable. Surrounded by elderly servants, Lin Baiyong found himself intrigued by this likable young man, who was not only competent but also shrewd in his dealings. Lin Fu was a fool who had long relied on the Lin family's power to bully others. But now that he was gone, there was an unexpected tranquility. With a clean background and no offspring of his own, Lin Baiyong had dispatched numerous individuals over the past few days to thoroughly investigate Chen Huayan. His ancestry as a herbalist indeed validated his respectable status. He intended to adopt Chen Huayan as a foster son, which would signify his desire for Chen Huayan to continue leading the herbal gathering team. Without this title, Chen Huayan would struggle to bear such responsibilities. The notion of accepting a foster father posed no psychological burden for Chen Huayan. Throughout history, many heroes have risen to greatness with the support of a foster father, and to achieve considerable success, one requires a solid foundation. Furthermore, Chen Huayan did not consider himself a hero. He was merely a lowly wanderer, though his position was significantly elevated compared to ordinary vagrants. To connect with the Lin family was a coveted opportunity for many. Grateful for the Lord's favor, he expressed concern about the timing of such an arrangement. As his father had recently passed, he suggested waiting for 6 months, believing that this would be more appropriate. Are you treating Lin Xiang with such indifference as well? Lin Baiyong did not take offense. Rather, he smiled, growing increasingly intrigued by this Chen Lu. He likened him to a spirited steed. If tamed, he would become an invaluable asset. Regrettably, his own health was deteriorating, and no amount of rare herbs could restore his vitality. I dare not. I genuinely wish to serve you, my lord. Very well, return for now. In a few days, I shall send some personnel. Lin Baiyong had already made decisions regarding the selection of the herbal gathering team. Should Chen Huayan underperform, There were already candidates for the leadership role. My lord, I have learned some medical skills from my father. Your condition is a result of blocked meridians. Do you have a remedy? It is worth a try? Lin Baiyang furrowed his brow, still not fully trusting Chen Huayan. However, pondering the limits of his own health, he decided to treat this as a last resort. What is it? Chen Huayan produced several silver needles, which were concealed weapons left behind by Lin Fu in the courtyard. Upon encountering this concealed weapon, Lin Baiyang became increasingly vigilant. This was a minor ancestral technique involving silver needles, originally created by his forebear Qin Qingshan. Silver needle technique? How have I never heard of it? In this world, acupuncture does not exist. Chen Huayan's method was unfamiliar to Lin Baiyang. This technique, established by the ancestral figure Qin Qingshan, was not widely disseminated. The descendants either lacked skill or focused solely on gathering herbs. Until Lin Baiyang's father passed this art to a humble individual who took an interest and diligently practiced from a young age, thus gaining some insights. Now it is clear. Please proceed with the treatment. Chen Huayan took a deep breath, gently rubbing the silver needle before inserting it into Lin Baiyang's meridians. My lord, if it hurts, please inform me. It does not hurt. Lin Baiyang, intrigued, noted that the needle penetrated half an inch, yet he felt no pain at all. Chen Huayan continued to administer dozens of needles, almost turning Lin Baiyang into a porcupine. My lord, how do you feel? I indeed feel much smoother. Lin Baiyang nodded in agreement. After a quarter of an hour, the needles can be removed, once daily for 3 to 5 days, combined with some herbal decoctions. You shall see results. Is that so? If there are no effects, I shall accept any punishment. He was indeed frail, having consumed too much nourishment without the ability to metabolize it, resulting in blocked meridians. Chen Huayan's acupuncture had successfully restored much of his vitality. On the third day, during the acupuncture session, Lin Baiyang unexpectedly brought up the matter of Chen Ergu. Your cousin seems to be in danger of being executed by the Zhenwu division. This humble individual had not ventured outside in recent days and was unaware of the situation. During their time in Qinjia village, Chen Ergu often assisted him, showing kindness. He hoped Lin Baiyang could save his life. It is not difficult, but it requires some silver to facilitate the necessary arrangements. How much can you offer? Upon entering Baikeiju, I had no money, only brought my daughter. Now, all I possess has been granted by my lord. If you require it, I shall retrieve everything. Upon hearing Chen Huayan's response, Lin Baiyang nodded in satisfaction. In Fengling County, the most crucial aspect is having powerful backing, followed closely by reputation. I shall help you save Chen Ergu. As for what comes next, that is for you to manage. After saying this, Lin Baiyang leisurely walked to the entrance of the hall. Observing the scene, he felt that this year would bring a harsh winter, uncertain of how many lives would be lost to the cold. In the eyes of the 4 prominent families, lives were as insignificant as grass. No one truly cared for the plight of the common folk. In the past, when faced with a harsh winter, the Zhao family would open their granaries. The Li family would donate tattered cloth, while the Lin family would distribute warming herbal remedies. Alu, present. This year, I entrust this task to you. This was undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity, with profits beyond ordinary imagination. My lord's trust shall not be met with the slightest negligence. After leaving Lin Baiyang's residence, Chen Huayan committed the layout of the compound to memory. Even without a steward to guide him, he would navigate without error. Chen, head. Chen, head. Upon returning to Baichao residence, 5 newly arrived herbalists greeted him with utmost reverence at the entrance. The courtyard was meticulously cleaned, pristine in every aspect. Chen Huayan nodded slightly and proceeded to his private courtyard. At present, the matter concerning Chen Ergu had reached a resolution. Yet he found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Having reached the 4th stage of practice, he found himself stagnating at the qi refinement level, struggling to even master the first form of the martial technique he had discovered. Could it be that I truly lack talent? Am I merely a failure in cultivation? Chen Huayan, once brimming with confidence, could not help but succumb to self-doubt after such a prolonged period of stagnation in both qi cultivation and martial arts. Regardless, I am determined to be a practitioner. If talent is lacking, then let herbs suffice. Perhaps it is not merely a matter of talent, but rather that Zhao Shi's cultivation method does not suit me. Rather than doubting oneself, it is more prudent to question the methods of others. Chen Huayan resolved to seek alternative paths, yet the question of where to find such paths loomed large. Indeed, the method may be flawed, even if mastered. His self-harming technique would prove difficult to advance beyond. Luo Yunshuang, nestled in a barrel, drank another whole bucket of beast milk. Unlike her previous days of hardship, where she could scarcely find a moment's peace to sleep, she now indulged in a routine of eating and sleeping, her body growing rapidly. However, her consumption of beast milk was quite astonishing. In Foling County, rumors spread that Qin, the head of the Sherlin apothecary, bathed daily in tons of beast milk. His skin nurtured to a degree surpassing that of a blooming maiden. Consequently, a new term emerged, beast milk darling, leading Lin Baiyang to suspect that Chun Huayan harbored some peculiar penchant. Given how well you care for me, I shall bestow upon you a top-tier qi cultivation method. As for how much you comprehend, that rests solely upon your own fortune, Luo Yunshuang mused, only to be lifted from the barrel by Chun Huayan with a single hand. Goodness, you're drinking faster than ever. You guzzle down the milk, while I bear the blame. Chen Huayan increasingly felt that this little one must be the offspring of some mystical beast, albeit in human form. After a quick wash, he covered her with a newly made floral quilt. Ugh, I absolutely detest such floral fabric, she exclaimed. Oh, what is this? Are you overly joyous? Do you realize how precious this fabric is? This vibrant fabric was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary households, for not only was the cloth itself costly, but the dye was not inexpensive either. Chen Huayan had chosen a fabric with the most elaborate patterns, purchasing 10 bolts in one go, flowered quilts, flowered garments, flowered cotton padded jackets, and even a tiny pair of flowered shoes, although Luo Yunshuang was still too small to wear them for at least another year. A little girl must don bright colors to be adored. After soothing her for a while, Chen Huayan waited until Luo Yunshuang cried herself to sleep. As night fell, Luo Yunshuang opened her eyes, forcefully pushing away the arm resting on her. Fortunately, I have completed my bone training, or you would have surely crushed me. Struggling to crawl out, he rummaged through the medicinal basket and extracted some purple herbs. With delicate, rosy hands, he dipped the purple leaves and inscribed many crooked characters upon a coarse cloth. Chapter 22. 1,000 miles together, yet parting at last. What does this mean? Who has scrawled these cryptic symbols? What is this nonsense? In the early morning, Chen Huayan awoke to find the medicinal basket he had placed beside his bed overturned. Assuming someone had entered his room, he quickly checked his small treasury, relieved to find that his silver coins remained intact, allowing him to proceed with tidying up the basket. Upon wiping his sweat with a towel, he noticed several lines of uneven characters. The hideousness of the handwriting provoked an immediate urge to discard it. Wait. This towel has been in use for 3 or 4 days. It originally bore no writing. A chill ran through Chen Huayan as he scrutinized the cloth. It appeared to be the qi cultivation technique. Could it be a method of cultivation? How did it end up here? Did it originate from the cave? Or had a new opportunity revealed itself? The heavens seemed to be conspiring to feed me. After pondering for a while without any clarity, Qin and Yang decided to abandon thoughts about how the qi cultivation technique appeared on his towel. For now, he would focus on practicing it, embracing the universe as a single grain, perceiving the dantian as a furnace, drawing energy like threads, entwining and cocooning, breaking free to become a butterfly, thus glimpsing the celestial sphere, allowing the Ren and Du meridians to serve as the main vessels, while the 8 extraordinary meridians act as the weft, achieving the primordial net. This is the first volume of the qi cultivation technique, the foundation of the Great Path, and also the method of cultivating qi. Mastering qi signifies entry into the realm of cultivation, marking the essential and most significant step. The extent of future achievements is determined by this initial phase. Chen Huayan sat within a wooden tub filled with dragon breath moss, of which he had collected a substantial amount in the dark river, only a minuscule portion of which he had submitted to Lin Baiyang. It should be impossible. With the qi cultivation technique and the aid of dragon breath moss, he should be able to sense qi. After practicing the entire day, he felt no presence of qi. Luo Yunshuang lay quietly on the bed, appearing lost in thought. This was a top-tier qi cultivation method, naturally challenging. And even the emperor had spent over half a year mastering it. For those who start late, possess a weak foundation, and lack talent, unless endowed with extraordinary resources, it would take at least 5 years to complete this first volume. Of course, once the first volume is mastered, subsequent progress would be smooth sailing. And even if some bottlenecks arise, breakthroughs would be easier compared to ordinary cultivators. Unbeknownst to Chen Huayan, who assumed he was encountering issues in his practice, the process of cultivation is inherently prolonged and tedious. Many devote decades to uninterrupted practice to achieve bone and skin refinement. At just over 20 years of age, Chen Huayan had already embarked on qi cultivation, making him a rarity within Foling County. However, due to the county's prohibition of martial arts, he dared not reveal his abilities, lest he attract life-threatening dangers. In this realm, genius holds no value before the established order. The four prominent families, intent on maintaining their everlasting dominion over Foling County, must adhere to strict regulations, otherwise their authority shall wane. Conversely, Chun Huayan yearns to cultivate his abilities with integrity and transparency, necessitating his admission into the Jinwu Division. The composition of the Jinwu Division is quite straightforward. 40% of its members hail from the Zhao family, while the remaining 60% comprises 2/10 each from the Sun, Li, and Lin families. Thus, Chen Huayan must adopt Lin Baiong as his father, assume the Lin surname, and enter the Jinwu Division under the identity of a Lin family member. Those of lowly status are prohibited from keeping slaves. Hence they may take in household servants under the guise of adopted sons. However, the members of the four great families disdain such arrangements. Their adopted sons are typically granted substantial benefits. After all, the number of true family members is limited, many of whom are dependent on support. They require trustworthy individuals to undertake tasks on their behalf, and these individuals must first change their names and become adopted sons and daughters of the various families. With this new identity, their tasks become significantly easier. At present, Chen Huayan possesses both cultivation techniques and martial skills, overseeing the entire medicinal herb gathering team. With no shortage of resources, thus he is not in haste to join the Jinwu Division. Yet, his progress in Qi training remains stagnant, causing him considerable frustration. Qin Baotou, there is someone requesting an audience. Who? He claims to be Qin Ergu. Ergu? Invite him to the inner hall. I shall join shortly, Chen Huayan replied. Promptly rising from the wooden tub, he took a fine soft towel to dry himself, donned a slightly thicker garment, and, cradling the still-dazed infant, made his way to the inner hall of Baikeiju. Qin Baotou. Qin Ergu appeared significantly more emaciated, his face unkempt and his clothing tattered. Brother Ergu, to address me thus feels overly distant. Our circumstances have changed. We must adhere to propriety. Furthermore, you will soon oversee the herb gathering team, so you must maintain your authority. Qin Ergu stepped back a couple of paces. Without your assistance, Brother Ergu, I would not be where I am today. We remain brothers. Inseparable. Chen Huayan stepped forward and patted Qin Ergu on the back. Such kindness from you, Qin Baotou. I shall remember, but we must not disrupt the rules. My humble status cannot bear great wealth. Chen Huayan perceived that his 2 lifetimes had granted him a clarity in matters that surpassed the ordinary. He was surprised to find Chen Ergu possessed a similar mindset, albeit born into a lowly household. Nevertheless, what of humble origins? Chen Huayan had also once been in such a position and had now ascended to lead the herb gathering team. Brother Ergu, please freshen up first, and then I shall host a welcoming feast for you. As he spoke, Chen Ergu followed one of the herb gatherers to the backyard to bathe. Subsequently, Chen Huayan ordered a grand feast at the Fengyue building, spending 2 taels of silver just for the deposit. Such extravagance could only be afforded by members of the 4 great families. However, given his still humble status, he dared not act too ostentatiously, and thus instructed that the prepared feast be packed and brought back to Baikeiju. If one were to visit the Fengyue Tower with great fanfare, it would inevitably arouse envy. And should one inadvertently cross paths with a scion of a prominent family, trouble would surely ensue. As the sun dipped below the horizon, though it was no longer visible, the outside remained quite bright. In the courtyard of Baikeiju, charcoal was lit around, providing warmth, and 2 large tables were set up. 5 herbalists, along with Chen Huayan and Chen Ergu, made a total of 7, and they ordered over 20 exquisite dishes. These delicacies were beyond Chen Ergu's experience. Indeed, he had never even heard of many of them. Chen Huayan, too, recognized only a few, as he seldom indulged in such extravagance. As for the 5 herbalists, they had never encountered such a feast in their lifetime. Today, you all share in the glory thanks to my brother. Nonsense, I must raise a toast to you, replied Qin Baotou. No, I must first toast you. Without Brother Ergu, there would be no Qin Baotou today. Chen Huayan drank merrily, and the others feasted joyfully. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, Chen Huayan put down his chopsticks and turned to Qin Ergu. What are your plans for the future? After this experience, I have come to understand many things. I recall when you first entered the city, I told you that nothing is more important than one's own life. I suppose I shall return to my former profession, herbalism. That would be splendid. You can join the herbalist team. It is but a word from me. Chen Huayan said. No, I prefer to remain an ordinary herbalist. After all, Serving a powerful lord is akin to accompanying a tiger. One must be cautious in all endeavors. Chen Erge wished to advise Chen Huayan to be wary of the Lin family and to keep a low profile. But considering the vast difference in their statuses and the many people present, he swallowed his words. Chen Huayan understood Chen Ergu's concern. His presence here was akin to walking on thin ice, and should he inadvertently breach the prohibitions of the powerful, it could even implicate Chen Erge. It would be wiser to provide Chen Erge with some silver, allowing him to return to the village as an herbalist, where he could lead a peaceful life, free from financial worries. In due time, he could seek a marriage, start a family, and find joy in life. With these thoughts, Chen Huayan shook his head and smiled. Was this not the life path that Zhao Xi had envisioned for him? After Chen Erge stayed at Baikeju for 2 days, Chen Huayan arranged 3 donkey carts filled with enough charcoal for 2 or 3 winters, along with a large supply of grain, half a cart of cloth, and half a cart of miscellaneous items, personally escorting Chen Erge to the city gate. In the future, should you require anything, do let me know, regardless of my status. You will always be my brother Erge. All right. Chen Erge replied with a nod, saying little more. This medicine basket is specially tailored for you. It is quite lightweight. And inside I have placed herbs for you. Since you are a frail constitution, you should soak in medicinal baths regularly. In contrast to his earlier reticence upon entering the city, this time Chen Huayan became quite talkative, incessantly offering reminders. He prepared several portions of the herbs he had previously used to strengthen his muscles and bones, placing them in the medicine basket, and, concerned that Chen Erge might not withstand the potency, he opted for milder, 1-year-old herbs. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Chen Baotou. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Yet we must bid farewell. With a solemn nod, Chen Erge took his leave. Suddenly, a heavy tolling of bells echoed through the city of Fengling County. A foreboding sound of 3 long and 2 short chimes. Were the bandits launching an assault? Chapter 23, The Bandit Night Raid on Fengling County. Alu's early morning reconnaissance. After parting ways with Chen Erge, Chen Huayan hastened back to Baikeju. He was utterly in the dark regarding the situation outside the city, while within, panic had begun to grip the hearts of the populace. It had been over a century since Fengling County faced an attack from bandits, and this alarm had not sounded in 100 years. Shouldn't we prepare for something? Stone Monkey inquired, a member of the 5 herbalists sent by Lin Baiyang. Known among his peers as Ho San Lang. Once an abandoned infant left at the outskirts of Fulong Mountain, he was rumored to have been raised by monkeys. When Lin's herbal team ventured into the mountains years later, they initially mistook him for a beast, but soon recognized his humanity, leading Lin Baiyang to take him under his wing. Standing at a mere 5 feet, with arms that reached his knees, his bronze-hued skin and pronounced brow resembled that of a primate. Always barefoot and unaccustomed to shoes, he could scale cliffs with ease, having trained under the one-eyed AC. Acquiring some skills in herbal gathering. The bandits are robust and formidable, some even skilled fighters. We are but ordinary herbalists. What can we possibly prepare? Chen Huayan replied coldly. Everyone should return to rest at Baikeju. No one is permitted to leave. He spoke with a tone befitting a leader, for he was not merely a figurehead. He needed to maintain an air of authority. Lin Fu was a cunning man, while Chen Huayan wore a facade of stoicism, each evoking a different kind of fear. In truth, Chen Huayan felt a twinge of anxiety. If the bandits were to seize the county, he would lose his position before it had even settled. In any other county, a mere band of bandits would pose little threat. Yet Fengling County was unique. The prohibition of arms signified limited military strength. With only 5,000 guards to defend the county, a breach could lead to a swift change of power. What good is it to dwell on such thoughts? I have little power to alter the course of events, he mused. If the bandits truly invade, we shall flee. He glanced at the infant, drinking from a bowl of beast's milk, then opened his modest treasury, wrapping all his silver in burlap and placing it into a medicinal basket. He donned the concealed weapons collected by Lin Fu, equipping himself for potential conflict. Should the situation take a dire turn, he would escape through the southern gate with the infant to seek refuge in the countryside. Alas, if only he had reached the level of Qi training, he might possess greater strength. Chen Huayan had long been troubled by his inability to feel anger, a state of mind that vexed him greatly. Luo Yinchuang, unable to bear his distress, had left a message on his freshly changed sweat towel the previous night, admonishing him to temper his pride and impatience. She also mentioned a herb that could aid in cultivating energy, a name that Chen Huayan had never even heard of, deepening his sense of confusion. That night, he scarcely closed his eyes, while Luo Yunchuang slept soundly. As dawn broke, The outside world remained eerily quiet. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to wait any longer. If the bandits truly seized the county town, they would inevitably seal all exits, leaving him no chance to escape. With determination, Chen Huayan gently lifted the still-sleeping Luo Yunshuang into a medicinal basket and slung it over his back before stepping outside. The herbal gathering team, also deprived of sleep, could be seen huddled together in the courtyard. I will go fetch news. You all stay here and do not wander. After I leave, lock the gate. After issuing his instructions, Chen Huayan departed from Baikeiju. The morning air was sharp, and the streets were desolate. He made his way to Lin Baiyang's residence with practiced ease, only to find the main gate firmly shut. He knocked lightly, but there was no response. Could it be that this old fellow had already fled? No. I must leave as well. If I delay any further, it may be too late. Just as he was about to turn away, the gate creaked open. Chen, you're here so early today? The doorkeeper, still bleary-eyed, regarded Chen Huayan with confusion. Recently, Chen had visited daily to administer acupuncture to Lin Baiyang. Thus the doorkeeper had grown accustomed to his presence. However, today was indeed unusually early. I need to employ a different method today, as I must begin at sunrise. Is the master in the residence? The master left last night and only returned before dawn. He is likely resting now. Then I shall come back later. Chen Huayan nodded. Wait a moment. Did not the master instruct that if you were to come, you should be allowed in to wait? Another doorkeeper appeared. Oh, is that so? I was just a bit dazed earlier. My apologies, Chen. It is of no consequence. I shall head to the side hall and wait there. Without requiring guidance, Chen Huayan made his way to the side hall. Not long after he settled in, Lin Baiyang emerged, adorned in a purple patterned robe. Compared to several days prior, he appeared remarkably revitalized, and his once dry hands now bore a hint of flesh. You've come early. Are you inquiring about the bandits? Lin Baiyang seemed to perceive Chen Huayan's hidden intentions. My lord, the county is guarded by the Jinwu division, so it is not for me to worry. However, today marks the 5th day of your acupuncture treatment, and it is essential to employ fire therapy at sunrise to invigorate your internal yang energy. The notion of fire therapy, along with the concept of yang energy, was merely a pretext devised by Chen Huayan. What is fire therapy? It is akin to cupping in acupuncture, where needles cannot reach. Moxibustion is appropriate. In a previous life, the esteemed physician BNK proclaimed, when one is free from illness, regular moxibustion, even if it does not grant eternal life, can indeed ensure longevity of over 100 years. The essence of this fire therapy lies in the medicinal cord, a conduit infused with over 20 herbal ingredients. Placed upon the back, covered with 2 layers of damp cloth, doused with strong liquor, and ignited, transforming into a fiery dragon as it follows the shape of the cord. Chen Huayan elucidated. This fire therapy may appear deceptively simple. However, its intricacies are profound. The specific ailments, their corresponding acupoints, and the precise duration of the burn are all critically important. Proceed with the treatment. Lin Baiyang nodded in acquiescence. In truth, the effects of fire therapy are scarcely significant. It serves merely as a fade for Chen Huayan. Observing Lin Baiyang's calm demeanor, Chen Huayan realized that the siege by the bandits was not a matter of great concern. Were you startled by the bell tolling last night? Lin Baiyang reclined on the specially crafted bed, feeling the warmth enveloping him, undeniably comforting. He had toiled throughout the night without respite. Had it not been for Chen Huayan's assistance in restoring his health a few days prior, he would likely have succumbed to exhaustion. His fondness for Chen Alia grew increasingly strong, although adopting him as a son would not allow him to inherit his enterprise. Providing him with some advantages was a trivial matter. Indeed, there was a hint of trepidation, yet with a figure of such stature in Foling County, the sky would not fall. Contemplating these thoughts diminished his fear. To accompany a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger. The offspring of prominent families can be even more perilous than ferocious beasts. Uttering insincere words may appease those above, allowing oneself to fare better, and with surplus energy, one can support those below. Before acquiring strength, one must speak and act with utmost caution, think thrice before proceeding, and ensure plans are meticulously laid out. You possess a silver tongue. Lin Baiyang inhaled deeply, shifting the conversation. The Zhao family nurtured their own bandits, only to find themselves ensnared by their own hawks, resulting in self-inflicted wounds. The Black Dragon stronghold, having matured over a century, mistakenly believed that a mere acquisition of poison and rudimentary martial skills would suffice to claim lordship within the city. Such notions are utterly fanciful. Nevertheless, The losses incurred by the town's martial administration were grievous, and the citizens of the North City, unaccustomed to turmoil for years, were suddenly alarmed. With the Black Dragon stronghold launching a direct assault on Fengling Ferry, panic ensued, resulting in trampling and significant casualties. Although the Black Dragon stronghold was repelled, the aftermath presents a daunting challenge to rectify. With a sigh, Lin Baiyong lamented, while Chun Huayan stood respectfully beside him, listening in silence throughout. How many medicinal herbs for treating internal and external injuries remain in the Baikeju pharmacy? In response, there are 3,000 stones officially recorded, yet in reality, not a single stone can be extracted, as 90% of the herbs have been exchanged by Lin Fu for withered grass. After Chen Huayan assumed leadership of the herbal gathering team, he inspected the storerooms of Baikeju, with these discrepancies duly noted in Lin Fu's ledger. The Shilin Pharmacy has 5 major repositories for herbs in Fengling County, one located in each cardinal direction, with Baikeju housing the largest collection, containing the most common and inferior herbs within its storerooms. The gathering of this herb is relatively effortless, and it is consumed sparingly during ordinary times, which does not concern Lin Baiyong. However, given the recent injuries predominantly affecting civilians, this herb becomes essential. The head of the Lin family has thus decreed that the Shilin Pharmacy shall open its doors to brew medicinal concoctions, freely distributing the herbal infusions to the injured populace of Fengling County. This gesture serves to enhance their reputation. After all, as one of the 4 great benefactors of Fengling County, it is imperative to respond in times of crisis, particularly since the herb itself holds little monetary value. This Lin Fu, Lin Baiyong suddenly recalled the ledger sent by Chun Huayan, causing a rush of urgency to engulf him. My lord, please do not succumb to anger. Your health has only just been restored, and should you allow your temper to flare, there will be no remedy for it. The head of the family has instructed me to dispense the medicine, yet we find ourselves devoid of supplies. What can be done? Surely, we cannot follow the example of the Sun family, who, in their attempts to distribute gruel, mixed in half a portion of sand, can we? In Fengling County, even those who beg do not seek out relief supplies, and while the Sun family aspires to be seen as benefactors, they are unfortunately mired in infamy. Moreover, this medicinal brew is meant to treat ailments and save lives. Should it be adulterated, the reputation of Shilin Pharmacy would be irreparably tarnished. Although the Lin family has its share of shortcomings, they have always adhered to the principle of authenticity when it comes to herbal remedies, a fact universally acknowledged in Fengling County. Authenticity is indeed the hallmark of the Lin family. The business of Shilin Pharmacy extends beyond the confines of Fengling County. Benefiting from the bountiful resources of Fulong Mountain, the Lin family's herbal enterprise spans 7 counties within Jiangling Prefecture, with 5 major prefectures beneath Qitian Prefecture. Aside from Jiangling, the other prefectures also harbor a modest presence of Lin family commerce. Thus, in comparison to the other 3 prominent families, the Lin family has a greater need for a commendable reputation to propagate, which is why they frequently provide free medicine to the populace of Fengling County. In addition to the medicinal herbs required for healing, there are also none left for the winter months. My lord, these common herbs are not rare. There are plenty around the periphery of Fulong Mountain. If we dispatch someone to gather them now, we should have enough time. Enough time? Where shall we find such a multitude of gatherers? While the herbs may be plentiful, if we have no knowledgeable foragers, we risk returning with poisonous plants, exacerbating the situation. I, Alu, am willing to alleviate your worries. You have a solution? In truth, Lin Baiyong was aware of how to resolve the matter. By offering a high price for various common herbs, he could attract a swarm of gatherers from all corners of Fengling County, and within 2 days, they would procure sufficient supplies. Yet, such an approach would incur exorbitant costs. However, for the sake of the Lin family's reputation and to uphold their esteemed standing, Lin Baiyong reluctantly resolved to endure the burden. Alas, how misguided I was to have taken in this Lin Fu. Alu, please calculate the approximate sum required. I shall later instruct the managers across various locations to tally this year's surplus. If it falls short, I shall devise another plan. As the leader of the herbal gathering team, it is my duty to oversee the procurement. How could I possibly extend my hand for funds? What do you mean? Lin Baiyong paused, momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. The entire herb supply of Beijing amounts to at least several hundred stones, not including the medicinal herbs for warmth. This necessitates the efforts of over 1,000 herbalists entering the mountains to gather sufficient quantities within 2 or 3 days. Even without accounting for labor costs, the expenditure on these several hundred stones of herbs constitutes a considerable sum. My lord, such a vast quantity of herbs cannot simply vanish without a trace. To transport them outside the city would be thwarted by the guards. I surmise that these herbs must still reside within the city. Can you locate them? Every matter leaves traces. Grant me 3 days, and I shall undoubtedly uncover the whereabouts of these herbs. Chapter 24. The Intricate Maneuvering for Herbs. All for the Fulong Herb Gathering Map. Fengling County, outside the Zhuke Gate, in the Southern Market's medicinal herb alley. A group of lowly laborers crouched on the ground, awaiting their employers. Business has been stagnant for several days, and with winter approaching, if they cannot sell their strength, the cold season may prove arduous. Cough, cough. Is your injury still not healed? Without herbs, and with the weather growing chillier, it seems unlikely to survive this winter. All this is due to those infernal bandits, now. There truly seems to be no path to survival. It is rumored that the former head of the herbal gathering team colluded with the bandits, delivering all the herbs from Baikeiju to the Highlang stronghold. The new head, Qin, has pledged a military order to resolve the herbal supply issue for the injured citizens of Fengling County within 3 days. Is this true? Well, that is what they say. It appears credible and not fabricated. What capabilities does this Qin possess? His abilities are unclear, but it is said he is benevolent. Initially, in Qinjiakan, his father perished on Fulong Mountain, and he relied on neighbors for support. Eventually, he became prosperous, yet that very neighbor fell into misfortune, offending the martial authority of the town's military division and facing execution. Offending the town's military division? That is undoubtedly a death sentence. Who would dispute that? But guess what? This Qin single-handedly rescued that neighbor, bestowing a significant sum of silver and countless provisions. So, he is indeed a benevolent man. But how will he procure the herbs? It has been 2 days, and still no news. A head, no matter how influential, cannot possibly amass such a quantity of herbs in such a short span. I find this matter precarious. In these times, benevolence cannot serve as sustenance. Good people do not live long. Let us cease lamenting others' affairs. We ourselves are on the brink of despair. The lowly laborers whispered amongst themselves as a rough-looking man in coarse clothing sauntered by. How much do you pay for digging? Such base laborers earn 30 coins a day for strong work. Older ones receive 20 coins, or perhaps 5 or 6 pounds of coarse rice per day. 25 coins. A robust man proclaimed. I will work for 20 coins. The crowd clamored eagerly. The lower the class, the more competitive they become. It is not of their choosing. If they earn no income, they may starve this month. 25 coins, no limit on the number. Those willing, follow me. The rough man declared, then turned southward. And the crowd hurriedly followed. Master, where are we headed? A servant inquired. To Baikeiju, replied the rugged man, Guadachuan, a member of the herbal gathering team from Sherlin Apothecary. Although he lacked any formal training in muscle or bone cultivation, his innate strength earned him the moniker the Brawny Bull. After passing through 3 market districts, the group followed Guadachuan into Baikeiju. This should be the spot. Let's begin digging. Qin Huayan marked a large circle on the ground, and the laborers immediately set to work. Indeed, you all are putting in great effort. If we finish today, I shall reward you handsomely. Qin Huayan proclaimed generously. Upon hearing this, the laborers redoubled their efforts. He even had the herbal gathering team prepare some invigorating porridge, a rare treat for these hard-working men. A few of them, tasting the porridge, felt tears welling up in their eyes. All right, this is not charity. Should anyone be caught slacking off, they will receive nothing, Qin Huayan added, before turning to return to his solitary courtyard. The plan devised by the Black Dragon stronghold to seize Fengling County had been meticulously crafted. The soul-biting herb could inflict lethal damage on martial practitioners at the blood condensation realm, intended for use against the town martial division. Simultaneously, they sought to bribe the servants of the 4 prominent families, such as Lin Fu, who covertly incinerated batches of medicinal herbs. Additionally, a significant portion of the Sun family's grain was secretly destroyed by those same servants. All these machinations aimed to destabilize public opinion, anticipating that when spring arrived, many impoverished individuals would perish from cold and hunger. With the Black Dragon stronghold besieging the city, those they had bribed would collaborate to fabricate public sentiment, facilitating an effortless conquest of Fengling County. However, at the juncture of obtaining the soul-biting herb, unforeseen complications arose, leading to internal discord within the Black Dragon stronghold. Otherwise, Fengling County could have indeed witnessed a sudden shift in power. At present, hundreds of stone weights of medicinal herbs had turned to ash, an endeavor beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Yet, Qin Huayan possessed a spirit garden, allowing him to plant the common herbs and harvest them within mere seconds, subsequently cultivating new shoots from the tender leaves. Within half a day's time, he had procured several hundred stone weights of herbs. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Chen Huayan, filled with excitement, made his way to the residence of Lin Baiong. "My lord, we have located the herbs." "Located them? How did you manage that?" Lin Baiong, reclining in his armchair, immediately sat upright upon hearing the news. The sheer volume of herbs made centralized destruction difficult, and Lin Fu could not transport such a large quantity outside the city, likely burying them nearby. "I deduce that the burial site should be in the vicinity of Baikeju," he explained, commencing a search in the area. Eventually, he noticed an anomaly in the soil's texture in the backyard, where the surface layer differed slightly from the soil several meters deep. Identifying several potential locations, he enlisted a few laborers to begin excavating. After digging 4 to 5 meters, they uncovered the herbs. Chen Huayan instructed the laborers to dig nearly 6 meters deep. While they worked, he discreetly tossed a few herbs into the pit, declaring they had found the herbs. He rewarded each laborer with 35 coins before sending them away from Baikeju. Taking advantage of the solitude in the backyard, Chen Huayan extracted the medicinal herbs from the cave and placed them in a pit. He then summoned the herb-gathering team to the backyard to pack the herbs. He was aware that his actions were somewhat crude, and if someone were observant, they might detect inconsistencies. However, as long as Lin Baiong chose not to investigate, there would be no issues. "Excellent. With both courage and cunning, you truly are my benefactor." In truth, Lin Baiong had no interest in the method by which Chen Huayan procured the herbs. He was solely concerned with the outcome. "Speak. What reward do you desire? Gold, silver, or treasures? Choose freely." Lin Baiong inquired with a smile. "My lord, I am merely the head of the Lin family's herb-gathering team, solely interested in the herbs themselves." "The herbs? Then I shall provide you with some gathering equipment. The gear left by Lin Fu is more than sufficient. I merely wish to glimpse the Fulong herb-gathering map." The herb-gatherers of Fengling County have a heritage spanning several centuries, relying on experience and ancestral maps to navigate the mountains. The most comprehensive and detailed herb-gathering map resides within the Lin family. Even Lin Fu had only seen a fragment of this Fulong map. Upon hearing this, Lin Baiong's countenance wavered. This was the most confidential matter of the Sherlin apothecary. Each time the herb-gathering team ventured into the mountains, they were provided with maps of specific regions, which were then updated with fresh information, and never had the complete map been shown to anyone outside the Lin family. However, since Chen Huayan had cured his ailment and resolved the issue of the herbs, allowing him a glance would not be detrimental. "Follow me. I can only grant you the time of half an incense stick," Lin Baiong said in a low voice. Chapter 25. Observing the map to seek herbs. Awaiting the right moment, the Lin Baiong residence was heavily guarded. Beyond the intricate traps in the front courtyard, the backyard was patrolled by over 20 skilled swordsmen in rotation. Each of these warriors was exceptionally skilled, with most having reached the level of skin refinement. Among them, the foremost swordsman had even attained a level of chi refinement. These were all members of the Lin family who had retired from the town marshal office. This was an unwritten rule in Fengling County. Those who retired from the town marshal office either perished or entered one of the 4 noble families, and these individuals were forbidden from imparting martial techniques to anyone, including their offspring. Lin Baiong led Chen Huayan to the backyard, where Chen Huayan kept his head bowed, refraining from surveying his surroundings. The dusk obscured the view of the landscape. Creak. Lin Baiong opened a door, revealing half of his figure. "The Fulong herb-gathering map is within. Remember, you have only half an incense stick's time," Lin Baiong reiterated. "Understood, my lord." Chen Huayan stepped into the room, where over 1,000 perpetual lamps illuminated the space, making it indistinguishable from daylight. The room was vast, nearly the size of the entire Baikeju, and the Fulong herb-gathering map was supported by numerous wooden frames, fanned out across the floor. In the center of the room stood a long table, occupying half of the space, upon which lay a sand table of Fulong Mountain. Truly detailed. The image profoundly astonished Chen Huayan, prompting him to lean closer in search of a medicinal herb, the dragon beard grass. While the leaves and stems of this herb hold little efficacy, its roots are considered a superior substance for cultivating qi. The vast herbal collection map of the dragon had yet to be fully explored, with the center remaining uncharted, while various areas were detailed with the distribution of herbs, accompanied by annotations of ferocious beasts, paths, shortcuts, and even the concealed river beneath the burial dragon abyss, all meticulously illustrated. Where could the dragon beard grass be? As time passed slowly, Chen Huayan still could not locate the marked area for the dragonbeard grass. The map was simply too expansive, laden with intricate notations that demanded careful scrutiny to decipher. It would take an entire day to fully examine such a grand map. After a brief moment, Chen Huayan hastily scanned the map, his urgency intensifying. Alas, this little creature certainly has impeccable timing, seldom crying, yet choosing this critical moment to create chaos. Behind him, the infant wailed incessantly, compelling Chen Huayan to first lift her from the basket. Goodness, another mess. The once fragrant room, filled with the soothing aroma of herbs, transformed when Chen Huayan unveiled the swaddled infant, as if someone had tossed a lit firecracker into a public restroom. Tears streamed down Chen Huayan's face. Not from sorrow or anger, but purely from the overwhelming stench. Even after all this time, nothing has changed. The odor remains consistently foul. How unbearable! Were it not for those low-quality beasts' milk, would I have produced such a revolting mess? Now quite adept, Chen Huayan swiftly changed the infant's soiled diaper. Before he could rise, his peripheral vision caught sight of 3 minuscule characters at the bottom of the map. Dragonbeard grass. Is this the burial dragon abyss? The dragonbeard grass emits a peculiar fragrance, yet Chen Huayan recalled not detecting any such scent while in the abyss. Thus, he diligently examined the map once more. As it turned out, behind the Silver Dragon Falls, there exists a water-curtained cave where the dragonbeard grass flourishes. How could such a secluded location have been discovered? Chen Huayan chuckled wryly, and before he could take action, a voice from outside called out, "Alu, time us up. Come out." Not daring to delay, Chen Huayan promptly placed the infant back into the basket and stepped outside. What an odd smell. Lin Baiong furrowed his brow. "Sir, I noticed it the moment I entered. Perhaps the herbs in the incense burner have spoiled." Chen Huayan replied, "Those servants are perpetually unreliable. If only I had more like you, I would have recovered from this illness long ago." Lin Baiong sighed. "It is a small honor to serve you, sir." Chen Huayan responded with a smile. The Sherlin apothecary engages in the trade of herbs across the land, with reputation being paramount. Providing quality medicine to the people is of utmost importance, particularly with the possibility of those from Black Dragon Village scheming in the shadows. Having observed your reliability in the past 2 tasks, should this endeavor proceed smoothly, I shall assist you in removing your status as a wanderer. As the arrival of spring approaches next year, you shall venture into the mountains twice more, and in due time, you will adopt the surname Lin. At that juncture, you may either assume the role of a steward at the apothecary or train in martial arts at the town's martial office, following your heart's desire. Lin Baiong holds Chen Huayan in high regard, and this privilege far surpasses that afforded to his other adopted sons. "Thank you, my lord. I shall not betray your trust. It is time for you to refer to me as master." "Yes, master." "Enough about the apothecary. You will be quite occupied with that task. The 5 individuals I entrusted to you are entirely reliable, but feel free to recruit additional hands, ensuring their backgrounds are impeccable. Off you go." After bowing in respect, Chen Huayan departed from Lin Baiyong's residence, making his way directly back to the Baichao residence. "Man Yozi, gather everyone." Upon entering Baichao residence, Chen Huayan noticed Guadachuan busy transporting bags of herbs. Guadachuan acknowledged him and promptly called the other 4. In a short while, the group had assembled. The courtyard of Baichao residence was spacious, and before the 3-legged bronze medicinal cauldron, Chen Huayan stood, hands clasped behind his back. "You have all been at Baichao residence for several days now. You should be thoroughly familiar with the protocols of the herb-gathering team. With winter now upon us, our paramount task is to distribute medicine for the welfare of the people. Should anyone falter, my position as leader will be forfeited, and your heads may find themselves in peril." As he spoke, Chen Huayan cast a discerning glance at them. "Head Chen, we currently have only 5 of us at Baichao residence. We are indeed short-handed," Ho Sanlang remarked with some difficulty. "In previous years, although we had only 6 or 7 members, we had ample preparation time, and they were seasoned veterans. Now, our herb-gathering team is comprised entirely of newcomers who possess only experience in gathering herbs. This will be their first endeavor in distributing medicine to the townsfolk. Yun Ke, please investigate the backgrounds of the dozen or so laborers who arrived today. If they are trustworthy, recruit them as assistants at Baichao residence." "Understood, Head Chen." Yun Ke, whose real name was Wu Yu, was slender like a willow, with long braids adorned with copper bells, a hawk-nosed herb hoe at her waist, and her steps were silent, leaving no trace in the snow. She was the youngest in the entire herb-gathering team, aside from Chen Huayan. "By noon tomorrow, ensure the herbs are counted and transported to the northern part of the city, where the injured populace is most concentrated. Shihuzi, accompany me to distribute medicine in the north." The rest of you shall deliver herbs to the other apothecaries." "Yes," they responded in unison. "Every evening's medicinal bath is mandatory. None are to be absent. I have already prepared the medicine packets and stored them in the back courtyard's warehouse. You shall retrieve them at designated times and quantities. Should they run out, inform me." Manyozi, after imparting these instructions, Chun Huayan proceeded to his own quarters. He had no affiliations with the Black Dragon Gang, and thus would not utilize the previous formula, which, while effective in strengthening the body, was still somewhat lacking. Instead, Chun Huayan opted to employ a year-old tiger bone grass, combined with an assortment of other herbs to enhance its potency, a remedy far superior to any prior concoction. The primary hurdle was the costly nature of tiger bone grass. Lin Fu was unwilling to provide it to the herb-gathering team, viewing them as little more than the dying. In contrast, Chun Huayan aspired for these individuals to gather the finest medicinal herbs from the mountains. According to convention, the herbs collected by the medicinal team must first pass through the hands of the leader. Chun Huayan, however, had no need to line his own pockets. He only required the finest herbs to be cultivated in the spirit garden, allowing them to age for a time before returning a portion, while the surplus would rightfully belong to him. These herbs, whether for personal use or for sale, were far superior to the laborious task of gathering them himself. Upon returning to his chamber, Chun Huayan cradled the infant and commenced a medicinal bath using the dragon breath moss. Yet, the so-called energy remained elusive. It seemed he would have to rely on the dragon whisker grass instead. However, with winter already upon them, there were no boats available to reach Fulong Mountain. If he were to walk, he feared he would not return until the new year. Perhaps it was best to wait until spring to venture into the mountains for herbs. He had progressed too rapidly from muscle training to skin training, leaving his foundation unstable. Moreover, he had yet to master the technique of the Lin Lin Yin Fan. One cannot overreach. With a clear direction in mind, Chun Huayan no longer felt urgency. He calmed himself, attuning to the changes within his body. Chapter 26. Life is hard. The Empress size the Red Sky Prefecture comprises 5 districts and 35 counties, the majority of which experience a perpetual summer, characterized by intense heat. However, the county of Foling, nestled against Fulong Mountain, boasts distinct seasons, particularly notable in winter when it occasionally endures frigid temperatures. During winter, Fulong Mountain can be cloaked in heavy snowfall, with ice thick enough to freeze 3 feet deep. Based on previous experience, the hotter the summer, the harsher the winter becomes. This year, many citizens of Foling County succumbed to the summer heat, and thousands of livestock perished. Thus, Lin Baiong warned Chun Huayan that a harsh winter lay ahead. Just after the onset of winter, a cold front descended from Fulong Mountain, engulfing the entire Foling County. Even though Chun Huayan had reached the realm of skin training, he could still feel the biting chill. He donned 2 layers of cotton clothing before stepping outside, his medicinal basket filled with quilts, with the infant nestled in the center, her little head the only part visible. Alas, fortunately, he had also reached the bone training stage. Otherwise, these burdens would have surely suffocated him. If you ever have a child, you would surely endanger them with such antics. During this period, the unlimited supply of beast's milk allowed Luo Yunshuang to grow rapidly. Though the only drawback was the poor quality of the milk, she understood that this was the best beast's milk Chun Huayan could procure within his capabilities. Presently, her situation was infinitely better than the days when she could barely fill her stomach with flatbreads, and she found herself complaining less frequently. She realized that following Chun Huayan had its advantages. At the very least, she would not have to worry about the foundational herbs when she began her cultivation, enabling her to smoothly break through to the blood solidification stage. With the strength of the blood solidification realm, she could escape this desolate place and embark on a quest for opportunities based on her memories. It would not be long before she could reclaim her former glory and return to the Central Continent's immortal court, reclaiming all that was hers, while also lending a hand to this little 6th brother. As Luo Yunshuang pondered these thoughts, Chun Huayan had already stepped out of the herb house. Before dawn, several donkey carts had already gathered in front of the Baichao residence, where hired laborers busily loaded bags of medicinal herbs onto the carts. "Let us go," Chun Huayan commanded, and the donkey carts began to move. Guadachuan remained at Baichao residence, while Chun Huayan and Shihuzi headed north to the city, and the other 3 herb-collecting teams dispersed to the eastern, western, and southern markets. Approaching the hour of the snake, Chun Huayan and his companions arrived at the northern market. Before they could unload the herbs, a cavalry unit thundered past. "Clear the way." A long whip cracked through the air, violently striking down 2 donkey carts, scattering herbs across the ground as the cavalry trampled over them without pausing. The driver, unable to evade in time, was struck by a heavily armored warhorse, collapsing with a crushed ribcage, seemingly on the brink of death. Witnessing the destruction of both herbs and lives, Chun Huayan looked up at the cavalry. "Those are the men from the town guard. We cannot afford to offend them," Ho Sanlang whispered urgently to Chun Huayan. At this moment, Chun Huayan, still shackled by his lowly status, realized that even without the burdens of his past, provoking the town guard was unwise. In such trivial matters, there was no recourse but to endure. Taking a deep breath, Chun Huayan nodded. "Let us unload the herbs. We must not delay our business." For the two deceased drivers, compensate their families with 3 taels of silver each. Losing a cart of herbs is not the end of the world, and we can bring more carts tomorrow. To him, the lives of the lowly were hardly valued, and offering 3 taels as compensation was already a generous act. Ho Sanlang acted swiftly, quickly organizing the removal of the bodies and gathering the scattered herbs. The Sherlin apothecary had strict rules. Any herbs that had been trampled were to be destroyed and never distributed. Though Chun Huayan had spent a considerable time in this world, witnessing such actions still unsettled him. For his 9 years of moral education were deeply ingrained and difficult to alter. "Old man, those herbs are useless. You cannot pick them up. Over there, you can collect the good ones." Ho Sanlang's voice reached Chun Huayan's ears, prompting him to turn and see a hunched old man, leaning on a broken bough, attempting to gather the herbs from the ground. "They are of no use. Better to give them." "That is unacceptable. The apothecary has its rules." Ho Sanlang shook his head repeatedly. Observing the elderly man, Chun Huayan felt a surge of suspicion. His gaze sharpened, and his temples throbbed slightly. He was certainly a skilled individual. Such people were either still within the town guard, had become private soldiers for one of the 4 prominent families, or had long since passed away. "Old sir, what use do you have for these herbs?" Chun Huayan approached to inquire. Cough, cough. "I've grown old and frail. I wish to brew some medicinal soup," he replied. "Shihuzi, take a bag of herbs and send 2 people to deliver them to the old gentleman's home," Chun Huayan instructed. "Ah, yes." The herbal medicine was insufficient, and 2 carts were ruined. According to the dispensing rules, each household is allowed a maximum of half a pound. However, Chun Huayan directly distributed an entire bag. As the leader, Ho Sanlang dared not voice any objections and quickly acquiesced. "1 bag. That's far too much. It will go unused." The old man waved his hand dismissively. "Not too much at all. If you require more, you may return tomorrow. I'm Chen Aliu, the head of the medicinal herb gathering team at Sherlin Apothecary. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out directly." "Well then, I thank you, Head Chen." The old man clasped his hands in gratitude, leaning on his broken bough as he turned to depart. That young man's insight is commendable. It seems the old man once reached the realm of enlightenment, only to have his dantian destroyed, leaving him utterly depleted. For quite some time, Luo Yunchuang had accompanied Chun Huayan in Fengling County, having only encountered Zhao Shi, who was at the blood condensation stage. This was her first encounter with someone of the enlightenment stage. Chun Huayan was unaware of the old man's origins. He merely wished to cultivate a good relationship. As evening approached, most of the herbs had been distributed without incident. Chun Huayan instructed Ho Sanlang to watch the stall while he ventured to the bustling North Market behind Changle Street, the most prosperous marketplace in all of Fengling County, offering an extensive array of goods, albeit at prices that often intimidated the common folk. Fresh first-tier beast milk, known to enhance muscle growth and fortify bones, ward off ailments, and provide warmth, was being sold at a fair price, with no deception involved. Originally, Chun Huayan intended to purchase some meat for a modest feast, but he was taken aback to find first-tier beast milk available. These naturally raised beasts had a complex hierarchy, similar to martial cultivators, capable of cultivation in their own right. However, most commoners lacked the understanding of these realms, thus they were simply categorized from 1st to 4th tier, with the higher tiers being exceedingly rare in Fulong Mountain. "How much is this beast milk?" Chun Huayan inquired as he approached the stall. 1 tael of silver per jar." "Is it truly that expensive?" Chun Huayan picked up a jar, opened the lid, and sniffed. "This smells somewhat rancid. Is it still fresh? Is it truly worth a tael of silver?" He frowned slightly. This was transported from Anyang over mountains and rivers. The transportation costs alone exceed a tael of silver. If it weren't for the time involved, I wouldn't sell it for 2 taels, the vendor explained. The other 6 counties in Jiangling Prefecture were stronger than Fengling County, with many places capable of raising 1st and 2nd tier fierce beasts. Fengling County lacked this capacity, thus the beast milk here was naturally more expensive. These vendors were primarily selling other items and had brought along some beast milk, which was not easy to sell. How much do you have in total? 4 jars of first-tier beast milk and 1 jar of second-tier beast milk. The second-tier milk costs 3 taels of silver. I'll take them all for 5 taels. That's unacceptable. That would be a loss. The vendor shook his head vigorously. Then so be it. I shall take my leave. Chen Huayan turned to walk away. Wait. How about 6 taels, and consider it a free trip for me? Just 5 taels. Chen Huayan stood firm. This is far too much of a loss. Chen Huayan produced several medicinal herbs, stating, I still have some herbs here, worth a few hundred coins. If you are willing, we can make a deal. If not, then let it be. Are you from the Sherlin Pharmacy? Indeed, Chen Huayan replied without hesitation. Very well, let it be so. The merchant, with a heavy heart, handed over 5 jars of beast milk to Chen Huayan. Little one, let us treat you to a better meal today. Chen Huayan carried the 5 jars of milk to the butcher, where he purchased 10 pounds of fine meat and casually picked up a rattle drum. Dong dong dong. Ming Ming, smile for me. Chen Huayan gently lifted the infant from the herb basket. Navi, giggled Luo Yunshuang, forcing a charming smile at the sight of the 5 jars of beast milk in Chen Huayan's hands. Life is challenging. Even the empress must sell her smile. Luo Yunshuang sighed inwardly. Chapter 27. Alu is simply too straightforward, too earnest. At Baikeiju, the aroma of meat wafted through the air. It had been ages since the laborers had tasted meat, and even Guadachuan and his companions had not savored the flavor of flesh for quite some time. The income of the herb-picking team was significantly higher than that of ordinary workers, yet they still had to be frugal, outside of festive occasions. None could afford to indulge in a few bites of meat. Back when Lin Fu was still around, the team's meals consisted solely of vegetables. Had it not been for their individual skills allowing them to partake in some private meals, they would have long succumbed to hunger. Upon returning with the fine meat, Chen Huayan did not take it to his private courtyard, but rather directly delivered it to Wu Yu. Despite having worked hard all day, Wu Yu expressed no complaints for the sake of a good meal. The dumplings, with their thin skin and generous filling, burst with meat upon the first bite. Such delicacies were rarely encountered even in dreams. Chen Huayan instructed Ho San Lang to bring over the medicinal wine from his courtyard, pouring each person a large bowl. This wine, meticulously concocted to ward off cold and warm the body, provided a comforting sensation as they sipped the steaming liquid, alleviating their fatigue. Everyone has worked hard today. In 2 or 3 days, this herb distribution will reach a conclusion. Let us all hold on just a little longer. Chen Huayan raised his large bowl. This is merely our duty. There is no need for Chen to be so extravagant. A table laden with dishes easily cost a couple of silver coins. Especially the medicinal wine, which was invaluable. Recently, having benefited from Chen Ergo's generosity, the group had enjoyed improved rations, and just a few days later, they feasted on meat-filled dumplings. Never before had anyone heard of such splendid meals for the herb-picking team. Guadachuan, who had previously enjoyed a close relationship with Tua Eryi, had initially planned to join the herb-picking team the following year. He was acutely aware of their circumstances and felt that a change in leadership was akin to a transformation of the heavens. Money is but an external possession. I, too, come from a humble background and understand the hardships of earning a living. In the future, as long as you all work diligently, you need not worry about these expenses. Chen Huayan declared generously. At another table, the laborers, now transformed into long-term workers at Baikeiju, were too excited to speak. Initially, they had little impression of the rumored Chen A Lu, but after 2 days of interaction, they began to grasp the true weight of the word benevolence. As long as one dedicates oneself to their work, Chen Baotou would certainly not be ungrateful. Soon enough, the table was cleared, every dish and grain of rice swept away. The crowd dispersed to begin tallying the herbs to be distributed the following day. Chen Huayan retreated to his secluded courtyard, igniting a fire beneath a pot to warm some beast milk. He skimmed off the layer of cream atop and fed the warm milk to Luo Yunshuang. Oh, how refreshing it is to drink this kind of beast milk. Luo Yunshuang savored it, her bright eyes turning into crescent moons. Witnessing her contentment, Chen Huayan sighed. This jug of beast milk could sustain an average household for a month. Even I cannot afford such luxury. Unless I become the proprietor of the apothecary and discreetly sell some of the herbs I cultivate, it remains a challenge to convert it into cash. Therefore, to acquire more high-quality beast milk, one must indeed be resourceful. Taking advantage of the twilight, Chen Huayan made his way to the Lin Baiyong residence. Was the distribution of medicine smooth today? Lin Baiyong inquired lazily, reclining in a grand chair. Thanks to the patroness' favor, there were no unforeseen circumstances. That's good to hear, Lin Baiyong nodded. How do you feel today, master? Much improved, though I still feel a bit weary. Recently, I perused the notes left by my ancestors and discovered a method for restoring health, but Chen Huayan's words trailed off. But what? It requires a substantial amount of beast milk. The higher the quality, the better, complemented with some herbs, which can yield remarkable effects. Is this true? Lin Baiyang opened his eyes to look at Chen Huayan. Alu began experimenting a few days ago, and just today, acquired some first and second-tier beast milk in the northern market to successfully concoct the remedy. Chen Huayan presented a mixture of cream and herbal potion, the flavor somewhat peculiar. Barely palatable. Lin Baiyang frowned and took a sip. The taste leaves much to be desired, but indeed, a warmth flows within. It requires prolonged consumption to be effective. Restoring health is a slow endeavor. It's a pity that beast milk is so rare. Chen Huayan lamented. Recently, I heard you acquired a nickname, something like Beast Milk Youngster. Scouring for beast milk. I see now that was the reason. Why not explain it? Lin Baiyang suddenly recalled. The mouth belongs to others. Defending myself would garner little attention. I'd rather devote this time to pondering herbs. Alu, I previously mentioned that to thrive in Linfeng County, reputation is paramount. You are too single-minded, too earnest. Chen Huayan responded. While you are currently the leader of the herb-gathering team, at the end of the day, you remain a commoner and a gatherer. One must first uphold their duties. You may be foolish, but there are moments of cleverness within you. Lin Baiyang remarked. You needn't purchase beast milk anymore. I have arranged for someone to gather some and deliver it directly to Baikeiju. As for the herbs needed, feel free to utilize them, but ensure you keep proper records. If this method proves to be effective, I shall assist you in promoting it, encouraging others from different families to give it a try. Who knows? It may yield substantial returns. Lin Baiyang has always possessed an innate talent for business. Otherwise, he would not have managed to take over the entire Shilin pharmacy despite his illegitimate status. Alas, he has no heirs, and after a century, the Shilin pharmacy must ultimately be returned to the legitimate Lin lineage. Alu, with his limited perspective, relies solely on the decisions of the employer. Enough of this. It is getting late, and you should return home. Tomorrow, there are still preparations for the medicine to be made. Chen Huayan hastily departed from Lin Baiyang's residence, relieved that he no longer needed to concern himself with the matter of the beast's milk. Once the medicinal preparations were complete, he would focus on laying a solid foundation, and ideally master the martial skills as well, thus equipping himself with some means of self-protection. Behind him, in the backpack, Luo Yunshuang had been sleeping less over the past few days, appearing particularly spirited, and she keenly observed Chen Huayan's actions. To her astonishment, she found his approach to matters exceedingly astute. He executed tasks with remarkable efficiency. It is quite rare for someone of lowly status to possess such capabilities. Had I had a confidant like him during my time at the Central State Celestial Court, I would not have had to manage everything personally, squandering so much time that could have been devoted to cultivation, only to have treacherous individuals rise to prominence and ensnare me in their plots. Once my strength is restored, I shall cultivate this young Lu as my trusted aide and bring him back to the Central State Celestial Court, which would greatly alleviate my burdens. As Chen Huayan walked slowly, he remained oblivious to the fact that while he regarded her as a daughter, she was preparing to mold him into a trusted confidant. The biting cold wind swept past, prompting Chen Huayan to tighten his collar. This harsh winter, it seemed, would prove insurmountable for many. I am but a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, and yet I still possess the leisure for such thoughts. Mei Ming, this is a ruthless world. It is far better for the two of us to live well than anything else. Chen Huayan turned to glance at the medicinal basket behind him and murmured, This little one has fallen asleep again? How delightful it is to be so young, free from worries, merely eating and sleeping. Chapter 28. A Night Encounter with the Old Man. In the early morning, frost had already formed a layer of ice upon the ground. Winter seemed to arrive in the blink of an eye. Auntie, did your family cook the medicine we collected yesterday? Yes, we did. When the bandits headed south, my husband was fishing at the Redwater River, and the boat capsized. He nearly lost his life, and is now covered in injuries. And how is he now? It is indeed strange. Logically, such severe injuries should require at least 3 to 5 months of recovery. However, after consuming the medicinal broth from Shilin Pharmacy yesterday, he was almost fully recovered overnight and is already able to walk today. Such miraculous medicine is rare, isn't it? The herbal remedy I picked up yesterday to ward off the cold has kept me warm throughout this freezing weather. I can endure it even with just one cotton coat. What is going on? How can the medicine from Shilin Pharmacy be so extraordinary? It is said to be connected to the new head, Chin. The one from the medicinal gathering team? What does he have to do with it? It appears that something has been added. In any case, the proprietor of Sherlin Pharmacy, that frail individual, has transformed into a vigorous figure after undergoing the treatments administered by Master Chen. Rumor has it that he is even contemplating taking a concubine. Is this true? Such extraordinary claims, while they may be embellished, I firmly believe there is some truth to them. Recently, whispers regarding Chen Huayan's miraculous beast's milk potion circulated in the southern part of the city, albeit within a limited scope. Now, as he distributes medicine to the entire populace, his reputation has undeniably soared. Coupled with the living testament of Lin Baiyang, Chen Huayan is on the verge of being hailed as a medical saint. As Chen Huayan walks through the streets, others see him carrying a medicine basket with a child nestled within, prompting them to respectfully approach and address him as Sixth Master. This title is typically reserved for members of the four prominent families, and among the adopted sons of these families, few are honored with such a designation. However, the repeated calls of Sixth Master do not inflate Chen Huayan's ego. Instead, they instill in him a heightened sense of caution. It is easy to deify someone, yet it is even simpler to topple them from their pedestal. On the third day of medicine distribution, Chen Huayan chose to remain hidden within Baikeju, not venturing out at all. He never anticipated that the herbs cultivated in the spirit garden would yield such remarkable results. What should have been merely a year-old plant exhibited potency surpassing that of ordinary 2- or 3-year-old herbs. This ordinary herb, once planted, instantaneously matured into a year-old specimen, rendering time utterly uncontrollable. Chen Huayan found himself troubled, as he had not foreseen such an occurrence. This matter also garnered the attention of others from the Lin family. Lin Baiyang, however, perceived no issues. After all, if Chen Huayan could revive him from his frail state and enhance the original formula for better efficacy, what could possibly be amiss? The burgeoning reputation of Sherlin Pharmacy was indeed a coveted achievement. Seizing this opportunity, he also sought to promote Chen Huayan's miraculous acupuncture techniques and the concoction made from beast milk to the members of the four prominent families. Initially, there were intentions to mass-produce the remedies, but Chen Huayan insisted that each treatment must be tailored to the individual, as bodily conditions vary significantly. Although Chen Huayan possessed a foundational understanding of medicine, it was merely rudimentary. Having fortuitously restored Lin Baiyang's health, he could not guarantee the same success for the next patient. Moreover, such a lucrative method of wealth creation could hardly be shared so freely. With the doors of Baikeju firmly shut, Chen Huayan remained in his secluded courtyard, contemplating the intricacies of the Lin Yin Fan technique. Most martial arts require a mentor. As the adage goes, a master leads you to the door, but practice is up to you. Without a guiding teacher, understanding the underlying principles of the techniques becomes impossible, akin to mimicking the postures of illustrations without grasping the essence. Even a prodigious talent would struggle to master a martial art on their own. This is often more challenging than creating one's own techniques. Nevertheless, all martial arts ultimately converge towards the same goal. With exposure to various styles, one can cultivate a deeper understanding that facilitates the learning of new techniques, thus accelerating progress. The initial foray into martial arts is often the most arduous, as it is the first technique that poses the greatest challenge to master. This is not a solution. If one cannot master martial arts, even if one gathers dragon beard grass and completes the cultivation of qi, it amounts to nothing but raw strength that cannot be utilized. Chen Huayan paced in the courtyard, while Luo Yunchuang beside him felt an inexplicable urgency. The first martial technique is foundational. It is essential to find a capable teacher. When I learned my first martial art, it took me several years. Alas, I cannot speak yet, and imparting martial skills requires both verbal and physical transmission. It necessitates elucidation of principles and personal demonstration. Perhaps I should leave him a note this evening, asking him to wait for me for 8 years, at which point I shall personally teach him the methods of martial arts. As Luo Yunchuang pondered, the small door of the courtyard was gently knocked upon. Who is it? Chen inquired. It's me, Shahuzi. That old man said he wishes to see you. Ho Sanlang's voice echoed. Chen Huayan opened the door. The old man? Is he the one I encountered in the northern part of the city, leaning on a broken bough? He came seeking medicine again yesterday, and as per your instructions, I gave him a bag. However, today he mentioned he no longer requires herbs and wishes to meet you. Where is he? He has returned home. But I accompanied him both times I delivered the medicine, so I know his address. Please provide me the location. After Chen's request, Ho Sanlang quickly wrote down the specifics before retreating. That old man is certainly no ordinary individual, Chen Huayan mused as he returned indoors. He adorned himself with the hidden weapons left by Lin Fu and concealed the various poisons from Aunt Silent S collection within his garments. Finally, He selected some superior herbs before departing from the apothecary. Lamudixyang is situated in the northwest corner of Foling County. 90% of the impoverished residents of the county live here, including that old man. By the time Chen Huayan arrived, the last rays of sunlight had completely vanished. Ugh! What is that smell? So revolting. Luo Yunshuang, who had been sleeping soundly, retched a few times, suppressing her urge to vomit. After all, she had just consumed the last jug of first-grade beast milk and was reluctant to expel it. Where am I? What a foul odor. The surroundings were dim, illuminated only by the faint cold moonlight, revealing a muddy path while obscuring everything else. Meanwhile, Anning Street, just a few alleys away, was brightly lit and filled with commotion. This must be the place. At the alley's end, the third horse tethering post had rotted into a honeycomb structure, and the foul-smelling ditch beneath it emanated an unpleasant scent. Nevertheless, Chen Huayan's keen sense of smell detected a unique fragrance of medicine. The door was fashioned from a coffin lid, with a copper lock corroded to a verdigris hue, and the keyhole was entirely blocked. Just as Chen was about to push the door, a line of discordant theatrical dialogue wafted from within. I once beheld the golden halls of Jinling, where orioles sang at dawn. He was certain that the voice belonged to the old man. Upon pushing the door, he found the old man seated on a decayed wooden root in the small courtyard, gazing up at the sky. Old sir, I apologize for the intrusion. Chapter 29. One must be willing to sacrifice oneself in order to ascend. Do you know who I am? The old man sat in the dimly lit courtyard and softly inquired. I do not know, Chen Huayan replied succinctly. You do not even know my identity, yet you delivered the herbs for 2 days? I merely recognized your familiar face and was reminded of my grandfather, which is why I took the liberty to assist you. The old man chuckled lightly, leaning on his worn bow as he rose to scrutinize Chen Huayan intently. With unsteady steps, he approached Chen Huayan, who instantly became alert. Before he could react, the old man's gnarled hand, resembling an eagle's claw, swiftly seized Chen Huayan's right arm. The strength of his grip was formidable, akin to an overwhelming force. Even with Chen Huayan's practiced resilience, escape was impossible. Such strength? Chen Huayan thought, astonished. The old man appeared frail and on the verge of depletion, yet his power was astonishingly formidable. You possess remarkable potential, and your foundation is well established. In this restricted area of Foling County, how did you acquire the techniques of cultivation? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on Chen Huayan, making him feel as though his very essence was being pierced. To impart such knowledge privately is a forbidden act. It would be inappropriate for me to disclose it. Having only met the old man twice, he could not reveal Zhao Shi's identity. The old man nodded, ceasing his inquiries. It is evident that you are ambitious. In my decrepit state, I have vanquished bandits and enemies. My broken bow has once aimed at the celestial wolf. I possess some understanding of cultivation techniques. If you wish to take me as your master, I may share these teachings with you. Sir, please accompany me to the herbal pavilion. I shall immediately prepare tea to honor your mentorship. You are still quite young. The old man sighed with a bittersweet smile. Was that jest? Chen Huayan asked, his brow furrowing. Not entirely. I indeed wish to accept you as a disciple, but such formalities are unnecessary. Moreover, once we leave this place, we shall be mere strangers. You must not speak of this to anyone, or your life may be in jeopardy. Upon hearing the old man's words, both Chen Huayan and Luo Yunshuang from the medicinal basket were intrigued. The old man cleared his throat and began to narrate his tale. I was born into the Zhao family, possessing some innate talent. I entered the town marshal department and ascended swiftly, achieving success at a young age, which earned me many enemies. Subsequently, I attempted to eradicate the Black Dragon stronghold multiple times, ultimately leading to the destruction of my Dantian and my expulsion from the town marshal department. The old man spoke matter-of-factly, but Chen Huayan could sense the tumultuous journey hidden within those words. I could not abide their collusion with thieves, yet felt powerless to act. After leaving the town marshal department, they dispatched individuals to keep watch over me until recently, when the Black Dragon's men attacked, which allowed those spies to withdraw. Thus, should you desire to learn from me, you must be prepared to face considerable risks. If fear grips you, it is not too late to reconsider. The old man coughed twice, directing his gaze back to Chen Huayan. To receive martial guidance privately is indeed a taboo, regardless of who you are. It could lead to dire consequences. As for joining the town marshal department, who knows when such an opportunity may arise? Perhaps Lin Baiyong is merely spinning a fantasy. As a lowly individual striving to ascend, one must possess the courage to endure hardships. Otherwise, it is wiser to resign oneself to the status of a commoner. Having come this far, I am prepared for what lies ahead, and I am grateful for your willingness to accept me as your disciple, esteemed sir. There is no need for excessive formality. My life had little expectation until I heard rumors about you, suggesting a man of gratitude and loyalty. Taking me as your student seems to be a means for you to assist me in future endeavors, and if you are indeed a person of conscience, I will find peace in that. With Chun Huayan taking charge of the medicinal preparations, the results were astonishing. His previous exploits began to circulate widely, particularly his reputation for benevolence. Anyone who mentioned the sixth master would inevitably offer a thumbs up. In this world, there are too many ingrates, and those who repay kindness with malice are all too common. Chun Huayan, now the head of the medicinal team, did not forget his past debts of gratitude. The glittering silver, seemingly worthless, was generously bestowed upon Chen Ergu, and who could not envy the 3 carts overflowing with goods. Having gained the favor of the ailing Lin Baiyong, it was not long before he had nearly cured Lin's ailments. His work with the medicines was executed exquisitely, earning him widespread acclaim. In the past century, such a remarkable individual had not emerged from Fengling County, rising from the very depths of society. After their recent encounter, the old man concluded that Chen Huayan was an ambitious soul. Master, what is your command? You have yet to embark on your training, so there is no rush. For now, focus on your studies with me. Lin Baiyong treats you well, and your growing reputation suggests he will soon adopt you as his son. In time, you may leverage this identity to enter the town martial division, at which point your martial prowess need not be concealed. From today onward, come to me at the 2nd hour of the night, and I shall instruct you for 2 hours. The winter nights are long and arduous. Chun Huayan began his studies under the old man's tutelage, delving into the theoretical foundations of martial arts. He had completed the training of sinews, bones, and skin, yet found himself with mere brute strength, unable to harness it effectively. His reliance on the efficacy of herbs rendered his foundation weak. Even upon reaching the stage of qi cultivation, his prowess paled in comparison to that of his peers. The old man first helped him organize his theoretical knowledge, followed by solidifying his foundation. This process was rather tedious, yet Chen Huayan exhibited no signs of impatience, for he could distinctly feel the transformation within his body. Indeed, growing stronger. Simultaneously, the most astonished of all was Luo Yunshuang, who was perplexed by the depth of understanding regarding martial arts displayed in this desolate land. The Central Plains Immortal Court is replete with myriad cultivation methods, all synthesized by formidable beings. Luo Yunshuang, having followed in the footsteps of her predecessors, had rapidly advanced in strength. Her situation mirrored that of Chen Huayan. While her progress was swift, it remained somewhat superficial. The old man had developed his own system, appearing somewhat clumsy, yet capable of fortifying the foundation more solidly. Chen Huayan absorbed the old man's teachings daily, and Luo Yunshuang also gleaned much knowledge from the sessions. It was not until half a month later that Chen Huayan's foundation was thoroughly solidified. Your talent is commendable. The old man was astonished by Chen Huayan's rapid progress and, fearing he might become complacent, exercised great restraint in offering praise. Chen Huayan's remarkable progress can be attributed not only to a modicum of innate talent, but also to his daily ritual of immersing himself in herbal baths prepared from the medicinal plants cultivated in his secluded courtyard at Baikeiju. He is not in haste to cultivate his qi. Instead, he focuses on fortifying his foundation through baths derived from herbs that strengthen muscles and bones, resulting in swift consolidation of his base. The cultivation of qi can wait. I shall first impart to you some martial arts techniques. Once you achieve a minor success, we can procure additional herbs, making the pursuit of qi cultivation considerably easier. You have, I presume, encountered some martial arts techniques before? The old man inquired. I possess a manual titled Returning Swallows Through the Forest, but unfortunately, despite my prolonged efforts, I have achieved little progress. Chen Huayan replied. Returning swallows through the forest. How did you come by it? Chen Huayan promptly recounted the circumstances of his acquisition, feeling no need for concealment. This technique was one I devised during my idle days years ago. While its practical application is rather ordinary, it serves adequately as an introductory martial skill. Once you master it fully, you will find it facilitates the learning of other techniques with greater ease. Chen Huayan was astonished to discover that this serendipitously acquired martial art was, in fact, the creation of the old man. Ahem. Now, let me teach you this first move. Ahem. Do remember the essentials. Master, I have prepared some herbal concoction for you. Please partake before I commence my practice. Over the past fortnight, the old man has indeed devoted considerable effort, which has further strained his already waning vitality. Now, He relies solely on sheer will and determination to impart martial arts to Chen Huayan. In the future, refrain from such practices. They waste precious herbs. And my body can no longer endure such supplementation. Chapter 30. The Golden Belt of Murder and Arson. Building bridges and roads without corpses. Though you are the leader of the herb-gathering team, you must not constantly provide me with these precious herbs. Should matters go awry, would you not be jeopardizing your own future? Initially, the old man held no particular affection for Chen Huayan, viewing their relationship merely as a transaction of mutual benefit. However, as time passed, the old man grew increasingly fond of this unlikely disciple. In daily interactions, Chen Huayan strikes a commendable balance in his speech and often gifts him with herbs, each specimen being over a decade old and worth several taels of silver at the very least. Even though the old man once belonged to a prestigious family, living in luxury, he could not bear such extravagant waste. Nevertheless, for Chen Huayan, it was merely a trifling gesture. During this fortnight, he has treated numerous dignitaries and officials, gaining access to an ever-growing variety of herbs, which he skillfully brings back to his abode, planting them in his spiritual garden. Before long, he has cultivated a dozen specimens, returning one while keeping the rest for himself. However, the returned specimen's age was somewhat difficult to ascertain. Even if its age remained unchanged, its efficacy had greatly enhanced. Rumors abound that Chen Huayan possesses a miraculous ability to revive the ailing, even though his medical skills are not exceptional. He has cured many stubborn ailments through the potency of these herbs, leading others to believe in his extraordinary medical prowess. The formulas devised by Chen Huayan vary greatly, puzzling many physicians who have studied them for long periods. The same prescriptions yield far less effective results when administered by others. Chen Huayan attributes this success not only to the herbal concoctions but primarily to his mastery of silver needle techniques. Countless physicians sought to apprentice under Master Lu. Yet the art of the silver needle proved exceedingly arduous. Some, having only grasped the superficial aspects, inadvertently caused fatalities. Consequently, Chen Huayan declared he would no longer accept disciples, lest inept practitioners lead others astray. This decision rendered his medical expertise unparalleled, earning him a substantial sum over the fortnight, the majority of which he graciously presented to Lin Baiyong. As such, Lin Baiyong turned a blind eye, for it was still winter, and the herbal gathering teams could not ascend the mountains. Chen Huayan's accumulation of wealth posed no detriment to Lin Baiyong, and even served to elevate the prestige of the Shilin apothecary. Master, these herbs hold little value. Drink without concern, I assure you, Chen Huayan remarked dismissively. Having spent considerable time in this world, he found himself still somewhat unaccustomed. Unfortunately, he had become a mere itinerant of the lower class. Fortunately, he had not encountered any truly nefarious individuals, save for Lin Fu, who was now nothing but bones. The others, such as Chen Ergu, Zhao Shi, Lin Baiyong, and the elderly gentleman before him, regardless of their motives, had significantly aided Chen Huayan on his path forward. Particularly, this elderly man had imparted his wisdom without reservation. Chen Huayan, a man of gratitude, felt compelled to reciprocate by utilizing the herbs he had acquired. The mastery of martial skills could not be circumvented. It relied solely on personal insight and diligent practice. Without the guidance of the elderly man, even after a decade of training, Chen Huayan would have achieved little. Yet now, he experienced rapid advancement each day. From tomorrow onward, your attendance is no longer required. I have imparted all my techniques to you. A master may open the door, but the path of cultivation lies in your hands. The heights you attain depend solely on your efforts. The elderly man sipped his medicinal broth, observing Chen Huayan as he practiced stances in the courtyard. Not required? I feel there is still much to learn. Chen Huayan responded, furrowing his brow. Ah, what you lack must be comprehended through your own experience. I possess nothing further to teach you. Today, the authorities issued a decree, summoning every household's male to assist in bridge construction across the Fulong River. I shall be departing tomorrow. The elderly man coughed lightly, having expended considerable effort lately. However, with Chen Huayan's herbs sustaining him, he could endure for another year or so. Yet, this endeavor to build the bridge might indeed prove fatal. I have heard of the bridge construction. Yet, at your advanced age, you ought to be exempt from such labor. Chen Huayan exclaimed, his brow furrowed in concern. The Zhao family had received word that come spring, the brigands of Hailong's Eye would likely stir again. The town marshal division was still recovering from its wounds and contemplated erecting several long bridges across the Fulong River to thwart the mountain bandits' descent. They planned to establish hidden sentries within the forest on both banks to intercept any threats. Once the town marshal division regained its strength, They would seek the opportune moment to annihilate the Hai Lang Zai and subsequently support a new batch of bandits. The adage rang true: gold belts are for murder and arson. Bridges and roads bear no corpses. Fortunately, Chen Huayan found himself on the exemption list for the herbal gathering team. If I survive, there will always be those who remain uneasy, such as my fate. You must not act rashly, for if you become entangled, all my efforts will be rendered futile. The elderly man cautioned. Chen Huayan was acutely aware that the old man's journey was fraught with peril. The one regret that weighed heavily on his heart throughout his life was towards Yao. If you ever have the chance to interact with the Li family, rest assured. Master, recently, I treated the young master of the Li family and learned news about Madame. I am confident I can cure her old ailments. But I currently lack a reason to meet her. Nevertheless, I will find a way. Chen Huayan promptly affirmed. Very well, with your assurance, I can now find peace. Return early tonight. Yes. Chen Huayan nodded and, under the veil of night, made his way back to the secluded courtyard of Bai Chaoju. Just as he opened the door, a heavy snowfall began to drift down from the heavens. How can one withstand such weather? Chen Huayan furrowed his brow, tossing and turning throughout the night, finding rest only just before dawn. Meanwhile, during his brief slumber, Luo Yunshuang struggled to rise from her warm bed. Having consumed first and second-tier beast milk daily, her body had flourished rapidly, resembling a rotund child stepped out from a New Year painting, endearing her to all. That old man is indeed a good soul. Listening to his insights has granted me new understanding. It would be quite a pity if he were to vanish just like that. Luo Yunshuang pondered, crawling over to the nearby medicine basket and rummaging through some colorful herbs. There is little I can do. The rest is up to your fate. With her delicate fingers, she dipped into the herbal juice and inscribed a prescription upon Chen Huayan's sweat towel. At dawn, Chen Huayan awoke in a daze, preparing to take the infant for breakfast, only to discover that the medicine basket had toppled over, scattering herbs everywhere. Is the heavens manifesting again? He approached, picking up his sweat towel, which bore the peculiar script. Gui Zxian Dan? Is this how immortals write? Chen Huayan scrutinized the writing for a long while. Nonsense. Is it not because my body is still too small? That I can write like this is already a miracle. And what is this Zxian? It should be Gui Shidan. Is my handwriting truly that difficult to decipher? It was Luo Yunshuang's first experience of having her writing ridiculed. She silently vowed never to write for this little Yuzi again. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Huayan deciphered the contents of the towel. It was a formula for a pill that, when concocted according to its instructions, could induce a state of apparent death for 10 hours. Chen Huayan's eyes sparkled with realization as he immediately set off to Shilin Pharmacy to gather the necessary herbs. Chapter 31. Master Chen dispenses medicine. The old man freezes to death. Master Chen has arrived. Uncle Xiang, are you teasing me again? Are you not wishing me ill? Chen Huayan chuckled at the entrance of Shilin Pharmacy in South City. I would never dare. You are now a favored figure before the East Master. How could I jest? Lin Xiang's face bore a hint of panic. In the span of less than a month, the impoverished wanderer before us, who could barely afford a meal, has transformed into the leader of the Lin family's herbal gathering team, a favored individual in the presence of Lin Baiyang, the family patriarch. Many of the local dignitaries have sought his counsel regarding their ailments. Lin Xiang dared not entertain the thought of adopting Chen Huayan as a godson, nor could he even afford to feel envious. I have come to procure some herbs. Please calculate the cost, Chen Huayan said, presenting a slip of paper to Lin Xiang. These are quite affordable. I shall fetch them for you at once. Lin Xiang glanced at the list and hurried off to gather the herbs. What is the price? They are not particularly rare. 6 taels, just take them. Lin Xiang replied. This is a transaction for the family, not a personal matter. Indeed, indeed. I shall cover the cost for you shortly. Lin Xiang eagerly assured him. Chen Huayan, having inspected the neatly wrapped herbs, which were valued at approximately 1 tael and more, casually placed 2 taels of silver on the counter. Ah, no, it is not that much, Lin Xiang exclaimed, but before he could pursue, Chen Huayan donned his felt hat, grasped the herbs, and departed swiftly. By nightfall, the heavy snow had already reached his ankles, and the streets were noticeably emptier. Perhaps the cold weather was to blame. Or perhaps many had been conscripted for service. Upon returning to Bai Chaoju, Chen Huayan meticulously examined the herbs and combined them with several ingredients he had prepared that morning, promptly beginning the alchemical process. This rudimentary elixir was not particularly challenging to concoct, and within the span of an hour, it was complete. He compiled a list of essential supplies for the winter and entrusted it to Guadachuan for procurement, estimating that at least 3 donkey carts would be needed to transport them. Subsequently, He made his way to the residence of Lin Baiyong with practiced ease. In the hall, where 3 or 4 stoves were ablaze, Chen Huayan stood for a moment, his forehead beating with sweat despite the frigid air. On such a cold day, why are you not at Baikeju? What brings you here? Lin Baiyong remarked, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he sauntered out from the back room. His health had considerably improved. The formerly gaunt figure had gained some weight, and his complexion appeared much healthier. Patriarch, I have heard that the bridge over the Fulong River is under construction. Given the heavy snowfall, how can the laborers possibly endure? Chen Huayan expressed his concern. I was contemplating whether to send some herbs over to assist. You, with your overly kind heart. In Fengling County, those with such kindness often do not live long. Lin Baiyong cast a glance at Chen Huayan. Patriarch, the bridge is also being built to fend off the bandits from the Black Dragon stronghold. If the construction is delayed, and considering the town military office has yet to recover, what if those from the Black Dragon stronghold attack? My understanding is limited, but I fear it may lead to collateral damage. Moreover, sending some herbs at this time could also earn a good reputation. I calculated it. The daily expenses would only amount to 3 to 5 taels of silver, using merely inferior herbs. Chen Huayan explained gently. Do as you wish. You have many commendable traits. Yet your penchant for being a meddlesome do-gooder will eventually lead to your downfall. Lin Baiyong sighed. When my father was still alive, he taught me that suffering is a blessing. In my opinion, your father merely espoused fallacies. Lin Baiyong shook his head. Indeed, without that, one might as well be a wanderer for life. Without the support of benefactors, I fear this winter would be insurmountable for me. Chen Huayan nodded. Let us not dwell on such matters. I have 2 announcements to make. The first is that in 3 days, I plan to take a concubine and will host a modest family banquet. Do come early. The second matter is of greater significance. In less than 2 months, the new year will arrive, and the Zhao family will host a feast in the inner city. All the direct and illegitimate descendants of prominent families will attend. Since you are quite astute in handling affairs, I intend to bring you along. Please prepare accordingly. Procure a fine outfit and a simple gift. The head of the Zhao family will also distribute rewards, so rest assured, you shall not be at a loss. Lin Baiyong succinctly conveyed his instructions. Yes, I shall commence preparations shortly. There is no rush, as we still have more than a month. With Lin Baiyong's consent, Chen Huayan set off for Fulong River with Ho San Lang, a dozen donkey carts laden with medicinal herbs, and all the laborers from Baikeju. The heavy snow fell relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. The river's surface had frozen over, allowing for the passage of horse-drawn carriages, although they were prone to slipping. This bridge construction is expected to mobilize over 100,000 workers, with the first batch numbering only around 20,000, already engaged in transporting materials. Chen Huayan personally brewed a large pot of medicinal soup and sent it to the overseers. Master Chen, despite the bitter cold, you have come to check on us. This is truly commendable. The overseers, mostly the servants of the 4 prominent families, greeted Chen Huayan with great respect. I am merely doing what is within my capacity. You are the ones truly enduring hardship. These herbs are specifically selected for you. They are of the finest quality and excellent for warding off the cold. There is plenty more, so do not hesitate. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Huayan's gaze drifted toward the distant laborers. Amid the wind and snow, their frail forms swayed precariously. After some twists of fate, the old man learned of Chen Huayan's plans and received a bowl of his special medicinal soup. In the harsh winter, the number of deceased is staggering. As the Fulong River freezes, bodies are typically discarded into the nearby grave pit, incinerated collectively every 7 or 8 days. After all, in such frigid conditions, the risk of an epidemic is minimal. Shortly after consuming the medicine, the old man stumbled while transporting stones and fell to the ground, lifeless. The overseer approached to inspect, confirmed his demise, and ordered him to be taken to the grave pit for incineration. Master Chen is indeed benevolent, providing us with warm medicinal soup in this bitter cold. Indeed? When have we ever experienced such kindness? At most, during winter, the common folk receive some medicinal soup. But we, too, are no better than the lowly. We are merely the master's servants. One dies, and 10 will follow. Who would care? Master Chen has risen from the bottom and understands the hardships involved. Nonsense. Are not all the master's subordinates those who have climbed from the bottom? Which individual, once ascended, does not leverage the might of others? Personal vendettas are avenged with public retribution. Should one invoke past benevolence, it would stretch far and wide, as if to avoid the slightest inconvenience. In our Fengling County, there exists but one Master Chen Lu. Master Chen Lu possesses a benevolent spirit. yet we lack a means to reciprocate. Were Master Chenlu truly self-serving, he would not deliver medicinal remedies to us. We simply wish for his well-being, hoping he remains safe and enjoys longevity. By the way, the elder assigned to us from above seems to have perished, does he not? Indeed, he has succumbed, his body frozen and lifeless. Let us proceed to cremate him, so we may report back. Very well, let us go. In the dead of night, several overseers advanced towards the mass grave. Chapter 32, A Lifetime, Two Brothers. The old man had long become a mere shadow of his former self. However, in his youth, he was a prodigy of remarkable talent, prompting the Zhao family to surveil him for over 20 years, only recently easing their vigilance. Furthermore, with the Black Dragon stronghold assaulting the county town, manpower was inadequate, and the hidden guards monitoring the old man had been withdrawn. After all, he belonged to the Zhao lineage, and the head of the family wished for him to fend for himself, yet some remained troubled by this situation, unable to find peace of mind. As the night deepened, the laborers by the river continued transporting stones, while the overseers arrived at the mass grave, illuminating it with torches. Though the sight was not clear. I have already inspected. He is undoubtedly dead. Let us hastily complete the cremation. This place is far too ominous. One overseer urged. The others concurred, and soon a fire was ignited. Clad in night attire, Chun Huayan observed from a distance in the thicket for an extended period before shouldering the old man's body and vanishing into the darkness. As dawn broke, Chun Huayan reached the East City Gate, followed by 3 drivers managing 3 donkey carts. Master Lu, so early, are you departing the city? Yes, this frigid winter, unprecedented in decades, compels me to revisit Chen family village. Bringing so many supplies? Are you visiting Brother Ergo? Indeed, it has been quite a while. I wish to see how he fares. Chen Huayan responded with a smile and a nod. Very well, return swiftly. Has this cart not been inspected? There is no need to check Master Lu's cart. Let us proceed. It may soon rain heavily, and Master Lu should return to the city promptly. When the medicine was distributed, Chen Huayan personally delivered fine medicinal broths to the guards, knowing full well that some households had ill family members, even offering free medical treatment at their homes. Their respect for Chen Huayan surpassed that which some scions of prominent families received. It was genuine esteem emanating from the heart. In his interactions, Chen Huayan displayed no airs, engaging in jovial conversation with these lower-tier individuals as if they were his own brothers. He passed through the East City Gate without hindrance and arrived at Chen family village before noon. The village, already sparsely populated, had few chimneys emitting smoke during the midday hour, with the home of Chen Ergo being one of the rare exceptions. Drive the carts into the courtyard and wait outside. Upon reaching Chen Ergo's doorstep, Chen Huayan instructed the 3 drivers, rewarding each with an extra 100 coins. Alu, on such a frigid day, what brings you back? Chen Ergo, clad in a cotton coat, rushed outside upon hearing a voice. It has been quite some time since I last visited. I wish to see how things have been during my absence. Everything is well. I have repaired my house and expanded the courtyard, lacking for nothing in terms of food and clothing. Come, let us enter. It is quite cold outside. Chen Huayan did not step inside, but instead lifted the cotton blanket covering the donkey cart. Who is this? Chen Ergo inquired, somewhat bewildered. Come inside. Chen Huayan cradled the frail old man and carried him into Chen Ergo's home. Compared to more than a month ago, the transformation was indeed significant. The interior was adorned with numerous pieces of furniture, and the fire in the stove blazed brightly. The old man exhibited faint breaths, yet remained in a state of unconsciousness. Brother Ergo, I should not involve you in this matter. It is a perilous situation, and if you wish to decline. Alu, what is our bond? We are brothers for life. I possess little capability, but should you ever need assistance, simply inform me at any time. What perilous situation? Coming from humble origins. When has my head ever been my own to dictate? Chen Ergo chuckled softly, picking up a kettle from the stove to pour Chen Huayan a cup of warm water. First, let us warm ourselves. Chen Huayan accepted the cup and took a small sip. This is my master. He has offended the authorities above. My residence, Baichaoju, is rife with gossip that complicates matters, so I sought to settle him here for the time being. This is hardly a concern, merely an extra mouth to feed. My life has been quite prosperous lately, and I foresee no issues. Chen Ergo readily acquiesced. That is reassuring. During this visit, I brought some provisions and supplies for winter. Do not be frugal. We shall send more when spring arrives. No need. I still have plenty from last time. Even if 5 or 6 more mouths joined, we would not exhaust our supplies. During this period, has anyone caused you trouble? Who would dare? In our small village, there are no bullies. And now that everyone knows of our connection, they would not dare cross me. Qin Ergo puffed out his chest. You have repaired this house quite well. Though it lacks a wife, I am not in a hurry. With ample food and drink, I require only a suitable partner, one who can bear children well. As the two brothers conversed, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Where's this place? Master, you are in the home of my brother, Qin Ergo. For now, you shall reside here until the storm passes and the weather warms. Then I shall find you a new place. Qin Huayan stepped forward to explain. The old man seemed to wish to say something more, but ultimately just shook his head. I am closer to Alu than to my own brothers. You are his master, thus you are half my master as well. I shall serve you diligently. You may rest easy here. Qin Ergo stood behind Qin Huayan. It is getting late. I must return before nightfall. I shall take my leave now. Once Qin Huayan ensured everything was in order, he prepared to depart. Well, I shall not keep you. Ergo accompanied Qin Huayan to the courtyard. Suddenly, Qin Huayan felt a surge of nostalgia and wished to glance at the earthen house where he once lived, which was merely a few steps from Qin Ergo's home. Have you cleaned this place up? Qin Ergo noticed that Qin Huayan did not respond directly and followed him. Regardless of whether this place is good or bad, it is still your ancestral home. I plan to have someone come and renovate it in the spring. Even if you do not live here in the future, there will always be a place for you to return to. Brother Ergo, you are truly thoughtful. I cannot do much, so you should confidently venture into the city. I will take good care of your master. All right, I truly must take my leave now. As Qin Huayan spoke, snow began to fall outside once more. The world is harsh. Even possessing formidable weapons, breaking through the shackles is no easy feat. Qin Huayan and continued to accumulate strength, still yet to step through that door. And the path ahead remains winding and long. Such loyalty and sentiment are rare, yet without strength, everything is but an illusion. That old man, who had once reached the stage of enlightenment, has been rendered useless. Could there be someone stronger than him in this small county? No. I must expedite Xiao Luzi's cultivation. I will find a way to pass him some techniques later. At the very least, it will ensure his survival. If he encounters danger, I shall suffer alongside him. However, without Dragon Whisker Grass, entering the stage of Qi refinement in a short time is impossible. Qin Huayan continued on his journey, while behind him, Luo Yunshuang's brows were furrowed in worry. Chapter 33. No Good Banquet. On the 5th of October. A rare auspicious day, it was also the day Lin Baiyang took a concubine. Since she was a secondary wife and he usually acted discreetly, the affair was kept simple. Only a family banquet was held. In the dining hall, a long table was laden with delicacies. Yet the sparse number of guests rendered it somewhat desolate. Including Lin Baiyang, there were only 7 people present. Qin Huayan sat in the secondary position, now a favored individual by Lin Baiyang's side. Everyone presented their congratulatory gifts, and Qin Huayan was no exception, bringing a herb that invigorates and replenishes vitality. After the pleasantries, as everyone took their seats, Lin Baiyang smiled and said, "It has been a long time since we gathered like this." These individuals were not those Qin Huayan usually interacted with. He had only met a few of them briefly and did not even know their names. Alu. These are my capable subordinates, much like you, my right and left arms. They are usually quite busy, but today they have the opportunity to get acquainted. Lin Baiyang took the initiative to introduce them to Qin Huayan. Lin Yang, the formidable blade master of the Shilin Pharmacy, has been out of the town martial division for 6 or 7 years now. He leads the herbal gathering team into the mountains, always accompanied by blade bearers. You should foster a good relationship with him. Sitting beside Qin Huayan was a robust man with a strong presence, wielding a dark iron 9-ring sword at his waist, exuding the aura of a martial artist. Chun, we shall support each other in the future. Not at all, not at all. In the future, I will rely on Brother Lin for protection when entering the mountains. Qin Huayan had encountered Lin Yang several times, yet their interactions had been marked by an aloofness, with no words exchanged between them. It was said that Lin Yang and Lin Fu had once been sworn brothers. Lin Fu, having colluded with the Hailang gang and engaged in various misdeeds, surprisingly did not implicate Lin Yang, who was seated in a position of honor, reflecting Lin Baiyang's esteem for him. Here were Bai Suan Pan, the steward of the accounts, Tai Luohan, the head of the guards, Yu Mianhu, the foreign affairs manager, and Gue Icho, the physician of the estate. Lin Baiyang briefly introduced the others, and Qin Huayan exchanged pleasantries with each. Nowadays, he preferred to remain secluded, tending to his herbs without the desire for excessive interaction with these individuals. During the banquet, Lin Baiyang engaged in extensive conversation with his guests while Qin Huayan listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Lin Baiyang suddenly turned his gaze towards Chen Huayan, the eldest grandson of the Zhao family. Now 20 years of age, had been part of the town martial division for 5 years, and was preparing to break through to the aperture realm, garnering significant attention from the Zhao family. After all, the Zhao family were the true masters of Fengling County. I was considering sending that dragon scale vine over. But upon inspecting the storeroom yesterday, I discovered half of it had rotted. How can we present that? Lin Baiyang sighed. Master, do you mean for me to venture into Fulong Mountain to gather dragon scale vine? Chen Huayan inquired. Ah, Lu, you're quite astute. It is indeed perilous to enter the mountains at this time, but after the new year, with the Zhao family's strength, they might acquire the dragon scale vine elsewhere. And it would be too late for us to send it then. Lin Baiyang nodded thoughtfully. Gathering herbs in the mountains is not difficult, but the Fulong River is frozen. If we take the mountain path, it's likely we won't return until after the new year. Chen Huayan questioned. Do not fret. A few years ago, the hunting team from Jiangling County brought back several snow wolf pups from Ningzhou, which have now been tamed. I've rented 3 of them, Lin Baiyang explained. Snow wolves are born with first-tier strength, capable of reaching 3rd tier at their peak, and the 3 I rented are first tier, specifically trained for transport, thus lacking combat prowess. I've fashioned 3 ice sleds that can carry 10 individuals. Select 2 from the herb-gathering team, and let Lin Yang choose 6 capable hands. We can depart the day after tomorrow and return within half a month. With Lin Baiyang's proposal laid out, Chen Huayan found no reason to decline. He was eager to enter the mountains to collect the dragon whisker grass, which would aid him in reaching the Qi training stage sooner. Then I shall prepare today. After the banquet concluded, Chen Huayan returned directly to Baikeju. Since finding the infant girl, he had never been away from her for such an extended period. After all, it was an official banquet hosted by Lin Baiyang, and bringing the infant along felt rather inappropriate, so he entrusted her temporarily to Wu Yu. How is she? I've never seen such a well-behaved girl, not crying or fussing at all, Wu Yu remarked, cradling the infant. Indeed, she seldom cries. Chen Huayan nodded, taking the infant into his arms. The little one has already drifted into slumber. Chen Huayan instructed Wu Yu to summon the other members of the medicinal herb-gathering team and succinctly recounted the matters entrusted to him by Lin Baiyang. The expedition into the mountains is set for the day after tomorrow. As for who shall accompany me, you are to deliberate amongst yourselves and provide me with a resolution by tomorrow's morning exercise. With that, Chen Huayan returned directly to his secluded courtyard. The 5 members of the gathering team exchanged glances, apprehensive, given the heavy snowfall that assailed the mountain. Entering at such a time could only be deemed a venture fraught with peril. Yet what choice do we have? This is the demand of the master. To defy it would mean courting death. However, Chen, the leader, is currently favored by the master. To send him into such a dangerous undertaking is perplexing. Is there truly any distinction between favored and unfavored? They are all subordinates, mere tools in the hands of their master. Chen, being clever and more adept, is merely a more useful servant. Yet, in the eyes of the master, he remains but a subordinate, meant to carry out tasks. It is a rare fortune to have such a capable leader for the herb-gathering team. What use is there in lamentations? Chen, a fortuitous man, has the heavens on his side. This is not his first venture into the Fulong Mountain. Last time, while many from the gathering team perished, he was the sole survivor. Yet this time, it is Lin Yang providing protection. Who does not know of the relationship between him and Lin Fu? Lin Fu's collusion with the mountain bandits was of his own making. Does he intend to lay that blame upon Chen? It is a precarious situation. Lin Yang is known for his narrow-mindedness. In the past, he was close with Lin Fu, who had bestowed upon him tangible benefits. Now that Chen has risen to prominence, their interactions have diminished, and Lin Yang's financial support has ceased. Can he not harbor resentment towards Chen? These are matters of private concern. Yet none hold greater significance than the master's command. For Lin Yang, who has served the master for 7 or 8 years, this should be clear. Enough of these thoughts. Who among you is willing to accompany Chen into the mountains? Guadachuan interrupted the ongoing discussion. This undertaking may be one of near certain death. Yet should we return alive, the rewards will undoubtedly be plentiful. The dragon scale vine grows upon the perilous cliffs. I am skilled in climbing, so I shall accompany Chen on this venture. Ho Sanlang was the first to volunteer. Though I am not a martial practitioner, I possess some ancestral skills that may prove useful. After a moment, Wu Yu also spoke up. Then it is settled. The 2 of you shall go. Prepare well tonight. Ensure nothing is forgotten, Guadachuan admonished. Chapter 34. Under the cover of night at the flag officer's residence, scheming for the journey into the mountains' perils. The shadows flitted through the independent courtyard of the head at Baikeiju, a gust of wind sweeping the snow from the ground. With a resounding crash, Chun Huayan transformed his palm into a blade, striking fiercely, cleaving the stone bench in the courtyard into two halves in an instant. He has now mastered the techniques of the woodpecker and the return of the swallow, especially after solidifying his foundation. His control over strength has become more precise. With sheer force, he can shatter stones and barely draw the heavy stone bow. For an ordinary person, a one-stone bow is considered a formidable weapon, while the guards of non-military divisions typically wield bows weighing around 7 do. The young lad has indeed made remarkable progress. And as for the technique titled Returning Swallows Through the Forest, it initially appears nonsensical, yet upon deeper contemplation, it reveals numerous intricacies. It is truly lamentable for that old man to have been born in such a desolate land. Had he been in my central state immortal court, he would undoubtedly be a prodigious talent. This wretched place has buried countless exceptional individuals. Once I regain some strength, I must take the young lad away, for this locale is ill-suited for cultivation. Lo Yunshuang made an effort to speak, but could only utter incoherent babbles. Chen Huayan wiped the sweat from his brow and lifted Lo Yunshuang into his arms. "My dear little one, are you already hungry?" he said affectionately. "After the new year, I shall find a way to procure better beast's milk for you." He playfully pinched her cheek. "For the 100th time. What vexes me most at present is having my face pinched. This marks the 100th occasion you have done so. Rest assured, I shall repay you in kind." "Is it the 101st now?" Lo Yunshuang felt somewhat overwhelmed. Once the empress of the Central State Immortal Court, revered and untouchable, she was now at the mercy of others. There was no choice. In this infantile form, she must endure, must persevere for the sake of the beast's milk. As soon as Chun Huayan brought forth the warmed beast's milk, Lo Yunshuang drank eagerly, disregarding everything else. It was heard that Lin Yang had reached the stage of qi condensation. My own abilities and skin training are no match for martial artists. Merely sensing the qi signifies the beginning of their journey, and this qi training is divided into 3 levels, guiding qi to the dantian, transforming it into the organs, and finally condensing qi into spirit. Upon breaking through the qi condensation stage, one ascends to the blood condensation realm. Lo Yunshuang often referred to this place as a wild and desolate land, due to its sparse spiritual energy, making it particularly challenging to sense qi. In the Central State Immortal Court, where the spiritual energy is abundant, an ordinary person, given the right methods, could easily guide qi to the dantian. Yet, even with the qi training method bestowed upon him by Lo Yunshuang, Chun Huayan found cultivation arduous, needing the assistance of dragon whisker grass to perceive the existence of this spiritual energy. In such a place, even achieving qi training is fraught with difficulties. Thus, even if the Zhao family does not prohibit martial practice, those capable of self-cultivation are few and far between. Once one can sense the qi, they reach a higher level, which is worlds apart from the skin training realm. Chen Huayan could sense that Lin Yang harbored murderous intent towards him, for the sake of his safety. He must prepare in advance. He entered the house, gathered several herbs, carefully wrapped them, and placed them in his medicinal basket, along with the infant girl. Under the cold moonlight, the streets were devoid of any figures. Chun Huayan lightly touched the ground with his toes, executing the returning swallows through the forest technique's winged movement. No footprints marred the pristine snow, a testament to his genuine martial prowess, distinct from the cleverness of leaving no trace in the snow as practiced by Wu Yu. In the East Market, at Yongchang Alley, a private residence stood with its gates firmly shut, a large red lantern illuminating the ground, casting a crimson hue upon the white snow, unmarred by any footprints, as if it were uninhabited. Chen Huayan felt a lightness in his body as he scaled the courtyard wall. He noticed the flickering candlelight in the east wing, where a figure was silhouetted against the paper window, seemingly engrossed in a book. In the dead of night, trespassing into the residence of the town's military governor was a capital offense. A familiar voice emerged from the east wing, and at that moment, the closed door swung open of its own accord. Chen Huayan grinned, swiftly darting inside. A sharp chill accompanied him, causing the flickering candles to tremble precariously, almost extinguishing their flames. "I thought it was some petty thief, but it turns out to be the renowned and benevolent Qin Liuye from Fengling County." Zhao Shi was seated at the table, holding a book, sitting upright. "Zhao Darren, are you teasing me again?" Chen Huayan sat down uninvited and kindly pointed out. "You are holding the book upside down. I prefer to read it this way. Convenient for memorization, is it?" The corners of Chen Huayan's mouth lifted slightly. "Enough of your idle chatter. The medicine from last time is still not used up, and you come so soon. Is there an urgent matter at hand? Zhao Shi set down the book and turned his gaze toward Chen Huayan. The candlelight concealed any change in Chen Huayan's expression. I've found a few new herbs. Stronger than the previous ones, and when combined with the dragon scale vine, the effect should be even better. Chen Huayan produced a bundle of herbs. Wait, you've come here today for a reason. Zhao Shi narrowed his eyes, speaking with certainty. Ever since returning from Fulong Mountain, Zhao Shi had been imprisoned, and later, when the Black Dragon stronghold attacked and manpower was insufficient, he was compelled to fight despite his guilt, subsequently earning some merit. However, he had not been restored to his former position immediately, but was instead instructed to reflect at home. Zhao Shi was content with this arrangement, seizing the opportunity to train in solitude with the dragon scale vine. Chen Huayan had learned this news, and half a month ago, shortly after becoming a disciple of the old man, he visited once, followed by 2 more deliveries of herbs, deepening their acquaintance. The previous 2 times, the herbs had been perfectly timed. Chen Huayan had arrived neither late nor early, but this time, his sudden nocturnal visit aroused Zhao Shi's suspicions. Nothing escapes Zhao Daren's keen perception. Chen Huayan got straight to the point, relaying the task assigned by Lin Baiyang. With Zhao Tian's talent, even if he were given the dragon scale vine, it would be a waste. Zhao Shi scoffed, his words laced with personal grievances. Whether it is useful or not is not for a mere insignificant person like me to decide. The directive came from above, and whether it succeeds or fails, I must carry it out. That is indeed the case. So, your purpose in seeking me is to serve as your protector? I wouldn't dare call it that. The escort this time is named Lin Yang, a sworn brother of Lin Fu, the former head of the medicinal herb gathering team. And he seems to harbor some animosity towards me. To be safe, I wish to request Zhao Daren to discreetly accompany us. Once we reach the long burial abyss, I shall procure an additional dragon scale vine for you. Hearing Chen Huayan's words made Zhao Zhi's heart race instantly. He had initially believed that a single segment of the dragon scale vine would suffice for him to break through from the blood condensation realm to the entry realm. However, to his dismay, as he neared the end of the vine, he found himself still a hair's breadth away from that coveted entry realm. Your suggestion is intriguing, yet I have a condition. Should you refuse, this matter shall be considered null and void. Chapter 35. Lin Daotu and Chun Baotou in the dead of night. The cold wind howled. Chen Huayan sat in Zhao Zhi's chamber, listening to the conditions proposed by Zhao Zhi. I may not be significantly older than you. In times of privacy, I shall address you as a Lu, and you may call me Brother Zhao. We shall regard each other as brothers, devoid of any distinctions of age or status. Zhao Zhi spoke with a deep voice. In Fengling County, social hierarchy was strictly enforced, and any transgression could lead to severe consequences. Chen Huayan, being from another world, was not bound by such caste notions, while Zhao Zhi was inherently a free spirit, merely concerned that Chen Huayan might not acquiesce to his terms. I had imagined it to be something more significant. Henceforth, I shall call you Brother Zhao, and we shall support one another without reservation. As a marginalized citizen who would dare to claim support for the offspring of influential families, especially those from the Jinwu division? Yet, these audacious words slipped from Chen Huayan's lips. Excellent. How forthright. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed we share a kindred spirit. Thus, I shall entrust my life and fortunes entirely to Brother Zhao. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, let us not speak of such ominous matters. Indeed, however, the dragon scale vine grows only a segment once every century. Given the considerable length I harvested last time, can it truly regenerate in such a short span? Certainly not. Chen Huayan shook his head. Then, would that not be in vain? When I harvested it, I noticed an even older specimen nearby. Yet, before I could gather it, Lin Fu and his entourage arrived, necessitating an immediate retreat to preserve my life. I see. When shall we embark? On the morning after tomorrow. Very well, rest assured. There will be no discrepancies. Zhao Zhi readily agreed. If you join the expedition, leave me a signal along the way to inform me. Chen Huayan remained somewhat uneasy, for Zhao Zhi was part of the Jinwu division, and should an unforeseen task arise, he might be reassigned. Being aware of this would allow Chen Huayan to formulate alternative plans. Understood. Under the cover of night, Chen Huayan scaled the courtyard wall and returned to the herb garden. He gently lifted the sleeping infant from the medicinal basket. Sitting cross-legged by the bedside, he closed his eyes momentarily. In the cave, the spiritual garden was filled with a variety of herbs. The dragon scale vine did not entwine around a trellis, but instead climbed along the cave walls like a creeping tiger. Currently, This dragon scale vine was nearly 130 years old, and the usable portion was sufficient for more than a dozen individuals to break through the blood condensation realm. Nevertheless, Chun Huayan harbored uncertainties regarding his own aptitude. Thus, to enhance his margin for error, he decided to allow the dragon scale vine to grow for a while longer. Yet, this would suffice for Zhao Zhe and to contend with Lin Baiyang. He directly employed the techniques from the pharmacopoeia to harvest 2 segments of dragon scale vine, offering the more mature portions to Zhao Shi, while reserving the newly sprouted tips for dealing with Lin Baiyang. He intended to leave a patch for cultivating dragon whisker grass. Chen Huayan wandered around the spirit garden, planning to uproot several tiger bone grasses, which served as herbs for muscle training and were no longer of use to him. If sold, they would not fetch a high price. Instead, he would send them to Chen Ergu in due course. Even if he could not cultivate in the future, they would still be beneficial for strengthening the body. He strolled to the stone chamber at the back, where inscriptions adorned the walls. These inscriptions were all too familiar to Chun Huayan. One read returning technique of the forest swallow, and the other qi cultivation method. Ever since he acquired these 2 techniques, these characters had manifested on the wall. His rapid mastery of the returning technique of the forest swallow was due not only to the old man's thorough teachings, but also to the profound insights he gained while practicing here. Moreover, the time spent in this sanctuary seemed to extend. He had practiced for nearly half a day, while only a brief quarter hour had passed outside. Unfortunately, despite his persistent efforts with the qi cultivation method, he still could not perceive the existence of qi. Habitually, he began practicing the returning technique of the forest swallow within the chamber. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, nestled into his blanket, and began to rest. How he wished he could sleep in that cave, saving even more time. Alas, the insatiable nature of humankind often leads to unfulfilled desires. Chen Huayan sighed with a bitter smile before succumbing to slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke, the stone monkey host San Lang and the cloud-skirting Wu found Chen Huayan to convey the decisions they had deliberated upon. Chen Huayan was indifferent to who would accompany them, as they were all merely tagging along. After instructing the 2 to prepare separately, he began his own preparations. Apart from the necessary tools for herb gathering, such as a medicinal spade and hoe, he also gathered provisions and, most importantly, concealed weapons. Lin Fu had already left some behind, and during this time, Chen Huayan had become more prosperous, secretly acquiring additional defensive tools, which he coated with poison from the Mute San Gu's medicine box, effective against practitioners of qi cultivation. Past noon, Lin Yang arrived at the 100 Herbs residence. Before each expedition into the mountains, this swordsman would consult with the head of the herb gatherers regarding the route and various arrangements. Previously, Lin Fu would always approach Lin Yang in advance, but this time, after waiting all day with no sign of Chen Huayan, Lin Yang could no longer contain himself and decided to pay a visit. Head Chen, what a grand reception! Lin Yang burst into Chun Huayan's secluded courtyard without allowing Guadachuan a moment to announce his arrival. It was a rare day of splendid weather, with the sun blazing in a cloudless sky. Chen Huayan, cradling an infant, basked in the sunlight within the courtyard. Lin Dao too, your esteemed presence is a surprise. Chen Huayan replied courteously, yet he did not rise. Lin Yang's lips twitched slightly. He had never encountered such audacity from someone of the lower ranks. Did these rustic folk from Fengling County truly consider themselves lords when addressed as Sixth Master? Dare not. I am aware of my own standing. Chun Huayan shook the rattle he held, amusing the infant cradled in his arms. Lin Yang inhaled deeply and nodded. Such self-awareness. Their conversation was unknown to outsiders, who merely observed Lin Yang striding out of Chen Huayan's courtyard with an air of arrogance, slamming the door behind him. Do not flaunt that worthless trinket before me. How irritating. Chen Huayan truly treated Luo Yunshuang as a baby to be entertained, which vexed her somewhat, yet she could not express it and occasionally had to play along. Goo goo, so adorable. When I return this time, I shall buy you a clay pig. Chen Huayan laughed. In this world, children's toys were scarce. The most common were rattles and clay figurines, with others requiring a greater size. The clay pig, crafted from mud, had short limbs and a charmingly clumsy demeanor, making it one of the children's toys. Why did Lin Dao to leave? Hosan Lang's face was etched with panic, clearly indicating a conflict between Dao and Ba. The medicinal gathering team relied heavily on the protection of the swordsman, and their venture into the mountains was fraught with peril. The thought of further strife with the swordsman terrified Hosan Lang. It was merely a minor friction. Lin Dao too was a man of vision and would not hold grudges. Chen Huayan appeared unconcerned. In truth, upon several encounters, Chun Huayan had sensed the murderous intent emanating from Lin Yang. Unlike Lin Fu, Lin Yang did not mask his feelings. Not only him, but also the ghostly physician, Cho, who hovered near Lin Baiyang. After all, Chun Huayan had cured Lin Baiyang's ailment, provoking Chao's envy. As for Lin Yang, his connection to Lin Fu was significant. But more crucial was the fact that Chun Huayan's ineptitude in dealings left Lin Yang with little regard for the meager benefits he received, akin to dismissing a beggar. After all, Lin Fu had previously allocated at least 5 taels of silver to Lin Yang each month, whereas Chun Huayan had provided only a handful of herbs, which, though effective, were hardly worth 5 taels. Such a negligent leader, in Lin Yang's eyes, was destined to be replaced. From the moment Chun Huayan agreed to accompany Lin Baiyang on the medicinal expedition, he understood that only one of them would emerge alive from the mountains. As soon as Lin Yang departed from Baikeju, Lin Baiyang received word and immediately dispatched someone to find Lin Yang. I have heard that you and Alu had a disagreement? Lin Baiyang stated coolly from his armchair, taking a sip of tea. In the hall, Lin Yang stood with a bow. In response to the master, I acted in haste. Lin Baiyang raised his gaze to Lin Yang. Chen A. Lu, and you, Lin Yang, represent my literary and martial strengths. You are my most trusted confidants. Especially in this medicinal venture, it must succeed. I care not for any discord between you. Should my grand plans be thwarted, do not expect leniency from me. Lin Baiyang's voice grew increasingly stern, causing Lin Yang to shudder. I understand, master. I shall go and offer my apology shortly. Lin Yang replied, bowing deeply. There is no need for apologies. Alu is magnanimous and will not stoop to quarrel with a mere martial man like you. During this medicinal herb expedition, it is essential for me to encounter the dragon scale vine. Furthermore, you must exert every effort to safeguard Chen A. Lu, ensuring his safe return. Lin Baiyang imparted his instructions. Understood, master. On the 5th day of October, in the year of Gengzi, at dawn, the tributary of the Fulong River, outside the city, was frozen several feet thick. 3 snow wolves pulled 3 sledges, their wheels replaced with ice blades. Lin Baiyang personally saw them off. Accompanied by the formidable blade master Lin Yang and 6 other skilled fighters, along with the leader of the herb-gathering team, Chun Huayan, who was joined by Ho Sanlang and Wu Yu, totaling 10 individuals, as they boarded the 3 sleds. Crack! The whips of the 3 drivers cracked through the air, and the 3 snow wolves howled in unison, swiftly racing across the icy surface. Their speed surpassed that of ordinary horse-drawn carriages by several times, while the biting cold wind lashed against them like a razor-sharp blade. Even with protective gear, the pain was nearly unbearable. I have returned to Fulong Mountain. Chen Huayan managed to open his eyes, gazing at the rapidly receding banks on either side. In the blink of an eye, 2 days later, during the evening, the sleds came to a halt on the frozen riverbank, and everyone disembarked, hastily consuming some dry rations before seeking out sturdy trees to climb to the treetops. Preparing to spend the night. When dawn broke, they would make their way directly to the dragon's burial abyss, while the snow wolves and drivers would remain behind. Could it be that an unforeseen event had truly occurred? Chun Huayan lay upon a robust branch, deep in contemplation. Despite his extensive search, he had not discovered the secret signal left by Zhao Shi, leading him to suspect that Zhao Shi had not followed. Lin Yang would not take action until the dragon scale vine was procured. If Zhao Shi did not arrive, Chun Huayan would merely be completing his physical training. Though his foundation was solid, he was still incapable of directly contending with practitioners of qi cultivation. With more than a day's journey remaining to the dragon's burial abyss, Chun Huayan had ample time, with his best hope being to await Zhao Shi's appearance. Below the realm of qi cultivation was not considered an entry-level stage. Without engaging in martial techniques, one could not discern whether someone was cultivating. At most, one would merely exhibit enhanced physical strength. Fulong County, including its surrounding villages, boasted hundreds of thousands of households, making the emergence of some exceptionally gifted individuals with innate strength unsurprising. Everyone was aware that the herb-gathering team engaged in daily medicinal baths, and Chun Huayan's robust physique would raise no suspicions. Thus far, aside from Zhao Shi and the elderly man who taught him martial arts, no one else was aware of his cultivation. Roar! While Chun Huayan was lost in thought, a furious roar echoed from deep within the mountains, causing the earth to tremble slightly, and the thick blanket of white snow upon the branches cascaded to the ground. Awoo! The 3 snow wolves abruptly stood upright, their fur bristling, their bodies trembling, one of them having already soiled itself in fright. Were they all terrified? Chun Huayan immediately glanced down from the tree. standing over 2 zhang in length, its shoulders towering like those of a bull or horse, with a crimson flame pattern on its forehead and eyes glimmering with a blue-green hue. A tiger spirit? This tiger spirit was significantly larger than the one encountered during the last herb-gathering expedition for the purple-backed Tian Kuei. It was a supernatural being. Everyone, be cautious. Lin Yang, with a low growl, alerted those around him. Those who have attained the level of martial artists, honing their muscles, bones, and skin, can merely be classified as ferocious beasts. If one possesses internal energy, they ascend to the status of spirit creatures, often several times larger than their kind, their intelligence beginning to awaken, and some even capable of commanding their kind as thralls. Beyond spirit creatures lie the demonized entities, akin to the blood condensation realm. While there are many ferocious beasts in Fulong Mountain, only a few reach the level of spirit creatures, and those above the demonized threshold are confined to the central region of Fulong Mountain, where the spiritual energy is richest. The realm of spirit creatures is also subdivided into numerous minor levels, but ordinary individuals cannot discern these distinctions, generally categorizing them as first-tier ferocious beasts. Having served as a blade master for several years, Lin Yang had escorted countless herbal gathering teams into the mountains and could immediately assess the formidable strength of this tiger spirit. In his earlier days at the Zhanwu Division, he had mastered the powerful techniques of the Reliant Mountain Blade, frequently traversing Fulong Mountain, earning him the moniker of Guardian Tiger of the Mountain. With his martial skills and abundant combat experience, he felt no trepidation facing the tiger spirit. Lin Yang drew the blade from his waist, casting a glance at the distant trees. "Where's Chen Lu?" he pondered. "I distinctly remember him being right there before we ascended the tree." Having broken through to the chi condensation stage, he could lock onto the presence of others. How could an ordinary person vanish beneath his very nose? Unless... Before Lin Yang could further contemplate, the tiger spirit suddenly lunged towards a snow wolf, its claws striking with lethal precision, instantly slaying the creature and beginning to feast upon it with unbridled ferocity. "Wretched beast," Lin Yang bellowed, realizing that this snow wolf was worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. If it were devoured, he would have no explanation for his employer. Without a second thought for Chen Huayan's whereabouts, he leapt from the tree, blade in hand, and charged towards the tiger spirit. The saying goes, the impoverished devote themselves to literature, while the wealthy focus on martial prowess. Lin Yang had invested all the silver he acquired from Lin Fu into his cultivation, ensuring his strength was formidable. He believed that if Chen Huayan were sensible, like Lin Fu before him, sending silver each month, he would not harbor murderous thoughts towards him. However, Chen Huayan had significant personal expenses, and with no ties to the Black Dragon stronghold, the herbal gatherers below were all newcomers, offering little in terms of profit. Even if he were to exhaust all his funds, it would not suffice to cover half a month's expenses for Lin Yang. Their relationship was devoid of personal animosity. It was simply a matter of one being short on funds while the other was equally strapped. So this is how swift the speed is. Chen Huayan ran for over 10 miles before finally halting. This was his first experience exerting his martial skills to the fullest, far more potent than the martial heroes depicted in the films of his past life. Uncertain of whether Lin Yang could defeat the tiger spirit, he knew it was prudent to run for safety. The roar of the tiger resonated through the mountains, sending a chill down Chen Huayan's spine. As the battle appeared to be intensely fierce, this place was still unsafe. He needed to, before Chen Huayan could make any further moves. The distant roar of the tiger abruptly ceased, and the oppressive aura it exuded vanished entirely. Had the battle concluded? Chen Huayan did not expect Lin Yang to possess such remarkable prowess. As he hesitated over whether to return, a fierce gust of wind swept in, and the blood-soaked Lin Yang, bearing a menacing expression, appeared before Chen Huayan. "Where are you headed?" Chen inquired. "Naturally to the dragon's grave, to gather the dragon scale vine and return swiftly," Lin Yang responded. "Is that so? I had no idea that you, Chen Huayan, were also a practitioner," Lin Yang quipped. He had initially assumed Chen had reached the level of energy cultivation, but upon closer observation, he discerned that Chen was at most at the skin level. A mere flick of his hand could extinguish him. "You're jesting. How could I be a practitioner?" Chen Huayan vehemently denied. "It matters little. I shall be candid with you today. If you can provide me with 20 taels of silver each month, I can assure your safe passage out of Fulong Mountain." Otherwise, Lin Yang's gaze fell upon the blood-dripping long knife. It turned out that Lin Yang merely sought money. "This is easily arranged. Recently, I have treated many esteemed officials and earned a fair sum. Rest assured, I can produce 20 taels, or even 40, should it be required. Chen Huayan had indeed treated the high-ranking officials, yet the silver he received was scant. Generous patrons were few, and Lin Baiyong sought face and favor. Chen Huayan could scarcely muster 10 taels. However, I do not have the money on me. Once I return to Baichao residence, I shall present it to you immediately. Is this true? Lin Yang retorted. Is your long blade made of paper? Furthermore, practicing martial arts in secret is a capital offense, even if you do not act. Should this matter reach the authorities, my life would be forfeit. Chen Huayan's words stirred something within Lin Yang. It was known that when he had an alliance with Lin Fu, the latter had only provided him with 10 taels each month. All thanks to Lin Fu's connections to the Black Dragon stronghold. Lin Fu was ruthless enough to extort from those beneath him. Everyone praised Qin Liuye for his unparalleled righteousness. It turned out to be a rather self-serving righteousness. One must cultivate a resounding reputation to facilitate one's endeavors. Lin Fu, with such cunning, would not be easily manipulated by the Black Dragon stronghold. At present, even if you were to kill Chen Huayan, who could guarantee that the next medicinal head would offer 10 taels monthly? Not likely. More critically, Lin Yang had uncovered Chen Huayan's Achilles heel. Could he not easily exploit it in the future? Wait, who did you train with? And from where did you acquire these martial skills? A sudden realization struck Lin Yang, a pivotal question. How could someone of Chen Huayan's humble origins procure cultivation resources, even as a headman, with certain methods? What are the martial skills? Who would risk their life to impart such techniques to Chen Huayan? If, perchance, Chen Huayan had a master of the blood condensation realm backing him, and Lin Yang learned of this, he would be the first to perish upon returning to Fengling County. Though Lin Yang appeared to be a brash fool, he was, in truth, both daring and astute. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Gripping his long knife tightly, he contemplated that perhaps silencing Chen permanently was the wiser course. After all, his own life was of far greater importance than a mere 20 taels of silver. Chapter 37, In the Frigid Mountains. Seeking spirit vines before the dragon's grave on a moonless and tempestuous night, the chilling winds howled through the trees. Lin Yang fixed his gaze upon Chen Huayan, a renewed glint of malice igniting in his eyes. The individual who imparted martial skills to me remains shrouded in mystery, an elderly man with a hunchback, his dantian destroyed. The revelation of a ruined dantian momentarily stunned Lin Yang. In Fengling County, all martial practitioners hailed from the Town Martial Commission, and those who retired from it were typically assigned to menial positions unless they had committed heinous crimes. Offenders of serious transgressions were generally sentenced to death, while those whose crimes were less severe or lacking in strength ended up in the lowest ranks, taking on roles such as mercenaries or guardians for illegitimate offspring of families. Few individuals existed in Fengling County who had their dantians destroyed yet remained alive, and suddenly, a dread-inducing figure surfaced in Lin Yang's mind. Do you know to which family he belongs? The Zhao family, seemingly of the direct lineage. The Zhao family, what martial technique did he teach you? The returning technique of the forest swallow. Is it Zhao willing? Is he still alive? Lin Yang's expression flickered with surprise. Why did he teach you martial skills? Afflicted by an old ailment and enduring unbearable torment, he learned of my medical expertise while I was distributing medicine in the northern city. He indeed possessed the ability to impart much knowledge to me, but alas, he perished from the cold while conscripted for labor on the day of the bridge construction over the Fulong River. Dead? Truly? What reason would I have to deceive you? Once we return to Fengling County, you may investigate thoroughly. Chen Huayan replied with unwavering certainty. Lin Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. It is better that he is dead. Do you recognize him? We had some interactions in the past, Lin Yang replied casually. Few remained who were aware of the events of that era, and the returning technique of the forest swallow had become a forbidden practice, disallowing any cultivation. Time has the power to erase all. The hero who once guarded a city with a bow has been thoroughly obscured by the sands of time, forgotten by all. Lin Yang reflected silently, feeling a diminished urge to harm Chen Huayan. Given that the latter lacked substantial backing, he could be easily managed in the future. Moreover, having established a connection with that individual and having practiced the returning technique of the forest swallow was akin to touching the reverse scale of the 4 prominent families in Fengling County. Chen Huayan's narrative was impeccably crafted. Most of it was indeed true. Even if Lin Yang harbored some doubts, the monthly stipend of 20 taels of silver could compel him to take the risk of trusting Chen Huayan once. Let us rest first. We shall journey to the dragon's grave tomorrow. Subsequently, the two returned to the riverbank, where 6 mercenaries lay, one gravely injured, another deceased. and one snow wolf dead, alongside the massive corpse of the tiger essence. As Chun Huayan ascended a tree, he heard a tearing sound. Looking down, he saw Lin Yang using brute strength to rip open the tiger essence's abdomen, rummaging inside for a time, and suddenly his face illuminated with joy. Beast Core. Upon reaching the Qi training stage, martial practitioners gather their energy in the Dantian for nurturing, gradually forming an inner core. The inner core of a martial practitioner is intangible and cannot be seized. Upon death, the energy within gradually dissipates. Once these ferocious beasts cultivate into extraordinary creatures, they form beast cores within their bodies. These cores are tangible, and upon their emergence, they signify the attainment of the demonic realm. This particular tiger spirit is but a hair's breadth away from this threshold. The beast core harbors an immense reservoir of spiritual energy, however, due to its inherent ferocity. Martial practitioners are unable to absorb it directly and must employ a plethora of herbs to neutralize its potency. For those at the Qi refining stage, the beast cores of extraordinary creatures are of paramount importance, especially in regions where spiritual energy is scarce. Lin Yang had slain no fewer than 100 extraordinary beings on Fulong Mountain, yet this was his first encounter with a beast core. What astonishing fortune! He hastily wiped the bloodstains from the core and tucked it into his sleeve. Perched in the tree, Qin Huayan observed the scene clearly but was unaware of the core's significance. The other swordsmen, after clearing away the carcasses of the tiger spirit and the snow wolf, leaped into the trees to rest. The night passed in silence, and dawn arrived swiftly. In the biting winter, Fulong Mountain was particularly frigid. Even Qin Huayan, who had reached the skin refining stage, felt the chill bite through to his bones. Ho Sanlang and Wu Yu opened their water flasks and took several hearty gulps of the warming medicinal broth, yet found little relief. Qin Huayan estimated that the temperature here was at least 20 degrees below zero. While not extreme, the mountain's unique cold was unbearable for ordinary folk. Shall we wait an hour before setting out? Ho Sanlang inquired, glancing at Qin Huayan. Wait for what? If we delay, can you bear the consequences for the master's affairs? Lin Yang retorted, then led 2 swordsmen ahead to scout the path, while the remaining 2 brought up the rear. Unfortunately, the severely wounded swordsman did not survive the frigid night and had succumbed to the cold by dawn, becoming a frozen corpse. The group of 8 made their way towards the dragon's grave abyss. Their objective was clear, and time was of the essence. Should there be another heavy snowfall, the number of those who could escape Fulong Mountain would dwindle even further. They pressed on without delay, arriving at the dragon's grave abyss by evening. The rumbling of the silver dragon waterfall echoed. The pool below was devoid of ice shards, and the cliffside bore some worthless herbs. Ho Sanlang and Wu Yu trembled incessantly, striving to concentrate their efforts. After an extensive search, they still had not laid eyes on the dragon scale vine. Where is the dragon scale vine? Has it been harvested by someone else? Lin Yang's eyes widened in fury. If they returned empty-handed, the repercussions would be dire. The deaths of 2 swordsmen were inconsequential. Yet the snow wolf held considerable value. How could he explain their failure to the master if they could not procure the dragon scale vine? This shouldn't be the case. Lin Yang shook his head in disbelief. Harvesting the dragon scale vine requires specialized skills and the expertise of seasoned herbalists. Attempting to collect it through sheer brute force would necessitate at least mastery of the Qi refining stage, if not the divine sea realm. Such individuals were exceedingly rare in Fulong County, and they typically did not venture into the mountains. Fulong County has its own set of regulations, just as Fulong Mountain adheres to its own rules. The regulations of Fulong County were established by the 4 prominent families, while the rules of Fulong Mountain were dictated by the formidable demonic entities within its core. Ordinary martial practitioners and herbalists may freely enter the mountains, but those at or above the Qi refining stage are strictly prohibited unless they enter without harming extraordinary creatures or gathering herbs. Before arriving here, the master presented me with the dragon gathering medicinal herbs illustration. There exists a dragon scale vine on the cliff, and another behind the silver dragon waterfall in the water curtain cave. The one outside has perished, yet perhaps the one inside remains, though it is not easily discovered. Qin Huayan's gaze was fixed on the silver dragon waterfall, yet he could not discern the location of the water curtain cave. This cave had been inadvertently discovered by the Lin family's medicinal herb gathering team decades ago. The most recent visit occurring 10 years prior, when Lin Fu's predecessor led a team to harvest dragon whisker grass. This grass requires 20 years to yield effects, and few can afford it. Most practitioners rely on a decade of arduous training to perceive the existence of qi, excluding individuals with extraordinary talent like Xiao Shi. If Chen Huayan were to diligently practice for another 10 or 8 years, he might naturally sense the qi, but possessing a precious weapon. He was not inclined to wait that long. "Where is the water curtain cave?" Lin Yong inquired. "I am uncertain. We must search thoroughly." "All right, take your time." Lin Yong understood that urgency was futile, placing all his hopes on Chen Huayan and refraining from previous urgencies. Chen Huayan extracted the Swankyo flying claw, securing it to the rock face, while Ho Sanlang adeptly climbed up, finding it nearly impossible to muster strength against the oppressive chill, and thus waited below. There, a cave entrance. It appears to be the water curtain cave. Chen Huayan had ascended halfway when he faintly heard Ho Sanlang's voice. Chapter 38. Harvesting spiritual herbs in the water curtain cave, the demon chi emerging beneath the dragon-esque grave. The sheer cliffs towered, and the 100-foot silver waterfall crashed into the pool below, resonating like a dragon's roar, deafeningly loud. Chen Huayan reached the midpoint of the cliff, pausing beside Ho Sanlang. As the water curtain revealed a hazy silhouette. "Chen, the water flow is too strong. If it strikes a person, the consequences would be dire, even if unscathed. Should we fail to enter the water curtain cave and fall into the pool below, it would be certain death." Ho Sanlang made a difficult swallowing gesture. The strong winds generated by the rushing water nearly destabilized him, illustrating the immense force of the current. Even those in the Qi training realm would hesitate to attempt such a feat. "This is the Master's order, if we do not risk our lives. How shall we return with an explanation? Moreover, we have already lost a snow wolf. Returning empty-handed is equally fatal. I will enter alone while you guard outside, providing some measure of assurance. If I have not emerged by midnight, or should I perish in this torrent, you must flee with the Swankyo immediately." Lin Yong may not take this lightly. Beneath the pool lies a hidden river directly leading to the Red Water River. The Jiangling County is vast. You can find refuge in another county and never return to Fengling County. Chen Huayan conveyed this with a sense of finality, as if truly facing a parting of life and death. Ho Sanlang was somewhat choked with emotion. His ancestors had once been affluent, but alas, their fortunes declined. His father became a medicinal herb gatherer, and though he possessed little skill in the craft, he had excelled at rock climbing since childhood, catching the eye of Lin Baiyang, and thus became a reserve member of the medicinal herb gathering team. Lin Fu's herbal gathering team met a tragic fate in the mountains, leaving only Chen Huayan as the sole survivor. Lin Baiyang had enlisted Ho Sanlang to join the herbal team, assigning him the task of monitoring Chen Huayan. Initially, Ho Sanlang perceived Chen Huayan as a man of loyalty and generosity. As a lowly peasant, he had little capacity for deeper thoughts, his every waking moment consumed by the pursuit of a meal. As Chen Huayan prospered, the fare at Baikeiju improved dramatically. What once consisted of coarse grains and wilted vegetables transformed into fine rice and fresh greens, occasionally with fish, and even meat served without regard for the calendar. At times, when Chen Huayan received a reward, he generously shared it with the members of the herbal team, often exceeding what Lin Baiyang discreetly offered. In their world, it was common practice for leaders to sacrifice their subordinates when trouble arose, as evidenced by the injured swordsman from the previous night, whom Lin Yong abandoned without a second thought, leaving him to die unburied by the riverside. Now, as they approached the perilous water curtain cave, a venture fraught with danger, Chen Huayan did not hesitate to volunteer, even ensuring an escape route for the others. Ho Sanlang felt that having such a leader was a blessing beyond measure. Chen Huayan expertly wrapped the rope of the Xuanjiao Feijiao around himself, securing it with a knot, then propelled himself forcefully toward the waterfall. What incredible strength Chen Huayan possessed! Ho Sanlang's eyes widened as rocks crumbled and cascaded down, particularly those Chen Huayan had kicked, reducing them to fine dust. It was rare to find such prowess, even among the swordsmen escorting the herbal team or the martial banners of the town's military. Should Chen Huayan join the town's martial authority, he could certainly rise to the rank of a junior officer, filled with admiration and respect. Ho Sanlang reveled in the prospect of serving under such a remarkable figure, envisioning a future filled with promise. After all, the news of Lin Baiyang's intention to adopt Chen Huayan as a son had spread throughout Fengling County. Once he entered the Lin family, given Lin Baiyang's esteem for him, Chen Huayan would undoubtedly be gilded within the martial authority, regardless of whether he remained there or returned to the Lin family after years of training. His status within the Shirlin apothecary would be unparalleled. While Ho Sanlang contemplated Chen Huayan's bright future, Chen Huayan had already soared into the waterfall, his form surging forward, invisible to outside observers as he executed his martial techniques. The entrance of the cave was 2 to 3 zhang wide, And with the foundation of his Chuanlin Yinfan Gong, he adeptly leaped into the water curtain cave, performing a couple of somersaults before stabilizing himself. Upon entering, he found himself enveloped in darkness, the only sound the rhythmic dripping of water. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he beheld walls adorned with crystal clusters, reminiscent of stars in the deep sky. With a flick of a match, the surroundings became clearer. This place was considerably warmer than the outside, and he untied the ropes from his body, securing them to a nearby stone pillar. He glanced at the herbal basket, where a baby girl was tightly swaddled, though the outer layer was somewhat damp. Ah, the spiritual energy here is quite abundant. This is indeed a rare site for cultivation. Luo Yunshuang's obsidian eyes surveyed her surroundings as she was cradled out of the medicinal basket by Chen Huayan and placed upon a slab of azure stone. The water curtain cave was relatively modest in size. After a brief walk, they arrived at its depths, where several vibrant spirit herbs flourished, most of which were unfamiliar to him, save for the dragon whisker grass, which he knew well. At merely 10 years of age, it was not yet ready for use. He decided to transport it to the spirit garden first. Chen Huayan produced his medicinal spade and set to work. The most crucial aspect of the dragon whisker grass was the integrity of its roots, which needed to be extracted whole. Any severance would greatly diminish its efficacy. After nearly half an hour, he successfully unearthed the complete dragon whisker grass. Scanning the cave, he noted 3 such plants in total, with the other 2 being around 5 to 6 years old, which he chose not to harvest. With his eyes gently closed, he focused his thoughts and instantly found himself before the spirit garden. Digging a hole and adding a bit of soil, he counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as he planted the dragon whisker grass within the garden, also giving it a couple of scoops of water. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the leaves of the dragon whisker grass began to tremble slightly. Success. In the blink of an eye, the age of the grass surged to around 50 years, at which point it ceased to grow. This dragon whisker grass should be capable of reaching a century, but it would likely require a longer duration for further growth. For Chen Huayan, 20 years was sufficient. Deciding not to linger, he recalled that the medicinal team awaited him outside. He resolved to commence his qi training right here. Should he succeed, he would possess some degree of self-defense against Lin Yang, even in the absence of Zhao Shi. Carefully, he excavated the dragon whisker grass once more, leaving behind a split root, just in case this particular plant did not enable him to achieve his qi training. He would have a backup. Previously, his sweat towel had not only borne the name of the dragon whisker grass, but also a recipe for a refining elixir. He had already gathered the other auxiliary herbs. The crafting of this low-level elixir was rather straightforward, albeit time-consuming. Meanwhile, beside the water curtain cave, Ho Sanlang observed as Chen Huayan seemingly leapt into the cave, feeling a sense of relief. Chen is a good man. Good men are favored by heaven, Ho Sanlang murmured, his peripheral vision catching a sudden movement below, causing his expression to shift dramatically. A massive python, over 20 zheng in length and extraordinarily thick, slowly emerged from the dragon burial abyss. Its triangular head rivaled the size of a ship's deck, and its lantern-sized eyes glowed with a sinister crimson hue. "Be careful," Ho Sanlang shouted, attempting to warn those below. But his voice was drowned out by the thunderous waterfall. Hiss! The python flicked its tongue and lunged forward, voraciously swallowing a vigilant swordsman whole. Demon spawn. How can there be demon spawn here? Lin Yang's face paled in shock. He might have been able to contend with a mere spirit creature, but at the level of demon spawn, even 100 of him would be no match. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the dense forest, but alas, even his swiftness could not compare to the speed of the demon spawn. No, Lin Yang had already caught a whiff of the sanguine scent. A wave of helplessness and despair surged from the depths of his heart, uncontrollable. Chapter 39. Breakthrough. Qi Cultivation Dan. Is this elixir properly refined? Chen Huayan gazed at the dark pill in his hand. The pills consumed by martial cultivators require a unique method of preparation. The control of heat and the dosage of herbs must be precisely calibrated. Otherwise, all efforts would result in a batch of worthless pills. Chen Huayan's Qi Cultivation Dan was of an inferior grade. Most individuals could concoct it as long as they had the materials, by mixing dragon whisker grass and supplementary herbs, rolling them into a thumb-sized pill, and placing it atop a ceramic jar filled with dry twigs and weeds. The pill would be continuously tossed until a spiderweb-like pattern of blood appeared on its surface, signaling the time to extinguish the flame. In Foling County, within the Jinwu Division, numerous individuals had perished after spending exorbitant sums on herbs only to follow outdated recipes. Previously, while learning martial techniques from the old man, He had heard of a colleague in the Zhenwu division who, having self-taught in medicine and achieving some success, ultimately succumbed after consuming a poorly crafted remedy. These were aged spiritual herbs, known for their abilities to strengthen the body and prolong life, even with slight deviations in the refining process. They should not lead to fatal outcomes, should they? Chen Huayan murmured to himself. Luo Yunshuang, resting on the bluestone slab, awoke to see Chen Huayan holding the freshly concocted pill. This thing won't kill you, but what on earth have you created? One might mistake it for rodent droppings. Having traversed the central continent for over 20 years, I have yet to witness anyone capable of producing such a poorly crafted elixir. Luo Yunshuang couldn't help but scoff internally. In the central continent, there exists a profession dedicated to pill crafting, known as alchemists. Luo Yunshuang had 5 masters, one of whom was revered as the pill sage, the most formidable alchemist in the entire central continent. Luo Yunshuang herself had achieved modest success in alchemy, yet the sight of Chen Huayan's creation was truly disheartening. Meng Meng, do you think this pill is edible? Chen Huayan held the pill before Luo Yunshuang's eyes. Take it away. Don't disgust me. Luo Yunshuang shut her eyes. Going back to sleep? Chen Huayan furrowed his brow but ultimately decided to take the risk. With a crunch, it resembled fried peanuts, albeit with a slightly bitter taste. Perhaps burnt. Upon swallowing the pill, a warm current suddenly surged through his abdomen. Chen Huayan immediately sat cross-legged, his mind recalling the qi cultivation technique inscribed on his sweat towel. Gather the essence of heaven and earth as a single grain. Perceive the dantian as a furnace. Draw in qi like silk, entwining and cocooning, breaking free from the chrysalis to glimpse the cosmos. A faint vortex of qi descended 3 inches below his navel. The previously chaotic dantian split as if the heavens were being forged anew. Turbid energy sank, while pure energy ascended, forming a swirling eddy in the center. Following the qi cultivation technique, Chen Huayan circulated the spiritual energy for a full cycle, taking roughly half an hour. The 206 bones in his body erupted like thunder, and upon internal observation, black, red, and pure blood seeped from the bone seams. The newly formed periosteum glistened like white jade. The sound of his bones resonated like chimes, and his blood boiled like mercury, his senses awakening to the profound mysteries. This marks the inaugural stage of qi cultivation, drawing qi to the dantian. Before achieving a breakthrough, Chen Huayan commenced the practice of the qi cultivation technique. Now, under the influence of medicinal elixirs, everything has unfolded seamlessly. It truly seems this lad has accomplished it. He appears to possess some innate talent. Albeit starting a bit late and with limited potential, yet, with proper guidance, he could at the very least reach the realm of divine sea. Luo Yunshuang expressed her astonishment. She had anticipated that even with the consumption of dragon beard grass, it would take Chen Huayan a year or more to succeed. However, upon its ingestion, he immediately attained the realm of qi cultivation. She had just taken a nap and was unaware that the dragon beard grass he used had been transplanted into the spirit garden and had matured for a full 50 years. For those who have yet to reach the qi cultivation stage, this herb is a treasure, yet in Luo Yunshuang's eyes, it was akin to mere weeds. This low-tier herb does not possess longevity, typically ceasing growth around 20 to 30 years. And a 50-year-old dragon beard grass could scarcely be found even in the celestial gardens of the central continent. Chen Huayan's aptitude for cultivation is not particularly high. It is only through the aid of elixirs and the qi cultivation technique that he managed to break through to the stage of drawing qi to the dantian. It appears that cultivation is not as daunting as one might presume. This transformative change has altered his very demeanor. Seizing the moment, he proceeded to circulate 2 more cycles of qi. Meanwhile, Luo Yunshuang furrowed her brow. Having accompanied Chen Huayan for some time, she had gained a fair understanding of Fengling County. Previously, Chen Huayan had merely trained his muscles, bones, and skin, as long as he refrained from using martial techniques. No one could discern that he had begun his cultivation journey. Now, having reached the qi cultivation stage, with a qi sea within him, anyone with even a slight advantage in strength could easily perceive his prowess. In this wretched place, one must still practice with discretion. Luo Yunshuang silently lamented and suddenly recalled a technique. The turtle breath technique could conceal one's aura and strength. This technique is exceedingly simple and particularly easy for beginners to master, proving quite practical in the early stages of cultivation. Blast it. Bound so tightly. I can't break free. Luo Yunshuang wriggled her body, yet could not escape the swaddling. During this period, with daily nourishment from second-tier beast milk, her body was growing rapidly and her divine perception became more solidified. The incantation for the turtle breath technique is minimal, and utilizing a bit of divine perception should pose no issue. As she contemplated, her eyes fluttered shut. As Chen Huayan practiced the qi cultivation technique, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. As tranquil as a cold pond, the spirit as deep as an ancient well. The turtle breath conceals the vast sea. Even a true dragon is hard to find. Each word was pronounced distinctly, sounding remarkably clear and reminiscent of the voice of the old man. Who is speaking? Chen Huayan's expression turned stern, his heart racing. This water curtain cave surely doesn't harbor a 1,000-year-old monster, does it? What if I were to be possessed here? Before he could act, the voice continued. This is the first volume of the turtle breath technique. After cultivation, it allows one to conceal their aura and cultivation level. As long as they do not exceed you by 2 major realms, your strength will remain undetected. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Is the technique inscribed on the sweat towel also your doing? Chen Huayan, akin to a curious child with countless inquiries, incessantly posed questions, causing Luo Yunchuang to feel a tinge of annoyance. Just as I was about to continue my response, Luo Yunchuang suddenly sensed a thunderclap resonating within her consciousness, leading to a brief moment of mental blankness. Oh no, this body still cannot bear the separation of spiritual awareness. It is about to recoil. Luo Yunchuang's complexion turned pale as she hastily retracted her spiritual consciousness, striving to maintain her inner equilibrium. Chen Huayan had barely heard 2 words before the sound abruptly ceased. What is happening? Do I also have an elder? Where did that come from? From the cave? Chen Huayan had once suspected that the characters on the sweat towel were related to the infant girl, given her insatiable appetite and her remarkably quiet demeanor, which was not characteristic of an ordinary child. Yet, the sudden voice that emerged in his mind led him to new conjectures. With a plethora of thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Huayan found himself unable to untangle them. After waiting for a moment with no further reaction, he resolved to cease the operation of the qi cultivation technique and instead practice the tortoise breathing technique. This method was rather straightforward. With the elder's comprehensive guidance and having just completed the qi cultivation, Chen Huayan swiftly progressed the tortoise breathing technique to a minor achievement. Time was of the essence. It was time to venture out. Chen Huayan rose, gently placing the slumbering infant back into the medicinal basket and carefully securing the remaining 3 pills in the earthen pot. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he grasped the rope, leaped forth, and deftly controlled his body to emerge from the curtain of water. Chen, you have emerged. Chen Huayan swung out from the water curtain, encountering Ho Samlang, whose eyes were wide with terror, trembling like a leaf in the wind. What's the matter? The demon. Ho Samlang pointed below, and Chen Huayan focused his gaze, spotting a massive python coiled before the water pool. Where is Lin Dao to? Chen Huayan inquired. He has already been devoured by that demon. Ho Samlang replied. The demon had emerged from the pool, first consuming 2 swordsmen. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yang hesitated not a moment, exerting his utmost strength to flee, but the disparity in their powers was immense. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang was swallowed whole by the demon. Subsequently, the demon coiled beside the pool, remaining utterly still. In its stillness, neither Ho Samlang, Wu, nor the other 2 swordsmen dared to move. Thus, a day and a night passed, and they were left utterly drained, their hearts steeped in despair. Meanwhile, Chen Huayan had only just begun to channel qi to his dantian, and was no match for the qi consolidating Lin Yang, let alone the demon below. Even with martial techniques enhancing his abilities, in the face of overwhelming power, any skill would be rendered futile. Chen Huayan held his breath, concentrating his spirit, and slowly began to shift his body. Boom! The massive python suddenly opened its enormous eyes, its blood energy surging violently, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that bore down on Chen Huayan, pinning him against the cave wall, rendering him immobile. Just at the point of beginning qi cultivation. Must I meet my end? A bitter taste filled Chen Huayan's mouth. The malevolent creature below, originally at the pinnacle of its demonic form, had consumed Lin Yang. And with the beast core from Lin Yang's body, it had digested for a day and a night, enabling it to ascend to the zenith of its power. Hissing, its crimson eyes fixated upon Chen Huayan atop the sheer cliff. In the medicinal basket on Chen Huayan's back, Luo Yunchuang remained with her eyes tightly shut, her complexion still ashen. Misfortune had struck at the worst possible moment. It was unwise to recklessly employ one's spiritual awareness, yet survival took precedence. Luo Yunchuang gritted her teeth. And before she could unleash her spiritual pressure, a formidable sword energy descended from above. Demonic beast, Meet your end. A glimmer of cold light arrived first, swiftly followed by a spear that surged forth like a dragon. Chapter 40. Surviving the Calamity. Returning to the county town before the dragon's grave, the recently ascended giant python, having just reached its full demonic form, sought to consume more sustenance to satiate its hunger. However, before it could even strike, a long spear cut through the air. Zhao Shi, clad in the moonlight-flowing cloud armor, adorned with a snow-white cape embroidered with golden dragons, moved with the grace of rippling waves. His eyes shimmering like cold stars upon autumn waters, his nose resolute against the winds, wielding a silver-scaled spear that measured over 10 feet in length. The giant python's tail swept across with tremendous force, snapping ancient trees like mere twigs. Zhao Shi's silver spear transformed into a stream of light as it slashed down. Where the spear's light passed, the python's head was severed 3 yards from its body, a geyser of blood erupting upwards. Upon landing, he pointed the spear towards the bloodied ground, its tassels dripping but remaining untainted. Subsequently, the long spear pierced through the snake's head, retrieving a beast core. What a splendid bounty! Chen Huayan silently lamented, wondering when he might possess such prowess. Stone monkey, let us descend, Chen Huayan declared, gripping Ho Sanlang's arm with one hand. Swiftly descending towards the ground via the rope. After a day and a night, Ho Sanlang was utterly exhausted. Without Chen Huayan's assistance, he would have been unable to descend at all. Upon reaching the ground, Zhao Shi quickly approached. Are you injured? No. Chen Huayan shook his head. This place is not safe for prolonged stays. I shall escort you to the riverbank. The others seem to have lost their spirits. Chen Huayan glanced at them. Let them recover their strength first. I know of a hidden path that leads directly to the riverbank. Very well. Zhao Shi nodded. Chen Huayan took some food from the medicinal basket and distributed it among the others. Having survived the peril, Ho Sanlang and the others were still slightly trembling. After a moment, Zhao Shi called Chen Huayan aside. I have failed to keep my promise. Fortunately, you, Chen Lu, are favored by the heavens. Or else I would not have made it, Zhao Shi sighed. No need for such words, Zhao brother. Without you, I would likely have been consumed by the demon. Chen Huayan replied, shaking his head. I initially planned to set out half a day earlier to await you on the road. I did not anticipate being summoned by the chief officer, who ordered me to investigate the Black Dragon stronghold. I never expected that the speed of the snow wolf would surpass my own, he continued, reflecting on his delay. Have you not yet ventured to the Black Dragon stronghold? Chen Huayan inquired. Certainly not. Upon leaving the Zhenwu division, I followed the trail here, encountering some unforeseen events along the way that caused further delays, Zhao Shi replied, shaking his head. Regardless of the journey's tribulations, at least his life was preserved, and Chen Huayan refrained from further inquiries. Relying on others pales in comparison to self-reliance. Thus, he resolved to enhance his strength post-haste. After half an hour, as noon approached, the remaining individuals regained their composure, and Chen Huayan led them into the subterranean river of the dragon's grave. Had Aunt Mu gone? Or perhaps she had fallen prey to some ferocious beast. As they traversed the dark river, Chen Huayan found no trace of Aunt Mu's body, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Regardless, he surmised that she posed no significant threat to him, and thus he dismissed the thought. Upon exiting the dark river and reaching the shore, Zhao Shi intended to escort Chen Huayan and the others back to Fenglingdu before investigating the Black Dragon stronghold. However, this would consume considerable time. Brother Zhao, there should be little danger on the return journey. You ought to attend to your urgent matters first, Chen Huayan urged. Nay, within Fulong Mountain, dangers abound. I cannot rest easy until I witness your safe entry into the city, Zhao Shi insisted, shaking his head. After deliberation, the two agreed that Zhao Shi would first escort Chen Huayan and the others to the periphery of Fulong Mountain. Once there, encounters with spirit creatures would be rare, and Chen Huayan could easily handle ordinary ferocious beasts, especially with 2 bone-training swordsmen in their company who would pose no issues against such threats. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and Zhao Shi successfully escorted the group to the outskirts of Fulong Mountain. To conserve time and energy, Chen Huayan discreetly decided to lend a snow wolf cart to Zhao Shi. This act caused others to feel a twinge of anxiety for Chen Huayan. As the snow wolf cart was exceedingly precious, how would he explain it upon his return? Nevertheless, Zhao Shi was from the town guard, having saved their lives. And as the decision to lend the cart rested solely with Chen Huayan, no one dared to voice dissent. Chen Huayan beckoned Zhao Shi aside and produced a segment of dragon-scaled vine, offering it to him. Ho Sanlang and the others lingered at a distance, unaware of the nature of their conversation or what Chun Huayan had revealed. Here is the dragon-scaled vine. Brother Zhao, take it. You truly managed to procure it? Zhao Shi expressed surprise. Initially, he held little hope since dragon-scaled vine was exceedingly rare. They had already acquired a piece previously, yet Chun Huayan had discovered another, and it appeared to be even older than the last. Zhao Shi, at the pinnacle of the blood condensation realm, would reach the threshold of the entry realm after utilizing a segment of the vine. Even without further use, he would assuredly break through within 3 to 5 years. However, should he use it once more, he was confident of achieving a breakthrough within 6 months. The sooner he reached the entry realm, the greater his chances of attaining the awe-inspiring Sea of Gods in his lifetime, a feat not accomplished by more than a handful in Fengling County. At that point, he could even establish his own lineage. Alu, thank you. If we are to call each other brothers in the future, such pleasantries shall be unnecessary, especially since you saved my life this time. Indeed, there is much time ahead. I shall first investigate the Black Dragon stronghold, and upon my return, I shall seek you out for a drink. Agreed. Zhao Zhu indeed regarded Chun Huayan as a brother. The dragon scale vine, which originated from Chun Huayan's hand, had liberated him from being trapped in the blood condensation realm for most of his life. On the outskirts of Fulong Mountain, Zhao Zhu and Chen Huayan parted ways. With the snow wolf pulling the sled, they traveled swiftly, and after more than a day, they returned to the Fengling ferry. Lin Baiyong had stationed someone at the bridge under construction, and upon spotting the herbal gathering team, he immediately released a carrier pigeon to inform Lin Baiyong. When Chun Huayan and his companions arrived at the Fengling ferry, Lin Baiyong awaited them at the dock with a dozen guards. Did you manage to obtain the dragon scale vine? Lin Baiyong's gaze swept over the group, and he noted only a single snow wolf remaining. While Lin Yang had vanished without a trace, a chill crept into his heart. Without the escort of the blade head, it was highly probable that they had encountered some malevolent spirit. If that were the case, the dragon scale vine might very well be in jeopardy. As Chun Huayan spoke, he opened his medicine basket and retrieved a section of the dragon scale vine. We did secure it. That is indeed a relief. Lin Baiyong received the dragon scale vine and examined it closely, confirming its authenticity before gradually relaxing his tense demeanor. Although they had lost 2 snow wolves and a blade head, acquiring the dragon scale vine made it worthwhile. Did you encounter a malevolent spirit? Lin Baiyong inquired, his expression turning serious as he looked at Chun Huayan. Indeed, a giant python of the malevolent realm devoured blade head Lin Yang whole, leaving no remains. Chun Huayan nodded in affirmation. If that is the case, how did you manage to return alive? Lin Baiyong asked coldly, sensing something amiss. Chapter 41, The Downward Festival. Strolling through the market Fengling County, Fengling Ferry, Chun Huayan recounted the events of their journey succinctly, explaining that upon reaching the burial dragon abyss, they had located the dragon scale vine. However, a malevolent spirit had appeared, resulting in the death of blade head Lin Yang. In their moment of peril, Zhao Zhu of the Town Marshal Division intervened and dispatched the malevolent spirit with a single shot. Zhao Zhu of the Town Marshal Division? Lin Baiyong was quite familiar with this name. He was the most gifted individual among the younger generation of the Town Marshal Division. At merely over 20 years of age, he had ascended to the position of a banner officer, brimming with ambition. However, during a winter expedition to eradicate bandits, he had fallen into an ambush, suffering significant losses and subsequently stripped of his rank, now reflecting on his actions at home. What brought him to Fulong Mountain? I am not certain. It seems he was on some secret mission. I dare not inquire too deeply into the affairs of the Town Marshal Division. Chun Huayan replied ambiguously. Very well. Let us return for now. I shall visit the Town Marshal Division to seek clarification. This matter was of great importance. The 2 snow wolves held considerable value, and the death of a chi-refining martial artist necessitated a thorough investigation. It was not sufficient to rely solely on Chun Huayan's account. Without Zhao Zhu as a witness, Lin Baiyong might have imprisoned Chun Huayan outright. The personnel of the Town Marshal Division held an exalted status in Fengling County. Zhao Zhu, being a scion of the Zhao family, would naturally not associate with someone of Chun Huayan's humble background. Lin Baiyong gave little thought to this and believed that a visit to the Town Marshal Division would soon unveil the truth. In the eyes of Lin Baiyong, Chun Huayan is a resourceful individual, well regarded in the outside world, possessing genuine skills that allow him to accrue additional wealth. It would be a pity to sacrifice him, especially given Lin Baiyong's precarious situation, as the Lin family's main branch is eager to reclaim the Shilin Pharmacy. He is in need of capable personnel. And as long as Chun Huayan does not present significant issues, he is unlikely to easily part with him. Holding the dragon scale vine, Lin Baiyang departed under the protection of his guards, while Chun Huayan returned to Baikeju with host Sam Lang and Wu Yu, leaving the other two swordsmen to proceed to the Shilin Pharmacy's Blade Cultivation Hall. Chun Huayan understood that although Lin Baiyang had acquired the dragon scale vine, he would not easily let go of the losses incurred from the Snow Wolf and Lin Yang. However, with Zhaoxi present, Chun Huayan felt reassured. His fortune was indeed remarkable. During his extended stay in the mountains, not a single flake of snow had fallen, but upon entering Baikeju, a heavy snowfall began to descend. Once inside, he first heated a large pot of beast milk to nourish the infant girl, then prepared some warm water to cleanse both himself and the child. Since exiting the dragon burial abyss, the infant had been in a deep slumber, and after consuming the beast milk, she swiftly fell asleep again. Even when Chun Huayan bathed her, she remained undisturbed, which was rather unusual. Upon reflection, he noted that the infant had never truly exhibited normalcy. Thus he found it less surprising. Having settled the child, Chun Huayan sat cross-legged and practiced the techniques of the qi cultivation method, cycling through his energy. Subsequently, he contemplated the principles of the turtle breathing technique, and time passed swiftly. Before he knew it, the Lantern Festival of the 15th day of October arrived. One of the most significant celebrations in Fengling County. As dusk fell, the outside world erupted into a lively commotion. Chun Huayan had diligently practiced over the past few days, even having his meals delivered to his secluded courtyard by host Sam Lang, without stepping outside. His master had once stated that excess in any endeavor is counterproductive. While his cultivation had significantly solidified his Dantian's spiritual energy, his mental clarity had become somewhat clouded. It was time to venture out and seek a balance between work and rest. Observing the infant girl, who lay on the bed staring vacantly, he smiled knowingly. Ming Ming, today I shall take you out for a stroll and acquire a few exquisite garments for you. Luo Yunshuang, disinterested in Chun Huayan's enthusiasm, was still recovering from the backlash of her spiritual consciousness and had not yet regained her strength. As for the colorful clothes he had purchased for her, after such a long period, she had grown somewhat accustomed to them. Stripped of her spiritual abilities, she felt constrained in all her actions, lamenting her frail condition. With a silent sigh, she allowed Chun Huayan to lift her and place her into the medicinal basket. 3 taels of silver should suffice. Opening the money box, Chun Huayan retrieved the sum. Exiting Baikeju, he entered through the southern gate, onto the long street paved with blue stones, adorned with countless lanterns. Yellow paper and cinnabar were used to inscribe the town's water deities' incantations, while the wicks, wrapped in ice silkworm silk and infused with the fat of mermaids, burned in hues of blue, red, and yellow, creating a stunning spectacle against the glimmering glazed tiles. Some children rode back and forth on bamboo horses, their tails adorned with copper bells that rang melodiously. Ming Ming was still too young. Purchasing items for her at this moment would be premature. Chun Huayan glanced at the intricately crafted bamboo horse, momentarily tempted to purchase one for himself, though he recognized the childishness of such a desire. Greetings, Sixth Master. Along the way, numerous individuals recognized Chun Huayan, respectfully offering their salutations, making him feel akin to a grand celebrity. He nodded in acknowledgement. As they approached the largest marketplace in the southern part of the city, a troupe of 12 barefoot performers danced gracefully upon the azure stones, their movements captivating. In this weather, wearing so little, aren't they cold? Chun Huayan mused, finding the spectacle less engaging than watching the performances of divine beings in his previous life. Feeling somewhat disenchanted, behind the dancers were fire eaters and puppeteers manipulating paper figures in a thrilling display of combat, accompanied by various juggling acts that elicited gasps of astonishment. What a lively scene, Chun Huayan remarked, while in the medicinal basket, Luo Yunshuang's bright, watery eyes gradually reflected a growing gravity. It is indeed the followers of the Luo Tian Outer Path. What brings them here? The Luo Tian Outer Path, notorious for its malevolent practices, was known for its brutality due to the nature of its techniques. In the central state, where myriad clans flourished, the Luo family led the resistance against the Luo Tian Outer Path. Decades prior, Luo Yunshuang's father commanded a 1,000,000-strong army to the northern Yuzhou, engaging in a protracted conflict with the Luo Tian Outer Path. Ultimately, he and the Path's sovereign perished together, prompting the Celestial Court to dispatch reinforcements to counteract the Path, which subsequently fell into decline. Luo Yunshuang, having just begun to cultivate her abilities, ascended to the throne with the support of 5 loyal confidants left by her father. who meticulously guided her. Gifted with extraordinary talent, she approached the realm of Dongshu in her 20s. If she continued her cultivation, she would undoubtedly surpass her father. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon arose in the western Ningzhou, leading two of her mentors to investigate. While remnants of the Luo Tian outer path were discovered in the northern Yunzhou, prompting another two mentors to swiftly mobilize their forces. Unbeknownst to the central state, the Luo Tian outer path had infiltrated its ranks, and Luo Yunshuang found herself besieged by several of its formidable practitioners, with even trusted allies betraying her in the heat of battle, ultimately leading to her demise. The Luo Tian outer path had established roots in Yunzhou, and now, as they appeared in this red state, Luo Yunshuang was filled with trepidation. Their movements were shrouded in secrecy. As long as they refrained from making their intentions known, they blended seamlessly with the common populace, making detection exceedingly difficult. However, having accompanied her father in dealings with the Luo Tian outer path since childhood, Luo Yunshuang possessed an acute awareness of their presence. Among the crowd, there must be several practitioners of the corrupt path, yet her impaired senses hindered her from making an accurate assessment. Could it be that the four prominent families of this modest county had forged ties with the Luo Tian outer path? If the path had indeed extended its influence to the red state, the challenges of counteraction loomed ominously in Luo Yunshuang's mind. Navigating through the throngs of people, Chen Huayan stopped at a small stall to purchase a sugar painting. "Oh, I forgot. You are still too young to indulge in this. It is not good for your teeth." He gently lifted Luo Yunshuang from the medicinal basket and waved the sugar painting before her eyes. Having bought it, it would be a waste not to enjoy it. Chen Huayan sighed and began to eat his food. "Are you even human?" Luo Yunshuang gazed at Chen Huayan, who was indulging in the sugar painting, posing a profound question. Chapter 42. Breaking the chains to become a good family member of the condensed blood realm? Are they from the Zhenwu division? No, they do not seem to be locals. Chen Huayan bit into the sugar painting, crunching it audibly, when he suddenly sensed an unusual presence nearby. In Jiangling County, once one reaches the level of qi refinement, they can register and become a martial practitioner. Even if they become enslaved, they can regain their freedom and travel unimpeded within the 7 counties. However, the spiritual energy in Fengling County is sparse, and martial practitioners seldom come here. Moreover, it is stipulated that those above the qi refinement level can move out of the county, yet each area has its own circles, and outsiders often face exclusion. Thus, martial practitioners in Fengling County rarely leave. Those who truly traverse the counties are primarily merchants or bodyguards. Chen Huayan glanced at the few individuals who neither resembled merchants nor bodyguards and had even donned the attire of Fengling County. An ordinary person would not discern anything amiss. Chen Baotou, Chen Baotou. While Chen Huayan was still pondering, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind. "Shahozi?" He turned to see Ho Sanling approaching, breathless from his hurried pace. "Chen Baotou, the master is looking for you. He wants you to go to the residence for a discussion." "All right, I shall go at once." Chen Huayan nodded, gently placing the infant back into the medicinal basket before hastening towards Lin Baiyang's residence. Fengling County has strict registration, with the 4 prominent families residing in the inner city, and only the legitimate heirs are qualified to live there. Lin Baiyang is a branch descendant, and his residence can only be found on Yongchang Street in the northern part of the city. Among the 4 families, some capable branch descendants have their residences here, including Zhao Shi. Although Zhao Shi's dwelling is at the end of a lane, relatively secluded, yet it is still a sizable estate, slightly smaller than Lin Baiyang's. To reach Lin Baiyang's residence more swiftly, Chen Huayan opted for a carriage. Upon arrival, the estate was festooned with decorations. The lanterns at the entrance had all been replaced, creating a vibrant, festive atmosphere. "Master." Chen Huayan entered the hall, where aside from Lin Baiyang, there were also the bodyguard instructor Tai Luohan and others present. "Alu has arrived. I heard you have been secluded in Baikeiju these past few days. What have you been concocting?" Lin Baiyang, as usual, sat in the grand chair. "Just practicing some herbal gathering techniques, nothing of significance. Young Master Zhao has begun his seclusion. It is expected that he will break through to the condensed blood realm before the new year. The Zhao family is quite pleased and has granted me permission to move into the inner city. This matter is largely credited to you. Speak up. What reward do you desire?" Alu merely performed his duties and dared not claim credit. Besides, his safe return relied entirely on the timely arrival of Officer Zhao. Chen Huayan humbly replied, "Officer Zhao returned only yesterday, and I have already visited him. He sustained serious injuries. Later, you should bring some medicinal herbs to check on him. However, you are still entitled to a reward. Let us proceed. Allow me to provide you with a residence in the northern part of the city, Lin Baiyang articulated thoughtfully. Though you have yet to change your surname, possessing land and a home will enable you to shed your status as a lowly commoner. Once you retire from the herbal gathering team, you will have a place to call your own. Chen Huayan was taken aback, unable to fathom that he could soon relinquish his identity as a wanderer and ascend to that of a respectable gentleman, an honor that even the most loyal servants had not been afforded. Free from the shackles of his previous status, he would at least be recognized as a person of worth in Fengling County. While the disparity between him and the members of the 4 prominent families remained vast, he would be 100 times better off than the other commoners. There would be many avenues open to him, and he would possess the right to engage in trade. Not long ago, Lin Baiyang had proposed to adopt him as a son, yet it appeared that he had changed his mind. Chen Huayan was still uncertain about Lin Baiyang's true intentions. Nonetheless, the removal of the stigma of his past would indeed facilitate his future endeavors. Now, go and pay a visit to Officer Zhao, Lin Baiyang gestured dismissively. Chen Huayan acknowledged with a nod, collected the herbs, and exited the hall. Master, while a Lu has indeed accomplished great feats, does that warrant the lifting of his lowly status? Are you no longer considering him as your adopted son? Tai Luohan inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Chen A. Lu is a spirited horse. To truly harness his potential, he requires further refinement. Moreover, the title of adopted son is merely a name. Not everyone can be bound by such a title, Lin Baiyang replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chen's capabilities are indeed remarkable. The tasks he has accomplished could not have been managed by others, Bai Suanpan remarked with a smile. He's merely a servant. What faults could he possess? A good beating would suffice. Why complicate matters? Tai Luohan scoffed. Previously, when Lin Fu led a group into the mountains, even the town's military suffered significant casualties. Yet Chen A. Lu returned unscathed. This time, he faced a malevolent spirit, and although Dao Tu Lin Yang was devoured by the creature, Chen A. Lu emerged alive once more. In Fengling County, how many individuals of lowly origin carry a reputation comparable to his? Bai Suanpan continued. But now he is of a different surname. Does the master still wish to cultivate him? Tai Luohan asked. Regardless of his surname, what matters most is his utility to me, Lin Baiyang asserted. As soon as he finished speaking, the physician, Gue Yi, entered the hall with a bowl of medicinal soup, announcing, My lord, it is time for your medication. After departing from Lin Baiyang's residence without delay, Chen Huayan made his way directly to Zhao Xie's abode, which was notably quieter, devoid of even a single servant. Familiar with the surroundings, he approached the door to the east wing and gently knocked 3 times. Lord Zhao. It is I, Chen Huayan, sent by the master to pay my respects. There are no outsiders. Please come in, Zhao Xi replied. Upon entering, Chen Huayan found the room empty save for Zhao Xi himself. Brother Zhao, how fares your injury? Chen Huayan inquired as he placed the herbs upon the table. I am uninjured, merely feigning it, Zhao Xi replied, still holding a book and pretending to read. Feigning? Why? Chen Huayan asked, perplexed. Please, have a seat. Zhao Xi placed the book in his hand firmly upon the table. Chen Huayan, unreserved, plopped himself down onto the chair. This group of brigands from Black Dragon Stronghold had gained audacity, daring to associate with the forces of the Luo Tian outlaws. Zhao Xi murmured, Luo Tian outlaws? What is that? Chen Huayan had never encountered this name before, not only he, but the majority of the populace in Fengling County were oblivious to the existence of the Luo Tian outlaws. It is not merely a name, it is a formidable force. Originally based in the far northern Yunzhou, notorious for its nefarious practices and unparalleled brutality. Subsequently, the Celestial Court of Zhongzhou launched a campaign to eradicate them, resulting in significant losses for the outlaws. To our astonishment, remnants have surfaced in Fengling County. As Zhao Xi elucidated, Chen Huayan suddenly recalled the peculiar individuals he had encountered in the market not long ago. Although the Luo Tian outlaws were rooted in Yunzhou, their infamous reputation had transcended regions, reaching even Qizhou. Moreover, when the Celestial Court of Zhongzhou undertook the siege against the Luo Tian outlaws, the Qidian prefecture of Qizhou had dispatched a considerable force to participate, stirring quite a commotion. Thus, one might surmise that the Luo Tian outlaws are, in essence, a band of malevolent brigands? Indeed, the Luo Tian outlaws are universally condemned, and this time, the 4 great families are genuinely resolved to eliminate the bandits. However, due to insufficient manpower from the Zhenwu division, the endeavor may be doomed to failure. Zhao Zhi shook his head. Then why do you feign illness? The methods employed by the Luo Tian outlaws are exceedingly ruthless. Ordinary martial cultivators of the same realm stand no chance against them, to my knowledge. There is even a martial cultivator of the entrapment realm among them. If I do not feign illness, shall I become mere cannon fodder? Furthermore, you have just provided me with a segment of dragon scale vine, and I intend to strive towards the entrapment realm. It serves as a perfect excuse to retreat and meditate at home while recuperating. Shun Huayan nodded. Truly, Brother Zhao, your cunning is unmatched. Spare me from any further banter. In terms of guile, I am but a novice compared to you. Zhao Zhi cast a sidelong glance at Chen Huayan. As the two conversed, Luo Yinshuang, hidden behind Chen Huayan, was deep in thought. Fortunately, Fengling County has not colluded with the Luo Tian outlaws. However, given the county's strength, it would undoubtedly falter against an assault from them. Once they seize control of Fengling County, Xiao Liuji will be in grave danger. I must devise a plan for his escape. Yet, I am currently suffering from a backlash of divine consciousness and have yet to recover. If I were to exert my consciousness again, it may take me another year or two to regain my strength. What a predicament. Chapter 43. On a night road, ambushed. The night was dim and somber as Zhao Zhu invited Chen Huayan to dine at his home. The meal had been specially ordered from the Fengyue Tower, arriving piping hot. Though Chen Huayan typically dined well, he could not justify spending money on such a lavish spread. Before my arrival, I noticed several individuals exhibiting peculiar behavior in the southern market of the city, and they did not resemble the locals of Fengling County. Chen Huayan took a sip of wine and casually mentioned, they must have been dispatched by the Black Dragon stronghold, engaging in mutual probing. Given the current state of affairs, it is a matter of life and death. There can be no peaceful resolution. Zhao Zhi remarked, picking up a piece of sashimi. What are your intentions then? In Fengling County, I must strive to maintain my position. If circumstances become dire, I shall seek an opportunity to escape. Grant me a little more time, and I shall almost certainly break through to the Qi entry realm. In this vast Jiaoling prefecture, can there truly be a lack of a place for me to establish my existence? Rest assured, when the time comes, I shall take you along, with your astuteness. You will surely not fare poorly in a new locale. As Zhao Shi contemplated this on his return journey, he reflected on his status as a member of the Zhao family. However, being born of a concubine, he had endured considerable injustice. Despite possessing some talent, he had never been accorded the recognition he deserved. Were it not for the protection of his master from the town martial division, his life would be even less enviable than that of a commoner. In 3 to 5 years, his master might retire from the town martial division, and at that juncture, Zhao Shi feared his own situation would not improve significantly. This uncertainty often left him perplexed. Many of the Zhao family's illegitimate children, upon demonstrating even a modicum of talent, were summoned to the inner city, where their treatment was exponentially superior to his own. Conversely, no matter his efforts, he felt increasingly overlooked, as if his diligence only served to magnify the oppression he faced. Without his master's influence, he would not even be considered for the position of a minor flag officer, let alone a significant one. Thus, in Fengling County, aside from his master, there was little that tethered him to this place. His master, having achieved great mastery in the Divine Sea realm, was not one to be trifled with. Zhao Shi felt no need to worry about his safety. In fact, without his troublesome presence, his master might lead an even more prosperous life. Chen Huayan was taken aback that a flag officer of the town martial division would contemplate fleeing in the face of bandit attacks. Nevertheless, for him, preserving his life was paramount, regardless of location. Having only recently embarked on the path of Qi cultivation, he needed to bide his time until he reached the blood condensation realm, where he could gather various herbs and rely on potions to break through to the Qi entry realm. At that point, much like Zhao Shi, he could roam freely throughout the expansive Jiangling prefecture, devoid of fear and trepidation. A few years back, my master, concerned for my safety, specially provided me with some concealed weapons for protection. At present, I possess the capability to safeguard myself, rendering those items unnecessary. Since you have assisted me in retrieving the dragon scale vine, I have little to offer in return, but I shall gift you these concealed weapons for your own defense. Zhao Shi rose and retrieved 2 boxes from a hidden compartment, treasures bestowed by his master, which he had meticulously preserved since he no longer required them. Brother Zhao, you are too courteous. This is only fitting. Zhao Shi opened one of the boxes, revealing 12 3-inch silver needles. These were eye-scale skull needles, crafted from the bones of the eye-scale python's tail, capable of being launched from a sleeve arrow. For those in the Qi cultivation stage, they could deliver a fatal blow. while for those below the peak of the blood condensation realm, they could severely injure their meridians, causing significant damage. Be cautious. Do not let them pierce you, Zhao Shi advised. Chun Huayan examined the needles carefully before selecting 3 to place in his own sleeve arrow. These are bone-corroding sand, made from the venom of the iron thread viper combined with purple iron sand. Mere contact with the skin can lead to instantaneous necrosis down to the bone. They are effective against qi cultivators, but their potency diminishes considerably with blood condensation martial artists. Wrapped in oil paper, the marrow-eating sand lay quietly. While Zhao Shi remained oblivious to the fact that Chun Huayan had already reached the qi refinement stage, Chun Huayan, too, chose not to disclose this information, deciding instead to keep it for himself, as it is always prudent to be prepared. After carefully securing his belongings, the two resumed their drinking, and before long, the night had deepened. Brother Zhao, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Indeed, while I have many rooms here, they are all rather shabby. It would be unwise to impose upon you to stay the night. Well then, I wish you, Brother Zhao, a swift breakthrough to the acupoint realm. May your words bring fortune. Qin Huayan, with his medicinal basket slung over his back, departed from Zhao Shi's residence. The night wind cut through the air like a blade, and the once bustling marketplace had fallen into a desolate silence. The stalls had long been dismantled, leaving scarcely a soul in sight. Once again, it was those same figures. As Chun Huayan hastened his steps, he noticed several shadows flitting in the distance. Adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, he chose to act as though he had not seen them. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Had Chun Huayan reached the blood condensation or acupoint realm, he might have ventured a closer look. However, as he was merely at the qi refinement stage, his own safety was his primary concern, leaving little room for the fates of others. This city is a fine place indeed. While outside 2 villages have been slaughtered, my Yin Luo toad has remained unresponsive. Here, having just taken over 100 lives, I am on the verge of a breakthrough to the spirit creature stage. The inhabitants of this city feast well. They have just consumed several bone refinement cultivators, and their cultivation naturally flourishes. Yet, I wonder when I shall cultivate into a true demon. Alas, we brothers have been unfortunate, exiled to this desolate place devoid of spiritual energy, making cultivation a near impossible endeavor. Fortunes and misfortunes are intertwined, though this location is lacking. It is far removed from Zhangzhou and Yunzhou, providing at least a semblance of safety. Once those from Black Dragon Stronghold conquer Foling County, we may seize the opportunity to refine our demonic arts. Indeed, this place is quite secure. It is time for us to withdraw. The only real challenge in Foling County is that troublesome town marshal division. Let us return to discuss strategies with the leader, ideally before the new year arrives. Third brother. Wait a moment. It appears there is still someone over there. Let it be. Let us kill fewer to avoid alarming the grass and the snakes. In any case, they will all belong to us eventually. That individual seems to possess abundant vitality. Perhaps they could aid the Yin Luo toad in its breakthrough. Indeed. Just one more kill will not take long. Very well. Let us finish this and return to Black Dragon Stronghold immediately. With their words barely spoken, the 5 figures suddenly dashed forward, surrounding the hastily moving Qin Huayan. Swish. A flash of cold light flickered as a long knife struck down fiercely. The assailants, eager to exit the city, wasted no words and directly launched their attack on Qin Huayan. Upon noticing their encroachment, Qin Huayan had already braced himself for the worst. He swiftly executed the swallow returns through the forest technique and turned to flee towards Yongchang Street. Damn it! Another martial artist. What cultivation level? How could I sense nothing? I do not know. Let us pursue. If his cultivation is high, he would not flee before we even struck. Even if he is just a qi refiner, feeding him to the Yin Luo toad would suffice for a breakthrough. Several individuals, without hesitation, immediately gave chase. Chapter 44. The Preemptive Strike. But wait. I distinctly saw him fleeing in this direction just now. How could he vanish without a trace? This is utterly bizarre. His speed is astonishing. He must have at least reached the qi refinement stage. With such cultivation, he must undoubtedly be a member of the martial guard. If he escapes, won't that expose our whereabouts? He might think we're merely spies from the Black Dragon village. After all, we killed over 100 men, intending to let them know that the Black Dragon village had been here, right? Well then, let us withdraw for now. Though I have reached the blood condensation realm, I am injured, and it is unwise to linger here. In a corner at the end of a narrow street, Qin Huayan employed the turtle breathing technique, holding his breath and focusing his spirit, concealing his presence. This technique is indeed effective. Seeing the few individuals nearby preparing to retreat, Chen Huayan let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, from the medicine basket behind him, the wailing of an infant echoed through the eerily quiet alley, resonating loudly. Oh no! You little rascals certainly know how to choose your moments. Chen Huayan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Without time to scold the infant girl, he swiftly dashed out. The oiled paper package clutched in his hand. Since he had already been discovered, he had to take the initiative. Aiming for the strongest martial artist in the blood condensation realm, he discreetly exerted a flick of his wrist, sending the oiled paper package flying, releasing the corrosive sand. Whoosh! 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 With a slight lift of his arm, he launched 3 arrows in quick succession. The technique, returning swallow through the forest, was executed seamlessly. Thud! Thud! The individuals fell one after another. Chen Huayan, gripping his dagger tightly, cautiously advanced, delivering a few more decisive strikes to ensure their demise. He then quickly rummaged through their bodies, gathering a heap of miscellaneous items, unsure of their utility, but bundled them together tightly, tying a dead knot, and tossed them into the medicine basket behind him. You nearly got me killed, little ancestor, Chen Huayan exclaimed, promptly rising and returning to Zhao Shi's residence. You have reached the Qi refinement stage and have also learned the Qi refinement technique and martial skills. What is there to fear? Moreover, who asked them to bring the toad along? If we miss this opportunity, who knows how long it will be until we encounter it again? In her heart, Luo Yunchuang pondered, while her delicate little hand ventured into the tightly knotted bundle that Chen Huayan had secured. It's tied so tightly. If it weren't for the recent abundance of beast milk I've consumed, I might not have been able to untie it. With all her might, Luo Yunchuang finally loosened the package. After a brief search, she uncovered a wooden box, roughly the size of an average palm. Inside was the Luo toad, its body a ghostly blue, adorned with 36 barbs, each containing potent venom. Many from the Tao of Luo Tian kept poisonous creatures. During the fateful battle between Luo Yunchuang's father and the revered one of the Tao of Luo Tian, he was secretly bitten by a toad, leading to his untimely demise. Before her lay the Luo toad, which had yet to reach the realm of spirits and possessed limited toxicity. However, Luo Yunchuang, having undergone medicinal baths alongside Chen Huayan, had already attained the bone refinement stage. If she were to utilize the Luo toad for stimulation, it could yield the effects akin to the water and fire celestial garment. Originally, Luo Yunchuang had planned to wait until she reached the age of 5 or 6, when she would be capable of movement, to employ the cultivation techniques of the celestial court to refine her skin and achieve the true water and fire celestial garment. This foundation would undoubtedly be solid, greatly benefiting her future cultivation. Unfortunately, this method demanded a considerable amount of time. Had the Luo Tian outer Dao not emerged, Luo Yunchuang could have patiently awaited her growth, proceeding with her cultivation step by step. Now, however, she resolved to adopt a more aggressive approach, elevating her strength first and solidifying it gradually in the future. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Luo Yunchuang gritted her teeth, her delicate palm striking the back of the Luo Tian toad. With a croak, the toad instinctively released its toxic secretion. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao brother. It is Chen Lu. I have returned. Chen Huayan leaped into the courtyard and knocked 3 times on the door. Zhao Shi, engrossed in his cultivation, recognized the voice and waved his hand, causing the door to open on its own. Why have you returned? Zhao Shi inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Upon sensing the blood aura surrounding Chen Huayan, his expression grew more serious. With a resigned sigh, Chen Huayan explained, I had scarcely exited Youchang Street when I encountered a group of people brutally slaughtering innocent civilians, in broad daylight, under the clear sky. Such heinous acts of cruelty are intolerable to me. I utilized the concealed weapon you provided, eliminating those villains. They appeared to be from the Black Dragon stronghold. At that moment, as the blood surged within him, impulsiveness took over. Now, as he regained his composure, he realized that if the 4 great families pursued the matter and traced it back to him, he would find it difficult to explain the killings. Where? Take me to see. Upon hearing this, Chen Huayan immediately led Zhao Shi back to the scene of the crime. You should return to Baichao residence. Treat this as though nothing occurred. I shall proceed to the town marshal office shortly and declare that these individuals sought to assassinate me and were slain by my hand. But you are gravely injured? Thus, I employed a concealed weapon. Zhao Shi nodded in agreement. Thank you, brother Zhao. These matters are trivial. You may rest assured and return. Then I shall head back to Baichao residence. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, Chen Huayan hastily departed, swiftly making his way back to his dwelling. Fortunately, he had the concealed weapon for protection, and his martial skills had reached great proficiency. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed today. It was evident that he needed to enhance his strength as soon as possible. Contemplating deeply, Chen Huayan opened his medicine basket, preparing to examine the items he had confiscated from those individuals. Damn, what is this? Purple sweet potato essence. In the cradle lay an infant girl, her entire body a deep purple, appearing rather alarming. Has its true form been revealed? Indeed, it is not human. Chen Huayan stepped back instinctively, drawing out his dagger. No. Wait. Upon calming himself, Chen Huayan noticed a jade-green toad gripped in the small hand of the infant. Could she be poisoned? Chen Huayan quickly fetched a wooden stick and pried the toad from the infant's hand. At that moment, the toad had already lost all signs of life. Yet the baby still breathed. He was unsure of the poison's nature and how to neutralize it. What a predicament! Chen Huayan felt a sense of urgency. He dared not hold the infant, fearing he might also succumb to the poison. There were some antidotes available, but she was far too young to consume them. Perhaps a medicinal bath could suffice. Previously, he had used a medicinal bath to strengthen his muscles and bones, and she had soaked in it alongside him, even without cultivation. Her constitution was significantly more robust than that of an ordinary person. The toad had not yet reached the level of a spirit creature, so its toxicity should not be too potent. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Huayan immediately set to work, brewing the herbal concoction for the bath. He toiled until dawn, and when he intended to place the infant in the tub, he discovered that the purple hue on her body had diminished significantly. Was she recovering? Regardless, the medicinal bath was prepared and should not go to waste. He decided to place her in it nonetheless. Chapter 45. In Extraordinary Times. One must take extraordinary measures. The biting winter wind howled fiercely. After a morning of diligent labor, Chen Huayan entered his dwelling, shaking off the snow that had settled on him. After giving the infant a medicinal bath, he ventured north of the city to finalize the deed for his residence. Fengling County was a minor locale, lacking even a proper government office. All registration matters were handled by the Zhao family. Each spring and autumn, officials from Jiangling Prefecture sent representatives to the Zhao family to collect taxes, and as long as the tax payments were made in full, they paid little heed to other affairs. Having secured the deed and revoked the household registration of the transient residents, he replaced his herbalist badge with a small iron plaque identifying him as a reputable citizen, engraved with his name and the location of his residence. This served as proof of his new identity. Chen Huayan also took a moment to inspect the residence he had acquired. It was larger than he had anticipated, nearly half the size of the Lin Baiyang estate, albeit in a dilapidated state, rendering it uninhabitable. To move in, he would need to invest a considerable sum in repairs. Currently, he still led the herbal gathering team, making it improbable for him to reside in his own home for several years, so he had no immediate plans for renovations. When the time eventually came to move in, he would devise a more thorough plan. It seemed there were no significant issues. This little one certainly had a strong will to live. This time, I was careless. I must not allow everything to be tossed into the medicinal basket. Chen Huayan gazed at the plump infant, playing with her for a while before inspecting the items he had salvaged from the bandits. He discovered 2 vials of unknown elixirs, a badge from the Black Dragon stronghold, 3 poison daggers, a handful of silver coins, a volume on the Luo Yin cultivation method, and a plaque made of an unknown material, inscribed with the characters Luo Tian. They must belong to those from the Luo Tian sect. Aside from the silver, only the volume on Luo Yin held any value, and as Chen Huayan briefly perused it, he frowned. It was indeed a sinister technique. The cultivation methods detailed within were exceedingly brutal, and what he had was only a fragment. They say that murder and plunder lead to wealth, but I find myself in solitude after this slaughter. Chen Huayan shook his head, tidying up his belongings and placing them into a concealed compartment just as a knock echoed from outside. Chen, it's me. Ho Sanlang's voice rang out. Come in. Upon Chen Huayan's invitation, Ho Sanlang gently pushed the door open and strode in with haste. Chen, the master said that the town military department is recruiting, and he wishes for you to visit the manor. The town military department is recruiting? Chen Huayan nodded, donned an outer garment, slung a medicine basket over his shoulder, and made his way towards the Lin Baiyang manor. Traditionally, the town military department selected candidates solely from the 4 prominent families. It had only happened once before, several decades ago, that a group was chosen from reputable families. However, Black Dragon Village did not regard the 4 families with much concern. But when it involved the Luo Tian sect, the situation was utterly different. especially after last night's assassination attempt on Zhao Shi, which was evidently orchestrated by malevolent cultivators. After a night of deliberation, extraordinary times necessitate extraordinary measures. First, they would recall those who had previously withdrawn from the town military department and subsequently select a considerable number from reputable families and commoners. Although these individuals lacked a solid foundation, with certain unique methods, they could still serve as cannon fodder, for not all from Black Dragon Village were martial cultivators. Once outsiders joined the town military department, they would be assigned to various banners for brief training. In future anti-bandit campaigns, should a reputable family member distinguish themselves, they would be rewarded with 100 acres of fertile land and the opportunity to establish their own shop in the marketplace, exempt from taxes for 5 years. If a commoner performed well, they would instantly shed their lowly status and be gifted a residence within the city. This was an unparalleled opportunity for ordinary individuals. As Fengling County offered few avenues for upward mobility, this chance could truly alter destinies, sifting through the sands of time, and perhaps some would indeed rise anew. The town military department's exceptional recruitment of outsiders makes you a fitting candidate, Lin Baiyong remarked calmly from his armchair. Master, if I join the town military department, then what of the medicinal gathering team? You need not worry about that. The anti-bandit operations will commence before the new year at the latest. And once Black Dragon Village is eradicated, you will leave the town military department. As for the leader of the medicinal gathering team, I will reserve that position for you. In truth, Chen Huayan had initially planned to allow Lin Baiyong to join the town military department only after the Black Dragon Village matter was resolved, believing it would be much safer then. However, unforeseen circumstances had arisen, making it more perilous for him to remain close. Furthermore, joining the town military department was not excessively dangerous. Early this morning, the Zhao family had dispatched 3 groups to seek assistance from nearby counties, and barring any mishaps, reinforcements would arrive within half a month. During the anti-bandit operations, if he remained clever, preserving his life should not pose an issue. After winter passes and the dust settles, you may return. I have further plans for you. Lin Baiyong spoke solemnly, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Understood. I shall return to prepare. Chen Huayan, now equipped with cultivation methods and martial skills, would still be considered a low-ranking member within the town military department, unable to access advanced martial techniques for significant enhancement. Remaining at Baikeju would provide him with greater exposure to various medicinal herbs, allowing him to harness his advantages to their fullest in conjunction with his spiritual garden. However, if he could enter the town military department, he would no longer need to conceal his abilities. Should his strength be revealed in the future, it could pose a threat to his life. By the way, the Jinlu division is home to 5 major banners, and Lin Baiyong cautioned against approaching the Qinglong banner. Alu heeded this advice. Soon after, Chen Huayan departed from Lin Baiyong's residence. Heading to the Jinwu division seemed a prudent choice. However, the presence of an infant posed a significant challenge. If he were part of the herbal gathering team, he would be in charge, with everything under his command. Yet, at the Jinwu division, even if he was not regarded as a servant, his status would be nearly equivalent. And tending to a child under the age of 1 would prove to be quite inconvenient. Leaving the infant at Baikeju under the care of Wu Yu and others left Chen Huayan feeling uneasy. This predicament was proving to be quite troublesome. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he pondered for a long while, but could devise no solution. Ultimately, he altered his course and headed towards Zhao Shi's residence. Each day, the streets of Yongchang are diligently swept, yet Zhao Shi's courtyard remained perpetually shrouded in a thick layer of snow. Having grown accustomed to scaling walls, Chen Huayan gracefully leaped into the inner courtyard. Inside the eastern wing, Zhao Shi stood with utmost reverence, scarcely daring to breathe. Someone has arrived. Reporting to Master. It appears to be a friend of the disciple, previously mentioned to you, the head of the herbal gathering team from Shilin Pharmacy, Chene Lu. Chene Lu? The old man, with hair as white as snow and eyes that sparkled with wisdom, sat at a wooden table, engrossed in a book typically held by Zhao Shi. The disciple remembers the Master's teachings well. However, he has assisted the disciple on multiple occasions. He aided you? Then repay that kindness and sever ties. The elder's formidable presence silenced Zhao Shi, who dared not speak further. Chapter 46. The Banner Master Zhao's disciples prepare for closure. Chen Huayan's martial skills exposed. In Fengling County, to the north of the city, at Zhao Shi's residence, as Chen Huayan scaled the courtyard wall, he was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aura of pressure, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Were there others present? This was reckless. Nighttime would have been more prudent. Alarmed, Chen Huayan felt a jolt of surprise. In the medicinal basket on his back, Luo Yunchuang, who had been soundly asleep, abruptly opened her eyes. The divine sea realm. In this wild and untamed land, there was indeed someone who had managed to ascend to the divine sea realm. Such talent was extraordinary. Had they been in the Central Plains Immortal Court, they would surely rank among the powerful. What a pity. Luo Yunchuang sighed internally, her vigilance heightening. The aura emanating from this individual seemed ominous. In the past, such strength would have been beneath her notice, but times had changed, and the tide had turned. If this person chose to engage, even her use of spiritual pressure would have minimal effect. Chen Huayan hesitated momentarily, but ultimately steeled himself and approached the door. Master Zhao. I am Chen Lu. The closed door opened of its own accord, a booming voice resonating unexpectedly. What business do you have with Shi-Er? Greetings, Master. Chen Huayan had already prepared a medicinal herb for treating injuries in his basket. If someone were with Zhao Shi, he would present it, thereby indicating that he had come specifically to deliver medicine to Zhao Shi. However, upon seeing the elderly man seated in the room, exuding an aura of righteousness with piercing eyes that seemed to see through him, he immediately surmised that this individual must be the master of Zhao Shi, the chief flag officer of the town marshal division. Originally, his act of scaling the wall to enter the courtyard had already annoyed the other party. To resort to such petty tricks to fabricate lies would likely lead to a dismal future within the town marshal division. The proprietor of the small establishment, Lord Lin of the Sherlin Pharmacy, had informed him of the recruitment by the town marshal division, wishing for him to gain entry. The tranquility that Foling County enjoys to this day is primarily due to the deterrent presence of the town marshal division, and this matter is of great significance. Being rather unsophisticated, he was unaware of the proper decorum, recalling his somewhat cordial relationship with Lord Zhao. He thought it prudent to inquire for some insight to be better prepared. Chen Huayan responded truthfully. Do you wish to take a shortcut? The elderly man inquired bluntly. I would not dare, but I am accompanied by a young girl, which makes it somewhat inconvenient. I hope Lord Zhao might offer a solution. Chen Huayan did not conceal his intent. A young girl? How old? The elder asked with curiosity. Chen Huayan gently brought forth the infant from his medicinal basket. Not yet a year old. The elderly man paused momentarily upon seeing the infant in Chen Huayan's arms, and in the next instant, Chen Huayan felt a rush of wind, as the elder had already positioned himself directly before him. A natural talent for martial arts. Zhao Shi's eyes widened. He knew his master well and had seldom heard him commend anyone, not even himself, despite his exceptional gifts among peers. You are not blind. My innate talents are extraordinary. And moreover, having recently been reborn, I have already completed the training of tendons and bones, a caliber unmatched. This was not mere pride on Luo Yunchuang's part. She indeed possessed the strength and confidence to assert such claims. In the realm of Central Continent, for over a millennium, she was the first to break through to the Void Realm in her 20s. Even her father had toiled for over 50 years, relying on various heavenly materials and treasures, just to barely achieve the same. It was precisely for this reason that the outsider of the Luo heavenly sect was willing to expose a formidable force that had been lurking in the celestial court for decades. In order to eliminate Luo Yunchuang, in my decades of life, I have encountered countless individuals of extraordinary talent. Yet one so close to the realm of the supernatural is truly unheard of. The elder was visibly excited, prompting Chen Huayan to instinctively hold the infant tighter, fearing that the elder might succumb to temptation and snatch her away. Regrettably, she is still too young, and I lack the time to care for her. Here is the arrangement. You may enter the town marshal division, and I will arrange a separate residence for you. But you must agree to one condition. When this girl turns 8, she must become my disciple, to be trained as my personal student. Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhao Shi nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. In all of Foling County, anyone aspiring to achieve success in martial arts would fervently wish to be under this master's tutelage. After all, in such a large county, there have been no more than 5 individuals who reached the Divine Sea Realm. Yet, over the past decade, the elder had accepted only Zhao Shi as his direct disciple. In this day and age, to audaciously declare one's intent to accept a girl barely out of infancy as a disciple would surely send ripples through the entire Foling County, inciting envy among many. Chen Huayan was taken aback, never imagining that he would one day bask in the fortune of a young girl. Should this infant achieve greatness and attain the path of enlightenment, he too might ascend to celestial heights. The fact that an esteemed figure had taken notice of the young girl was indeed a blessing accrued over 3 lifetimes. Chen Huayan replied, Your physique appears satisfactory, Though your age is somewhat advanced, commencing your training at this juncture may be rather late. Spending a few years in the Jinwu division and then seeking a livelihood would suffice to establish oneself as a wealthy individual. The Jinwu division is comprised of 5 principal banners, of which I am the commander of the White Tiger banner, Zhao Baihu. As Zhao Baihu spoke, he abruptly raised his hand, forming a fist and swinging it towards Chen Huayan. Caught off guard and unprepared, Chen instinctively recoiled. Yin Hui? Zhao Baihu's expression turned grave, while Zhao Zhou also appeared astonished. Having known Chen Huayan for some time, he had no inkling of his martial prowess. Moreover, the technique displayed seemed peculiar. Zhao Zhe, well-versed in all martial arts of Fengling County, had never encountered the one Chen Huayan employed, instantly piquing his interest. Alas, this cunning old man is testing me. It's over, my secret is exposed. A cold sweat broke out on Chen Huayan's back. During this period, he had diligently practiced the returning swallow through the woods. And upon being probed, his reflexive response had been to unleash his martial skill, a mere muscle memory. The gifted infant in his arms might be spared by Zhao Baihu, but he, being of no consequence, could easily fall victim to the old man's whims. Sure, Zhao Wujin intoned coldly. Disciple is here. Zhao Zhe responded respectfully. Step outside and guard the door. Do not eavesdrop. Understood, master. Zhao Zhe, still lost in confusion, grappled with the realization that Chen Huayan's daughter seemingly possessed greater talent than his own. The sudden announcement of a closed-door disciple, coupled with the revelation of Chen Huayan's martial abilities, left Zhao Zhe's thoughts in disarray, utterly unable to untangle the myriad of emotions. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Chen Huayan's mind was even more tumultuous. Having navigated life with utmost caution, he had not anticipated that just as dawn was breaking, he would face peril when relying on his daughter to ascend. A bitter taste filled his mouth. From whom did you acquire this martial skill? Zhao Baihu queried coldly. My lord, I regret that I cannot disclose such information. Cannot disclose? Were you to reveal it, I might spare your life. Zhao Baihu's oppressive aura descended once more, causing Chen Huayan to tremble, unable to withstand the pressure. My death matters little, but I implore you, my lord, to treat the young girl with kindness. Chen Huayan cast a glance at the infant in his arms, then turned to Zhao Baihu, adopting an expression of resolute defiance. At this moment, he could only gamble. Even if he divulged the old man's secrets in a flash, it was uncertain whether he would be spared. He might very well meet his end sooner. Little Liuzi must not perish. He is the individual whom I, the emperor, have chosen, destined to become the foremost war god of my Zhangzhou immortal court. Damn it. This old dang possesses the strength of the divine sea realm. Once I attain the blood condensation realm, with a reckless gamble on my divine consciousness, there remains a possibility of repelling him. Little Liuzi, although that old man is your mentor, your own life is now at stake. Luo Yunshuang was deeply conflicted. On one hand, she hoped he would reveal the identity of the old man, perhaps securing her own survival, yet on the other, should he indeed disclose it, she would be utterly disillusioned. Observing Chen Huayan's fearless demeanor, Luo Yunshuang resolved to fight back. Chapter 47. A change of residence, a fish enters the Dragon Gate. After all these years, that old Sen's vision remains unchanged. In Zhao Zhe's chamber, Zhao Baihu fixed his intense gaze upon Chen Huayan, suddenly bursting into laughter. Sweat beads formed on Chen Huayan's forehead as he stood motionless. Had you truly revealed him, I would have acted to cleanse the path for him. Previously, I had heard of you and assumed you to be a shrewd and worldly character, yet I did not expect you to possess such spirit. In the events of your old San was not at fault, nor was the Zhao family. The true error lies within this world, which no one can alter. Zhao Baihu murmured to himself, eventually sighing and taking a seat. Upon my return, I will command the personnel of the Jinwu division to craft a martial flag waist token for you. With the martial flag waist token, you shall be recognized as a genuine member of the Jinwu division, enjoying numerous privileges within Fengling County. Even the direct descendants of the 4 great families will show you some deference. The individuals recently recruited by the Jinwu division possess merely a reputation for having entered the division. At most, they receive a paper certificate, which does not equate to being true members. To swiftly grant them some combat capability, special methods will be employed, enabling them to attain bone or even skin refinement. Yet their lifespans will be drastically shortened. Those with robust physiques may live an additional 5 or 6 years, while the weaker ones may not survive beyond 6 months. However, with your martial flag waist token, you shall naturally not resort to such methods. Thank you, my lord. Chen Huayan bowed in gratitude. Zhao Baihu pondered for a moment. You need not go to the Jinwu division. Not go to the Jinwu division? You already have a foundation. and your martial skills are commendable. If you enter the Jinwu division, other flag bearers may notice you, raising suspicions. Do you have a residence in this outer city? The owner, Lin Baiyong, has awarded me a residence on Anling Street. Chen Huayan replied. Anling Street is 4 streets away from Yongchang Street, situated on the outskirts of the northern city, making it rather distant. That is somewhat far. I shall have my men tidy up the adjacent courtyard. You will move there and claim to be caring for Sheer, while Sheer will guide you in your cultivation. Thus, you need not worry about your cultivation issues. The only caution is that your martial skills must not be revealed easily. They must remain unseen, lest that individual be instantly met with death. Zhao Baihu advised. Understood. I shall heed your words. As you are his disciple, you are also my kin. There is no need for such distance. Do not disclose his matters to anyone, including me. Alu understands. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Otherwise, he would not have imparted this martial technique to you. The move you executed earlier truly reflects the essence of his teachings. Should any matters arise in the future, let Sheer inform me. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Baihu rose and made his way outside. I bid you farewell, my lord. Chen Huayan respectfully bowed. Once in the courtyard, Zhao Baihu quietly relayed a few words to Zhao Shi. Chen Huayan observed Zhao Shi's expression, which was a tapestry of emotions, surprise, astonishment, and ultimately confusion. Before long, Zhao Baihu departed, and Zhao Shi entered the room, scrutinizing Chen Huayan intently. What troubles you? Chen Huayan could not help but inquire. It does not seem right. Zhao Shi muttered to himself. What do you mean? Surely you are not the illegitimate child of the old man. Cough, cough. Brother Zhao, such jest is ill-advised. Then why does he treat you and your daughter so well? He even bestowed upon you the adjacent courtyard and permitted me to teach you the methods of cultivation while also accepting your daughter as a closed-door disciple. In the future, your daughter shall be my junior sister, Zhao Shi remarked, his brow furrowed. We remain brothers. Let us speak of our own matters. Chen Huayan replied with a smile. I cannot shake the feeling that I am at a disadvantage. Between brothers, there is no question of advantage or disadvantage. If anything, I shall procure more herbs for you in the future. Enough of idle chatter. Go find some people to tidy the eastern courtyard and move over as soon as possible. I shall pay a visit to the Junwusi and have a serious discussion with the old man. Zhao Shi issued a direct dismissal. Afternoon. Chen Huayan returned to the Lin Baiyong residence. Have you been to the Junwusi? Lin Baiyong remained reclined in his armchair, appearing as though he had not moved at all. Not yet. Why not? Lin Baiyong expressed mild displeasure. On my way to the Jinwusi, I encountered Zhao Shi, the Zhao flag officer. He, knowing my intention to visit, recommended me to his master, General Zhao. The general deemed my aptitude commendable and advised me to relocate beside the residence of Zhao flag officer, as Zhao flag officer is still recovering from his injuries. He has ordered me to assist him there, while also imparting to me the methods of cultivation and some introductory martial skills. Chen Huayan recounted his tale, mixing truth with embellishment. After all, Lin Baiyong was his employer and had shown him kindness during this time. Moreover, the Lin apothecary was of great significance to Chen Huayan. He felt compelled to clarify matters to prevent any future misunderstandings or complications. You met General Zhao? I did not expect such fortune to befall you. The strength of General Zhao is among the foremost in Foling County. Should you align yourself with him, it would certainly pave your way to success, Lin Baiyong remarked. Somewhat astonished. My employer jests. Alu is still acutely aware of his position. Perhaps tomorrow, General Zhao will forget this insignificant person. For regardless of my standing in the Junwusi, here I remain merely your herbal gatherer, the head of the gathering team. Chen Huayan maintained his customary respect, devoid of any semblance of a sycophant reveling in newfound fortune. If you were truly a dragon, I could not confine you here. However, should fortune frown upon you outside, provided you do not provoke any catastrophic calamities, I shall always keep a place for you. Lin Baiyong inhaled deeply, speaking in a gentle tone. The proprietor's generosity shall never be forgotten by Alu. In truth, Chen Huayan shared no profound bond with Lin Baiyong, who always instilled a sense of unease within him, leading to an indescribable awkwardness during their interactions. Nevertheless, it was the Lin family's medicinal gathering team and Lin Baiyong's patronage that initially enabled Chen Huayan to establish himself in this county. Now, his visit also aimed to secure a fallback for himself. Even if he never returned to the Lin family, this action bore no detrimental consequences for him. The guards had all been summoned back to the town marshal division, rendering the place even more desolate. As Chen Huayan stepped out of Lin Baiyong's residence, Snowflakes began to drift gracefully from the sky. This winter has indeed been marked by frequent snowfall. Lin Biong gazed at the heavens outside, letting out a sigh. Upon returning to Baikeiju, Qin Huayan began to gather his belongings. In reality, he possessed very little of value, merely some silver and a floral coat bought for a baby girl. As for the medicinal herbs, the valuable ones had already been transplanted to his spiritual garden. After tidying up for a while, he found that a donkey cart would scarcely be filled. "Will you return, master?" Ho Sanlang stood at the entrance. "You, a grown man. How can you weep like a woman?" Qin Huayan departed for the town martial division, which was akin to a fish entering the dragon gate. A momentous blessing. Guadachuan exclaimed boisterously. "Indeed. Master, travel safely. A place like the medicinal gathering team is hardly suitable for someone of your stature," Wei remarked. "Fear not. I shall only be gone for 2 or 3 months. When spring arrives and the frost thaws, I intend to take you all into Fulong Mountain to gather herbs." Qin Huayan replied with a smile, waving his hand as he departed with the donkey cart. Upon reaching the hour of shun, Qin Huayan entered Yongchang Street, where the courtyard adjacent to Zhao Shi had been thoroughly cleaned. Previously, individuals from the town martial division had resided there, so a simple tidying would suffice for habitation. Just as he was about to enter the courtyard, a procession slowly approached at the street's entrance. The leading figure, judging by his attire, appeared to be a minor flag officer, followed by 10 men carrying various boxes. What treasures lie within those boxes? They require protection from the town martial division? I am uncertain. Those boxes must contain imperial dragon wood from a millennium ago, and the contents are undoubtedly priceless. Given the direction, could it be that they are delivering something to Officer Zhao? Quite possibly. Officer Zhao risked his life to scout the Black Dragon stronghold, returned severely injured, and brought back a wealth of intelligence. He has already been reinstated. I also heard that last night, during the Lower Yuan Festival, individuals from the Black Dragon stronghold infiltrated the city and attempted to assassinate Officer Zhao. One of them was also at the blood condensation stage. Yet all were slain by the severely wounded Zhao. Officer Zhao is indeed formidable, even in such a state. He could vanquish those of the same realm. He must be nearing the acupoint opening stage. Indeed, with Officer Zhao's talent, he will surely reach the acupoint opening stage before turning 50. Ah, but that is the realm of enlightenment. Wait, something feels amiss. Why has the procession halted? Were they not en route to the residence of Lord Zhao? Chapter 48. The chief flag officer acts generously, and Luo Yunchuang personally pins the elixir formula. Qin Huayan was observing the arrangements in the courtyard when a contingent from the town martial division stood at the entrance. "Little sixth brother, I am Zhao Ming, the flag officer of the White Tiger banner." The leader, whom Qin Huayan had never encountered before, approached him with the warmth of an old acquaintance upon their first meeting. Dismounting and stepping forward to greet him, "I have met young flag officer Zhao." Qin Huayan, currently a mere martial flag bearer, occupied a subordinate position within the town martial division, ranking below the young flag officer. "Do not stand on ceremony, little sixth brother, just call me Xiao Ming." Zhao Ming gestured behind him, where 10 martial flag bearers were carrying various sized boxes into the courtyard. "Is this from the chief flag officer?" "Indeed." The chief flag officer instructed that these must be delivered into your hands. "I am most grateful, young flag officer Zhao," Qin Huayan said, retrieving 5 taels of silver from his sleeve. "For a city gate guard, 100 coins would suffice, and for a doorman of a wealthy household, 200 to 300 coins would be about right. However, for someone from the town martial division, especially a flag officer, even 1 or 2 taels might seem trifling." "Little sixth brother, we shall be comrades from now on. We must look out for each other, so there is no need for such formality." Zhao Ming promptly declined the offer. "Then let us retreat inside for a moment." No. I must attend to the registration of new entrants into the town martial division in the coming days. I am quite busy and must return," Zhao Ming replied, as his companions placed the boxes in the courtyard before making their exit. Qin Huayan personally saw them to the door, watching as they disappeared down the street before returning to the courtyard. The boxes, upon inspection, appeared to be of extraordinary quality and surely contained items of significance. After instructing the cart driver to unload the items, Qin Huayan rewarded him and sent him on his way, carefully locking the main gate before approaching the boxes. There were 3 large and 3 small boxes, which he opened in succession. Inside the 3 large boxes were a longsword, a spear, and a longbow, accompanied by 2 quivers, each containing 30 dark iron arrows. The 3 small boxes contained a manual of martial techniques, a tome of cultivation methods, and 3 medicinal herbs. The longbow. exuding an impressive aura, felt formidable in Chen Huayan's grasp. He drew the string with all his might, only to discover that he could barely pull it halfway. This was remarkable, considering he had already attained the qi refining stage. What a magnificent bow, Chen Huayan remarked to himself. This old man treats me rather well. For such meager offerings, he considers it a favor? Once I regain my full strength, I shall show him a thing or two. Luo Yunchuang also took note of the items on the ground. While the weapons might be regarded as divine instruments in Fengling County, they would merely be seen as worthless scrap in Zhongzhou. As for the cultivation technique, it paled in comparison to the qi refining formula by a significant margin. The formidable nature of the qi cultivation technique serves as a robust foundation for practitioners, elevating their potential significantly. Although Zhao Baihu's method appears conventional at present, it proves nearly ineffective when one seeks to break into the blood condensation realm. As for the martial arts techniques, they are of little merit, failing to capture the discerning eye of Luo Yunchuang. However, Chen Huayan treasures his solitary technique, the returning swallow through the forest, which, although not yet feasible for regular use, presents itself as an ideal means of self-defense in everyday life. Flipping through several pages of Iron Mountain Lean, a practice suitable for those beyond basic bone refinement, Chen Huayan has already directed his qi to his dantian, making the cultivation process relatively effortless. He meticulously organized these items and placed them in the eastern wing of the residence. The estate is designed in a traditional three-section courtyard layout. The front courtyard features a grand entrance with a shadow wall adorned with landscape carvings, flanked by 5 gray-tiled, rear-facing rooms and a carriage yard. The middle courtyard, expansive in nature, faces the main house, which comprises 5 rooms. On either side of the middle courtyard lie the east and west wings, each containing 3 rooms. Adjacent to the main house are the east and west ear rooms. Beyond the middle courtyard lies the rear dwelling, a series of 7 connected rooms, complete with a small garden that has since been transformed into a neglected medicinal herb patch, now overgrown and unattended, housing a well pavilion. Additionally, there are cellars and secret passages. Such a vast estate could comfortably accommodate dozens, yet Chen Huayan finds it somewhat desolate living alone. Nevertheless, he harbors no intention of hiring servants or maids, as he finds solitary labor more convenient. Much like Zhao Shi, who also occupies such a spacious residence alone, Chen Huayan has chosen solitude. He has revitalized the herb patch in the rear, planting medicinal flora, while in the cave, his spirit garden brims with a mountain of herbs. Although he engages in daily herbal baths, the supply seems inexhaustible. As night falls, Chen Huayan relocates to the eastern wing, finding the main house excessively large and uncomfortable for habitation. Even in a state of fatigue, he prioritizes his herbal bath before circulating his qi through 3 complete cycles. Initially, after a single cycle, he could sense a slight fullness in his dantian. Now, even after 10 cycles, he perceives little change. It appears that his innate talent may be lacking, for at this rate, he doubts he will reach the level of refining qi into the organs within a year or 2. Chen Huayan heaves a sigh. Previously, he had rapidly completed muscle and bone refinement through herbal baths, a pace that astonished him. The current stagnation in his cultivation progress leaves him feeling somewhat disoriented, as he finds himself yearning for shortcuts through medicinal aids, perhaps indicative of a reliance on established paths. He feels a sense of wastefulness regarding his spirit garden if he cannot use herbal assistance in his cultivation. The 3 herbs given by Zhao Baihu are indeed priceless in Fengling County, had they not belonged to the direct lineage of the 4 prominent families. He wouldn't have had the opportunity to acquire them. However, their efficacy in aiding Chen Huayan is rather minimal. After consuming 1 herb with negligible results, he chose to plant the remaining ones in his spirit garden. How truly wasteful. These herbs have been classified among spiritual plants, requiring refinement to unleash their full potential. They should not be consumed directly. In this remote and impoverished land, there is not even a single medicinal formula. Luo Yunchuang sighed. Chen Huayan resumed his perusal of Iron Mountain Embrace. Having received comprehensive guidance from Zhao Wuling, he became adept at this rudimentary martial art, mastering its fundamentals within merely half an hour. With 3 to 5 days of practice, he could potentially achieve minor success. The effectiveness of this martial technique was rather mediocre. Nonetheless, for Chen Huayan, it was certainly preferable to aimlessly throwing punches without any form or structure. After the midnight hour, Chen Huayan lay down to rest. Meanwhile, Luo Yunchuang quietly opened her eyes, her consciousness sweeping across the room, discovering that Chen Huayan had already succumbed to deep slumber. The 9-turn Qi refining pill serves to cleanse the meridians of impurities and stabilize the Dantian's energy vortex. It requires a primary ingredient, 1 dragon scale herb, half a cup of green scale serpent's blood, and supplementary materials including 3 pounds of earth fire root and 1 pound of sunflower wood charcoal. The refining process necessitates alternating between literary and martial flames. During the preheating of the alchemical furnace, the sunflower wood charcoal is arranged in a 9-palace formation, with the earth fire root serving as the igniter. With her delicate fingers stained with ink, Luo Yunchuang meticulously inscribed on a piece of parchment. Ever since Chen Huayan noticed inexplicable characters appearing on the sweat towel, he had kept paper and ink within reach, anticipating that one day the elder might take an interest and inscribe some martial techniques for him. However, since he made this preparation, no further characters had manifested. With her consciousness having largely recovered, Luo Yunchuang finally had the energy to leave a message for Chen Huayan. This pill would suffice for his practice of refining qi and concentrating spirit. In the following days, with no snow in sight, Chen Huayan's life became tranquil. He devoted his days to cultivating and honing his martial skills, and in the evenings, he would visit Zhaoxi for a drink and a meal, leading a rather comfortable existence. The spiritual garden within the cave was brimming with medicinal herbs, far exceeding his capacity to consume them at his current rate. And he could not easily sell them either. Under his master's guidance, learning other martial techniques progressed significantly faster, and within just 5 days, he had already cultivated Iron Mountain Embrace to a minor accomplishment. However, the accumulation of spiritual energy was exceedingly slow, although the formula arrived timely. He was still unable to gather the remaining necessary ingredients despite exhausting his resources. Having grown accustomed to the appearance of the 9-turn Qi refining pill on the cowhide paper, Chen Huayan remained perplexed about its origin, though he acknowledged it was currently beneficial to him. Casting a glance at the infant girl lost in thought on the bed, Chen Huayan suddenly entertained a whimsical notion. Could the elder be residing within the body of this child? The elder's voice had only been heard once, possibly due to some grievous injury. For now, his priority was to enhance his own strength and then observe the unfolding situation. As the sun sank lower in the sky and night descended, Chen Huayan, as was his custom, made his way to Zhao Shi's courtyard. A hidden passage connected the 2 courtyards, allowing for easy access without the need to traverse the outer gate. Zhao Shi's meals, delivered punctually from the Fengyue Tower, were set on the table 3 times daily. Timing his arrival perfectly, Chen Huayan pushed open Zhao Shi's door just as the feast was laid out, declaring, "Do not come to mooch food tomorrow." As Chen Huayan was about to pick up his chopsticks, Zhao Shi suddenly interjected, "What's the matter?" The Jinwu division has recruited over 10,000 personnel, all of whom require medicinal herbs to strengthen their bodies. We have completely depleted the Sherlin apothecary, and there remains a significant shortfall. The chief officer decided to send some herbal gatherers into the mountains, and I will lead the escort. It will take no less than half a month. With heavy snow blocking the mountains, even if we were to enter, would we be able to gather any herbs at this time? Indeed, Zhao Shi sighed. I was once an herbal gatherer myself. Perhaps I could assist in collecting more. Chen Huayan, troubled by the lack of outlets for his medicinal herbs, saw an opportunity to exchange them for silver. Otherwise, he would never be able to gather the ingredients required for his elixirs. His small fortune had long been depleted, which was why he shamelessly frequented Zhao Shi's residence for meals. This is a strenuous task. Do you have the luxury for it? My finances have been quite strained lately. Zhao Shi, without inquiring about Chen Huayan's intentions, merely shook his head. This year's snowfall is particularly heavy. Those herbs are likely difficult to find. Even if we go, we may return empty-handed. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Huayan quietly replied, "In fact, I possess some readily available herbs." "What? Where did you acquire them?" Zhao Shi widened his eyes in disbelief. "Keep it under wraps. Do you remember Lin Fu, the headman from the Sherlin apothecary?" "Yes. Before winter, I escorted the herbal gathering team into Fulong Mountain, and he was the headman at that time. He later perished in Fulong Mountain, having colluded with the Black Dragon Gang." Zhao Shi nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, under the orders of the Black Dragon Gang, he concealed the herbs from the Sherlin apothecary, which I later discovered." "Correct. Those cold-preventing herbs were indeed sourced by you." Zhao Shi continued to nod. "Actually, I only submitted half of the herbs. Lin Fu had been the headman for over a decade and procured quite a number of herbs." Chen Huayan spoke in a hushed tone. "Goodness, you appear steadfast and righteous, yet you have engaged in such dealings." Zhao Shi squinted slightly. "It is often said that the impoverished pursue literature while the affluent pursue martial prowess. Embarking on the path of martial cultivation is a bottomless pit. requiring funds for everything. My background leaves me no choice. Very well, I will think of a way to assist you. Approximately how many herbs do you possess? And what value do you estimate they hold in silver? About 20 stone. This batch of herbs is of high quality, worth at least 500 coins per pound. If this works out, we can split the profits 50-50. In this world, 1 stone weighs about 100 jin, thus 20 stone equates to a ton of herbs, amounting to 1,000 taels of silver. 50-50? You are too generous. A 30-70 split will suffice. Tomorrow morning, I will lead a team into the mountains. You need not accompany us. After I depart, find a way to transport those herbs to my backyard. Ensure they are well concealed to avoid leaving any traces. I will handle the subsequent matters. Depending on the quality of your herbs, if my master is satisfied, I will procure you additional silver. You can rest assured of the herb's quality. There is absolutely no issue. Chen Huayan raised his cup in a toast to Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi casually produced 10 taels of silver and said, "Take this and spend it as you wish." Chen Huayan, unreserved, accepted it without hesitation. "Brother Zhao, do you know where I might procure Daiwagen and Koemu charcoal?" "At the West City Firewood Market," Zhao replied. Dihua roots are excellent timber, and Koemu charcoal is exceedingly rare. In Foling County, these are the finest fuels for warmth, and given the harsh winter, their prices have skyrocketed. Foling County boasts numerous streets and markets, with the West City Firewood Market, South City Medicine Hall, East City Cloth Shop, and North City Fish Stall representing the primary enterprises of the 4 prominent families. Only those of the 4 families can afford such luxuries. Do you wish to venture there? I intend to purchase some. Zhao continued. The firewood market is run by the Li family, and it is quite chaotic there, with over a dozen gambling houses and 3 brothels. A common person might lose their entire fortune and still not escape unscathed. Thus, the West City Firewood Market is a veritable den of peril. Worse than that, it's a place where blood is shed without sight and bones vanish without a trace. I have had little interaction with the Li family, so I may not be of assistance. Zhao Shi shook his head. During my time at the Sherlin Medicine Hall, I encountered the young master of the Li family, administering silver needle techniques to clear his vital energies, but I know little else about him. The young master of the Li family? Li Chenglang? You would do well to steer clear of him, Zhao Shi cautioned. What is the reasoning behind that? Though he is of a similar age to us and appears carefree, his methods are ruthless and his temperament is brutal. He was once nicknamed the licentious Tai Sui. He manages the Li family's gambling houses and pleasure boats, without some cunning. How could he instill fear in the unscrupulous? Being a scion of the Zhao family, yet a mere branch member. And with his master Zhao Baihu being the chief banner officer of the town guard, Zhao Shi's insights surpassed those of Chen Huayan. Despite their limited direct dealings with the Li family. Brother Zhao, do you possess any information regarding the second miss of the Li family? Which second miss? The eldest branch? The second daughter of the Li family head. I am not well informed. I have heard that she was once a prominent figure years ago but has since retreated into seclusion. I have never encountered her. The second daughter of the Li family is, in fact, Chen Huayan's mentor. Recently, Chen had attempted to gather information, but it seemed that the Li family had no such second daughter known to the common folk. After leaving the Sherlin Medicine Hall and losing contact with Lin Baiong, Chen Huayan had no means to reach the Li family and had hoped Zhao Shi might offer some insight, but it appeared that was in vain. The following morning, before dawn broke, Zhao Shi departed from his residence. As usual, Chen Huayan first circulated the qi cultivation technique for a full cycle and then fed the infant warm animal milk before having a simple breakfast himself. After the infant was satiated, he cradled her for a while until she fell asleep. He then discreetly traversed the secret passage into Zhao Shi's courtyard. All the doors were unlocked, allowing him to navigate effortlessly to the backyard, where his eyes gently closed, revealing a veritable mountain of herbs accumulated in the spiritual garden. With a thought, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by a bounty of medicinal herbs. Chapter 50. Encountering a fair maiden in the firewood market. Upon returning from Zhao's residence, Chen Huayan had completed a set of Iron Mountain techniques, and the infant had awakened. By the time of the SI, Chen Huayan placed the baby into the medicinal basket, took the silver given by Zhao the previous night, and departed from his abode. Without delay, he traversed the path for half an hour until he arrived in the western part of the city. Centuries ago, this area served as the largest trading hub for firewood and grass in the entirety of Foling County. However, as the 4 prominent families ascended, the western part of the city fell under the jurisdiction of the Li family, who subsequently established gambling houses and brothels, while the trade in firewood continued. It was no longer the primary focus. Along the roadside stood a weathered stone tablet inscribed with the words Firewood Official Market, a relic older than the Li family's existence. The main street, resembling a dragon's spine, stretched from the Chongqing Pavilion in the east to the Fire God Temple in the west. Though not as bustling as the northern city, it still left a profound impression. Notably, the Chongqing Pavilion, also known as the W&W Pavilion, was constructed by the Li family and occupied a commanding position in the western city. Its 9-story octagonal glazed tower, adorned with 800 copper bells, stood majestically. The grand hall on the lowest level housed a statue of Buddha, curiously depicted with a hand holding dice, while the upper chambers featured harmonious couches and window screens painted with secretive scenes of spring. Of course, the content within was only known to Qin Huayan through Zhao's descriptions, as he had yet to experience it personally. After all, carrying an infant made any endeavors rather inconvenient, and he lacked the leisure for such pursuits at present. Soon, Qin Huayan entered the firewood market and began his search for 2 essential materials. "Sir, would you like to purchase?" An old man approached, appearing to be in his 60s, with a hunchback like a bow, sparse white hair, and a complexion that resembled dried cured meat. His face bore deep wrinkles, embedded with stubborn coal dust, and a black mole the size of a soybean on his left cheek quivered slightly as he spoke. His indigo rough clothing was patched upon patches. Qin Huayan's reputation for benevolence had spread throughout Foling County, yet he spent most of his time near the southern city, seldom venturing into the northern parts, and the residents of the western city had only heard of him by name, not recognizing his countenance. The old man's deference stemmed from spotting the black badge hanging from Qin Huayan's waist, the exclusive token of the Zhenwu division. "Sir, this is freshly cut snow-patterned wood. 5 coins per load. Just look at this white grain. It burns without emitting black smoke. If you are dissatisfied, I also have more expensive birchwood, crisp and ideal for cooking, as well as the soft poplar from the northern ditch, suitable for warmth. I possess the finest earth fire root and sunflower with charcoal. Do you have any?" Qin Huayan inquired. If it were summer, some woodcutters could bring some over, but at this time, they are all reserved for their employers. "None? If you were truly in urgent need, I could procure some, though the price may be somewhat steep." The old man quickly pivoted the conversation. "How much?" "The earth fire root costs at least 10 taels of silver per load, and the sunflower with charcoal is pricier, at 1 tael of silver per pound. A load of firewood consists of 8 bundles, each weighing about 10 pounds, totaling 80 pounds for 10 taels of silver. 3 pounds of fire root and 1 pound of sunflower with charcoal are required. As a novice, I may encounter several failures, and I also need to refine more elixirs. Thus, I would like 3 bundles of fire root and 10 pounds of sunflower with charcoal at a more affordable price." "How does 10 taels of silver sound?" Qin Huayan inquired. "That is rather insufficient, and I am not authorized to make such decisions. I must consult with the steward of the firewood market." The old man appeared somewhat embarrassed. Qin Huayan furrowed his brow, realizing that he had squandered half a day's effort without addressing the right person. "Could you inquire with the steward on my behalf?" Qin Huayan produced 100 coins and handed them to the old man. "Very well. I shall assist you in this matter, but may I ask for your name, esteemed sir?" "Qin Lu. The illustrious Qin Lu, renowned for his benevolence?" "I am unworthy of such praise. Please wait a moment. I will seek out stewardly." Qin Huayan took the infant girl from the medicine basket and inspected her, finding, as expected, that she had soiled herself. He swiftly changed her diaper. Although the temperature did not affect him, could he not change her in the street? Did he not possess any sense of shame? After Luo Yunshuang had relieved herself, she remained silent, fearing that Qin Huayan might change her diaper right there. Despite this, having discerned her patterns, Qin Huayan instinctively checked her again and then sat on a wooden stool by the street to change her diaper. What an adorable chubby baby. Indeed. So plump, I wish I could pinch her little cheeks. Why is a grown man taking care of a child? And in such cold weather? Changing her diaper outside, won't she catch a chill? Men rarely tend to children, that poor child. As the woman spoke, she noticed the badge at Qin Huayan's waist. Zhenwu badge? Is that man associated with the Zhenwu division? Only members of the 4 prominent families can enter the Zhenwu division. He surely would not be caring for a child himself, right? Recently, they recruited a batch of respectable youths and those of servile status, but such individuals would not be issued a Zhenwu badge. How intriguing. The woman gracefully approached and stood behind Qin Huayan. "Greetings." A melodious voice resonated behind him. Qin Huayan turned to see a woman with bright almond-shaped eyes, a fair complexion reminiscent of snow, dressed in plain garments, with a fragrant pouch at her waist, exuding a refreshing aroma. "What is the matter?" Qin Huayan adopted a demeanor that conveyed distance, causing the smile on the woman's face to falter. "Is this infant your child? Why else would she be with me?" Chen Huayan retorted. In such frigid weather, you risk harming the child. The woman replied, what concern is it of yours? You, sir, are exceedingly rude. Chen Huayan frowned, contemplating that this woman must be quite full of herself. Moreover, had she not noticed his badge? The members of the 4 prominent families of Fengling County were easily distinguishable from ordinary folk, merely by their attire. The woman was clad in simple attire, likely a virtuous daughter of a respectable family. Chen Huayan had been waiting for quite some time, feeling somewhat vexed, and as he changed the infant's diaper, his demeanor was understandably less than amiable. I am a married man. Do not tarnish my reputation. Who has offended you? Once he finished changing the baby, he cradled her in his arms. What audacity you possess to address our young lady in such a manner, even if you are affiliated with the town military command. A maid behind the woman exclaimed angrily. Chen Huayan was momentarily taken aback. The maid's attire was considerably more elegant than that of the woman before him. Could it be that this lady was feigning modesty to conceal her true nature? This could spell trouble. The young lady from the West City. Could she be a member of the Li family? My apologies, miss. I acted presumptuously. Please forgive me. Although Chen Huayan could not perform the rapid face-changing art of Sichuan opera, his ability to shift expressions was undoubtedly swifter. With a face full of forced smiles and abundant apologies, he caught the woman off guard. What do you intend to do? Chen Huayan pushed the infant forward, causing the lady to take 2 steps back in fright. He had overheard their conversation, which included a desire to pinch the baby's cheeks. Miming, only you can save your father now. Luo Yunshuang. Chapter 51 today. It is I, the 7th miss, who will foot the bill. What is her name? Mingming, Chen Mingming. What a lovely name. Mingming, give us a smile. The woman held the baby in one hand, while gently caressing her chubby little face. Do not touch my esteemed self. I detest having my face handled. Once I recover, I shall eliminate you all. Every last one. The infant did not smile. Instead, she wore a serious expression, as if sulking. What is wrong with her? The woman inquired, glancing at Chen Huayan. Mingming, give the fairy sister a smile. Smile so you can go home and drink your beast's milk. Suddenly, the baby erupted into joyous laughter. A sound so delightful and cheerful that it seemed capable of melting hearts and dispelling all worries. Her innocent laughter and radiant smile were profoundly infectious. I, the illustrious empress of the celestial court, sovereign of the 100 clans of the Central Plains, have fallen to the depths of selling smiles for beast milk. How tragic. Do not underestimate the impoverished infant. It won't be long before I am 8 years old and capable of annihilating the entire Fengling County. I shall eliminate every last one. The baby internally scolded everyone present, including Chen Huayan, 1,000 times, yet maintained a remarkably professional smile. She is so adorable. And at such a tender age, she can understand what you say. The woman remarked, somewhat astonished. This child has been wise since her mother's womb. Chen Huayan nodded. Fairy? Were you referring to me? The maiden is as lovely as a celestial being. Even fairies might not possess such beauty. Chen Huayan felt a tinge of awkwardness as the words escaped his lips, yet they were well received by the lady, though she feigned indifference. Her heart was already brimming with delight. Is your surname Chen? The woman seemed to have recalled something and turned her gaze towards Chen Huayan. Indeed. I am Chen Aliu. I've heard my elder brother mention you. Previously, you employed some silver needle technique, Mississippi. That is the silver needle art, which involves piercing acupoints with silver needles to help clear meridians. Chen Huayan quickly corrected her. Yes, it is the silver needle art. The woman nodded vigorously. Chen Huayan relinquished any further explanation. I am the 7th miss of the Li family, named Li Ruoyue. Oh, so you are Miss Li. I beg your pardon for my earlier impertinence. I hope you will not hold it against me. Chen Huayan bowed again. It's nothing. You have already cured my elder brother's ailment. That small matter is hardly worth mentioning. Your daughter is truly delightful and adorable. May I borrow her for a few days to help take care of her? Li Ruoyue looked at Chen Huayan. Suddenly, the infant in her arms began to cry inconsolably, her wails echoing throughout Fengling County as if she had suffered a great injustice. Startled, Li Ruoyue appeared momentarily dazed, and Chen Huayan took the opportunity to intervene. Miss Li, though your daughter appears charming, she is quite a handful and possesses many traits that are challenging for an ordinary person to endure. If by chance she causes you any inconvenience, my life would not suffice as compensation. While her cries may be somewhat loud, they are still bearable. She has a hearty appetite, produces quite a foul odor, and also passes gas. Chen Huayan added. How bad could it be? Uft, uft, with all her might. Luo Yunshuang let out a resounding fart, causing a bulge in the swaddling cloth, dispersing the snow beneath Chen Huayan's feet. Indeed, it is rather nauseating. Li Ruoyue hastily covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief. This is merely a small trick of mine. In the future, you shall experience the full effect if one exerts too much force. Luo Yunshuang furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss. Chen Huayan cradled her and stepped aside to change her diaper. After a while, when the odor had dissipated somewhat, Li Ru dared to breathe more freely. Miss Li, are you all right? It's nothing. Li Ruoyue took a deep breath. Seventh miss? You've arrived. Why didn't you inform me? An elderly man, who appeared to be in his 50s, approached, accompanied by a thin, yellow-faced man with slanted eyes and thin lips like a blade. Who was the steward sent by the Li family, named Li Fu? I was feeling quite bored at home, so I decided to take a stroll. Please do not mention this to my father or brother, Li Rue replied, adjusting her hair. I would not dare to overstep. Li Fu responded respectfully. I have met the seventh miss, the old man said with reverence, and then turned to Li Fu, adding, Steward Li, this is Lord Chun from the town military department. He wishes to purchase firewood and charcoal. Li Fu's gaze shifted to Chen Huayan beside Li Ruoyue. Could it be that he is acquainted with the seventh miss? That seems unlikely. Yet, their demeanor suggests a certain familiarity. Are you here to buy firewood? Li Ruoyue inquired of Chen Huayan. Yes. I wish to acquire some to kindle a fire at home. I recall that the town military department has a dedicated supply of firewood. Why is it necessary for you to come out and purchase it yourself? During this period, I have not resided in the town of Wuxi, but instead have been accompanying the esteemed Zhao Zhe, a distinguished official, at his residence on Yongchang Street. I see. Then feel free to choose whatever you wish. Today, my seventh young lady shall cover the expenses for this firewood. Li Ruoyue displayed remarkable generosity. The seventh young lady is both beautiful and kind-hearted. I am truly overwhelmed and uncertain how to repay such kindness. It is merely a trifling amount of firewood, hardly worth mentioning. Chen Huayan's flattery was well received by Li Ruoyue, and the cost of the firewood was indeed insignificant. Sir Chen, you requested 3 bundles. The steward Li Fu was about to verify the quantity when Chen Huayan shook his head. Perhaps the wind was too loud earlier, and the elder did not hear clearly. What I require are 3 loads of firewood and 80 pounds of sunflower charcoal. When there is an opportunity for savings, one must seize it. Since this expense is being covered by the 7th young lady of the Li family, Chen Huayan felt that not requesting 30 loads was already quite generous. 3 loads of firewood amount to over 240 pounds, and the most expensive item is the 80 pounds of sunflower charcoal, totaling 210 taels of silver. How much? Li Ruoyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Dear 7th young lady, it is 210 taels of silver. Why is it so expensive? He did not ask for much. Are you inflating the prices? If this continues, I shall have my brother come to check the accounts. The head of the Li family, Li Chongshan, now nearing 70, had only recently been blessed with this young daughter, whom he cherished greatly despite her being a concubine as child. Even so, Li Ruoyue's allowance was not substantial. For anything she desired, Li Chongshan would provide directly, leaving her with only 5 taels of silver. 7th young lady, the firewood is not costly, but sunflower charcoal is in short supply. This winter is particularly harsh, and this price is already the most economical. Is there no further discount available? At the very least, it should be 200 taels. If it were to decrease further, I would need to consult the merchant, as I cannot make such decisions. Chen Huayan observed that the 7th young lady was quite frugal. 7th young lady, let us forego this. I truly do not require so much. I will only take 3 bundles of firewood. No, I have stated that I will cover the bill. Here's what we shall do. You may record the account in my name. I assure you it will not be a single coin less. Li Ruoyue asserted confidently. Chen Huayan did not press the matter further, thinking to himself, this young lady is quite capable. Chapter 52. Gathering firewood, purchasing snake blood, acquiring the alchemy furnace, commencing the refinement of medicine. I am grateful for your generosity, 7th young lady. Should there be a need for my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command. It is merely a matter of silver, yet I indeed have a request for your help. The moment Li Ruoyue spoke, Chen Huayan's heart leapt with joy. After all, he had been seeking ways to connect with the Li family, but had found no means until now. Establishing a rapport with the 7th young lady would undoubtedly facilitate future inquiries regarding the master's wife. 7th young lady, please proceed. 2 years ago, my mother fell ill due to a cold. We sought numerous physicians, yet her condition remains unresolved, and she has been bedridden for over 6 months. Since you were able to cure my brother's chronic ailment, perhaps you might also be able to heal my mother. Diagnosing an illness requires observing the patient, and I must at least see her to determine if treatment is possible, Chen Huayan replied. Surely you do not yet possess a medical license? In Foling County, herbalists must possess a license for gathering medicinal herbs, while woodcutters require a permit for their trade. Chen Huayan, during his tenure at the Shilin Apothecary, lacked a medical license. However, as a member of the Lin family, assisting the proprietor in his duties was entirely appropriate, provided he did not privately treat patients outside, thus adhering to the regulations. No. Chen Huayan shook his head. This presents a dilemma. You are an outsider and lack the qualifications to practice medicine. How can you be brought into the Li family? Li Ruyu furrowed her delicate brows. What symptoms does she exhibit? She is sensitive to cold, with icy extremities. The physician indicated that her pulse is weak and nearly imperceptible, Li Ruyu elaborated. This indicates an invasion of cold wind, a depletion of vital energy, leading to chronic illness affecting the yang, with both spleen and kidney deficiencies, ultimately resulting in stagnation of qi and blood. Treatment can be divided into 3 stages. First, utilizing medication to alleviate symptoms. Second, applying acupuncture and herbal remedies to address the root cause. And finally, gradually nurturing the qi and blood. For the initial step, I shall provide you with a prescription. If Lady Li experiences relief, she will be able to walk again, at which point I can attend to her personally. Chen Huayan responded with earnest conviction. That sounds excellent. Please write me a prescription. Li Ruyu exclaimed joyfully, contemplating the newfound hope for her mother's recovery. The medicinal ingredients in this prescription are rather rare. Even the Shilin Apothecary may not stock them, Chen Huayan remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. What shall we do? Li Ruyu, having just glimpsed hope, felt a surge of urgency at Chen Huayan's words. I recall that there are such medicinal herbs at the residence of Zhao Daqi. I have some acquaintance with him and might be able to procure them. If it can cure my mother's illness, I will spare no expense. The 7th Miss declared. It is my honor to treat the lady. There is no need to discuss money. I shall prepare accordingly, and in 10 days, at this same time and place. If I can gather the herbs, I will bring them. Very well, I shall await your return in 10 days. As noon approached, Li Ruyu needed to return to Li Manor. Although she was of a secondary lineage, she resided within the inner city just like the legitimate heirs. Please wait a moment. I shall send someone to tally the firewood and charcoal and deliver them to your residence. Li Fu, the manager of the firewood market, respectfully addressed Chen Huayan. There is no rush. Do you know where I might find Qinglin snake blood for sale? Chen Huayan casually inquired. That substance is only available at the Sui shop in the eastern part of the city, but the quantity is quite limited. It is a rare find, Li Fu replied. In addition to its scarcity, many young scions have peculiar predilections, such as blood drinking, which further exacerbates the demand for Qinglin snake blood. The term Sui refers to venomous snakes. While Asida notes a shop, not far west of the firewood market lies a blood market, specializing in the trade of blood, predominantly human blood, with a scant amount of animal blood. Those gamblers who have lost their fortunes often resort to selling their blood. Under Li Fu's guidance, Chen Huayan approached the blood market, where the overwhelming stench of blood assailed him, inducing nausea. Despite his discomfort, Chen Huayan located the Sui shop, fortuitously finding the Qinglin snake blood available. Albeit at a steep price, 3 taels of silver for a bowl. Nevertheless, considering Li Fu's reputation, Chen Huayan purchased 2 bowls, parting with 5 taels of silver. Thus, all the materials required for the refinement of the 9 transformation qi pill have been gathered. On the way, 5 taels of silver were spent to procure a 3-legged alchemical furnace. Without further delay, he returned to his residence. During the hour of Shun, Chen Huayan found himself in a room within the rear courtyard, a space devoid of any furniture or adornments, featuring 6 windows and a single door, along with the newly moved-in furnace. This furnace, towering to half a person's height, was crafted entirely of bronze, etched with star maps and thunder patterns. The lid was embedded with 9 lotus-shaped vents, while the interior was divided into yin and yang fire compartments. Its base bore the image of a twisting dragon, with a copper ring at the dragon's head, and the bottom inscribed with the seal of the Demon Subjugation Office. However, what was this Demon Subjugation Office? In Foling County, there was merely a local martial office. This was unheard of. The furnace appeared to have been used many times before, with remnants of murky blood and burned elixirs still clinging to it. Chen Huayan scrubbed for a considerable time before it was rendered somewhat clean. At the very least, it was far more reliable than any ceramic vessel. An alchemist was an exceedingly rare profession, so rare that not a single alchemist resided in the entirety of Foling County. Of course, There were individuals within the martial office who concocted pills, but they employed the most rudimentary methods, hardly worthy of being termed as practitioners. An alchemist possessed a complete system, classified from 1st to 10th rank. In her past life, Luo Yunshuang had attained the level of a 6th-rank alchemist, merely a step away from becoming a 7th-rank pill emperor. She exhibited a prodigious talent for alchemy, albeit her youth and limited experience prevented her from comprehending many complexities. In truth, both cultivation and alchemy led to the same destination, governed by analogous principles. Thousands of years prior, the ancestor of the Luo family in the central continent achieved enlightenment through pills, breaking free from constraints. Luo Yunshuang was, for millennia, the only individual with the potential to reach the heights of that esteemed ancestor. Chen Huayan produced a piece of cowhide paper, the contents of which he had memorized thoroughly. However, as he prepared to commence the alchemical process, he instinctively reviewed the material once more. After all, these ingredients were of considerable value, and he harbored little confidence in his abilities. The method of alchemy had been detailed to an extent that only a personal demonstration remained. Having gathered such a plethora of materials, if one could not even produce a single pill, it would suggest a profound lack of talent, rendering any further effort in this pursuit futile. Luo Yunshuang was placed in the corner of the room, her sparkling eyes fixed on Chen Huayan's actions. The furnace must be heated first. It seems that alchemy is somewhat akin to cooking. Chen Huayan began to add kindling and ignite the fire. In his previous life, Chen Huayan's father had been a chef, imparting considerable culinary skills to him. He often dreamt of becoming a great chef himself. However, prior to the college entrance examination, his father fell gravely ill, leading Chen Huayan to enroll in medical school. Regrettably, before he could achieve any success in his studies, his father passed away due to illness. As he observed the alchemical techniques, Chen Huayan was suddenly transported back to his teenage years, recalling the first dish his father had taught him, fried rice. Chapter 53. The pill completes, fragrance surprises the empress, body forged, life renewed. In the stillness of the night, only the whispers of the wind could be heard outside. In Yongchang Alley, at the second courtyard at the end of the lane, in the first room on the eastern side, a faint fragrance wafted into the air, only to be swiftly scattered by the howling cold wind. In the corner of the room, a swaddled infant gazed wide-eyed, his face a canvas of astonishment. How could this be? Could he truly possess extraordinary talent? Although I had provided him with a detailed method for alchemy, it seemed implausible that he could succeed in crafting a pill on his first attempt, and a perfect one at that. Luo Yunshuang found it hard to believe. In her own journey of alchemy, she had commenced with the 9-chi pill, and her master had personally demonstrated the process several times before she had finally succeeded in creating a mundane pill. She had thought that if Chen Huayan managed to concoct even a single pill from the plethora of materials, it would indicate some talent. Yet to achieve success on the first try, and to produce a fragrance reminiscent of a spiritual pill, was utterly absurd. Pills are classified into 10 grades, with the first grade being the mundane pill, the most common type, primarily used to lay the foundational strength for novice martial practitioners, enhancing their physique and increasing their spiritual energy. The second grade, spiritual pills, emit a fragrance when formed and can aid those in the coagulation realm in their cultivation. The third grade, precious pills, begin to exhibit faint patterns, while the fourth grade, mysterious pills, display thundercloud patterns. The 9-chi pill was originally a first-grade pill, constrained by its raw materials, and it was impossible for it to evolve into a second-grade pill. Yet now, it emitted a subtle fragrance. Impossible. It must be a deception. Perhaps he was just fortunate. Even witnessing it firsthand, Luo Yunshuang could not believe that such a prodigious talent existed in the world, without a master to guide him. Without any explanation, relying solely on written descriptions, albeit detailed. Surely he must have needed some practice first? How could one succeed on the first attempt? It seemed that alchemy was not as challenging as she had thought. These materials were somewhat excessive. Leaving them unused would be wasteful. Since I find myself with idle time, I might as well refine them all. I ignited the fire, opened the furnace, and added the mixture of snake blood, rolling it into small pellets. Half an hour later, the pills were completed. Though the quality was somewhat lacking, perhaps due to my distraction with cultivation during the process, despite the chi technique having circulated for a full cycle. The quality of the pills had diminished, a bit of a trade-off. What is this? You cultivated while refining pills? This young man is certainly no ordinary person. Could he be an undercover agent from the demon race infiltrating our human realm? Oh no. I have inadvertently passed human techniques to the demon race, inciting a great catastrophe. That cannot be. I had examined him carefully. He should be human, right? While Luo Yunshuang remained entangled in her thoughts, Chen Huayan had already mixed all the herbs with snake blood, forming them into small pills. What do you intend to do? Do you plan to refine them all at once? This young man is clearly restless, too eager for success. I remember in my youth, I too was driven by such impatience, ultimately resulting in the destruction of the pills and a backlash. I must remind him. Then again, such an extraordinary being should perhaps face some challenges and hardships. Otherwise, he might become overly proud in the future. Regardless, he has already refined 2 pills, which should suffice for a considerable duration. Moreover, given the low-grade nature of these pills, even if backlash occurs, the consequences would not be dire, at worst. It would merely lead to an explosion of the furnace. With this thought in mind, Luo Yunshuang decided against warning Chen Huayan. As time slowly passed, fatigue began to envelop Luo Yunshuang. After all, she was still at a stage of growth. Her eyelids were engaged in a fierce battle, yet she managed to resist the urge to succumb to sleep through sheer willpower. An hour later, a burnt odor wafted from the alchemical furnace. Oh no! Chen Huayan extinguished the flames, opened the furnace, and retrieved the pills. Out of 10, only 8 remained viable. 1 was ruined and another charred, which was still acceptable. After a meticulous inspection, he confirmed that 8 pills were indeed usable. Coughing, he pondered the situation. This was rather illogical. Luo Yunshuang was bewildered. But her overwhelming drowsiness left her with no energy to contemplate, and she drifted back into a hazy slumber. Chen Huayan took out a gourd, carefully placing the 8 newly refined 9-turn qi cultivation pills inside, adding them to the 2 he had previously created, making a total of 10. It was too late to consume them tonight. He would wait until tomorrow. A peaceful night passed, and dawn broke swiftly. Chen Huayan rose early, feeding the infant with beast's milk, then having his own breakfast. After adjusting his breathing and calming his mind, he practiced qi cultivation for a full cycle before swallowing one of the 9-turn qi cultivation pills. The pill slid down his throat like swallowing a lump of charcoal, igniting 9 streams of warmth within his abdomen that snaked up his spine. Chen Huayan closed his eyes, forming hand seals, and began to channel the qi cultivation technique, guiding the energy into the whirlpool of his dantian. Unbeknownst to him, he had cycled through several rounds of qi cultivation. At this moment, his bones shimmered with an opalescent hue, his muscles revealed fine golden veins, and his skin exuded a foul, dark liquid, refining bones and tempering the body. How could this be possible? Luo Yunshuang had already slept twice, and her consciousness had recovered several days prior, allowing her to perceive Chen Huayan's transformation with clarity. Having strengthened the bones, muscles, and skin laid a solid foundation for future cultivation, where innate talent and foundational strength determined the upper limits of one's practice. Within the Luo family of the Central State Immortal Court, there existed esoteric techniques capable of pushing bones, muscles, and skin to their utmost limits, thereby establishing a foundation for future cultivation. Ordinary practitioners would not possess such techniques, though there were certainly prodigies who could comprehend alternative methods to achieve similar excellence. However, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. To refine the muscles to the state of golden veins and jade threads is a great achievement. To refine the bones to produce mercury blood and silver marrow signifies great success. To refine the skin into the water and fire celestial garment represents ultimate mastery. Golden veins and jade threads, mercury blood and silver marrow, water and fire celestial garments? How could this be possible? I only imparted the qi cultivation technique to him. I certainly did not teach the secrets of bone refinement and body tempering. Could it be the pills? That cannot be. Pills would never yield such effects. The events of the past 2 days have shattered Luo Yunshuang's preconceived notions, leaving her utterly perplexed. No, wait, why is there a familiar aura? Is it that jade pendant? Wasn't he that shattered on Fulong Mountain? There have been too many strange occurrences lately. Perhaps I am losing my sanity. If this little 6th child is indeed of the human race, his future cultivation might even rival mine. Since ancient times, those endowed with exceptional talent have outnumbered the stars in the sky, yet a staggering 90% of these prodigies falter upon the arduous path to greatness. Nevertheless, at present, he exhibits a commendable level of caution in his endeavors. Once I regain my strength, I shall escort him back to the celestial court of Zhongzhou for thorough cultivation. For his future potential is boundless. In the ensuing days, Chen Huayan's existence was marked by monotony. Apart from sustenance, he devoted himself entirely to his training. The 9-turn qi nourishing pill, after 7 or 8 days, remained incompletely absorbed. It was not until the 9th day that Zhao Shi hurriedly returned to his residence, retreated to the backyard, and gathered all the herbs into some enchanted artifact before hastily departing. With a flicker of thought, Chun Huayan entered his spiritual garden, where the dragon scale vine thrived splendidly, sprawling across a significant portion of the cave walls. The dragon scale grass gifted by Zhao Baihu had matured to an impressive 60 or 70 years. Currently, they were the slowest growing in his garden, where a day in the real world equated to nearly 10 years of growth. Additionally, they required watering twice daily. Fortunately, the plants here were free from pests, and no weeds had taken root in the soil. Thus, the time spent tending to them was manageable, with visits at noon and night sufficing. In the spiritual garden, Chen Huayan harvested 5 herbs intended for Li Ruyue's mother, informing her that they were exclusively for Zhao Shi to avoid arousing suspicion. Originally, these herbs merely replenished vital energy and blood, but after being cultivated in the garden, they transformed into a miraculous herb capable of revitalizing the weak. A single broth brewed from these herbs would significantly alleviate Li Ruyue's mother's ailment. Naturally, he could not claim a complete cure. He sought to meet Li Ruyue's mother to foster a closer relationship, thereby facilitating inquiries about his master's well-being. He pondered how his master and heir Guzi were faring in this weather, with snow once again looming on the horizon. Chapter 54. Returning through wind and snow. As a great battle approaches November, also known as the winter month, ushered in the season's chill, the night was hazy and heavy snow began to fall. Traditionally, the river would freeze only during the peak of winter, yet this year it had succumbed to frost over a month early. Although the snow had arrived ahead of schedule, the weeks of brilliant sunshine had melted much of the accumulated snow. However, tonight's atmosphere suggested yet another heavy snowfall. Inside Chen Huayan's abode, the warming stove blazed brightly. Having already attained the qi nurturing stage, he possessed a degree of resilience against the biting cold, but with an infant present, he dared not allow the room to become too frigid. Given their circumstances, there was no need for the child to endure unnecessary suffering. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Chen Huayan found himself unable to concentrate on his practice, his attention drawn to the commotion outside. Zhao Shi had returned early, retrieving the herbs, but he had not reappeared since. Surely, no mishap had occurred? The modest quantity of herbs he possessed should not provoke the attention of the ZHNWS. Especially with Zhao Shi backing him, there should be no grave concerns. Yet, Zhao Shi remained conspicuously absent. As he pondered this, a sudden disturbance echoed from outside. With a gentle tread, he pressed upon the snow-laden ground, producing no sound. Yet Chen Huayan could already discern the subtle noise and the aura emanating from Zhao Shi. In the blink of an eye, a soft knock echoed at the door, prompting Chen Huayan to swiftly rise and open it. A biting chill surged into the room alongside Zhao Shi, causing the flames of the charcoal fire to leap eagerly. "Come here to warm yourself. We must depart shortly," Zhao Shi declared as he entered, making a beeline for the stove. He lifted the kettle perched atop it and poured himself a cup of steaming water. Chen Huayan shut the door, and, once Zhao Shi had quenched his thirst, inquired, "Are we to annihilate the bandits?" "How do you know?" Zhao Shi exclaimed, his eyes widening. "This is classified information. Only the Grand Flag Officer is privy to such knowledge." "Just a guess," Chen Huayan replied. "And it seems your intuition has proven correct. Tonight at midnight, we depart for Fulong Mountain, heading towards the Ghost Cry Gorge to besiege Black Dragon Stronghold. Are you also going?" "It's too late to run now," Zhao Shi answered, his face clouded with concern. "What about the Grand Flag Officer? If he joins, it shouldn't be too perilous, should it? Fulong Mountain has its own rules. My master has already reached the Divine Sea Realm and cannot enter Fulong Mountain. Otherwise, the beasts residing within would surely intervene." "Beasts in Fulong Mountain? Are there creatures surpassing the Divine Sea Realm?" "Indeed. Moreover, the core of Fulong Mountain is rich in spiritual energy, making it an exceptional place for cultivation. This is precisely why those beasts are reluctant to leave. However, should someone beyond the Qi refinement realm intrude upon Fulong Mountain, it poses a threat to the ferocious beasts, compelling them to act," Zhao Shi elucidated. "The town's martial division is severely weakened, and it is the dead of winter. Can we truly contend with Black Dragon Stronghold?" "Not a significant concern. The herbs you provided have yielded remarkably beneficial effects, resulting in several individuals showing signs of breakthrough into the Qi refinement stage. Furthermore, the neighboring 3 counties have dispatched thousands of reinforcements, including at least 30 cultivators in the Qi refinement realm and several hundred in the blood condensation realm. Annihilating Black Dragon Stronghold will be a mere formality. Several hundred in the blood condensation realm, Such a number, Chen Huayan remarked, taken aback. In the entirety of Fengling County, there are scarcely 30 individuals like Zhao Shi who have reached the blood condensation realm. Yet neighboring counties have sent hundreds, and this is merely a symbolic gesture. Indeed, our Fengling County has a martial ban. However, even without such restrictions, we would not possess an abundance of strong cultivators, as the spiritual energy is too sparse, directly limiting the speed of cultivation. Zhao Shi lamented. By the way, this is the payment for the herbs from the town's martial division. The effects have been outstanding. Hence they provided a generous sum. Following the 3-7 split, I have kept over 300 taels, and this sum exceeding 700 silver is yours. Zhao Shi produced the silver, over 700 taels, and placed it upon the ground, forming a small mound, which was the very purpose of his visit. Though the town's martial division held absolute advantage in strength, Black Dragon Stronghold had operated within the Ghost Cry Gorge for over a century. Should he fall into a trap, there was a possibility he might not return. Hence he entrusted the money to Chen Huayan. My 300 taels are hidden beneath the bed in the eastern chamber. Should I fail to return, you may take it. Brother Zhao, do not utter words of ill omen. You are bound to achieve success and triumph. I eagerly await your glorious return, at which time I shall host a celebratory feast at the Wind and Moon Pavilion. Aha, well that sounds delightful. I have grown weary of the fare at the Wind and Moon Pavilion. Upon your return, let us indulge at the Leaf family's flower boat for a change. Agreed. It is settled then. As Chen Huayan spoke, he deliberately retrieved some wine and warmed it over the stove. Let us take this warm wine for our journey, he declared, pouring the heated liquid into Zhao Shi's wine gourd, which was indeed a treasure, capable of holding much and preserving warmth. After a brief half-incense's time, Zhao Shi departed in haste. Chen Huayan, observing his retreating figure, felt a pang of sentiment. Even someone like Zhao Shi, at the pinnacle of this, recognized as a powerful figure in Fengling County, was still constrained by circumstances. To achieve true freedom, unburdened by trivialities and without the need for obsequiousness, one must at least attain the insight realm or even the divine sea realm. However, cultivation is not a matter of a single day. It is not something that can be accomplished instantaneously. Chen Huayan gathered the pile of silver coins from the ground, a sum he had never before encountered. For the common folk of Fengling County, such wealth might never be seen throughout their entire lives. With over 700 taels of silver, weighing over 2,000 steel coins, he did not waste time counting. Instead, he placed it all into the hidden compartment in the wall. Returning to his bed, he closed his eyes and entered the spirit garden, wielding a ladle to water the dragon-scale vine and dragon-scale grass, while also pruning some leaves and branches. The herbs growing in the wild were left unchecked, flourishing wildly, especially those semi-spiritual herbs that required a special environment for cultivation. There was no record on how to care for them. Chen Huayan recalled some methods of herb cultivation from his past life. Overall, the results were indeed promising. With pruning, these semi-spiritual herbs could grow much more rapidly. During his time at the traditional Chinese medicine university, his mentor had taken him and a dozen other students to a herbal planting base, where they resided for an extended period. Chen Huayan had learned a few basics, enabling him to transplant some simple, hardy herbs. Planting flowers and herbs is akin to nurturing children. It requires patience, love, meticulous care, and the ability to enjoy the process while waiting. His mentor once imparted this wisdom to Chen Huayan, emphasizing that even with the application of advanced technology and mechanization, the process of planting still demanded significant time and effort. Every entity possesses a spirit. The dragon-scale vine and dragon-scale grass, nourished with water, swayed gently as if responding to Chen Huayan. After a while, Chen Huayan's thoughts shifted, and he exited the spirit garden, commencing the practice of his qi cultivation technique. Cycling through the stages of cultivation, unbeknownst to him, the sky had brightened considerably. In the courtyard, a thick blanket of snow lay scattered. Though the snowfall had not lasted long, it was both heavy and urgent. As far as the eye could see, a vast expanse of white spread out before him. Chen Huayan carefully placed the well-fed infant girl into the medicinal basket, hoisting it onto his back before departing from his residence. Chapter 55. The Old Employer. Life hanging by a thread, the sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky. Although the air was crisp, the absence of wind rendered it a pleasant day. The streets in the northern part of the city were sparsely populated, and it wasn't until he reached the firewood market in the western district that he occasionally spotted a few hurried passers-by, most of whom were heading to the gambling houses. Ordinary families had prepared their firewood well before the onset of autumn, and at this time, firewood was particularly expensive. With few buyers in sight, Upon arriving at the entrance of the firewood market, Chen Huayan spotted Li Ruyue, who was clad in a thick brocade robe topped with a sable cloak, cradling a warming stove, her face flushed from the cold. "Miss Seven, you've arrived so early. I apologize for making you wait," Chen Huayan exclaimed, having come half an hour earlier than their agreed time, only to find that Li Ruyue had arrived even earlier. "Alu, I heard early this morning that the town marshal division had left the city, and I feared you might not come," Li Ruyue replied, her eyes brimming with tears upon seeing Chen Huayan's figure, filled with excitement. To brave fire and water, one cannot forsake the appointment with Miss Seven. "Do you have the herbs? My mother has been unable to eat lately, only managing to sip some rice soup." Upon hearing Chen Huayan's words, a ripple of emotion surged within Li Ruyue, yet her mother's condition took precedence, and she set aside her personal thoughts. "I have brought them. I have been pleading with Officer Zhao for quite some time." Chen Huayan nodded, retrieving a brocade box from his bosom. Previously, Zhao Baihu had sent numerous items to Chen Huayan, and the 3 stalks of dragon scale grass were contained within this exquisite box. As the saying goes, a person's worth is often reflected in their attire. Presenting the herbs directly would not reveal their true value to the untrained eye, but encasing them in this fine brocade box crafted from imperial dragon would instantly elevate their worth manifold. "How much silver is this worth?" Li Ruyue hesitated to reach out for it. After a rather extravagant expenditure last time, she had deliberated with her elder brother, Li Qingye, for quite a while before he exempted her from paying 200 taels of silver, a considerable sum indeed. Seeing the imperial dragonwood box made Li Ruyue somewhat awkward. The box alone was worth 1,000 taels of snowflake silver. This medicine is most valuable when it reaches those in need. If it alleviates Lady Li's ailment, then it fulfills its purpose. Otherwise, it is worthless. "Miss Seven, please take it for your use. I ask for no remuneration." Chen Huayan smiled gently. Perhaps due to his enhanced abilities, his entire demeanor had transformed, and this smile enveloped Li Ruyue in a warm embrace, melting away much of the surrounding chill. "Not accept payment? Such a precious item 10 days ago. Miss Seven sent me firewood without expecting anything in return. Why should you be so courteous?" "Very well. Thank you. And should my mother recover, I shall offer a substantial reward." Li Ruyue accepted the brocade box. "A reward is unnecessary, but do remember, after taking this medicine, should there be any improvement, ensure Lady Li comes to find me promptly. I shall employ my silver needle technique to clear her meridians. Otherwise, prolonged delay may exacerbate her condition." Chen Huayan promptly cautioned. "After all, if we do not meet sooner, the ailment will be directly cured by this medicine. I have taken note of it, and once my mother shows signs of improvement, I shall head to Yongchang Street to find you." Li Ruyue, eager to return and deliver the medicine to her mother, did not linger. Chen Huayan also hastened away from Chai Market, intending to return home and continue his cultivation. "Where are you headed, Stone Monkey?" As he reached the northern part of the city, Chen Huayan encountered the hurriedly flustered Ho Samlang. "Sir, I have been searching for you." "Looking for me? What is the matter?" "The master is gravely ill, hanging by a thread, and wishes to see you one last time." "Gravely ill?" Chen Huayan furrowed his brow, aware that his relationship with Lin Baiyong was one of mutual exploitation. In Lin Baiyong's eyes, he was merely a servant. However, the Shilin medicine shop controlled the entire herbal industry of Fengling County, and in order to realize the value of his Lingpu herbs, he could not circumvent the Shilin medicine shop. At least until he became a figure akin to Zhao Baihu, he needed to maintain some dealings with them. Moreover, Lin Baiyong was once his employer. To uphold his reputation, a visit was necessary. "Very well, I shall go at once." In a quarter of an hour, Chen Huayan arrived at Lin Baiyong's residence, but the main gate was firmly shut. He knocked thrice, yet the usual doorman did not appear. After waiting a moment, he forcefully pushed open the door. Now in the Qi refinement stage, a mere door could not impede him. The maze set in the courtyard had been dismantled, revealing the main hall at a glance. The guards had been reassigned to the town military division, leaving the expansive courtyard desolate and empty. Chen Huayan did not pause his steps but proceeded directly into the main hall. Inside, Bai Suanpan and the jade-faced fox appeared anxious. "Master Chen," Bai Suanpan, seeing Chen Huayan enter, was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this member of the town military division had returned to pay a visit. As a member of the town military division, Chen Huayan's status naturally placed him above them. "Where is Master Lin?" Chen Huayan inquired directly. "In the back room. He is breathing more out than in. Take me to him." "Certainly." Bai Suanpan led the way, guiding Chen Huayan to the room where Lin Baiyong lay. Having not seen him for merely half a month, Chen Huayan could hardly recognize Lin Baiyang. He had become emaciated, his complexion sallow, and his eye sockets hollow, reduced to little more than skin and bones. Alu? Lin Baiyang, eyes closed, sensed Chen Huayan's presence. Master, it is I, Chen Lu. Chen Huayan hastened forward, and Bai Suan Pan immediately withdrew from the room, closing the door behind him. My time draws near, Lin Baiyang said, somewhat agitated. Master, please do not speak too much. Chen Huayan promptly retrieved a medicinal herb from his basket, took a teacup from the table, crushed the herb with a pestle, added water, and administered it to Lin Baiyang. Cough, cough. Master, how do you feel? Much improved. But what has transpired? Chen Huayan finally asked. Alas, Lin Baiyang sighed deeply. Such family grievances ought not to be aired publicly. However, you are now my sole confidant. The Shilin Pharmacy stands as the most vital enterprise of the Lin family, traditionally governed by the legitimate heirs. As a bastard child, it is indeed inappropriate for me to oversee this establishment. Yet, due to my father's favor and my adeptness in management, I have been granted an exception to temporarily administer the pharmacy, with the intention of returning it to the eldest branch in due course. Alas, the eldest branch has proven to be a disappointment. Recently, they squandered a considerable fortune at a gambling house in the West City, inciting my father's wrath and prompting him to consider disinheriting them. Among the four prominent families, Zhao, Sun, and Li each boast a thriving lineage, with the Zhao and Sun families, in particular, enjoying the presence of nearly 100 legitimate descendants spanning 5 generations. In contrast, the Lin family is limited to the legitimate eldest son, the legitimate second son, and the legitimate eldest daughter. The rest of the legitimate line either perished in their youth or failed to survive past 30. As for the illegitimate offspring, only the frail Lin Baiyang remains. The second branch, entrenched in the Jinwu division, is a martial enthusiast uninterested in inheriting the family business. Should the eldest branch be disbanded, the inheritance may very well fall into my hands. I have long been aware that the eldest branch has dispatched individuals to poison me, though I have been unable to secure any evidence. Lin Baiyang has managed the Shilin Pharmacy for decades. Even if he were to transfer this enterprise back to the eldest branch, they would remain restless, for only with Lin Baiyang's complete disappearance could they find peace. Presently, the Jinwu division has ventured to Fulong Mountain, and all my trusted aides have been reassigned, leaving him an opportune moment to strike. My demise would be of little consequence. Yet I have recently learned that my concubine is with child. Lin Baiyang coughed violently, a testament to Chen Huayan's ministrations. I had originally intended for you to undergo training within the Jinwu division while I remained in the shadows, and upon your return, with your assistance, I could confidently confront the eldest branch. However, it appears that day may never come. Lin Baiyang's expression darkened. After years of overseeing the Shilin Pharmacy, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of pharmacology and recognized that the poison had seeped into his very marrow, rendering him beyond salvation. I can only hope that you might, out of loyalty to our shared beginnings, safeguard the lives of my wife and children, even if their future is that of commoners. At least grant them the gift of life. Chen Huayan had maintained his silence until now. When he finally spoke, Master, Alu is but a lone figure. Albeit within the Jinwu division, he is not but a martial flag. If what you say is true, the eldest branch will undoubtedly eradicate any threat, leaving no chance for survival. How can I alone ensure the safety of your wife and children? This is the way of fate. Upon hearing Chen Huayan's words, Lin Baiyang's last flicker of hope was extinguished. Alu believed that the safety of the master's family should indeed rest in the master's own hands. What do you mean? Lin Baiyang reopened his eyes, gazing intently at Chen Huayan. Chapter 56. The struggle between legitimacy and illegitimacy, retreating to advance. In the Lin Baiyang residence, the back chamber's door was firmly shut. Within, only Chen Huayan, Lin Baiyang, and a sleeping infant nestled within Chen Huayan's medicine basket occupied the room. Alu, what did you mean by your earlier words? Is there still hope for me? Lin Baiyang queried, disbelief etched across his face. The recent poisoning was of a lethal nature. Had there not been precautions taken and antidotes prepared for such a dire situation, survival until now would have been impossible. The poison had penetrated the very marrow, rendering even divine intervention futile. When he awaited Chen Huayan's arrival, Lin Baiyang merely wished to entrust his legacy, without harboring any belief in Chen's ability to resurrect him. The herbs cultivated in the spirit garden by Chen Huayan could indeed prolong the lives of ordinary individuals unversed in cultivation. Yet they could only extend life by a few days and would not eradicate the poison. Lin Baiyang's toxin was exceptionally potent, yet not insurmountable. Master, with the poison having infiltrated the marrow, the only recourse is to employ poison against poison. There may be a glimmer of hope. Lin Baiyang inquired about the source of such a toxin. Previously, I encountered it at the residence of Zhao Daqi, which should be relatively easy to procure. However, once the poison is neutralized, how shall we contend with the eldest branch? The personnel I have nurtured over the years have all been dispatched to Fulong Mountain at present. I am without resources, or I would not have allowed him to exploit this vulnerability. Lin Baiyang had been scheming for many years, yet as a secondary son. To take the initiative against the legitimate heir was a grave taboo in Foling County. Even if he were to eliminate the eldest branch, he could never establish himself thereafter. Moreover, he lacked any tangible evidence. His only recourse was to endure, biding his time until the eldest branch made a move, at which point he could act in self-defense, thus justifying his actions. This time, with the evidence of the eldest branch's poisoning already in his possession, he found himself ensnared in a deadlock. I now possess proof. If I can survive, when the others return from Fulong Mountain, I shall take the evidence to my father. Lin Baiyang responded. Master, while the old patriarch may intend to incapacitate the eldest branch, has he truly taken action? If such were the case, you would not be suffering from this deadly poison. Moreover, the old patriarch has not visited during this time, has he? Chen Huayan's barrage of questions left Lin Baiyang at a loss. His expression darkened, as though he had relinquished hope. The struggle between legitimate and illegitimate heirs has existed since time immemorial, yet this realm is unlike the one Chen Huayan hails from, where fratricide for power and wealth is all too common. In other regions, Chen Huayan remained oblivious, but at least in Fengling County, there had yet to be a recorded case of brother killing brother. Even Lin Baiyang, ruthless as he might be, would not dare commit such an act. Should it be discovered, the other three prominent families would not permit his survival. A father is akin to a sovereign. Should he command death, a subject must comply. The eldest brother assumes the role of a father, and as Lin Baiyang is a secondary son, even if the eldest branch were to slay him, the only consequence would be a slight embarrassment, with no opposition forthcoming. This is the unspoken rule of Fengling County. To rise against one's superior is to invite certain death. Lin Baiyang merely sought to employ subtle strategies to persuade his father to dismiss or diminish the eldest branch, thus securing a path for his own future. Yet Chen Huayan, being of an external lineage, could not possibly devise any fratricidal schemes for Lin Baiyang. Should such plans be revealed, his own life would be forfeit. Master, our current strategy must be one of retreat to advance, which may allow us to preserve our lives. How do we retreat to advance? The Lin apothecary should rightfully belong to the legitimate line, thus returning it to them may safeguard our existence. Hearing this, Lin Baiyang shook his head. Even if I were to return the Shirlin apothecary to the eldest branch, he would never let me off the hook. Why should I give it to the eldest branch? What do you mean? Chen Huayan spoke softly. The legitimate eldest daughter is still part of the legitimate line. I have heard that, a century ago, when the Li family was in decline, the family wealth was entrusted to the legitimate daughter for several decades before being returned to the legitimate great-grandson. Are you suggesting we entrust it to the eldest sister? The Li family's legitimate eldest daughter, nearing 30, remains unmarried. Although she is younger than Lin Baiyang, according to etiquette, she must be addressed as eldest sister or miss, even if a younger concubine is decades older. At present, this is the only feasible course of action. It all depends on whether the owner can persuade the eldest miss. Chen Huayan could assist only to this extent. You truly are my benefactor. Your words have enlightened me, Lin Baiyang exclaimed. However, do you have the means to rid me of this venom? Alu will begin concocting the antidote immediately and shall return shortly. The poison affecting Lin Baiyang requires an even deadlier substance to counteract it, followed by a restorative medicine. While it may preserve his life, it will significantly shorten his lifespan, leaving him with at most a decade or so. For him, that is sufficient. It allows him to spend some time with his children and to arrange a legacy for them. Upon returning home, Chen Huayan retrieved a box from a hidden compartment containing dried toads. He crushed the toads and boiled them over a high flame to create a potion, then prepared some fine herbs before returning to Lin Baiyang's residence. Foling County's inner city is divided into 4 regions: northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. The southern inner city is where the head of the Lin family and the legitimate line reside, and compared to other areas, it is notably quieter. At this moment, Lin Baisong, the head of the legitimate branch, sat in the hall, his eyes wide with fury. What? That wretched commoner has gone to Lin Baiyang's again. What is the situation with him? Reporting to my lord, Lin Baiyong has captured the ghost doctor, and the gates are tightly shut. Only that Qin A Lu has come and gone. That Qin A Lu again. He spoiled my plans last time. I thought him a mere commoner, insignificant. Yet he has become a major thorn in my side. My lord, that poison, even those who practice qi cannot survive it. He has been plagued by illness for so long that even with Qin A Lu's remarkable medical skills, resurrection would be impossible. I should have acted sooner. Eliminating both him and that sickly ghost. Lin Baiyong indeed possesses some skill, managing the Shilin apothecary with great efficiency, leaving Lin Baisong feeling inadequate. He believes that as the legitimate heir, Lin Baiyong, afflicted by slow-acting poison, would ultimately hoard any wealth earned for himself, thus emboldened. However, he did not anticipate that during recent outings with the son of the Zhao family in the western city, Lin Baiyong had lost tens of thousands of taels. This, while unfortunate, was not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that during the games, he became addicted to a substance known as fortune salve. If he abstains for even a day, it feels as if he is being gnawed upon by myriad ants, leaving him in excruciating discomfort. This item is exclusively available at the gambling den in the western city. Initially, it was given away freely, but later prices began to rise, becoming increasingly exorbitant. Lin Baisong found himself in a predicament, compelled to resort to desperate measures to reclaim the Shilin apothecary, for he could no longer sustain his current expenditures. How much silver remains in the family treasury? My lord, it is nearly depleted. Should we not seek assistance from the young lady? She has long resided in the secluded mansion and possesses little means. Her father seemingly provided scant financial resources. How could she possibly procure such a sum? Never mind. You should borrow some for now. Once I reclaim the Shilin apothecary, I shall repay all debts. Chapter 57. A man sits in the courtyard. Is he a teacher from the heavens? In the rear chamber of the Lin Baiyong residence, after consuming the medicinal brew delivered by Qin Huayan, Lin Baiyong was beset by excruciating pain, as though pierced by 1,000 arrows and gnawed upon by myriad insects. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Qin Huayan administered additional restorative herbs, sustaining the fragile thread of his life. Such torment would have driven most to surrender, yet Lin Baiyong gritted his teeth and endured. After an hour had passed, the agony began to abate. My lord, the poison has been thoroughly purged. Without you, Alu, I would have perished. Should I succeed this time, I shall not be remiss in my gratitude. My lord, please rest well for a day. Once your strength is restored, you must meet the young lady. Seeing that Lin Baiyong's life was no longer in jeopardy, Qin Huayan prepared another herbal concoction before departing from the Lin residence. In this contest of legitimacy, excessive involvement could lead to entrapment, ultimately dragging oneself into the fray. Qin Huayan had merely intervened to save Lin Baiyong's life. He had no intention of entangling himself further in the ensuing matters. If Lin Baiyong lacked the capability to navigate this situation, even with Qin Huayan's assistance, he might not be able to hold his ground. Moreover, Qin Huayan was still feeble, having only recently embarked on the path of qi cultivation. To engage too deeply in such familial disputes would be to court a premature demise. Upon returning to his own abode, as was his custom, he engaged in circulating his internal energy, practicing the turtle breathing technique, the swallow's return technique, and that of the Iron Mountain leaning. The Iron Mountain leaning was exceedingly simple for him. Through his own efforts, he had mastered it, yet he had not encountered any opportunities for practical application. Time flowed slowly. With the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, before long, more than 10 days had passed, and winter's coldest days had arrived. During this period, aside from his own training at home, Qin Huayan took the opportunity to visit Lin Baiyong, discovering that matters there were progressing smoothly. He did not inquire further, but it appeared that Lin Baiyong had reached some agreement with the Lin family's legitimate eldest daughter. Old Master Lin had reclaimed the Shilin apothecary and placed it under the management of the legitimate eldest daughter, while the head of the first branch, Lin Baisong, had been confined. Lin Baiyong transitioned from the chief steward to the assistant of the legitimate eldest daughter, organizing the assets and gradually transferring them. Furthermore, he had promised to provide Qin Huayan with a shop, allowing him to appoint someone to manage it, with half of the profits from Shilin apothecary going to him and the remaining half to Qin Huayan. However, due to the numerous affairs concerning Shilin apothecary during this period, this matter would need to be postponed for a time, a delay that Qin Huayan did not find troubling. After a brief encounter with Li Ruyue's mother, I administered a session of silver needle acupuncture, which served to establish some familiarity. As for the matters concerning my mentor's wife, I refrained from inquiring hastily. merely stating that I would perform another acupuncture session in half a month's time. The process of restoring one's health is a gradual endeavor, and gathering information requires patience to ultimately yield fruitful results. The most notable transformation has been observed in Chun Ming Ming, who, from her previous babbling, has begun to articulate a few words, such as dad and eat. Generally, children around 7 to 8 months old can produce similar sounds, but uttering simple vocabulary typically occurs around 12 months. Chen Huayan attempted to offer her some softer foods and pastas. However, the little one stubbornly refused anything but milk. Fortunately, with a bit of silver in hand, he could afford to sustain her. As half a month passed, I found myself wondering why there had been no news from the town military office. The entirety of the ranks, from senior flag officers to the lower ranks, had ventured to Fulong Mountain to eradicate bandits, while I, a mere fish that slipped through the net, had been specially approved by the commander Zhao Baihu. After all, Chen Huayan held the position of a close disciple to Zhao Baihu, and with nearly 10,000 troops dispatched to encircle the Black Dragon village, my absence was hardly consequential. With some time on my hands, I was engaged in clearing the accumulated snow from the courtyard when an overwhelming pressure suddenly engulfed me. My movement halted, and even breathing became an arduous task. Who could it be? A wave of fear washed over me as countless possibilities flickered through my mind. Could it be from the Lin family? I had saved Lin Baiyong. Perhaps he harbored resentment and sought a skilled assassin to take my life? I had pondered this question in recent days, yet most martial cultivators in Fulong County had gone to Fulong Mountain, leaving only a few behind. And none of them could be easily summoned. Chinei Lu, do you know your crimes? A voice, peculiar and unfamiliar, echoed around me. I do not know. I feigned calmness, acutely aware that the opponent's strength far surpassed my own, leaving me no chance to escape. I shall grant you another opportunity, if you confess. Perhaps I shall leave your corpse intact. I frowned slightly. In any case, death was inevitable, and what difference did it make whether my body remained whole? I, Chinei Lu, have acted with integrity and honor. I have no remorse towards anyone. Ah, how commendable. However, you have offended those you ought not to have. Given your apparent character, I shall allow you to pose one question before your demise. I wish to know the current status of Zhao Shi, the great flag officer of the town military office. I spoke casually, for if I were truly to be killed, knowledge would be of no consequence. Why inquire about that? The voice responded, do you not wish to know who seeks your life? In my humble beginnings, Zhao, the great flag officer, repeatedly extended his hand to save me, treating me as a brother despite my lowly origins. His prolonged absence during this mission to eradicate bandits is the sole concern weighing on my mind. And as for those who wish me harm, what difference does it make to know? Will you grant me the opportunity for revenge? Haha, how amusing. The moment the laughter faded, a figure vaulted over the high wall and appeared within the courtyard. Is that you, the esteemed commander? Chen Huayan was taken aback. The individual who had scaled the wall was none other than Zhao Baihu, the commander of the White Tiger Banner of the town's martial division. What extraordinary capability did Lin Baisong possess to summon the formidable Zhao Baihu? No, if Lin Baisong could indeed command Zhao Baihu's assistance, why resort to poisoning Lin Baiyong? As Chen Huayan pondered these thoughts, Zhao Baihu stroked his beard, and the overwhelming aura that had once enveloped him vanished without a trace. I have come merely to test the waters, he stated. Chen Huayan found himself at a loss for words. Did this old man have nothing better to do than amuse himself at the expense of someone so insignificant? The personnel from the town's martial division had already returned. The Black Dragon stronghold was exceptionally cunning. They had learned of the town's martial division's movements in advance and had set numerous traps in the Ghost Cry Gorge. The casualties among our ranks were severe, while the inhabitants of the Black Dragon stronghold had already vacated the area, now completely untraceable. And what of the esteemed Commander Zhao? Chen Huayan inquired. Severely injured, recuperating within the town's martial division, Zhao Baihu replied. The commander himself has come here not merely to probe the actions of a petty individual. I presume? You should be aware that the town's martial division comprises 5 banners: the Azure Dragon Banner, the White Tiger Banner, the Vermilion Bird Banner, the Black Tortoise Banner, and the Qilin Banner. Each commander takes on 3 personal disciples. The eldest disciple is designated to uphold the banner and is destined to inherit the commander's legacy. The second disciple is responsible for the banner's expenditures. Despite the financial backing from the 4 prominent families, the demands of cultivation are immense, necessitating connections to gain an advantage. The third disciple serves as the instructor within the banner, overseeing training and engaging in tasks such as exterminating bandits. Zhao Baihu succinctly conveyed this information. Chen Huayan understood this well. It was akin to a martial arts school where the eldest disciple receives the true teachings while attending to the master's needs, ensuring a future as the heir to the school. The second disciple was akin to a fundraiser, facilitating activities for the school. The third disciple acted as a bouncer, ensuring that anyone wishing to challenge had to pass through him, while also undertaking less savory tasks. However, Chen Huayan could not fathom Zhao Baihu's intention in sharing this information with him. Chapter 58. Ant Nest Drenched in Water. Even earthworms must be cut upright. The commanders of the various banners within the town's martial division were all over 100 years old, seeking to either retire or dedicate themselves to profound cultivation. Initially, they believed this operation would succeed with ease and pose no danger, thus sending their respective disciples to earn military merit, facilitating a smooth transition to the commander's position. Yet, gathering troops from 4 counties to exterminate bandits led them into a quagmire of traps, without even a glimpse of the Black Dragon Stronghold's presence. One of Zhao Baihu's 3 personal disciples was slain, and 2 others were gravely wounded. Presently, they had no choice but to recruit new disciples and expedite their training. The other 3 counties had also pledged to send reinforcements to assist in safeguarding Fengling County. Fengling County served as a vital transportation hub, connecting 7 counties, and was essential for the flow of resources throughout the entire Jiangling prefecture. Thus, it was imperative that nothing go awry here. In response, the 4 prominent families felt an increasing sense of urgency. After all, relying on the protection of others necessitated financial contributions, and over time, they might even demand a share of the spoils. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly reorganize the Jinwu division and restore its former strength. Alas, my direct disciple is still too inexperienced. I must allow his father to stand in for him. Once she is able to cultivate, she may then take me as her master. Zhao Baihu sighed heavily. Chen Huayan sensed an underlying peculiarity. Yet the prospect of aligning himself with such a formidable ally left him no room for hesitation. Master, my origins are humble, and I lack the understanding of proper etiquette. The tea for the master-disciple ceremony, as well as my banner, do not adhere to stringent protocols. Even my closest disciples are mostly nurtured freely. The master may lead one to the door, but the journey of cultivation lies within the individual. I can offer but one method. How far one can progress is solely dependent on their own efforts. Disciple Chen Aliu pays his respects to the master. Chen Huayan immediately performed a deep bow. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous tales and dramas where such scenes often resulted in bloodshed from bowing too fervently. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, the stronger the godfather, the mightier I become. There is little distinction between a master and a godfather, though he had already had a master. In this world, having multiple mentors opens many avenues. Since Zhao Baihu seemed unconcerned, he felt no need to be overly formal. With 3 resounding bows, he struck the ground with such force that the blue bricks cracked, yet his forehead bore no mark of blood, for he had completed the water and fire immortal garment, making him impervious to ordinary flames and water. Thus, mere bricks could not harm him. Rise. It is also due to your cleverness, though more importantly, your extraordinary talent, that I have accepted you as my disciple. Disciple is dull-witted. To be under your tutelage is a blessing beyond measure. Enough. I have always detested sycophants. Have you practiced the Iron Mountain support I previously assigned to you? Disciple has diligently practiced without any slackening. Come, attack me. Let us see the fruits of your labor. Disciple obeys. Chen Huayan set down the medicinal basket on his back and immediately assumed his stance. His feet struck the blue bricks, his left leg bending forward like a mountain cleaving the earth, muscles rippling across his shoulders. His spine cracked like a tiger's tail slicing through the air, shaking the pine needles from trees 3 yards away. His waist twisted, generating a gust of wind, and his right shoulder surged forward like a cannonball assaulting a city. The core of the Iron Mountain support consists of 3 forms, a continuous layering of force culminating in an attack that harms the enemy. Chen Huayan channeled his energy. The initial force descended like a mountain, the second swirled like a tempest, and the final strike erupted like thunder. The blue bricks beneath his feet crumbled into dust as his figure flashed forward, colliding with Zhao Baihu. Zhao Baihu stood as steadfast as a mountain, unmoved, yet within him a tempest roiled. He had not anticipated such astonishing talent in this youth. 7 parts tiger, 3 parts dragon. This execution of the Iron Mountain support was sufficient to contend with those who had entered the Qi realm. To wield such foundational martial techniques with such potency could only be achieved by someone of my former caliber. Have I stumbled upon a treasure? Very well, that was passable. just barely sufficient. Disciple shall continue to strive diligently in his cultivation. Recently, it has come to my attention that you assisted the ailing scion of the Lin family in dealing with the first branch of the Lin clan. Master, I dare not claim such merit. Lin Baiyong was my former employer, and as he suffers from a grievous affliction, I could not stand idly by. I merely offered my medical aid to Lin Baiyong and did not intend to provoke any animosity with the first branch of the Lin family. Chen Huayan hastily explained. What purpose does this serve? Are you unaware that Lin Baisong seeks to bring about Lin Baiyong's demise? By saving Lin Baiyong, you have already made an enemy of Lin Baisong. I acknowledge my error, master. Error? What do you perceive as your mistake? Zhao Baihu inquired, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Chen Huayan, who found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Remember, you are my disciple, Zhao Baihu's disciple. Only I possess the authority to declare whether you are right or wrong. Yes, master. To be a teacher entails not only imparting the art of cultivation but also instructing on the virtues of humanity. Upon entering my tutelage, one must first learn to be a person before embarking on the path of cultivation. This world may appear tranquil, yet it is rife with treachery and chaos, where the strong prey upon the weak. Thus, one must be exceedingly cautious in forming enmities. Should such hostilities arise, one must be prepared to confront them with unyielding resolve. The disciple shall heed your words. Lin Baisong is, after all, a prominent member of the Lin family. Annihilating his entire lineage would be unwise. Allow me to accompany you, merely to dissuade him from harboring unwarranted intentions. With that, Zhao Baihu's figure flickered, and he vaulted over the wall. Chen Huayan hastily strapped on his medicinal satchel and followed suit. Why do you also scale the wall? Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman. Indeed, master speaks true. As Zhao Baihu continued on, his pace faltered. Are you aware of the distinction between your wall scaling and mine? The disciple, in his ignorance, ventured, I presumed that master, being a formidable cultivator, could effortlessly traverse walls, embodying the demeanor of a true master. Yet, my attempts, lacking finesse, resemble the actions of a thief, which is unbecoming and dishonorable to the teachings of our school. Chen Huayan replied earnestly. To dishonor the school is indeed grave, yet your observation holds merit. You are quite astute, far surpassing both your elder brother and Zhaozhe. I should have taken you under my wing earlier. Zhao Baihu appeared thoroughly pleased with Chen Huayan's response. This realization illuminated Chen Huayan's understanding that Zhao Baihu was not one to indulge in flattery, but rather disdained overt sycophancy. Following in Zhao Baihu's wake, Chen Huayan remained silent as they entered the inner city for the first time. The streets were paved with jade green stone, and between each slab nestled dust-warding beads, ensuring that rain would not sully the ground. The residences of several noble families occupied the cardinal directions, while a bustling marketplace thrived at the center, replete with fabric shops, pharmacies, and bookstores, though lacking in brothels and taverns, which could only be found in the outer city. The Lin family estate, located in the southern inner city, was where I shall first greet Lin Tianqing before introducing you to Lin Baisong. Lin Tianqing is the venerable patriarch of the Lin family and Lin Baiyong's father. Chen Huayan waited outside the Li estate in the inner southern city, where a grand iron plaque bore the name Lin Mansion, flanked by two imposing stone lions that seemed to breathe life. Indeed, this Lin Mansion exudes magnificence. Chapter 59, Master Zhao Er, averse to conflict, chooses resolution. Let us proceed to observe Lin Baisong. Chen Huayan waited in front of the Lin residence for a brief moment before Zhao Baihu emerged from within. Lin Baisong's estate is situated to the west of the Li residence. Due to recent events, Lin Baisong was placed under house arrest, and even the servants had been replaced, with their numbers dwindling from 100 to just over 20. The entrance lay desolate, the snow accumulating unshoveled. An unseen force seemed to push open the heavy door, prompting the servants inside to hasten to investigate. Where's Lin Baisong? The master is resting in the inner hall. Bring him out. The servants, unfamiliar with Zhao Baihu, who typically resided at the town marshal office, recognized the formidable aura he exuded, which compelled them to promptly enter the inner hall. Lin Baisong emerged, draped in a long robe that trailed the ground, staggering slightly, his appearance reminiscent of Lin Baiyong in a state of affliction. Master Zhao? What brings you here? Initially dazed, Lin Baisong jolted to awareness upon recognizing the visitors in his courtyard. Chen Aliu, my newly accepted disciple, has come to clarify a misunderstanding that I heard you two had. Aliu, there is no misunderstanding whatsoever. It is all mere gossip spread by the servants. I have yet to meet Aliu, but his reputation precedes him. He is known for his righteousness, and I have long wished to make his acquaintance. Lin Baisong hastily clarified. The absence of misunderstanding is most fortunate. You are like a nephew to me and should be aware of my temperament. I am generally averse to conflict and prefer resolution. Should there be any grievances, misunderstandings, let us sit together and discuss, and we may turn great matters into trivial ones, Zhao Baihu remarked with satisfaction. Indeed, my current predicament is entirely of my own making. I cannot blame anyone else. Lin Baisong replied, his head bowed. Zhao Baihu scrutinized Lin Baisong carefully and discerned the root of his troubles, yet refrained from elaborating further. Since this is the case, I shall take my leave. There are many affairs awaiting my attention at the town marshal office. Farewell, Master Zhao. Lin Baisong bowed respectfully. Zhao Baihu, accompanied by Chen Huayan, exited the Lin estate and soon departed the inner city, heading towards the town marshal office. Lin Baisong has fallen victim to the poison known as Fu Gao. Zhao Baihu spoke solemnly. Fu Gao? What is that? Chen Huayan inquired, momentarily taken aback. This substance has only recently been discovered. We have been studying it for some time and believe it to be related to the Luo Tian Outer Dao. I have heard of the Luo Tian Outer Dao from Brother Zhao before. Those of the Luo Tian Outer Dao cultivate various toxins, the most common being the Luoyin toad. Once the toad reaches a certain level of potency, it secretes a hallucinogenic venom. If consumed in small quantities, mixed with certain herbs, it can lead to addiction. Even those who practice qi find it nearly impossible to resist. Zhao Baihu sighed. Addiction? Is there a cure? As long as the instances of indulgence are few, there remains a possibility of withdrawal. But what of Lin Baisong? His case can be treated. Yet harboring animosity towards him may lead to dire consequences should he be cured. The master and apprentice conversed as they approached the town marshal division. This marked Chen Huayan's inaugural visit to the town marshal division. Towering black stone walls loomed high, and the dark iron gate bore the intricate carving of a mythical creature. While two stone lions, their eyes glimmering like crimson gems, stood sentinel. Beside them was a black stone tablet inscribed with the words, "In the martial town of 8 directions, malevolent spirits are vanquished. All who enter this gate shall construct a city of bones, using tainted blood as ink, eternally recording their oath." The most crucial line beneath, however, had become obscured with time. Before Chen Huayan could scrutinize it further, Zhao Baihu had already pushed open the grand entrance and stepped inside, prompting Chen Huayan to hastily follow. Inside the courtyard, the ground was paved with azure bricks, and the vast training ground lay desolate, save for 5 imposing statues in the distance, one of which represented Zhao Baihu himself. To the east was the armory, while the western side housed the archives, where a bronze bell hung from the eaves, softly chiming in the chilly breeze, reminiscent of a lamenting spirit. The main hall served as the administrative area, with the 5 chief banners taking turns in governance. Behind the main hall were the independent quarters of the 5 banners, while below it lay the dungeon, the library, the alchemy chamber, and a secret passage leading to the inner city. The rear courtyard served as the living quarters, each of the 5 chief banners possessing a grand estate, with the grand banner officer residing in a larger abode, the minor banner officers in row houses, and the martial banners in several communal lodgings. Additionally, there was an expansive medicinal herb garden. Zhao Baihu led Chen Huayan through the main hall towards the White Tiger Hall, only to encounter an elderly man with hair as white as snow. Chen Huayan's peripheral vision discerned that the man was also one of the 5 statues standing outside. "Is this the disciple you seek?" the elder inquired, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Huayan. Chen Elu, preparing to take him as an official disciple. "Ah, yes. A lowly herb gatherer. Your judgment is growing increasingly poor, old cat. If my disciple were to torment him too severely, you might find it difficult to save face. You old turtle, my disciple could subdue your worthless disciple with one hand tied behind his back." "Very well, it is settled then. With merely a month until year's end, I shall witness how you conclude this affair. Just don't be cowardly. Whoever is cowardly is a grandson. The loser must call the winner grandfather." "Good. We shall see." Chen Huayan stood by, bewildered as he watched the 2 elders bicker. Once they arrived at the White Tiger Hall, Chen Huayan cautiously inquired, "Master, was that gentleman the chief banner officer of the Xuanwu banner, Sun Wangba? Do you harbor a grudge against him? A feud over a wife, one that cannot coexist?" Zhao Baihu seethed, taking a seat with indignation. "A feud over a wife?" Chen Huayan noted the potential for a sensational tale, yet refrained from probing further, respecting his master's silence. "This is hardly a secret. Years ago, the second miss of the Li family, renowned for her beauty and extraordinary talent, was pursued by both myself and that old turtle," Zhao Baihu remarked, revealing a glimpse into the past. Qin Huayan respectfully stood by, remarking, "Master, in your prime. You must have possessed a remarkable stature and unparalleled talent, certainly not inferior to that person. This is beyond doubt. I am 100 times stronger than that old fool." In the end, no one was chosen. But why is there a grudge over a wife? If he had not placed Miss Lier in a dilemma, would she have left Fengling County? It is indeed a pity that for the stability of the four great families, he sacrificed himself. Every New Year, the heads of the four families host a banquet in the inner city, and we, the five great flags, will bring our respective disciples to participate, culminating in a competition among the disciples. If one wins, there are numerous rewards. Of course, the rewards are secondary. The main objective is to gain face. As a newly initiated disciple, you need not worry. The competitors are of similar realms, as it is a contest for newly accepted disciples. In reality, you are already far ahead. Zhao Baihu exuded more confidence than Qin Huayan, just from the Iron Mountain technique demonstrated by Qin Huayan in the morning. Zhao Baihu was 90% certain he could make Sun Xuanwu call him grandfather. Naturally, for the sake of precaution, I shall impart a few more moves to you. Chapter 60, Personal Transmission into the Inner Circle. The medicinal bath revitalizes the appearance. The Iron Mountain technique is a fundamental martial skill, its full name being the 8 Extremes Shaking the Mountain. Observe closely as I demonstrate it. In the Jinwu division, Zhao Baihu personally executed the 8 Extremes Shaking the Mountain, leaving Qin Huayan utterly astonished. Zhao Baihu did not employ a shred of spiritual energy. Relying solely on his physical strength, he pulverized the ironwood training post. The training posts in the Jinwu division are made of ironwood over 100 years old, which even an average Qi practitioner could not break with all their might. Master is truly formidable. With mere physical prowess, he could annihilate someone at the blood condensation realm. I am truly enlightened. Martial skills can be wielded in such a manner. No one in all of Fengling County possesses master-esque strength. Qin Huayan attentively observed Zhao Baihu's demonstration, his praises unabated. Zhao Baihu initially intended to perform it just once, but buoyed by Qin Huayan's admiration, he ended up repeating the technique over a dozen times. Were he to channel his internal spiritual energy, half of the Jinwu division might be dismantled. Having relied solely on his physical strength, after executing it repeatedly, Zhao Baihu was already drenched in sweat and panting heavily. That will be all for today. As my direct disciple, you hold the rank of a Grand Flag officer, but your current strength is too low, for now. You shall serve as a minor flag officer. Old Biao, Zhao Baihu called out. Yes, my lord, you summoned? From the side door of the White Tiger Hall, an amiable-looking elder emerged silently, his steps light, revealing no hint of his true prowess. Take him to the back courtyard of the White Tiger Hall. Understood, my lord. As soon as the elder spoke, Zhao Baihu vanished in the blink of an eye. Call me Uncle Biao or Old Biao. You are the master's direct disciple. Yes, Uncle Biao. Come, I have prepared accommodations for you in the back courtyard. 10 days prior, Zhao Baihu had chosen his cherished disciple, initiating preparations at that time. Qin Huayan respectfully followed Uncle Biao through the White Tiger Hall and into the expansive backyard. The courtyard was vast, adorned with rows of single-story houses, a 2-story loft, shaded pathways, artificial hills, and flowing streams, creating a picturesque paradise. Entering the third 2-story building on the eastern side, Qin found the interior impeccably clean, spacious, and well-lit. The furniture, intricately carved, appeared to be worth several hundred taels of silver, causing Qin to worry about damaging it, as he could not afford such a loss. Young Master Lu, this shall be your residence. After your arduous training, you may rest on the second floor, and fresh bedding has been provided. Thank you, Uncle Biao. The first floor featured a grand hall and 2 side rooms. One contained a writing desk adorned with ancient paintings, alongside a bookcase filled with antiquarian texts, and the 4 treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone of the finest quality. The other room housed a large wooden tub, presumably for bathing, currently filled with steaming water. Young Master Lu, following the master's instructions, I have added some herbal ingredients, and clean clothes are ready for you. By the time you finish your bath, it should also be meal time. I will keep an eye on the child for you. The effects of this medicinal bath are unique. Ensure the child remains safe. Thank you, Uncle Biao. Old Biao sat in the hall with the infant, while Qin Huayan closed the door and entered the herbal tub. Ah, this is truly delightful. What herbs have been used? It smells so fragrant. Qin brought his herb-soaked hands to his nose, inhaling deeply. As an herbalist, he could identify most herbs. Yet the concoction for this bath eluded his recognition. Could it possibly be some ethereal herb? Dismissing further thoughts, he closed his eyes and began to circulate his qi. Previously, he had not fully absorbed the effects of the 9 turns refining qi pill, but this medicinal bath awakened his latent potential. After completing a full cycle, he absorbed all the medicinal effects, significantly enhancing the spiritual energy within his dantian. This surpassed the results of several days of arduous practice. To accelerate one's strength, one must rely on elixirs. Chen Huayan yearned for the formula. If he could obtain it and gather the herbs, he could indulge in such medicinal baths daily, propelling his cultivation to celestial heights. As the water in the tub cooled, Chen rose, dried himself with a soft towel, and donned a fresh outfit. The icy silken robe shimmered with cloud patterns, while a black leather belt adorned with a silver tiger head buckle cinched his waist. The lower garment, split to reveal frostwhite silk, swirled like snowflakes as he walked, making no sound whatsoever. Chen Huayan's foundation was already solid, having undergone rigorous training in muscle, bone, and skin enhancement. With the aid of elixirs and the mysterious power of an unnamed jade pendant, he further refined his physique, achieving a transformation of golden tendons and jade veins, mercury blood and silver marrow, and a celestial garment of water and fire. His demeanor underwent a profound metamorphosis. However, he typically wore coarse linen garments, and despite possessing several hundred taels of silver, his attire remained unchanged, rendering the transformation less conspicuous. Clothes make the man, just as gilding embellishes the Buddha. Donning a new attire, he appeared transformed, almost as if he were an entirely different person. He stood on par with the former Zhao Xiaoqi, undoubtedly embodying the image of a dashing young gentleman. After his medicinal bath, Chen Huayan stepped out of the small room and glanced at the infant girl, who was peacefully sleeping in Lao Biao's arms. "Young Master Lu, the meal is ready. The master has already gone ahead. I will take care of the girl, so you may proceed to dine." Lao Biao murmured softly. "Thank you, Uncle Biao." Chen Huayan replied courteously, mindful not to keep his master waiting. He hurried to the southern hall, where only Zhao Baihu awaited him, the table laden with an array of unfamiliar dishes. "Master, I apologize for my tardiness," Chen Huayan exclaimed. Zhao Baihu scrutinized him and nodded with satisfaction. "You present well, far more impressive than your rather unrefined senior brother. How did the medicinal bath feel?" "I feel revitalized, as if my strength has significantly increased," Chen Huayan responded. "Of course, with a century-old dragon's blood and over 70 years of fragrant spirit grass," Zhao Baihu remarked. Although Chen Huayan had never heard of fragrant spirit grass, he found its scent delightful, feeling as though he had truly absorbed its essence. "These herbs must be quite precious." "You have been too generous, master." "Not at all. It was merely 100 taels of silver. You can settle with Lao Biao tomorrow, but after that, interest will accrue." "Is it truly so costly?" "Costly? That does not account for the value of the prescription. The labor Lao Biao put into brewing the medicine alone warrants 50 taels for just half a cup of the century-old dragon's blood. The total cost of the ingredients exceeds 200 taels. Out of our master-disciple bond, I will only charge you half. If I were to offer this medicinal bath publicly, it would easily fetch 1,000 taels, with countless individuals vying for it." My perspective was indeed limited. "Enough of that. Let us eat quickly. It will grow cold. These dishes were specially prepared for you. Do these also cost money?" "These are not expensive, merely over 60 taels. With the medicinal bath and dinner combined, I will charge you a modest 150 taels. Make sure to pay Lao Biao by noon tomorrow. After that, interest will apply," Zhao Baihu kindly reminded him. As Chen Huayan took his seat at the dining table, he was engulfed by myriad thoughts. Perhaps this was the true beginning of his cultivation journey. The few hundred taels of silver he had saved would vanish in just a few days. Having only just experienced wealth, he was about to return to a state of poverty. Chen Huayan lamented internally, transforming his sorrow into appetite as he devoured his meal. After all, with 50 taels spent, he needed to consume at least 70 taels worth. Chapter 61. To cultivate, one must first accumulate wealth. Burp. Chen Huayan had eaten his fill. Yet a considerable amount of food remained on the table. "Master, may I take some leftovers to enjoy in the morning?" "Look at your ambition. Joining my Baihu banner offers much more lenient conditions, but to be my direct disciple, one must possess great potential. Though a gentleman may not be defined by material wealth, one must first attain it." Listening to Zhao Baihu's convoluted expressions, Chen Huayan felt somewhat confused but nodded earnestly. Throughout history, those who have achieved success in cultivation have invariably been supported by mountains of gold and silver. If I were to exhaust all my resources, I could certainly cultivate a few individuals at the blood congealing and entry-level stages. But what would be the outcome? Ultimately, they may end up as mere wastrels and fools. They would become reliant on others for sustenance, cultivating nothing but a stagnant mindset. Thus, if you wish to embark on the path of cultivation, you must first become resourceful and possess the ability to generate wealth. Either you belong to a prominent family or you must devise your own means. A mentor can support you for a time, but not for eternity. When the day comes that I can no longer provide for you, from whom will you seek medicinal herbs? Were you not once the head of herb gatherers for the Lin family? You must have profited handsomely. So do not pretend to be impoverished in my presence. As Zhao Baihu spoke, he took a sip of tea. What my master says is indeed true throughout history. There has always been the principle of disciples honoring their masters, but never has there been a case of a master subsidizing their disciple. It is commendable that you possess this awareness. Without money, what is the point of cultivation? It would be wiser for you to return to your herb-gathering team. Zhao Baihu was quite pleased with his attitude. You are not from one of the four great families, nor have you altered your surname to join another. It would indeed be challenging for you to accumulate wealth. By the way, did you not recently assist that Lin Baiyong? Why not ask him for a pharmacy? You could earn quite a bit annually. Zhao Baihu shifted the conversation and continued. This matter had been mentioned to Chun Huayan once by Lin Baiyong, but he had not taken it to heart. However, with his identity now changed and having established a backing, it would not be unreasonable to request a shop in light of his master's reputation. It would also provide a venue for his medicinal herbs. The materials required for cultivation are not limited to herbs. They also include the essence blood of demonic beasts, which cannot be cultivated in the spirit garden. And the expenses are considerable. The disciple understands. This is indeed a qi cultivation technique. I perceive that your dantian already harbors chaotic energy. You must diligently practice in the future, and should any questions arise, do not hesitate to consult old Biao. I shall enter seclusion for a period. Having concluded his words, Zhao Baihu rose and departed from the hall. Chun Huayan intended to pack up, but a throng of servants entered and cleared away the remaining dishes. Causing him a pang of regret, he hastily consumed a couple more bites. As night fell, he returned to the attic, where old Biao entrusted the infant girl to him. Young Master Liu, this child is remarkably well behaved, not crying or fussing, and she is quite endearing to behold. Yes, this little girl only cries when she needs to relieve herself or when she is hungry. Otherwise, she is very easy to soothe. Chun Huayan nodded in agreement. It is getting late. Young Master Liu should rest. Should any matters arise, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, Uncle Biao. After bidding farewell to old Biao, Chun Huayan found some leisure and began to peruse the qi cultivation technique provided by Zhao Baihu. Although it was also a qi cultivation method, it was fundamentally different from the one he had previously practiced. While the two techniques were similar in their approach, the primary distinction lay in the details. The technique Zhao Baihu provided could transport spiritual energy throughout the body's meridians and then converge in the dantian, thereby enhancing the body and enriching the dantian. In contrast, Zhao Baihu's method merely absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy into the dantian, lacking the capacity to strengthen the body and resulting in a training speed that lagged significantly behind. Chun Huayan chose without hesitation to continue his previous training, temporarily setting aside Zhao Baihu's breathing technique. In truth, entering the Jinwu division granted Chun Huayan significant benefits, notably a transformation in status that freed him from the exhausting fear of being discovered while cultivating. Additionally, he had the opportunity to learn various martial skills under the guidance of his master, Zhao Baihu. Although the insights provided by Zhao Wuling would benefit Chun Huayan for a lifetime, he had not been able to witness them demonstrated in person. However, after observing Zhao Baihu's demonstrations, Chun Huayan's understanding deepened profoundly. It seemed he needed to visit the Lin family tomorrow, as the little silver he possessed was insufficient. And he should also reach out to the Li family. Contemplating this, Chun Huayan placed the infant girl on the bed and sat beside her, commencing his breathing technique. Ah, what a delightful sleep. Luo Yunchuang awoke, having thoroughly enjoyed her previous indulgence. The milk from the demoness was infinitely superior to any beast's or spirit's milk. Were it not for her diminutive form, she could have easily broken through to the next level of cultivation. However, in pursuit of perfection, she resolved to achieve the golden veins and mercury blood before attempting to advance. Who is this fellow? Little Yozi? No way. Has he transformed after just one nap? Luo Yunchuang widened her eyes, observing Chun Huayan, who was deep in his practice. The adage clothes make the man held true. Chun Huayan's attire accentuated his striking handsomeness and rugged charm. Furthermore, it appeared that entering the Jinwu division had a certain enchantment, causing Chun Huayan to shed his previous common demeanor. Perhaps it was the influence of conversing with Zhao Baihu, or perhaps the medicinal bath had played a part. How delightful! Luo Yunchuang sniffed the air. The subtle fragrance emanating from Chun Huayan invited closeness. Her discerning eye could not be mistaken. Little Liuzi was a raw gem, and with proper refinement, he would surely become a masterpiece. What of that Iron Mountain stance or the 8 extreme shaking the mountain? They were hardly worth practicing. Allow me to refine them for you. Rejuvenated after a hearty meal and restful sleep, Luo Yunchuang crawled to the bedside and took up the prepared paper. Dipping her pen into the ink, she began to write. She modified the pivotal technique known as the shaking mountain style into the collapsing mountain style, instantly elevating its potency several levels. Not bad. This should suffice for little Liuzi to reach the divine sea realm. Later, I can bestow upon him even stronger techniques. After cleaning her little hands on a silk cloth, she returned to her warm cocoon. Indeed, she possessed a plethora of formidable martial techniques capable of overwhelming the heavens and earth. Yet if Chun Huayan were to wield these skills and attract the attention of those with ill intent, he would face the peril of exposure. Moreover, such martial arts techniques necessitate guidance. Mere textual descriptions are insufficient to achieve the desired effect. Should one err in their practice, it could lead to disastrous consequences, rendering them utterly incapable. The environment here is indeed quite agreeable. Save for the still paltry spiritual energy, everything else is rather commendable. However, how is Shali to amass funds? The forthcoming expenditures will be astronomical, and he lacks the backing of any significant faction, while his miserly master can offer little assistance. Luo Yunchuang pondered silently. Achoo! Just as Zhao Baihu was about to enter seclusion, he suddenly sneezed. I have eradicated all my enemies. How could there still be anyone speaking ill of me? Zhao Baihu furrowed his brow. Chapter 62. One who achieves not in hubris, one who gains not in extravagance, is truly capable of great deeds. On a pleasant morning, Chun Huayan placed the infant girl into a medicinal basket and slung it over his back. Clad in the specially tailored attire of a junior officer from the town marshal office, carrying a tattered medicinal basket, he appeared quite peculiar. Yet Chun Huayan had grown accustomed to such oddities. He felt uneasy leaving the infant at their residence, yet carrying her in his arms proved inconvenient. She will be fine once she grows a bit, he remarked, departing the town marshal office with the infant in tow. In the northern part of the city, at the entrance of the Lin Baiyang residence on Yongchang Street, numerous guards donned in soft armor, wielding black iron blades, stood vigil. Such a formidable display. Hadn't Lin Baisong been placed under confinement? Standing before the Lin Baiyang residence, Chun Huayan caught the eye of the chief guard, who, upon seeing Chun Huayan's garb and the insignia at his waist, promptly approached with respect and saluted, "Greetings, junior officer." Before Chun Huayan could inquire further, the gates slowly creaked open, and a young attendant hurriedly emerged, exclaiming, "Junior Officer Chun, the young lady requests your presence." The young lady? Chun Huayan's thoughts raced. The only one referred to as young lady in the Lin household was the legitimate daughter of the Lin family. Though he had yet to meet this daughter, he was somewhat informed about her through Lin Baiyang. It was said that Lin Qianlu, the Lin family's legitimate daughter, was renowned as a great beauty across Fengling County, capturing the hearts of many talented scions from the other 3 prominent families. The intermarriage among the 4 great families was an unwritten rule. Yet, Lin Qianlu had set her sights on a lowly fisherman. Naturally, old Master Lin sought to obstruct this union through various means. But Lin Qianlu's stubborn nature meant that even if she were to sever ties with her family, she remained resolute in her desire to be with the fisherman. Eventually, Lin Baisong devised a scheme, enlisting a courtesan from the brothel to seduce the fisherman. The courtesan, skilled in every art from singing to playing instruments, was a sight to behold. The fisherman, being of humble origins, had never encountered such a lure and was instantly captivated. Upon learning this, Lin Qianlu abandoned her thoughts of a life with the fisherman. Lin Baiyang later informed Chun Huayan that the fisherman had reappeared in Lin Qianlu's residence 6 months later. Rendered a mere husk of a man, his limbs severed, eyes, nose, mouth, and tongue removed, kept alive in a jar, sustained by exquisite medicinal broths to maintain a flicker of life. Regarding the courtesan of the Fengyue Tower, Lin Baiyang merely remarked that her next predicament would be even more dire, though he refrained from elaborating on the extent of her misfortune. Subsequently, Lin Qianlu retreated into her secluded quarters. Now well past the age for marriage discussions, she remained solitary. As a son of a concubine, Lin Baiong held a lowly position within the Lin family. During festivals, he bestowed a considerable amount of silver upon Lin Qianlu, who occasionally offered her insights. The accounts manager, Bai Suanpan, and the foreign affairs steward, Yu Mianhu, were originally from Lin Qianlu's household. Upon uncovering this intricate web of relationships, Chen Huayan concluded that Lin Qianlu was a woman of immense ambition. Thus, he advised Lin Baiong to adopt a strategy of retreat to advance, proposing that he cede the Shilin apothecary to Lin Qianlu, which might ensure his survival. Moreover, Chen Huayan suspected that the affairs of the Lin family's main branch were inextricably linked to Lin Qianlu. Accompanied by a young servant, Chen Huayan entered the main hall of Lin Baiong's residence. In the hall, apart from Lin Baiong, there was only a woman of mature poise, appearing to be in her 30s. Upon introducing Chen Huayan, the young servant promptly withdrew. "Greetings, Master Lin and Miss Lin." Chen Huayan's demeanor was one of utmost respect. Though addressing the Lin family's legitimate eldest daughter in such a manner felt peculiar, it was customary to refer to unmarried daughters of noble families in this way. "Is this the esteemed officer Chen Xiaoqi?" Lin Qianlu inquired gently. "Not at all, Miss Lin. You may call me a Lu." "Indeed. You are quite striking and appear to be quite astute. Now that you are a junior officer of the town military department, you should naturally carry some authority befitting your position. Such authority is merely for the eyes of outsiders." Chen Huayan had come primarily for business. Nothing was more pressing than securing financial gains. One who achieves success must remain humble, and one who acquires wealth must not be extravagant. Such qualities are essential for those destined for greatness. Lin Qianlu nodded in agreement. "You flatter me, miss. Lin Baiong has informed me of previous events. Your life was saved by him, and he promised to allow you to manage an apothecary. Today's meeting must be regarding this matter, correct?" A Lu, born of humble origins, originally lacked the qualifications to operate an apothecary. However, having become a direct disciple of Master Zhao, the investment in his training was substantial and burdensome. His mentor advised him to seek a means of livelihood, which led him to recall Master Lin's earlier words. Chen Huayan's response was primarily to showcase his master, Zhao Baihu, to lend weight to his presence. The previous day, Zhao Baihu had taken Chen Huayan to the inner city, and Lin Qianlu was not surprised to learn of Zhao Baihu taking him as a direct disciple. Otherwise, how could the subject of establishing a shop for Chen Huayan have arisen? Which location do you desire for your shop, and how do you intend to manage it? Since Chen Huayan entered the hall, it had been Lin Qianlu speaking, while Lin Baiong remained silently seated until now, finally explaining to Chen Huayan, "Ahem. There are various ways to operate a shop. It could be registered under your name, managed by the Lin family, with profits shared equally. Most scions of noble families engage in such enterprises upon entering the town military department. Furthermore, you shall manage independently, seeking out your own steward and herbal gatherers. You may operate under the auspices of the Shilin apothecary, sharing the profits on a 70-30 basis. However, should any issues arise with the products sold, you must address them yourself, ensuring that the reputation of the Shilin apothecary remains untarnished. The second option offers a greater share of the profits, yet demands more diligence. Currently, the only available shop in Fengling County is located in the western city. Aside from that, there are 3 shops in Chongling County and 1 in Anyuan County, with the farthest shop situated in Jiangling County. The shop in the western city has not yielded significant profits in recent years, while the one in Chongling County is more lucrative, yet entails considerable transportation costs for the herbal goods and requires dealings with local families and officials, necessitating a substantial annual expenditure and presenting certain complications. Chen Huayan saved Lin Baiong's life, hence he offered additional advice. For Chen Huayan, possessing the advantage of the spirit garden, the optimal approach would be to manage the shop independently while sharing profits with the Lin family, selecting a shop in an outer county to avoid detection. However, given his current capabilities, traveling to outer counties would be a time-consuming, laborious, and perilous endeavor, detracting from his cultivation time. Ultimately, Chen Huayan opted for the apothecary in the western city of Fengling County. This area is under the dominion of the Li family, whose primary businesses are gambling houses and brothels. Thus, those truly seeking medicinal remedies would likely venture to the southern city, albeit at a greater distance, as the quality there surpasses that of the western city. Will you manage it yourself, or entrust it to the Lin family? Lin Qianlu inquired softly. In response, "Miss, may I propose that the Lin family provide personnel to manage the apothecary, while I supply the herbs? I hail from Qinjia village and am acquainted with several skilled herbal gatherers. and I possess some experience, Chen Huayan replied. Very well, what shall the profit share be? Lin Qianlu nodded. How about an 80-20 split? Chen Huayan suggested. What? Lin Baiong exclaimed in surprise. Even if you were to manage the shop entirely, the minimum share would be 70-30, yet Chen Huayan proposed an 80-20 split, a precedent unheard of since the establishment of the Shilin Apothecary. In Chapter 63, Lady Lin displays her generosity, and Officer Qin returns laden with rewards. In the main hall of Lin Baiyong's residence, upon hearing Chen Huayan's proposal for an 80-20 split, Lin Baiyong was taken aback, yet the expression of Lin Qianlu, the Lin family's eldest daughter, remained unchanged. It is not out of greed. My master instructed me before his retreat to allocate 20% as tribute to him, Chen Huayan explained, his countenance revealing some difficulty. Since this is the requirement of Captain Zhao, it is only reasonable to comply. Let us proceed as Officer Chen suggests, Lin Qianlu responded, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Baiong. How many individuals remain in the herbal gathering team? Lin Qianlu inquired softly. In response to your question, elder sister, there are 5 remaining, Lin Baiong replied as he leaned forward in his chair, still hindered by lingering toxins in his body, making movement somewhat inconvenient. Very well, assign 3 individuals to Officer Chen as assistants. Yes, Miss. Lin Baiong acknowledged. Miss, I cannot accept such generosity. Chen Huayan exclaimed, visibly astonished. Though you have not changed your surname to Lin, you are undoubtedly a disciple who has emerged from the Lin family. As you are now a cherished student of General Zhao, our family can offer but a modest token of appreciation. Please accept this gift. Moreover, with the approach of the 12th month, it is not feasible to venture into the mountains for herbs. The apothecary is rather depleted, and immediate earnings are unlikely to be substantial. Baiong, kindly withdraw 5,000 taels of silver from the treasury and deliver it to the residence of Officer Qin Shaoqi as a humble congratulatory gesture for his fortunate encounter with a distinguished mentor. Miss Lin Qianliu's generosity is extended in light of her regard for Chen Huayan and the esteem held for Zhao Baihu. Certainly, as a direct disciple of Zhao Baihu, Chen Huayan's potential is boundless. Miss Lin has been exceedingly generous. I am overwhelmed, Chen Huayan remarked before this moment. He never anticipated such lavishness from Lin Qianlu. 5,000 taels of silver would have been an unattainable sum for him had he remained a mere herbalist. With this windfall, he will no longer fret about the costs of medicinal baths for the time being. Fengling County, while not vast, harbors hundreds of thousands of residents. Yet it is also confined within its own circles. As a junior officer of the town military division and a protege of General Zhao, you lead the herbalist team that originated from my family. In the future, there may come a time when the Lin family seeks your assistance. I trust that you will remember our past camaraderie and lend your support. Lin Qianlu spoke with deliberate grace. Within the realm of my capabilities, I shall certainly offer my utmost assistance. The exchange of 5,000 taels for a promise is, for Chen Huayan at present, an unequivocal gain. As for what lies ahead, he remains uncertain. However, without this sum, the forthcoming expenses of his cultivation would be insurmountable. Miss Lin, it is getting late. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Indeed, you are now a junior officer of the town military division, busy with official duties. I shall not keep you from your meal. When you find leisure, do visit my residence. I shall ensure you are well received. Thank you, Miss Lin. In a few days, I will certainly pay a visit. Having received such a benefit, Chen Huayan was eager to excuse himself and depart. After his exit, Lin Qianliu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Reflecting her amusement, he is quite an intriguing individual. Eldest sister, do you not think 5,000 taels is rather excessive? Lin Baiong inquired. While he held Chen Huayan in high regard, having already allocated 3 members from the herbalist team and dividing the apothecary's earnings, this gesture seemed ample. The prowess of Zhao Baihu is indeed formidable, yet the Lin family possesses its own lineage within the town military division, holding a status not far beneath his. Such sums are trifles. Consider them as a means to forge a benevolent connection. Their father, advanced in years, has grown somewhat muddled. Yet he clings stubbornly to the fish stall and meat shop. At his age, he ought to be enjoying a life of peace and leisure. Lin Qianlu paid little heed to the 5,000 taels bestowed. Instead, she shifted her thoughts to the family's other 2 enterprises. The Lin family's apothecary is the largest, spanning 7 counties in Jiangling Prefecture, with branches even in the county seat of Jiangling. Yet its overall profits pale in comparison to those of the meat shop and fish stall located solely within Fengling County. The relative profitability of fish stalls and butcher shops tends to be higher. Within Fengling County, aside from the herbalists in Zenwusi, who consume a significant amount of herbs yet sell little on ordinary days, the herbs supplied to Zenwusi, after accounting for the foragers, preservation, and the costs of maintaining the team of swordsmen, merely cover the cost price. As for the apothecaries in neighboring counties, due to the expenses of long-distance transport, hiring escorts, and various protection fees, they too can only scrape by. In contrast, fish stalls and butcher shops experience a greater demand. When market conditions improve, they can raise prices, allowing butchers and fishermen to reap additional profits. The old master of the Lin family has maintained control over these two enterprises, employing only his most trusted confidants. The fish stalls and butcher shops are truly the lifeblood of the old gentleman. He would never relinquish them easily. Lin Baiong remarked, "Nothing is impossible." Lin Xianlu narrowed her eyes and continued, "Did you not recently acquire the dragon scale vine and gift it to young Master Zhao?" "Indeed. Young Master Zhao has already entered seclusion," Lin Baiong quickly replied. "Then write a letter to young Master Zhao." "Write a letter?" Lin Baiong had only spoken half of his thought when Lin Xianlu had already produced a letter from her sleeve. "I have prepared it for you." Chen Huayan departed from the Lin family estate and hastened to the firewood market in the West City. Recently, Li Ruoyue had arranged a separate residence north of the firewood market for her mother to recuperate, informing her father that she would be staying there with her mother. This residence was rather modest, far inferior to Chen Huayan's estate on Youchang Street in the northern part of the city, but it served adequately for temporary lodging. He had already treated Li Ruoyue's mother, Sun Lan, with silver needle techniques 3 times, and she had begun taking herbal medicine for her recovery. In truth, Sun Lan's ailment had already healed, yet Chen Huayan, not having obtained the information he sought, had exaggerated the potential risks of her condition. Before Sun Lan and her daughter, Chen Huayan appeared as a modest and reticent individual. In reality, he was a person of few words, having lived 2 lives. For speaking too openly often led to undesirable outcomes. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Huayan gently tapped on the door of the separate residence of the Li mother and daughter. Coincidentally, Li Ruoyue was preparing to return to the Li residence in the inner city to pay a visit to her father, having not returned for 2 to 3 days. "Are you a Lu?" Upon seeing Chen Huayan don a new outfit, his demeanor greatly transformed. Li Ruoyue found him somewhat unrecognizable. Yet the familiar medicine basket on his back was unmistakable. "Miss Li, I have been rather occupied these past few days and could not spare the time." Chen Huayan's face bore an expression of apology. "It is of no consequence. My mother has been in much better spirits lately." "I presume you have now become a small flag officer in Zenwusi?" Li Ruoyue, observing the present Chen Huayan, felt a sudden tumult of emotions and, after a lengthy conversation, was taken aback upon noticing the insignia at his waist. Chapter 64, Curing Old Ailments. Sun Lan recalls the past, separate realms, moon-like floating water weeds. In the separate residence in the West City, Li Ruoyue had over 20 servants, keeping the place impeccably clean. Chen Huayan accompanied Li Ruoyue to the residence of Madame Sun Lan. The 4 prominent families of Fengling County have long maintained intermarriages for the sake of mutual benefit. The current patriarch of the Li family, Li Wenyuan, is united in marriage with the legitimate daughter of the Sun family, Sun Lan. Originally a maid brought by the legitimate daughter Sun Chouyu, later adopted the surname Sun due to her remarkable beauty and astute demeanor. She won the affection of both Li Wenyuan and Sun Chouyu, eventually becoming a concubine 20 years ago and giving birth to Li Ruoyue 2 years later. Though now in her 40s, Sun Lan retains her charm, and her graceful mannerisms leave no room for criticism. Congratulations, young Master Lu, on your promotion to a minor officer. Henceforth, you shall be addressed as Officer Lu. Sun Lan was indoors, tending to potted plants. Despite the winter chill, the flowers inside were in full bloom, a testament to her passion for nurturing them. "Madam Li, you jest. I am merely fortunate to have caught the eye of General Zhao, who has graciously accepted me as a personal disciple despite my humble talents." "General Zhao? A personal disciple? This bodes well for you, Lord Chen." Sun Lan was momentarily taken aback. Having been with the Li family for many years, she was well versed in the affairs of the 4 prominent families. Zhao Baihu, the esteemed general of the Town Marshal Division, was one of the most formidable figures in all of Fengling County, and he had only taken in 3 personal disciples over the decades. The fact that he had chosen this outsider was a testament to Chen Huayan's exceptional qualities. Moreover, through their interactions, Sun Lan had discerned that Chen Huayan was indeed no ordinary individual. He was simply fortunate. "How has Madame Li been feeling lately?" Chen Huayan inquired. completely rejuvenated. She should be fully recovered. Indeed, with just a couple more acupuncture sessions, all should be well. That cannot be. You are now the minor officer of the town martial division and a personal disciple of General Zhao. How could I impose such labor upon you? Though referred to as Madam Li, Sun Lan had once been a servant of the Sun family. Even as a concubine of Li Wenyuan, her status remained humble. Yet, thanks to Li Wenyuan's affection, her standing within the household had improved, and she had a dutiful daughter in Li Ruyue. Upon leaving the Li residence, her standing was slightly higher than that of the martial flag officers of the town martial division, but it was still significantly lower than the status of a personal disciple of Zhao Baihu. Madam Li, there is no need for such formalities. Here, you are not a minor officer of the town martial division, but merely a friend of Miss Li, Chen Lu. Chen Huayan said earnestly. Li Ruyue, standing nearby, felt her cheeks flush with color once more. Ruyue, what is it, mother? Officer Chen requires some time to administer acupuncture. You should return home and inform father. This is of utmost importance. Very well, I shall return at once. Li Ruyue nodded obediently, casting a glance at Chen Huayan before gracefully retreating and closing the door behind her. I appreciate your efforts, Officer Chen. Madam Li, you are too kind. Please, do rest comfortably. Chen Huayan extracted a silver needle and gently inserted it into Sun Lan's acupoint. Chen Shaoqi, if you have any inquiries, please feel free to ask. After this needle treatment, I shall return to the Li residence and may not venture out again, Sun Lan murmured, her eyes slightly closed. Having spent many years at the Li residence, she had cultivated a keen intellect and an ability to read the room, earning her a position of favor far superior to that of her fellow servants. Through their interactions, she discerned that Chen Huayan had ulterior motives. Rest assured, Chen Shaoqi, I know what should be disclosed and what should not. In truth, this matter was prompted by my master's inquiry regarding the recent circumstances of Lady Li Qingyao of the Li family, Chen Huayan stated. Zhao Wuling was also one of Chen Huayan's mentors, and his assertion was not entirely false. Others might instinctively assume it was Zhao Baihu who inquired. Lady Li Qingyao was the legitimate daughter of the Li clan, once promised in marriage to Zhao Wuling, the third son of the Zhao family. They were once deeply enamored. Childhood sweethearts, but Zhao Wuling's subsequent heinous actions led to the dissolution of their betrothal. At that time, as the eldest brother, Zhao Baihu supported Zhao Wuling, but alas, Wuling's actions jeopardized the very foundation of the four great families' control over Foling County, rendering him intolerable. After Zhao Wuling was deposed, many presumed him dead. Lady Lin Qingyao attempted to take her own life multiple times, only to be rescued by the Li family. Eventually, it was Zhao Baihu who sought her out, calming her enough to confine herself within the depths of the Li estate. When these events transpired, Sun Lan was still with the Sun family, and upon entering the Li family, she had heard fragments regarding Lady Li Qingyao, but understood little. Moreover, the elderly master of the Li family strictly forbade discussions about Lin Qingyao. All Sun Lan knew was that she currently resided in the inner city, within the Xingtsui building of the Li family's back courtyard. Lady Tai resides in Xingtsui building and has not been seen outside for decades. Is she still alive? She must be, though I have never laid eyes upon her. Sun Lan shared all that she knew with Chen Huayan. Thank you, Lady Li. These matters are not particularly confidential. The people of the Li family are generally aware, yet discussions about the Tai lady are considered taboo and should not be taken lightly. By divulging this much, I am risking punishment from my master and mistress. Aliu was cognizant of the implications, and as Chen Huayan was about to continue, Sun Lan raised her hand, interrupting him. Chen Shaoqi, I have but one request. Please, Lady Li, speak. In the future, may our encounters with Ruyue be few. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Lan steeled herself and implored Chen Huayan with earnest eyes. Chen Huayan, having no particular feelings for Li Ruyue, mistakenly believed that Sun Lan was concerned about his background. Without hesitation, he acquiesced to her request. Shortly thereafter, Chen Huayan departed from the courtyard, making his way to his residence on Yongchang Street. After midday, Li Ruyue hurried back to the courtyard, weary from her travels. Has Chen Shaoqi left? Yes, he has. Did he say anything? Nothing of significance. Upon my arrival, I noticed the servants outside busily packing luggage. Well, since my health has improved, it is time to return to the manor. There is no longer a need for convalescence here. No more acupuncture? Indeed, it is unnecessary. A brief exchange occurred between mother and daughter. Li Ruyue, being an astute individual, discerned her mother's slightly unusual demeanor. Mother, is something amiss? From this day forth, you are not to meet with Officer Chen Shaoqi. Sun Lan stated solemnly to Li Ruoyue. Ah, why is that? Li Ruoyue just turned 18. Was at the tender age of blossoming affection. In Fengling County, social hierarchy is rigidly observed, with great emphasis placed on matching social standings. Differing identities and perspectives breed incompatibility. And even if they were to unite, happiness would elude them. Mother, though I am favored by father, I am aware of my status as a concubine born. Officer Qin Shaoqi was once of lowly origin, yet he has shed his status as a vagrant and now belongs to a respectable family. Li Ruoyue fervently defended her feelings. As the offspring of a prominent family, marriages are seldom dictated by personal desire. However, should you genuinely harbor affection, a suitable match would warrant a mother's utmost efforts in planning. Yet, Officer Chun is unattainable for you. Is it solely because he is now a minor officer? He is currently a distinguished disciple of General Zhao, an honor reserved for the scions of the four great families. In such a position, he will either rise to great heights or perish amidst envy. Furthermore, there is the matter of Chun Huayan inquiring about great-aunt Lin Qingyao. Although Sun Lan was uncertain of Qin Huayan's intentions, she sensed he would not remain idle. I too have traversed your age and understand the thoughts of young maidens. Officer Qin Shaoqi is well regarded, known for his benevolence, and possesses a commendable appearance. Likely exceptional in his cultivation, for otherwise, General Zhao would not have taken notice. Such a man is destined to be beyond your reach. If there is blame to be placed, let it rest upon me for not providing you with a better lineage. Chapter 65. The innate herbalist in front of Qin Huayan's residence on Youchang Street. 7 or 8 individuals stood, a few resembling porters, shivering in the cold wind. Surely, Officer Qin Shaoqi has not returned to the town's marshal office? Ho Sanlang glanced at the tightly shut door. Previously, after soaking in the herbal baths provided by Qin Huayan, his constitution had considerably improved. However, since Qin Huayan departed from Baikeiju, their medicinal baths ceased and their rations plummeted, leaving them nearly starving each day. In truth, their circumstances were far better than those of ordinary herbalists, as they at least had a warm place to stay. Yet, in comparison to their previous situation, the disparity was stark, and none among the 5 in the herbal gathering could forget Qin Huayan. This time, Lin Qianlu ordered the reassignment of 3 individuals from the herbal gathering to serve Qin Huayan. Ultimately, Guodachuan, Ho Sanlang, and we were selected and accompanied those delivering silver to Qin Huayan's residence. Before their departure, the master specifically instructed that the silver be delivered to Officer Qin Shaoqi's residence. Guodachuan shook his head. Yet they had waited at the location for nearly an hour without a sign of Qin Huayan. Uncertain of what the future holds, Wu Yu quietly remarked. I wonder how Officer Qin Shaoqi will accommodate us. While at Baichao residence, Qin Shaoqi treated us fairly well. It is likely he will not be too harsh. Ho Sanlang speculated. Yet, people's natures are prone to change. Once, he was merely Chun, the leader of the herb-gathering team, albeit above us in rank. He was still a gatherer himself. Now, he has ascended to the lofty position of Officer Qin Shaoqi of the town marshal office, a figure we can only look up to. Moreover, those who cultivate their skills require substantial wealth. Wu Yu expressed his concerns. The previously buoyant spirits of Guodachuan and Ho Sanlang plummeted upon hearing Wu Yu's analysis. One's position dictates one's attitude toward actions. They suddenly realized that Qin Huayan had reached an unattainable height. We are but lowly wanderers, possessing only a modicum of skill beyond that of an ordinary herb gatherer. Yet, no matter how capable we are, we remain commoners. What defines a commoner? It is the lack of control over one's fate and circumstances. In Fengling County, there exists but one Officer Qin Shaoqi. We can only resign ourselves to fate, hoping he might grant us shelter and a morsel to eat, which would indeed be a great favor. Guodachuan sighed heavily. Before long, half an hour had passed, and the group was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Perhaps I should go to the town marshal office to inquire? Ho Sanlang suggested. Have you lost your mind? As commoners, to approach the town marshal office is a death sentence. Guodachuan admonished sternly. Yet, if we remain here, we shall soon freeze to death. Ho Sanlang trembled as he spoke, while Wu Yu, having fallen silent, tightly shut his eyes, frost already adorning his lashes. What dreadful weather! Guodachuan glanced upward as snowflakes began to fall. When did you arrive? I thought it would be later before you came. A voice, like a celestial melody, resonated in their ears. Officer Shaoqi. Ho Sanlang's eyes widened in astonishment, hastily bowing, but his frozen limbs rendered him immobile, causing him to collapse into the snow. I apologize for the wait. Come inside to warm yourselves. Chun Huayan lifted a hand, exerting a gentle force to assist the faltering Ho Samling back onto his feet. As he opened the courtyard doors, the group followed Chun Huayan into the expansive residence. 3 chests of silver were placed within the eastern wing, and Chun Huayan distributed several hundred coins as a reward for the porters, instructing them to return to their employer with the news. Guadachuan, Ho Samling. And Wu Yu accompanied Chun Huayan into the main hall. Previously, when Chun Huayan resided alone in the eastern room, he had visited the empty hall a few times, which contained only a few chairs. Seated in one of the chairs, Chun Huayan surveyed the 3, who were silent as the grave. I will be residing at the town marshal office for a while. You shall stay here for the time being. Use these 5 taels of silver as you see fit. Do not be overly frugal. There is a medicinal garden in the back courtyard that requires careful tending. Moreover, do not neglect your skills. After this winter, I will take you into the mountains to gather herbs. We are not strangers to one another. You are well aware of my temperament. I assure you, I will not treat you unjustly in terms of sustenance and necessities. However, the prerequisite is that you must demonstrate your worth to me. I do not harbor idle individuals. These 3 individuals are now truly my subordinates, and it is imperative to establish clear rules. As for their ulterior motives, or whether they are spies sent by the Lin family, Chun Huayan remains indifferent. As long as they can accomplish the tasks assigned to them, that suffices. Rest assured, 6th Master, we shall exert our utmost efforts. The 3 replied earnestly. Chun Huayan's primary objective upon returning was to retrieve the alchemical furnace, a rather costly acquisition. Within the town marshal division, there exists a dedicated alchemy pavilion, housing various sizes of furnaces, even containing a unique flame known as earth core fire, ideal for alchemical processes. However, each visit to the alchemy pavilion incurs a fee of 2 taels of silver, which is often insufficient for the handling charges unless one is crafting rare elixirs. Thus, it is more prudent to utilize one's own furnace. Before departing the residence, Chun Huayan visited the backyard to inspect the medicinal herbs he had previously cultivated. Some high-value herbs struggled to survive after transplantation, particularly in the current frigid weather. Nevertheless, the herbs in the backyard thrived vigorously. These were cultivated from seeds he had nurtured in the spirit garden before transplanting them into his backyard herb garden. Although lacking the technological advantages of a past life, these herbs had persevered, perhaps due to the seeds being bred in the spirit garden. Tiger bone grass. Can it truly be cultivated? How is that possible? Wu Yu followed closely behind Chun Huayan into the backyard. Not only Wu Yu, but Guadachuan and Ho Samling also wore expressions of astonishment. Previously, the herbal resources of Fulong Mountain seemed inexhaustible, and no one considered cultivating them themselves. However, as time passed, the number of herbal gatherers increased, and apart from the core areas and some exceedingly perilous locations, nearly all accessible herbs had been depleted. Beginning over a century ago, the Lin family embarked on research into cultivation, yet decades later, apart from a few insignificant herbs, they had failed to grow any that were beneficial for cultivation, even the most basic varieties. The Lin family expended vast amounts of manpower, resources, and finances, with the assistance of the other 3 prominent families, yet they ultimately met with failure. Consequently, no one in Foling County pursued the cultivation of medicinal herbs thereafter. Yet, in Chun Huayan's backyard herb garden, an astonishing variety of herbs had flourished. 6th Master, did you cultivate all of these? Guadachuan gazed at Chun Huayan in disbelief. What is the matter? Chun Huayan found nothing particularly remarkable about it. How did you accomplish this? Wu Yu also turned to Chun Huayan. It requires some special ritualistic techniques. Chun Huayan replied casually. Previously, the Lin family had offered a bounty. If anyone could cultivate medicinal herbs, they would receive 10,000 taels of gold. Ho Samling promptly added. Is that so? Chun Huayan was oblivious to this. It was a matter from 2 or 3 decades ago, after enduring a prolonged period of failure. The 4 prominent families of Foling County had entirely relinquished their efforts. However, it remained uncertain whether the current bounty was still valid. Guadachuan nodded in acknowledgement, dismissing the matter as mere trivialities unworthy of serious consideration. Chun Huayan shook his head. The 3 individuals, upon hearing this, ceased their discussions and cautiously approached to examine the herbs, fearful of damaging them. They are not so delicate. With regular watering, weeding, and pruning, they will thrive. Chun Huayan explained, demonstrating the basics. Yet, each type of herb possessed distinct characteristics, necessitating careful differentiation. Behind him, Luo Yunshuang scrutinized the herb garden with a hint of surprise. This little sixth brother truly had some skill, managing to cultivate dragonbeard grass in such a place. Recently, due to a backlash from her spiritual consciousness, Luo Yunshuang had been unable to pay attention to Chen Huayan's activities, only recalling that he had planted some herbs, which to her had seemed no different from wild weeds. However, dragonbeard grass was exceptional. It was a semi-spiritual herb capable of aiding practitioners in transcending the qi refinement stage. Based on Luo Yunshuang's experience, the reason Fengling County struggled to cultivate herbs was straightforward. The spiritual energy here was exceedingly thin. In areas rich in spiritual energy, under specific conditions, energy clusters would form, resembling an invisible tornado that generated a powerful suction, drawing in surrounding spiritual energy. Most of the spiritual energy in Fengling County had been absorbed by Fulong Mountain, leaving the land barren and incapable of nurturing herbs that could assist in cultivation. How peculiar. How had he managed this? Was he a natural herbalist? Luo Yunshuang pondered internally. In the Central State's immortal court, there were fishermen, though they fished for fish demons, and herbalists who sought spiritual herbs. As one's cultivation advanced, ordinary spiritual herbs became ineffective, necessitating the use of rarer and more precious varieties. Such herbs were often elusive, and individuals from prestigious families like Luo Yunshuang devoted all their energy to cultivation, relying on herbalists for the spiritual herbs they required. Some herbalists understood cultivation techniques and would nurture spiritual herbs in areas rich in spiritual energy. However, cultivating these herbs required long-term care and management, with time costs soaring into centuries, often demanding the efforts of 2 or 3 generations, albeit with greater safety. The immortal court possessed numerous celestial gardens. Once he regained his strength and returned to the court, it would be far better to entrust those gardens to the little sixth brother than to leave them in the hands of incompetents. Luo Yunshuang began to strategize the future development path for Chen Huayan. Meanwhile, Chen Huayan had already conveyed all the necessary care instructions for the herbs to Guadachuan and the other 2, who diligently took notes. You may reside here. I will return in due time to check on things. There are plenty of houses in the backyard. Feel free to choose any, as long as you avoid the eastern wing. Chapter 66. The Immortal and the Official, Legends of Zhangzhou. As dusk approached, Chen Huayan returned to the town military office, accompanied by several porters who carried a pill furnace and 3 large chests. Due to the restrictions on outsiders entering the office, the porters could only leave the items at the entrance. After giving them some money, Chen Huayan transported the furnace and chests to his residence. After a day of arduous effort, he reaped substantial rewards: 5,000 taels of silver, a pharmacy, and news about his master's wife, confirming that she was still alive. Young Master Lu, dinner is ready. Old Biao knocked on the door a few times and announced, All right, I shall come. Chen Huayan dragged the 3 chests of silver beneath the bed, took the infant girl, and followed Old Biao to the back hall, where a lavish spread awaited them. Master said these are all nourishing dishes, beneficial for the body. I cannot finish them all, so Uncle Biao should partake as well. Young Master Lu, my old body is like a bottomless pot. No matter how many good things are poured in, they cannot be retained, only wasted. Besides, I have already dined. Noticing Old Biao's polite refusal, Chen Huayan remained silent. He had not eaten anything all day, saving his appetite for this feast, for every morsel represented a hard-earned expense. Uncle Biao, I eat slowly. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to go ahead. If not, you may rest here for a while. Seeing Uncle Biao standing nearby, Chen Huayan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Night had fallen, and there was little else to do. Young Master Lu, I shall keep an eye on the little girl while you dine in peace. Chen Huayan entrusted the infant to Old Biao, who produced specially prepared beast milk and began to feed her. These dishes are indeed delightful, but I wonder what they are? Chen Huayan inquired tentatively while savoring his meal. That is steamed blood from a red dragon over 50 years old from the Qishui River. I've indulged in it many times myself. Back then, I lacked your composure and, after consuming it, sought out the fragrant pavilion, resulting in a 3-day and 3-night debacle. It was truly chaotic. Given that Zhao Baihu had taken Chen Huayan as his personal disciple, Old Biao felt no need to conceal anything unrelated to the core secrets of the town military office. No wonder, after last night's feast, his blood surged, and he had to circulate his qi techniques all night to calm down. Chen Huayan scooped up a large portion of the steamed blood with his spoon. Some individuals are inherently suited for cultivation, able to remain unfocused. Old Biao glanced at Chen Huayan, a flicker of envy in his eyes. Chen Huayan, however, felt little of it. After all, he had encountered many teachers and those who practiced dark arts in his past life. In his rebirth, his paramount concern was addressing the issue of survival. Struggling at the bottom, there was but one path to demise. Only through relentless enhancement of his strength could he hope to endure and live like a true human being. Chen Huayan possessed a life that was more than that of others, although it spanned merely over 2 decades. The experiences he had encountered far surpassed those of the inhabitants of this world, thus rendering his thought process distinctively unique. Uncle Biao, is it true that the esteemed families of the 3rd rank in cultivation, along with court officials and royal kin, genuinely exist? Indeed, they do exist. The connection between the immortal and the official status is a significant matter sanctioned by the immortal court of Zhongzhou. Upon reaching the divine sea realm, one can receive the court's recognition, and those who cultivate to even higher realms may visit Zhongzhou to pay respects to the sage, without needing to kneel or bow. The divine sea realm? Does this imply that my master has already been acknowledged? Chen Huayan inquired. Not quite. The elder is somewhat advanced in age. Even if he were to travel to Zhongzhou, the gains would be minimal, and he is reluctant to leave his home. However, young 6th master, with your remarkable intellect, you may venture further. If the opportunity arises, you must leave Fengling County to explore Jiangling Prefecture, Qitian Mansion, or even the immortal court of Zhongzhou. Uncle Biao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it essential to leave Fengling County for cultivation? Naturally, if you aspire to progress further in your cultivation journey. This place cannot be your sanctuary. Did my master also cultivate outside back in the day? Indeed, the elder has visited Qitian Mansion and has traveled to several other prefectures. Over 20 years ago, due to certain circumstances and a lack of hope for breakthroughs, he returned to Fengling County and re-entered the Jinwu Division. Uncle Biao nodded. With a formidable master like him overseeing, the people from Black Dragon Village would surely meet their demise if they dared to invade, wouldn't they? Within Fengling County, even those at the blood condensation stage are considered strong, and beings like Zhao Baihu, who possess the power of the divine sea. How could Black Dragon Village possibly harbor such strength? Chen Huayan expressed his disbelief. Logically, the people of Black Dragon Village could never destabilize Fengling County, especially with the elder in command. Should they dare to approach, they would be annihilated. This is something the Black Dragon Village members are well aware of. However, their collusion with the forces of the Luo Tian outer path complicates matters. Moreover, the elder is, after all, advanced in age, Uncle Biao sighed. Chen Huayan nodded. While Black Dragon Village alone posed little threat, the involvement of the Luo Tian outer path made the situation precarious. Soon, Chen Huayan finished his dinner. Ensuring even the bottom of the plates was spotless, Uncle Biao glanced at it, feeling confident enough to inform the servants that there was no need to wash the dishes tonight. Young 6th master, rest for half an hour, then commence your medicinal bath. Today, an additional herb was added, necessitating 3 taels of silver extra. 3 taels of silver? What kind of herb is so costly? Chen Huayan felt a pang of reluctance. Did not young 6th master just acquire 5,000 taels from the Lin family? This is but a trifling sum. Uncle Biao had already lulled the infant to sleep. Chen Huayan sighed. Even though the Jinwu division was gravely weakened, he remained acutely aware of the happenings in Fengling County. He had received 5,000 taels from Lin Qianlu that very morning, and it was immediately known to him. Yet, he was uncertain about inquiring into Sunland's matters. Given the tumultuous state of Fengling County, it seemed unlikely that there would be many idle individuals to concern themselves with such affairs. He harbored a flicker of hope. Even if the truth were to come to light, his master, Zhao Baihu, would shield him. His immediate priority was to focus on his cultivation. With a splash, Chen Huayan immersed himself in the wooden tub, where he directly sensed the flow of spiritual energy enveloping him. Lao Biao stood at the doorway, adhering to Zhao Baihu's instructions, and shared a few insights regarding the principles of the qi cultivation technique. However, Chen Huayan found the technique inscribed on his sweat towel to be vastly superior and considerably more detailed. Thus he merely listened attentively and continued to practice the technique from the towel, circulating his energy through the great circulation. Young master, the master has instructed that you should refrain from leaving the Jinwu division for the time being, as there is some unrest outside. Beneath the Jinwu division, besides the dungeon, there is a library containing numerous rare texts not found elsewhere. If you find yourself with idle time, you may find it an enjoyable diversion. Lao Biao added, placing a set of keys on the table in the main hall before taking his leave. After completing a full cycle of the great circulation in the tub, Chen Huayan had significantly reduced the duration of his practice to half an hour. At this point, the medicinal effects in the tub had been entirely absorbed. He dried himself off, retrieved the keys from the main hall, ascended to the 2nd floor, and sat by the bedside with his eyes gently closed. He found himself before his spiritual garden. The herbs of Foling County were largely unsuitable for artificial cultivation. However, the branches or seeds cultivated here could thrive if taken outside. The medicinal garden behind the Jinwu division had fallen into disrepair. If it could be put to use to grow some herbs, it could yield a substantial income, whether sold within the Jinwu division or in external apothecaries. Yet, the dilemma remained. How could he explain his ability to cultivate these herbs? Qin Huayan pondered this conundrum. Previously, he had casually misled Guadachuan and his companions by claiming he possessed certain ritualistic techniques, which sufficed for them. But the members of the four prominent families were astute. Could they be deceived? Opening his eyes, he retrieved the pharmacopoeia from the herb basket and diligently perused it for some time. He then proceeded to his study and inscribed a line of small characters on a blank page, to nourish the spirit with blood, to cultivate the soul with qi. Through 3 burns and 9 refinements, one may attain the essence of medicine that traverses the realms of the living and the dead, by soaking seeds in blood, nurturing them with spiritual energy, and applying low-temperature charcoal heat. These seeds could be planted in the earth. Qin Huayan had crafted a method that appeared quite credible. Should others inquire how he accomplished this, he would simply attribute it to a secret technique passed down by his ancestors. This method could even be generously offered to the Lin family, although it would require blood from the Qin lineage and could only be drawn once a month. A second extraction within the same month would prove ineffective and necessitate a month of recuperation. After much contemplation, Qin Huayan finally devised a rationale. Although it bore some imperfections, he had Zhao Baihu backing him, and procuring only low-grade herbs would likely escape the scrutiny of those in higher echelons. He, too, sought to amass more silver. For if he truly embarked on the path of cultivation, the 5,000 taels he possessed would scarcely sustain him for but a few days. Without a steady influx of wealth, he would inevitably find himself in dire straits. In the ensuing days, aside from his cultivation, Qin Huayan ventured to the rear mountains of the town marshal office to cultivate the barren land and to revive the abandoned medicinal gardens. Occasionally, he would visit the library beneath the town marshal office to peruse an intriguing tome of unusual tales, leading to a rather leisurely existence. The collection within the town marshal office was extraordinary. The paper employed was impervious to fire and water, and even one at the qi refinement level, like Qin Huayan, could not tear a single page despite exerting all his strength. Of course, these were merely words from old Biao, and Qin Huayan dared not put them to the test. Should he tear a page, even with Zhao Baihu's protection ensuring his life would not be at risk, he would still be burdened with an enormous debt. Carrying an infant girl, Qin Huayan entered the library, which comprised 2 chambers, the inner one housing the manuals of techniques, while the outer one contained unusual tales. He had already perused the manuals, as old Biao had informed him that the qi refinement technique and the 8 extremities shaking the mountain, imparted by Zhao Baihu, were the most formidable martial arts within the entirety of Fengling County. There was no need to delve into other techniques, as that would only squander his time. Having examined several martial skills, he found old Biao's claims to be accurate. In martial arts, it is not the quantity of skills that matters, but their refinement. Mastering a single technique to perfection is far superior to merely achieving the basics or moderate success in 10. Could the travels of the White Tiger truly be authored by my master? He pondered. The library boasted nearly 100 shelves, brimming with countless volumes, and as he casually selected one, he began to leaf through it. The Great Xia Celestial Dynasty consists of 5 divine regions: the Northern Yun Province, the Western Ning Province, the Southern Qi Province, the Eastern Qing Province, and the Central Zheng Province. The Celestial Court governs these regions, overseeing the myriad lands, bestowing the path of eternal life upon the world, and fostering the flourishing of the Great Tao. The opening passages were somewhat vague, filled predominantly with praise. One could hardly anticipate that his master's skill in flattery had reached such heights. What is flattery, one might ask? In our Zhong Province Celestial Court, we eradicate demons and safeguard the peace of billions. Upon hearing Qin Huayan's assessment, Luo Yunshuang was decidedly displeased. Chapter 67, Bottlenecks in the Qi Luck Dantian. Contending for opportunities in the Fengling Grand Competition. No wonder the Celestial Court dared to grant such autonomy. Fengling County lacks even a government office. The Zheng Province Celestial Court controls the world's spiritual veins, and upon entering the Divine Sea Realm, one must journey to the Celestial Court for recognition, lest they be unable to continue their cultivation. All resources are held firmly within the grasp of the Celestial Court, in places like Fengling County. It suffices to send someone to collect taxes regularly, while the lives of the common folk are of no concern to anyone. Chen Huayan did not harbor pity for those at the bottom. Rather, having ascended from such depths, he comprehended the arduousness of their plight, prompting his reflections. Had he not possessed a spiritual garden, nor the techniques and elixirs left by that mysterious benefactor, or encountered his first master, Zhao Wuling, he would not have attained his current position. Under normal circumstances, someone of his background would never have discovered the path of cultivation. It is precisely for this reason that the world remains sufficiently stable, with only those deviant paths posing a formidable challenge. Chen Huayan's thoughts merely flickered through his mind, unvoiced. As he continued to peruse the book in his hands, the recorded tales of majestic mountains, rivers, and extraordinary events deeply captivated him. It appeared that in the central plains immortal court, there existed gatherers of herbs, fishermen, and alchemists. It seemed imperative not to abandon the skill of herb gathering. Should he ever venture to the central plains, even in a state of destitution, he would possess a means of sustenance. Previously, he had believed that beyond Fengling County, the profession of herb gatherers ceased to exist. He had thought that the legendary Central Plains Immortal Court was populated solely by celestial beings and powerful figures. However, this book revealed that every place has its own hierarchy, and the Central Plains Immortal Court was no exception, with a true master present. How could one merely serve as a herb gatherer in the Immortal Court? It would be a gross underutilization of talent. Within a decade, or at most 2, he would reclaim his former glory. By then, those 5 esteemed masters of his would also become your mentors. Meanwhile, Luo Yunchuang was still contemplating bestowing titles and honors upon Chen Huayan, though regrettably, she could not articulate her thoughts, and Chen Huayan remained unaware. The snippets from the travelogue enriched Chen Huayan's understanding of this world. However, those matters still felt too distant for him, merely a diversion from ennui. In a mere 2 days, the 12th month would commence, and Chen Huayan found himself at an impasse in cultivating his qi. Overcoming this barrier would allow him to channel qi into his organs. He possessed the methods for cultivation, yet he could not grasp the essence of it. Zhao Baihu had entered seclusion, leaving Chen Huayan to seek assistance from Old Biao. Has young Master Lu already begun channeling qi into his dantian? Old Biao inquired, somewhat surprised. For he believed Chen Huayan had only recently embarked on his cultivation journey. Although he had heard Chen Huayan mention sensing qi, he instinctively thought that Chen Huayan was merely practicing his muscles or bones, and that his ability to sense qi might be due to exceptional talent. Indeed, prior to joining the town guard, I trained alongside Brother Zhao for a period, during which I had already completed skin training. Chen Huayan nodded affirmatively. No wonder the master made an exception to accept you as a direct disciple. Old Biao returned to his usual demeanor, nodding slowly. Since you can already channel qi into your dantian, it is only a natural progression to guide it into your organs. Your current struggle lies in the purity of the qi within your dantian. The path of cultivation requires steady progress and a solid foundation. The recent medicinal baths have accelerated your growth too quickly, destabilizing your foundation. Old Biao analyzed. And how shall we resolve this? Chen Huayan inquired. Given your current situation, there are 2 methods to break through to channeling qi into your organs. Old Biao pondered for a moment before looking back at Chen Huayan. The first method is to continue circulating the qi cultivation technique through the small universe, solidifying the qi within your dantian. As long as the qi is sufficiently abundant, it will naturally flow throughout your body. This method requires time and is relatively slow. The second method involves refining qi induction pills, utilizing the power of the elixir to draw qi into your organs. All realms below the enlightenment stage can be aided by medicinal pills for breakthroughs. If 1 pill is insufficient, then 2. If 2 are insufficient, then 10. The consumption of elixirs may seem like a shortcut, however. It may potentially leave some hidden dangers for future breakthroughs. The choice, ultimately, lies in your own hands, as Old Biao thoroughly explained to Chen Huayan. Uncle Biao, how should this qi-enhancing pill be refined? Chen Huayan inquired. If you require it, I have some readily available for a price of 1,000 taels of silver each. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Huayan's pupils dilated slightly. During this period, he had spent nearly all of the 5,000 taels given by Lin Qianlu on medicinal baths and meals. Even considering the alchemy furnace in his possession, he could scarcely gather 200 taels. The asking price of 1,000 taels from Old Biao was indeed overwhelming for him. Old Biao discerned Chen Huayan's predicament. If you wish to refine it yourself, I can provide you with the formula, but it won't save you much money. By the way, this formula is not commonly shared. Only the disciples personally taught by the master are permitted to see it. Furthermore, once successfully refined, it can only be consumed by oneself and cannot be sold. Otherwise, old Biao's voice trailed off ominously. Understood. I still wish to see this formula. Chen Huayan insisted. Very well, I shall fetch it for you. Without hesitation, old Biao made his way to the main hall. After a brief interval, old Biao returned, holding a slip of paper. I have transcribed the formula for you. Study it well, and once you are finished, be sure to burn it. Chen Huayan nodded and accepted the paper. The formula for the qi-enhancing pill was relatively simple, consisting of only 3 types of herbs and half a cup of black tiger blood, which must be of a rare quality. Alu has noted it down. Chen Huayan returned the paper to old Biao, who promptly lit it ablaze. If you manage to gather all the materials, I can assist you in refining the pill for a fee of 5 taels of silver. This price is quite fair. Chen Huayan merely nodded in agreement. Thank you, Uncle Biao. Remember, in cultivation, one must not be overly hasty, lest inner demons arise. Old Biao cautioned. Your speed in cultivation is indeed remarkable. A rarity in the entirety of Fengling County. It would be prudent to take some time to rest. Although the New Year's grand competition was approaching, there was no need for concern, as the master did not place much importance on it. In truth, Chen Huayan had not given the upcoming competition much thought. He had nearly forgotten about it until old Biao mentioned it. Uncle Biao, could you elaborate on this New Year's grand competition? You know my humble origins. I have little opportunity to learn about such matters, Chen Huayan said, as he moved a chair to place behind old Biao. Observing the young man before him, with his demeanor and eloquence, old Biao felt an indescribable fondness. Had he possessed such cleverness in his youth, he might have secured a position in the town's martial office by now. Old Biao, as a servant of Zhao Baihu, while possessing considerable strength, was constrained by his status. The members of the Baihu banner treated him with superficial courtesy, yet Chen Huayan remained consistently respectful and even occasionally provided him with herbs for nourishment. During this period of leisure, I found myself inclined to converse with Chen Huayan and assist in overseeing the young girl. The new year marks the commencement of the year and is a day of utmost significance. Fengling County will host the most exuberant celebratory activities, featuring a variety of splendid performances. Within the inner city, the highlight is the competition of the 5 great flags. Though it bears a performative nature and demands restraint, it has, regrettably, claimed lives in previous years. As per tradition, Jiangling Prefecture will dispatch officials to inspect each county, and the contest of the 5 flags serves as an opportunity to showcase the prowess of the county's youthful generation. Those who emerge victorious will be richly rewarded, and their respective flags will receive substantial resources. This competition is specifically for the newly initiated disciples of the year. Zhao Baihu holds high expectations for his students and has refrained from accepting new disciples for over a decade. This effectively means he will forego participation, while the other 4 flags fervently compete. This year promises to be exceptionally intense. Firstly, the recent upheaval at Black Dragon Stronghold has stirred considerable attention. Thus, this contest aims to uplift spirits and demonstrate the potential of Fengling County's youth to the officials. Secondly, Jiangling Prefecture has appointed a new governor. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new subjects, and the officials have also been replaced. Naturally, they will strive to make a stellar impression before these new officials. Thirdly, the neighboring 3 counties, which have stationed troops here, will also be invited to the inner city, allowing them to witness the strength of Fengling County's young generation. After deliberation, the 4 prominent families have decided that the rewards for this contest will include rare elixirs and exquisite weapons, cherished for decades, to honor the victors. Are there any rules for the competition? There are no strict rules, as long as no hidden weapons or poisons are employed. The contest will commence 4 days in advance, with only one match on New Year's Day to determine the champion. Old Biao remarked, this year's rewards are exceptionally enticing. If young Master Lu secures a victory, he may swiftly catch up with young Master Shi. Is that so? What rewards are there? Chen Huayan expressed curiosity. You shall discover in due course. Old Biao is typically forthright, yet this time he spoke enigmatically. However, you must exercise caution with the Qinglong flag and Zhuke flag. The new disciples from these 2 flags were accepted at the beginning of the year and are touted as once-in-a-century prodigies. Their respective flag leaders regard them as treasures. And to this day, no one knows the true strength of those 2 disciples. Based on previous years' experiences, newly initiated disciples typically reach a maximum of the Qi refinement stage. They might employ certain unconventional methods to forcibly elevate the disciples' realms. There are myriad methods to enhance strength, One may cultivate steadily through innate talent, albeit at a slower pace. Yet this foundation is the most solid. Alternatively, the use of medicinal substances can hasten growth, but this may have significant repercussions on future cultivation limits. Naturally, if one utilizes rare natural treasures, combined with appropriate techniques, the negative impact can be considerably mitigated. However, employing such resources on disciples of average talent is often deemed wasteful. In most cases, crude methods and inferior medicines are resorted to in the pursuit of rapid enhancement of strength. The master has always dismissed such notions with a scoff. When the young master Xiao wed, the master did not permit him to participate in the grand competition. The master once remarked that young Xiao is his most gifted disciple, thus necessitating a solid foundation. He spent over 9 months merely practicing muscle training and an additional 2.5 years on energy cultivation. At that time, Zhao Xiao employed only the finest herbs and endured great hardships to establish a robust groundwork. Nowadays, Chun Huayan indulges in daily medicinal meals and herbal baths, leaving no room for negligence, thereby maximizing his physical potential without hindering future endeavors in cultivation. While others encounter a bottleneck in channeling energy to their dantian and occasionally resort to medicinal pills, solvable with mere silver, advancing to the blood condensation realm presents an insurmountable chasm. The guiding energy pills prepared for Chun Huayan are authentic elixirs, directing spiritual energy into the organs with minimal side effects. Old Biao, feeling somewhat parched, accepted the freshly brewed tea that Chun Huayan offered, taking a sip. What realm did the newly initiated disciples reach during the grand competition in previous years? Chun Huayan inquired. At most, they reached the 3rd level of energy cultivation, the spirit condensation stage. However, those with higher realms often exhibit lesser proficiency in martial skills. It is only after 7 or 8 years of practice that disciples like Young Lu, who have perfected the 8 extremities technique, can manage such feats. As long as Young Lu maximizes his martial skills, a 1 or 2 minor realm difference is inconsequential. Old Biao expressed his unwavering confidence in Chun Huayan. Chapter 68. Purchasing spirit herbs in the south and tiger whips in the west. Having obtained the formula for the guiding energy pill, Chun Huayan began pondering the acquisition of medicinal herbs. Approaching the depths of winter, despite several consecutive days of pleasant weather without a single snowflake in sight, the temperatures had indeed plummeted. He estimated it to be at least 20 degrees below zero, with only 1 day remaining until the 12th month. The new year drew ever closer. If the rewards were truly inadequate, the other 4 flags would not be so fervently vying for first place. Yet, Zhao Baihu, with his elevated realm, dismissed such trivialities, deeming them unnecessary. Although Zhao Baihu paid little heed to the paltry rewards of the 5-flag competition, Chun Huayan regarded them with great importance, for his family's wealth was meager, and even the legs of flies could be considered a feast. He wrapped the infant in an extra layer of cotton and placed her in the newly woven medicinal basket. Chun Huayan slung the basket over his back and exited the town marshal office. This basket, crafted by old Biao himself from silver iron vines, was indeed heavy but remarkably sturdy. Even with all his strength, it showed no signs of damage. Now that he had reached the energy cultivation realm, this burden was trivial, merely a form of physical training. Upon leaving the town marshal office, Chun Huayan's first destination was the residence located on Yongchang Street. Guadachuan and his companions had tidied the estate meticulously, and in the courtyard stood a large vat, home to several koi fish. This is a tale of fishermen who venture onto the Qishui River to carve through the ice, retrieving a total of 6 fish, each approximately 20 years old. These can be considered treasures. When steamed or boiled, they possess the potential to bolster one's health. Will you purchase them purely for their aesthetic appeal, believing they carry auspicious significance? Upon his return, Chun Huayan did not inform anyone, taking a brief glance around the front courtyard and the main hall. The windows were bright and clear, adorned with numerous ornaments and furniture, giving the place a semblance of liveliness, though he did not encounter Guadachuan or the others. As he continued toward the rear courtyard, he overheard voices. What happened? Another failure. Indeed. Why is it that the new seeds we bought in the same field failed to sprout? Could it be due to the cold weather? Yet those herbs are thriving without issue. Sixth Master has mentioned that his seeds underwent a special refining method that ordinary folk cannot replicate. It's best we leave it be. We can only tend to the herbs planted by Sixth Master. If anything goes awry, we would have no explanation to give him. Our sustenance has always been provided without hesitation by Sixth Master. After spending so much, he takes care of the 3 of us. Yet I feel uneasy in my lodgings and cannot eat with peace of mind. Indeed, this is absurd. When we had nothing, we longed for mere sustenance. And now that we have both food and shelter, we are more anxious than ever. It feels as though we are undeserving of such fortune. We have done nothing to earn it, and are thus plagued by worry. As the three conversed in front of the herb garden, they suddenly heard footsteps and turned in unison, startled and rising to their feet. Sixth Master, you have arrived. Yes. Has anything occurred recently? Chun Huayan nodded and slowly approached the herb garden. In response to Sixth Master, these herbs have matured and are ready for harvest. Guadachuan answered respectfully, while Ho Sanlang went to fetch a stone stool for Chun Huayan, and Wu Yu bowed and stood to the side. What is their total worth? Yesterday, we calculated that if sold at the apothecary, after deducting shares, we could obtain 300 or 400 taels. Guadachuan replied. Only 300 or 400 taels. Chun Huayan frowned slightly. Just months ago, 800 or 900 taels seemed a fortune to him. Yet now, 300 or 400 taels appeared paltry. Let us dig up these herbs and deliver them to the shop in the west of the city. Yes, Sixth Master, Guadachuan affirmed. Should we sell this batch of herbs? What shall we plant in this expansive garden? We have tried numerous herbs, yet none thrive. Wu Yu respectfully inquired. I have prepared the seeds, all of which have undergone refinement. Simply tend to them as instructed previously. Chun Huayan retrieved a bag of seeds and several herb seedlings from the basket. Focus on your tasks for now. I have matters to attend to. With that, Chun Huayan did not delay further, exiting the courtyard and making his way toward the southern part of the city. As noon approached, he arrived in front of the Shilin apothecary's shop in the southern district. Lin Xiang wore his signature smile, though he appeared considerably aged. Master Lu, you have arrived. In a mere 2 months, he had transformed from a commoner named Lu to Chun Baitu, then to Xiao Lu Gu, and now he was Chun Xiao Qiguan, Master Chun. To Chun Huayan, these 2 months felt interminable. He had ventured into Fulong Mountain 4 times, encountered Zhao Wuling while dispensing medicine, met individuals from the Luo Tian sect during the Xiaoyuan festival, visited the Jinwu division, and paid respects to Zhao Baihu. Each experience was fraught with peril, akin to walking on thin ice, and it had taken great effort to reach his current position and achieve mastery over the 8 extremes, culminating in the perfection of his skills. In Lin Xiang's eyes, however, he had been at this shop for over a decade, and 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Chun Huayan had undergone a profound transformation, leaving Lin Xiang with a sense of disconnection. Not long ago, he had considered taking Chen as his adopted son, yet now he felt as though Chen had ascended to heights beyond his reach. Uncle Xiang, do you have these 6 herbs? Chun Huayan presented a prescription listing 6 herbal names, 3 of which were his primary objective. These are all spiritual herbs. Lin Xiang glanced at the prescription. Indeed, my senior brother sustained some injuries during his mission to Fulong Mountain, and I have come to procure some spiritual herbs for him. Chun Huayan confirmed with a nod. I do have them, but they are rather expensive. The Tianqing orchid starts at 500 taels, and the others are priced at 300 to 400 taels each. Lin Xiang's brow furrowed. Is it truly so costly? My senior brother's funds are limited. Are there any more affordable options? Chun Huayan inquired, feeling somewhat distressed. There are cheaper options, but they are ineffective. What do you mean by that? To answer Master Lu, these 6 herbs fall under the category of quasi-spiritual herbs, requiring at least 50 years of growth to be effective. We have a few 10-year-old specimens in the shop, but those were hastily harvested by inexperienced youths. They may be cheap, only a dozen taels, but they are utterly useless. Lin Xiang sighed. The herbs have dried and are stored in a spirit box, preserved in relatively good condition. Lin Xiang replied. I shall take the 10-year-old ones. It is better than nothing. I will bring them back for my senior brother to examine, thus fulfilling my duty. Chun Huayan smiled in response. If Master Lu wishes to purchase them, I can certainly sell them to you. However, if these herbs prove ineffective, I assure you, I will not trouble Uncle Xiang. I trust Master Lu's character implicitly. Please wait a moment. I will fetch them for you. After the passage of a short time, Lin Xiang returned with 5 silk boxes. Master Lu, there are no younger specimens of the Tianqing orchid. The Tianqing orchid was not originally one of the 3 herbs, but rather a ruse devised by Chun Huayan. This Tianqing orchid is crucial. Let us proceed and package these 5 specimens. Chun Huayan hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to purchase the 5 herbs. Master Lu, the total is 67 taels. Could you offer a discount? This price is already beyond my authority. Not even a single tael less. Very well. I can reduce it to 66 taels for good fortune. Let us settle on 65. This ineffective herb cannot be sold. If I cannot make a decision, I shall inquire of Lord Lin. However, to disturb Lord Lin over such a trivial matter is unthinkable. No, sixth master, let it be 65 taels then. Lin Xiang gritted his teeth. Chen Huayan handed over the silver and carefully stored the herbs. He understood that even at 60 taels, the old dealer would still profit handsomely. Yet being excessively ruthless might draw unwanted attention. Although he was currently in need of money, it had not yet reached that level of desperation. Moreover, acquiring 800 or 900 taels worth of herbs for merely 65 taels was an extraordinary bargain. Of course, this was contingent upon his spiritual garden. For anyone else, they would have to honestly part with 800 or 900 taels to procure the herbs. Otherwise, they would need to cultivate diligently for a year or so to perhaps achieve a breakthrough. With 3 types of herbs complete, only half a cup of black tiger blood remained. Chen Huayan wandered through the southern part of the city for quite some time, finding shops that sold beast blood. But their quality paled in comparison to those in the west, and this black tiger blood was from a ferocious beast, which he could not refine into a spirit creature. Reluctantly, he made his way to the western part of the city. Sixth master, you have arrived. The steward, Li Fu, wrapped in a tattered overcoat and shivering, suddenly spotted Chen Huayan, who was leisurely walking past the firewood market with a herb basket on his back. Such individuals must possess keen awareness, as one must be observant and attentive. Lacking this skill would surely lead to unfavorable outcomes when dealing with esteemed gentlemen. Thus, as soon as Chen Huayan appeared, Li Fu noticed him, hastening to approach with utmost respect. Sixth master, what brings you here today? What do you wish to purchase? My senior brother, Officer Zhao Daqi, was recently wounded while eradicating bandits at Fulong Mountain. He has asked me to prepare some black tiger bones to help restore his health. Black tiger bones? The butcher has them. Allow me to take you there. Are they from a spirit creature? If they are from a ferocious beast, they would be of no use. Certainly they are. Li Fu replied promptly. Lead the way. After walking a few hundred steps, they arrived at the meat market adjacent to the blood market. Li Fu made a brief remark, and the owner immediately led them to a storeroom not far in the back. Several frozen corpses of spirit creatures lay rigidly, serving as a natural cold storage in the harsh winter. Such preservation would be impossible in summer. The black tiger slain last week is undoubtedly of spirit creature caliber. How much is a leg bone? Chen Huayan inquired. 300 taels. Can you spare some black tiger blood? My senior brother wishes to steam it for consumption. Certainly. And what of the black tiger whip? My senior brother desires to bolster his health. That would be 100 taels of silver. This item is typically reserved for the families of the elite, and as soon as it arrives, it is pre-ordered. However, if it is for your senior brother, I can cut off a piece. Very well, that amounts to 400 taels in total, correct? Precisely. Please charge it to my senior brother, Officer Zhao Shi. He will settle it by the end of the month at the latest. Chen Huayan did not possess such a sum at present. He would replenish this deficit once Guadachuan and the others sold the cultivated herbs. Since the conclusion of the bandit eradication, Chen Huayan had only learned from his master Zhao Baihu that Zhao Zhe had returned and was recuperating. However, to this day, he had yet to meet him. He had inquired once with Lao Biao, but received only vague responses, leading Chen Huayan to refrain from further probing. We have no precedent for credit here, sixth master. Yet now we find ourselves in such a situation. But 400 taels of silver is beyond Li Fu's authority. 400 taels is but a trifling sum. Consider it a gift for the young official Chen. A voice suddenly resonated behind him, and even Chen Huayan, having reached the realm of qi cultivation, did not perceive it in the slightest. Chapter 69. The heart of the wayward one concerned for his nephews. Chen A. Lu offers comfort. In the western part of the city, at the meat market, Li Chenglang, fanning himself with a folding fan, strode confidently towards the warehouse where the body of the black tiger was stored. Young Master Lu, you have arrived. Li Fu exclaimed, bowing deeply upon seeing Li Chenglang. Haha, young official Chen, it has been too long. I could scarcely recognize you. Li Chenglang remarked, turning his gaze to Chen Huayan. I have met the sixth master. Chen Huayan nodded, recognizing him as the sixth son of the Li family, Li Chenglang. Ensure that everything is meticulously packaged for young official Chen. Should there be even the slightest oversight, the consequences shall be severe. Ah, I recall there is a beast core within the black tiger. Prepare it as a token for our meeting. This gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept such a burden. Chen Huayan hastily declined. Initially, you diagnosed my ailment with great accuracy, yet I have not had the opportunity to express my gratitude. I heard from my younger sister that you also cured Aunt Sun's chronic affliction a few days ago. Thus, I must extend my thanks properly. The beast core was a rare find. Even a core from a magical beast could fetch several hundred taels of silver. The black tiger's bones and whip alone were valued at 400 taels, and with the addition of the beast core, the total approached 1,000 taels of silver. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Even if they did, they would likely be traps. Although Chun Huayan had once aided Li Chenglang in his recovery, it had merely been a verbal acknowledgement. Perhaps it was because he had become Zhao Baihu's direct disciple that such an extravagant gesture was deemed appropriate, though it was hardly warranted for mere pleasantries. If young official Chun is inclined, shall we visit the fragrant pavilion for some tea? Li Chenglang proposed. Fengling County boasts 4 renowned establishments of elegance, and the fragrant pavilion is among them, though Chun Huayan had never had the pleasure of visiting. Having just received a gift of 400 taels plus a beast core, to refuse further would seem ungracious. Furthermore, he was eager to associate with the upper echelons and broaden his horizons. Respectful compliance is better than refusal. Chun Huayan acquiesced. Haha, excellent, young official Chun, follow me. Li Chenglang exclaimed, turning towards the eastward fragrant pavilion. In less than a quarter of an hour, the two arrived at the fragrant pavilion, one following the other. Upon reaching the entrance, an extravagant fragrance enveloped them. As they stepped inside, the temperature rose significantly, and the attire of the young women within was exceedingly revealing. This place is quite similar to the brothel where Chun Huayan encountered in the period drama, with 3 stories. The first floor features a stage where several young ladies are engaged in singing and playing musical instruments, though there are currently few patrons. Young Masterly, you have arrived. The matron, adorned in heavy makeup, hurried to greet Li Chenglang upon his entrance. We have reserved a private room for you. Which lady would you like to select today? Today, we shall discuss serious matters. There is no need to arrange for the ladies just yet. Chun Huayan, following closely behind Li Chenglang, noticed the slight stiffening of his smile. Having come all this way, is it not customary to at least hear a little tune? Officer Chun, let us ascend to the upper floor. Li Chenglang remarked, leading Chun Huayan to a private room on the 3rd floor. The matron personally served them exquisite tea before closing the door behind her. It is quite noisy outside. This is certainly not a suitable place for conversation. Li Chenglang took a sip of his tea. It is indeed a matter of fate. I am the 6th in my family, and you are called Chen Aliu. And your temperament suits my preferences perfectly. Young Masterly, should you have any requests, simply let me know, Chun Huayan responded earnestly. You truly are astute. No wonder you have become the favored disciple of General Zhao. I do have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with. Pray, speak on, young Masterly. I shall exert my utmost effort. Chun Huayan replied with conviction. First, do savor this tea. It is the finest spiritual tea, reserved only for the direct descendants of the 4 noble families. Li Chenglang poured a cup for Chun Huayan. My gratitude, young Masterly. This tea is delightful. Chun Huayan took a sip, wiping the corner of his mouth. Alas, the tea is poisoned. In the apothecary, Luo Yunchuang suddenly paused, her expression shifting as she detected an extraordinary scent. The tea contained a lethal poison, one that only practitioners of the outer way would employ. Just as Luo Yunchuang was about to cry out a warning, she realized that Chun Huayan had already consumed the tea. Fortunately, I possess an antidote, alas. In the blink of an eye, the young master has been poisoned. To dare to poison one who stands before me, you have sealed your own fate. Luo Yunchuang turned her gaze, fiercely fixing it upon Li Chenglang. Li Chenglang, oblivious to the brewing storm, smiled knowingly as he observed Chun Huayan finishing the tea. Now that you have become the favored disciple of General Zhao, I presume you will partake in the upcoming grand competition of the 5 flags. Indeed, Chun Huayan replied, coincidentally, my young nephew will also participate in this year's competition. You see, my nephew is exceptionally clever and adept at cultivation, and both my father and elder brother have high hopes for him. Li Chenglang spoke with a smile, suggesting a strong bond between uncle and nephew. An elder brother is akin to a father. Thus, my nephew and I are as close as brothers. Chun Huayan was momentarily taken aback by Li Chenglong's words. Their previous encounter had been devoid of dialogue, merely a caution from Zhao Shi regarding Li Chenglong's notorious reputation for being ruthless and somewhat mad. At this moment, the madness indeed seemed to be well-deserved. Young Master Li's implication is that I should concede to young Master Li during the competition? Chun Huayan tentatively inquired. Zhao Baihu, my master, exhibits little interest in the grand competition. Chun Huayan's motivation to compete stems from the allure of potential rewards. If the offerings from the 6th young master prove worthwhile, losing would be of little consequence. However, it must be acknowledged that throughout history, Those who achieve greatness must endure trials and tribulations to become formidable. My nephew has experienced an excessively smooth journey since childhood, without weathering storms. How can he possibly shoulder the family legacy? During the competition, it would be best if he could be rendered incapable of using his inner energy, yet allowed to remain alive. Alas, this predicament is unavoidable. My elder brother is perpetually occupied and lacks the time to educate his child. As the uncle, I can only exert some effort for the sake of the Li family's lineage. Li Chenglang sighed. Upon hearing his words, Chun Huayan felt his body tense. If he were to refuse, given his knowledge of such a crucial secret, would Li Chenglang allow him to live? Yet, if he agreed, the Li family's direct heir, their precious descendant, would be ruined by his actions. Would the Li family ever forgive him? Even with Zhao Baihu's protection, could it ensure safety for a moment, let alone a lifetime? Even a tiger occasionally dozes, and how much more so an elder like Zhao Baihu? Damn it, this stubbornness has left me in a bind. Chen Huayan mentally berated this madman 1,000 times, yet he maintained a smile on his face. The sixth young master is truly devoted to the well-being of his nephews and nieces, exhausting himself in their service. I admire his dedication, but my abilities are limited. I have only just reached the bone refining stage, and with just a month remaining, how could I possibly prevail against the young masterly? Rest assured, in the Five Flags competition, the only prohibition is against the use of concealed weapons. Thus, it is permissible to utilize medicinal pills before the match. This blood chi pill can maximize your physical potential, enabling you to reach the chi cultivation stage. The Li family predominantly practices sword techniques, while the Zhao family excels in spear and fist arts. This provides a perfect counter to the martial skills of the Li family, as it encapsulates the essence of their swordsmanship while elucidating all its weaknesses. With these two treasures in hand, what is there to fear about victory? Li Chenglang presented a small square box containing a single pill and a manual, placing them on the table. How shall I explain the origin of this pill to my master? Chen Huayan inquired next. It is well known in Fengling County that you emerged from the Lin family, having healed that ailing individual and even assisted him in producing descendants. Thus, it would be entirely reasonable for Lin Baiyang to offer you a pill. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements with Lin Baiyang. There will be no issues. What are the side effects of this medicine? After use, you will attain the chi cultivation stage for the duration of a stick of incense, followed by 3 hours of complete physical exhaustion. Beyond that, there are no adverse effects. I am taking such drastic measures if the Li family seeks retribution. In the Five Flags competition, life and death are of no concern. That is the rule, and it is not unheard of for direct descendants to perish. Moreover, your master is none other than Zhao Baihu. Though my master is over 100 years old, how long can he truly protect me? Chen Huayan expressed his concerns. He possesses the strength of the divine sea realm. Even after passing, he will still have at least a decade of life left. By then, the Li family will be under my command. What is there to fear? Moreover, it remains uncertain how many families will endure in Fengling County after some time. Li Qinglong's words instilled in Chen Huayan an unsettling premonition. He also realized that his previous statements were somewhat flawed. As long as you can accomplish this task, the sum of 50,000 taels of silver will suffice for a life of luxury, even if you find yourself in a distant land. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Huayan ultimately nodded in agreement. Splendid. In that case, it would be prudent to inform Chen Xiaoqi that the tea he just consumed has been poisoned. Poisoned? Chen Huayan's eyes widened in shock. Li Chenglang had long been fixated on Chen Huayan. Even if Chen Huayan had not accompanied him today, he had made ample preparations. Fame breeds attention, and once one gains notoriety or value for exploitation, they inevitably attract the gaze of others. Chen Huayan, being of humble origin, understood that to survive, or rather, to thrive, he must ascend the social ladder, but with each step upwards, he would inevitably draw the scrutiny of countless onlookers. Rest assured, Chen Xiaoqi, I possess but one virtue, my unwavering trustworthiness. Shortly, the black tiger bones along with a deposit of 10,000 taels will be delivered to the gates of the town military division. He added, this poison is quite peculiar. Even Zhao Baihu of the divine sea realm cannot alleviate it. Do not attempt to counteract it lightly, for your life is your own. Chen Xiaoqi, being a clever individual, surely understands my caution. Li Chenglang rose, patted Chen Huayan on the shoulder, and gracefully exited. Chen Huayan sat in silence for a moment, retrieved a pill from his medicinal basket, swallowed it, and then rose to leave. From the moment he entered the town military division, he had prepared himself for these eventualities. Until he reached the pinnacle, life and death were not within his control. How despicable! to dare threaten this esteemed individual, little six. Such trivial tricks. And yet they presume to intimidate. Tonight, I shall counter this poison. Luo Yunchuang lay quietly within the medicinal basket, having overheard the entire conversation. And a surge of fury ignited within her chest. Yet, why was little six so composed? Could he possibly have the means to neutralize the poison himself? Moreover, what had he just ingested? Surely it was not an antidote. Luo Yunchuang's mind was filled with doubt. Chapter 70. The Crucible of Alchemy, Vital Essence Infused into Organs. The Celestial Path, Annihilation of Villages. Within the fragrant pavilion, Chun Huayan, bearing the medicinal basket, exited the private room, where an elderly man stood at the entrance. A consummate master of the insightful realm. My apologies, esteemed officer. Before Chun Huayan could respond, the elder grasped his hand and placed his fingers upon Chun Huayan's pulse. Indeed, he has been poisoned. The elder released his grip, stroked his beard, and with a jovial expression, addressed Chun Huayan. Travel safely, Officer Chun. Chun Huayan paid him no mind. Descending the stairs at a measured pace and exiting the fragrant pavilion. Is it confirmed? Li Chiglang had moved to another private room and had already disrobed. Upon hearing footsteps outside, he inquired. In response to my lord, I have checked the pulse. The poison has penetrated to the marrow. The elder replied respectfully from outside the door. That is well, although he consumed it in my presence. This individual is exceedingly astute. And I still harbor concerns about potential oversights. My lord, once the new year is passed, relying on oneself is far superior to depending on others. If they truly possess the capability to infiltrate Foling County, they would have done so by now. Within Foling County, as long as the 5 principal banners remain intact, the heavens shall not collapse. Enough of that. You stay outside and keep watch. I must practice my skills. The cold wind howls, merely half an hour prior. The sun shone brightly, but now dark clouds obscure the sky, suggesting that snow may soon fall. Chun Huayan did not divert to any other place, but returned directly to the town marshal division. Upon reaching the entrance, the servants of the Li family had been waiting a considerable while, standing several paces away. 6 boxes of silver, 2 black tiger bones, a small barrel of black tiger blood, and a box containing a piece of black tiger whip were delivered. Chun Huayan instructed those within the town marshal division to receive these items and transport them to his residence, with the black tiger bones intended for old Biao's recuperation. Once back in his room, Chun Huayan hastily shut the door, his complexion turning ashen. He promptly consumed several pills, which alleviated his condition somewhat. Following Li Chenglang, he became vigilant even before entering the fragrant pavilion. When Li Chenglang insisted he drink tea before conversing, Chun Huayan sensed something amiss with the tea and refrained from drinking it, instead discreetly pouring it into his sleeve. As Li Chenglang concluded his discourse, Chun Huayan stood momentarily lost in thought. Seizing the opportunity while Li Chenglang stepped out, he ingested a poison he had previously concocted. This was an extra dose he had prepared when employing poison against Lin Baiyang. Chun Huayan pondered whether Li Chenglang would send someone to investigate, uncertain if they could discern the type of poison he had ingested. He was gambling. If Li Chenglang did not send anyone or could not identify the poison, he might survive. Should he be discovered to be unpoisoned, he would have no choice but to fight for his life. He could sense that Li Chenglong's cultivation was above the blood condensation realm, and the elder guarding the entrance was unlikely to be below that level. In a confrontation, the likelihood of his survival was slim, yet he had no alternative. Consuming that poison would almost certainly lead to his demise. Fortunately, Chun Huayan's poison eluded detection. After taking the antidote, he rested for over an hour before purging the residual toxins from his body. It was imperative to rapidly enhance his strength. This matter must be resolved before the new year. Among the 4 great families, any direct descendant holds a preeminent position in Foling County, and Li Chenglang is one of them. He manages a portion of the Li family's enterprises and enjoys the favor of the elderly. Ordinary individuals, even with extraordinary courage, would not dare oppose Li Chenglang. Yet, Chun Huayan understood that if this individual were not eliminated, he would be in peril after the new year. Should he inform his master, Zhao Baihu? What would that achieve? With mere words, the elderly could eliminate his legitimate 6th son. Chun Huayan resolved to tackle the issue himself, albeit with careful consideration. He sat cross-legged beside his bed, slowly closing his eyes. He truly had not been poisoned. How remarkable it is to anticipate that someone might harbor ill intentions. Such meticulous thought seems to rival that of those ancient beings who have lived for decades. Luo Yunchuang gazed at Chun Huayan, her heart unable to suppress a sigh of lamentation. Had she possessed such cautiousness back then, she might not have fallen prey to deceit. Nevertheless, every circumstance bears its advantages and disadvantages. Her resurrection may not be entirely detrimental. At the very least, she could commence her cultivation anew, armed with the foundation of her previous experience, fortifying her roots more solidly, and even before reaching the divine sea realm, she could begin refining her consciousness. As time gently flowed, Chun Huayan appeared to be engrossed in cultivation, yet he had actually entered the spirit garden. The growth rate of these spiritual herbs was considerably slower than that of ordinary medicinal plants. He carefully transplanted 5 10-year-old herbs into the spirit garden. After a while, they matured to about 20 years. Although they could be utilized after 50 years, Chun Huayan prudently waited until they reached a century of growth before meticulously harvesting them. He ignited the furnace and began concocting pills. By the time the sky outside had brightened, Chun Huayan took 3-century-old spiritual herbs, mixed them with black tiger's blood, kneaded them into pill form, and placed them into the alchemy furnace. The methods of refining pills below the blood condensation realm were largely similar. After a busy morning, he finally succeeded in producing a single pill. Something felt amiss. He distinctly remembered purchasing 10-year-old herbs. How could he possibly have concocted a pill? What transpired during his brief slumber? Luo Yunchuang stared, bewildered, at the qi induction pill in Chun Huayan's hand. It is often said that even the most skilled cook cannot create a meal without rice. Yet here was Chun Huayan, who had no rice, producing a dish nonetheless. Inevitably, as thoughts swirled, hunger struck, just as Luo Yunchuang prepared to voice her distress. Chun Huayan anticipated her movements and swiftly placed a bottle of beast's milk into her mouth. Drink up and keep quiet. I must commence my cultivation. He even changed her diaper before laying her down on the bed, while he seated himself at the bedside, consuming the qi induction pill and beginning to circulate his qi. Cultivation often transcends the grasp of time. It felt as though ages passed, yet it could have been merely an instant. Moreover, while circulating the great cycle, a fleeting insight brushed against Chun Huayan's mind. Alas, the sensation was so ephemeral that he could not seize it before it vanished without a trace. Fortunately, the spiritual energy within his dantian had already permeated his organs, continuously fortifying his body. He also advanced to the second realm of qi cultivation. Cultivation is not as arduous as one might think. Chun Huayan murmured to himself, and even the exceptionally gifted Luo Yunchuang felt a tinge of envy at his rapid progress. If only he could be taken back to the celestial court of Zhongzhou, one could only speculate the pace of his cultivation. Luo Yunchuang sighed inwardly. In the following days, Chun Huayan resumed his monotonous routine of cultivation, stabilizing the energy within his organs, while continuously accumulating spiritual energy within his body. He had already consumed the 3rd qi refining pill. Could it be? Is it possible that this pill has developed a tolerance? Chun Huayan had distinctly sensed that the efficacy of his efforts had markedly diminished. Before he knew it, the 8th day of the 12th lunar month had arrived. Known in Fengling County as the Hunting Festival, a time to honor ancestors and beseech bountiful harvests and good fortune. In previous years, this occasion would have entailed organizing hunts for game to serve as sacrificial offerings. However, the peculiar circumstances of this year necessitated its cancellation. Despite the absence of the hunting activities, the essential rituals and festive atmosphere remained intact, infusing the cold Fengling County with a touch of joy and warmth. Little child, do not be tempted. Once the 8th day of the 12th month passes, the new year will come. Luo Yunchuang's growth had accelerated slightly. Measuring over half an inch taller than when Chun Huayan had first arrived at the town military division, her physique had also rounded out a bit, appearing plump and rosy, as if she had been marinated in the essence of beast's milk, exuding a delightful fragrance that lingered even in the bathwater. With Chun Huayan's assistance, she could now totter a few steps. Clad in tiny red tiger-headed shoes and a floral jacket, she looked exceptionally festive. Uncle Biao had been visiting Chun Huayan more frequently. Previously, in his twilight years, he had seemed devoid of spirit, but the sight of this little one seemed to have revitalized his very existence. In Chun Huayan's past life, the 8th day of the 12th month was considered a festival, and he intended to join in the merriment. Just as he wrapped the infant snugly in swaddling clothes and stepped outside, Uncle Biao hurried by, an unusual urgency in his demeanor. Uncle Biao, what has transpired? The followers of Luo Tianwei are slaughtering the villages. What? Slaughtering villages? Chun Huayan's heart raced with alarm. His first master, the elderly Zhao Wuling, and Chen Erga were in Qinjia village, situated outside Fengling County. News had just reached him that the Black Dragon stronghold had already decimated 7 villages within Fengling County, leaving no survivors. The villagers had met a gruesome fate, victims of the brutal methods employed by those followers of Luo Tianwei. Without further ado, the Lord has commanded all members of the White Tiger Banner to assemble at the White Tiger Hall. Understood. I shall head there at once. Chen Huayan nodded. Wait. This endeavor may be perilous. Let me take care of Ming Ming. It would be unwise for her to be caught in the fray. Uncle Biao suggested. Very well. Chen Huayan weighed the risks and nodded in agreement. What? Dangerous? Then I simply cannot be without my true self. My consciousness has regained some strength, should danger arise. I can lend assistance. There is no way you can leave me behind. The infant began to wail, her voice resonant and piercing, reaching even the White Tiger Hall. Chen Huayan attempted to hand the infant to Uncle Biao, but she clung tightly to his arm, as though she were part of him. This little one had been well nourished, displaying strength akin to that of a young calf. Uncle Biao found it impossible to pry her from Chen Huayan's grasp. As the infant's grip began to tire, she resorted to biting Chen Huayan's arm. Ouch. Uncle Biao, it seems I must take her with me. My master is waiting. Be cautious. Uncle Biao advised. The infant returned to Chen Huayan's arms, her cries ceasing instantly. You clingy little creature. Chen Huayan playfully pinched the baby's chubby cheek. This has happened 1,000 times. I am concerned for your safety, yet you continue to underestimate me. Once I regain my strength. Unbeknownst to him, the infant's thoughts were inscrutable, and he swiftly placed her into his medicinal basket, hastening towards the White Tiger Hall. Upon his arrival at the White Tiger Hall, he found several hundred individuals gathered, each exuding an air of confidence and stature, awaiting orders from Zhao Baihu. A quick glance revealed no sign of Zhao Shi among the crowd. Chen Ailu, fall in and stand at attention. Zhao Baihu commanded, his brow furrowed in concern. The situation was dire enough to interrupt even Zhao Baihu's seclusion for training. Chen Huayan shivered slightly, promptly aligning himself with the ranks. Chapter 71. From the humble Chen Ailu to the esteemed official Chen Qiguan. After a fortnight, the town martial division recruited numerous martial flags, primarily comprising the scions of the 4 prominent families, whose financial resources surpassed those of ordinary individuals, allowing for swift cultivation. The White Tiger flag now boasted over 500 members, its organization condensed into 5 major flags. Chen Huayan served as a minor flag officer in the 3rd major flag's 5th minor flag, temporarily assigned a mere 8 individuals as per Zhao Baihu's specific directive. These 8 were servants of the Zhao family, both legitimate and illegitimate sons, facilitating Chen Huayan's management. Otherwise, appointing several legitimate heirs, or even illegitimate ones, could prove challenging. After all, newcomers to the town martial division required time to refine their skills and shed ingrained habits, yet the current circumstances were too urgent for such delays. The city of Foling and the adjacent 3 counties had stationed reinforcements, necessitating the town martial division to protect the villages. The chief officer of the Green Dragon Flag, Lin Qinglong, had already sought assistance from Jiangling County. Should they dispatch aid, the scattered forces of the Luo Tian outlaws would pose little threat. The town martial division's duty was to eradicate malevolence and safeguard the citizens of Fengling County, as the Luo Tian outlaws rampaged through the villages surrounding Fengling. Village protection was motivated by both moral obligation and the preservation of reputation. Moreover, they were acutely aware of the outlaws' methods, which involved not merely slaughter for amusement but the ritualistic refinement of toxic beasts and plants. Should they succeed in their rituals, Fengling County would inevitably suffer, jeopardizing even the 4 prominent families. The minor flags were to guard various villages, and upon encountering members of the Black Dragon Stronghold, they were instructed not to engage in combat, but to send out distress signals. Upon receiving them, I will personally intervene, Zhao Baihu emphasized, reminding them that preserving their lives was paramount. This was essentially Fengling County's last bastion of strength, as the 4 prominent families had sent nearly all suitable individuals to the town martial division, retaining only the eldest legitimate heirs and a few direct descendants to inherit the family legacies. For the time being, the town martial division could not endure significant losses. Other minor flag officers received their assignments for village defense and proceeded to the armory to select their weapons. As Chen Huayan, a direct disciple of Zhao Baihu, received special treatment, he was entrusted with the task of guarding Chun family village. His weapon, delivered in advance by Zhao Baihu, was of significantly superior quality compared to that of the flag officers, with a longbow slung across his shoulder and a gun held in one hand. A medicine basket strapped to his back, he mounted a tall steed and set forth from the town marshal office, accompanied by 8 flag bearers, hastening eastward. Not long ago, a heavy snowfall had blanketed the land, while the town was cleared of snow outside its borders. Many areas still bore a thick layer of snow nearly half a meter deep. Fortunately, the horses of the town marshal office were exceptionally trained, and their fodder was of high quality, allowing them to traverse the snow without any hindrance to their speed. However, the 8 followers trailing behind lacked the privilege of riding and had only just begun their training. Worrying about the old man and Chinurgu, Chun Huayan instructed the 8 to proceed at a slower pace while he spurred his horse onward. In less than half an hour, he arrived at Chin family village. "Master, there's a man on a white horse at the village entrance. He seems to be from the town marshal office. The town marshal office has sent someone. Finally, we need not live in fear any longer. Our lives are spared." But our wealthy old woman glanced around the house, noting the absence of any valuable possessions. According to custom, when the officers from the town marshal office came to patrol the village, it was expected that they would be presented with funds as a token of appreciation for their hard work, which were collected from the entire village, with each household contributing. If a family lacked funds or was unwilling to pay, they could offer an unmarried daughter to serve a flag officer for one night, hoping for a reasonable officer who would waive the payment. The Wang family was destitute, having sent their daughter to the Lin family as a servant just to secure some money for the winter. With the season not yet over, their funds had dwindled significantly. They had neither money to offer nor a daughter to serve. If the flag officer were to become enraged, their lives would be forfeit. "Wait, did you say he was on horseback?" Wang Yuhu hurriedly inquired. The old woman nodded. "A tall steed, quite imposing. It's over. This is truly the end." Wang Yuhu's heart sank completely. Usually, flag officers did not ride horses. Even members of the 4 prominent families, if they held a flag officer's title, could only ride inferior mounts. To ride a tall steed indicated at the very least a minor flag officer. Such status could not be attained with mere scattered silver coins. "Master, don't just stand there. Quickly go out to greet him. If we offend him, our lives will be lost." "Lives? They're already lost." Wang Yuhu's heart felt like ashes, yet he still pulled on a coarse hemp garment from the earthen bed and donned a rain cloak, though a type of rain gear. It also provided some warmth. As a lowly commoner, he could not afford cotton clothing and had to rely on this for warmth. By the time Wang Yuhu stepped outside, the officer on the white horse had already arrived at his doorstep. "Master." Wang Yuhu hastily knelt in the snow, burying his head in it. "Uncle Wang." "There is no need for such formalities." Wang Yuhu stiffened. That voice sounded strikingly familiar, yet he could not place it. How could a mere commoner like him ever have a connection with the esteemed officers of the town marshal office? Surely, he must have misheard. It must not have been directed at him. Wang Yuhu remained frozen, not daring to move an inch. In ordinary circumstances, even while walking down the street, one must yield to the men of the town military division. To dare to meet their gaze could mean the end of one's life. After all, the lowly are not considered human. Chen Huayan, witnessing this, chose not to linger on the matter further and rode his horse towards Chen Ergu's home. Upon arriving at the village entrance, he noticed smoke billowing from the rooftops of some houses, indicating that Chinjiakan had not yet faced slaughter, allowing him to proceed with a measured pace. It had been over 2 months since leaving the village, and everything around him remained unchanged. Is the lord of the town military division gone? Gone. Wang Yuhu lifted his gaze, spotting the figure on the white horse, halted at a distance. In front of Chen Ergu's door, a silhouette both familiar and foreign. The lord of the town military division truly exuded an aura of authority. Wang Yuhu sighed. Feeling as if a weight had been lifted, it seemed he would live a while longer. As his thoughts settled, a few curious villagers approached him. Who would have thought that someone from Chinjiakan could emerge as such a prominent figure? What a glorious addition to our lineage. When spring arrives, we must urge Lord Chun to revise the family genealogy. Recently, it had been rumored that he had gained a reputation in the city, becoming the leader of the Lin family's medicinal herb gathering team, reaching what was thought to be the pinnacle for someone of his humble origins. To everyone's astonishment, he had shed his status as a vagrant and risen to become a respected citizen, and in the blink of an eye, he had become a minor officer in the town military division. This was undoubtedly a historic first for Fengling County. Listening to their conversation, Wang Yuhu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "Uncle Chen, what do you mean by what you just said? Did you not see who that person was?" Uncle Chen pointed towards Chen Ergu's house. "How could I dare to look?" Wang Yuhu frowned. Could it be that someone from Chinjiakan has truly made it? How is that even possible? It is Chun Taidan. What nonsense are you spouting? That is Chun the minor officer. If anyone else hears you dare to call his name so freely, you would lose your head. Not even your grandfather would be exempt. A bystander cautioned Uncle Chen. Yes, Yes, I spoke out of turn. Uncle Chen hastily slapped himself several times, leaving 5 red marks on his face. Chen the minor officer. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuhu stood in stunned silence, his mind a blank slate. Years ago, when Chen Huayan's father had perished while foraging for herbs, Chen Huayan had been left destitute, with no food to survive, even seeking Wang Yuhu for a loan. At that time, Wang Yuhu had some money. But when fishing became scarce and taxes were enforced in the county, his fortunes dwindled. Regrettably, Wang Yuhu had deemed Chen Huayan incapable of repayment and had not lent him any food. It was Chen Ergu who had shared his meager supply of coarse flour with Chen Huayan. Moreover, Wang Yuhu had gone so far as to visit Chen Huayan to rescind their previously arranged marriage, sending his daughter Erhua to the Lin family as a servant. I was truly blinded by darkness and consumed by foolishness. Wang Yuhu lamented deeply. Indeed, this is our fate. Even if Erhua had truly married the minor officer, she would have been ill-fated. Indeed, quite so. Wang Yuhu let out a sigh and turned to glance once more at Chen Ergu's home. Had he lent grains to Chen Huayan back then, he would not find himself in a position inferior to that of Chen Ergu's family. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Chen Ergu's residence had expanded significantly. The earthen house had been transformed into a sturdy brick structure with 5 rooms. And there was even a side room in the courtyard, alongside which a large yellow dog was kept. Dismounting, Chen Huayan pushed open the gate and entered the yard. Although smaller than his own abode, it was nonetheless tidy and clean, devoid of any accumulated snow, provoking an immediate alert from the large yellow dog that began to bark. Approaching noon, Chen Ergu was preparing lunch when he heard the dog barking and stepped outside to investigate. Jin Wuxi, Lord Wuqi. Chen Ergu's mind went blank, instantly fearing he had committed some grave misdeed and was about to kneel in reverence. Ergu, it's me, Alu. Do you not recognize me? Before Chen Ergu could lower himself to the ground, Chen Huayan swiftly moved before him, grasping his arm. Alu, what is the meaning of this? Impersonating the Lord of Jinwusi is a crime that could implicate 9 generations. Chen Ergu's voice trembled with anxiety. Since winter had set in, accompanied by several heavy snowfalls, the villagers seldom ventured out, and Chen Ergu's household was in no want of provisions, ever since the repairs to the house were completed. He had hardly left the confines of his yard. His knowledge of Chen Huayan's circumstances remained limited to his new position as the head of the Shilin medicine shop. Is there anything to impersonate? I am now but a small flag officer of Jinwusi. Chen Huayan's revelation left Chen Ergu momentarily speechless. You have changed your surname? Not at all. Let us go inside. My lunch is nearly ready. What of my master? Everything is well within the house. Chen Ergu replied as he ushered Chen Huayan inside. However, the interior was devoid of any occupants. Where's the master? He may have hidden upon hearing the commotion outside. Old sir, Alu has arrived. There are no outsiders. As soon as Chen Ergu spoke, a few floor tiles in the southwestern corner of the room shifted. Chen Ergu stepped forward to assist in lifting the tiles. When the house was renovated, I installed some tunnels in several rooms. Just in case someone came, my master would have a place to hide. You are indeed astute. Hee, I learned from Alu. I dug these tunnels myself. So progress has been slow. I plan to extend them outside the village, but it may take a year or more. As Chen Ergu spoke, the old gentleman had already emerged from below. Alu, you have joined Jinwusi? The old man's face was one of disbelief. Chapter 72, 1 Force Overcomes 10. Just a direct line, cut it down in Chen family village. Within Chen Ergu's home, a table was laden with steaming dishes. Although the presentation left much to be desired, the flavors were tantalizingly appetizing. Chen Ergu, astute as he was, understood that this reunion of master and disciple called for words of significance, and before they had fully dined, he sought an excuse to step outside. In the solitude of the room, Chen Huayan succinctly recounted the events that had transpired during this period, including matters concerning Li Chenglang, a subject he had even withheld from Zhao Baihu. Initially, when I shared my insights with you, I never anticipated you would achieve such progress. The future is indeed promising. Upon hearing that Chen Huayan had reached a level of mastery, a satisfied smile graced the old man's face. As for the situation with Li Chenglang, there is no need for such elaborate schemes. The old man shifted his tone, as Chen Huayan had devised numerous plans to deal with Li Chenglang, all of which he relayed to the elder. With sufficient strength, one could decisively eliminate him. All those convoluted maneuvers only squander your cultivation time and energy. The old man cast a glance at Chen Huayan. Just eliminate him directly? But he seems to be at the blood condensation stage. Chen Huayan hurriedly interjected. And what of it? You have already comprehended my returning swallows through the forest and perfected 8 extremes shaking the mountain. A mere blood condensation practitioner is akin to an ant. Though the old man's dantian had been rendered useless, after a period of recovery, he had regained some vitality. And his tone exuded an air of superiority. In my early days of cultivation, I dared to confront those at the late stage of blood condensation when I had merely reached the chi refinement stage. Among the 4 great families, most are but vermin. Preying on the common folk, indulging in debauchery, their cultivation reliant solely on external forces. What prowess could they possibly possess? Choose a moonless night to infiltrate their estate and eliminate them all. Recently, there has been quite a commotion surrounding that so-called Luo Tianwedo. Leave some clues pointing towards them. The Li family, unlike the Lin family, has numerous direct descendants. Does it truly matter if we lose one Li Chenglang? The old man's nonchalant remarks nearly led Shen Huayan to believe that Li Chenglang was of little significance. This old man's temperament is remarkably akin to that of my father. If only his dantian had not been destroyed, he could have returned to the Central Plain Celestial Court with me. Luo Yunshuang, resting on the bed, recalled her biological father upon hearing the old man speak. That proud spirit, viewing all powerful beings as mere ants, remained unscathed even in the depths of despair. Had it been a millennium ago, in the flourishing era of martial arts, such a prodigy would have undoubtedly left an indelible mark in the annals of history. Regrettably, in these trying times, the great talents are as common as fish crossing a river, often overlooked. With a sigh, Luo Yunshuang turned over and, with her chubby little hands, grasped the gourd. Here's to your unrecognized talent. She began to drink on her own. There is something I neglected to remind you earlier. Medicinal pills are merely auxiliary tools for cultivation. Do not become overly reliant on them, for they can be detrimental to your future progress. The old man had believed that Shen Huayan would reach only the chi refinement stage in this lifetime, but to his surprise, in just over a month, he had advanced to the level of mastery, surpassing even the old man's own early achievements. Indeed, if you can reduce your reliance, do so. Shen Huayan nodded in agreement. It is not that you are prohibited from consuming them. Rather, it is essential to conduct a thorough assessment. Some inferior elixirs are crafted from herbs that are not aged sufficiently, and their preparation methods may be flawed, resulting in an excessive accumulation of impurities that can hinder future cultivation. However, if one were to obtain a century-old spiritual herb coupled with exceptional refining skills, even indulging in greater quantities would pose no issue. In my earlier days, having achieved a measure of success, I ventured to Jiaoling County for training and fortuitously encountered a master alchemist from the Central State Celestial Court. He was a century my senior, and we shared a profound affinity, becoming kindred spirits. He imparted to me invaluable insights into the art of alchemy. At that time, my focus was solely on martial prowess, with little interest in alchemical pursuits. It was not until I returned to Fengling County and stirred the stagnant waters that my dantian was damaged, leading me to the muddy alley where, out of idle curiosity, I began to delve into the methods of alchemy. I have since garnered some understanding, however. The individual who referred to himself as a master alchemist does possess certain flaws in his craft. Shen Huayan listened attentively to the old man's words, while Luo Yunshuang, who was drinking milk, wore an expression of intrigue. An alchemist? This elderly gentleman actually knows an alchemist. In the Central State Celestial Court, there exists but one master alchemist, who is one of the 5 esteemed mentors of Luo Yunshuang. This master alchemist is a prodigious talent in the field, appearing only once in a millennium. And the total number of alchemists in the Central State combined would not equal even a fraction of his prowess. How dare you critique his theories as flawed? If I were able to speak, I would surely engage in an earnest discourse with you. Feeling a surge of unnameable anger at the belittlement of her mentor, Luo Yunshuang resorted to gulping down beast milk to temper her fury. During this period of idleness, I have taken the liberty to rewrite my previous notes on alchemy, which may prove beneficial to you in the future. The old man approached the cabinet, extracted a partition, and retrieved 2 books, albeit the paper quality was rather poor. A few more turns would likely render them fragile. Thank you, master. Shen Huayan rose and graciously accepted them. I also possess a soul-piercing nail capable of shattering protective auras, which even practitioners at the entry level cannot withstand. However, it requires one to be at the blood condensation realm to utilize. The elixir given to you by Li Chenglang, please hand it to me. I shall refine it anew, which will mitigate its backlash effects. Consuming it while in the chi refinement realm will temporarily elevate your strength to that of the blood condensation realm. Originally, the old man merely hoped that Shen Huayan would inquire about Li Qingyao, but as they interacted more, He grew increasingly fond of this disciple, treating him as his own. Master, should the opportunity arise, if I could meet my wife in the depths of the Li family estate, please convey to her that I am well and that she must not come to find me. I am now as good as dead. Yet she remains within the Li family, where she can at least enjoy her twilight years without suffering alongside me. I have already delayed her life for far too long. The old man sighed deeply. Just as Chen Huayan was about to speak, the front door swung open, and Chen Ergo hurriedly entered, rapping on the door several times. What is the matter? Chen Huayan opened the door and inquired about the situation. The soldiers from the town military division had arrived, demanding a minimum of 800 coins from each household. Two families, unable to muster the required sum, had already met a tragic end. What? Such a thing exists? Chen Huayan erupted in fury, uttering a few words to the elderly man before striding out of Chen Er's courtyard, making his way to the village entrance. At the same time, at the village entrance, two households lay lifeless, 7 corpses sprawled across the snow, staining only a small patch of it red, which quickly froze over. This time, it was the little flag officer himself who had come to protect the village, a rare blessing earned over centuries. The payment was non-negotiable, and at least 30 unmarried women had to be offered. One less was unacceptable. A soldier from the town military division proclaimed haughtily at the village entrance. Below, nearly 100 villagers knelt in terror, trembling not only from the biting cold but also from the imposing presence of the flag officer. If even a single coin is missing, did you not witness the fate of these two households? He continued. Suddenly, he spotted a figure on a white horse galloping towards them. The little flag officer. The 8 soldiers' expressions transformed dramatically upon seeing Chen Huayan on horseback, their faces contorting into obsequious smiles, devoid of any previous arrogance. What are you doing here? Chen Huayan glanced at the 7 corpses on the ground, tightening his grip on his spear. He had returned to Chen family village to protect his people, and such behavior was no different from that of the outlaws. Sir, we are here to collect the hard-earned fees. Who authorized you to collect? It's the old custom. It has always been this way. The soldiers were bewildered, unsure of what had provoked the little flag officer's ire. Could it be that they had collected too little? After all, this Chen flag officer was a direct disciple of the esteemed Zhao, deserving at least 1 or 2 silver coins as a starting point. Always been this way. Therefore it is right? Chen Huayan inhaled deeply. Sir, what do you mean? The soldiers queried in confusion. Chen Huayan surveyed the kneeling villagers. I am Chen Aliu, the little flag officer of the town military division. For this village's protection, I shall demand not a single coin, nor any offerings of unmarried women. You may all return to your homes as usual. Disperse. Chen Huayan waved his hand forcefully. The villagers, though still anxious, dared not disobey the little flag officer's command. As they scattered, only the 8 soldiers remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Chen Huayan understood that reasoning with him was futile. Such notions and mindsets were deeply entrenched. In Fengling County, with its hundreds of villages, he could only imagine that those places visited by the town military division were likely witnessing similar scenes. Chen Huayan could not intervene everywhere. He simply wished to shield his own people from witnessing such acts. The soldiers of the town military division had always maintained a non-aggressive stance towards the common folk. Yet these impoverished villagers were not regarded as true citizens. Bury the bodies of those individuals. From this day forth, you are forbidden from taking the lives of any villagers, nor may you seize any belongings. You may divide this silver among yourselves, and for the next few days, behave with restraint. Once you return safely to the county town, I shall reward you with additional silver. Chen Huayan tossed some silver coins their way and mounted his horse, returning to the residence of Chen Ergu. The 8 armed men, still perplexed by Chen Huayan's intentions, could only comply. Half an hour later, they arrived at Chen Ergu's home, where Chen Huayan organized them into pairs and assigned them to occupy the recently extinguished households. In the following days, the 8 armed men maintained a respectful distance from the villagers, while Chen Huayan resided in Chen Ergu's home, spending his time practicing martial arts and exchanging insights on alchemy with the elderly gentleman. Chen Huayan soon sensed a burgeoning energy within his organs as his realm progressed. The potency of the qi cultivation technique became increasingly apparent. The old man possessed some knowledge of archery and spear techniques, the latter being a renowned skill of the Zhao family. With a foundational understanding of martial arts, Chen Huayan swiftly mastered these techniques. In this relatively short span of time, Chen Huayan's prowess grew significantly, until the night of the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, when a shroud of clouds obscured the moon. He abruptly opened his eyes during meditation. The condensed blood realm, the outer Tao of Luotian, the old man, not asleep but leaning against the wall, was scribbling something on paper by the light of a candle. Indeed, those ruffians may possess modest strength, yet they are exceedingly treacherous. Ascending through the Qi realm to the next level would render eliminating the condensed blood realm trivial, but one must remain vigilant against ambushes, as they are all infested with venomous insects and beasts. Understood. I shall confront them. Chapter 73, Night Battle Against the Outer Dao of Luotian. Qin Shaoqi facing 3 opponents alone. Fengling County, Qin Family Village, outside the village. A trio of figures, cloaked in black with masks obscuring their faces, advanced with caution. That town's martial control is truly repugnant, murmured the last cloaked figure, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Time is of the essence. Reinforcements from Jiangling County will undoubtedly arrive within 2 days. We must take the risk. If there are personnel from the martial control in the village and they signal, we will retreat immediately. The leader, Wu Gu, pondered for a moment before issuing his command. During this time, most villages harbored martial flags of the martial control. Whenever individuals from the outer Dao of Luotian appeared, they refrained from engaging directly, instead launching a piercing arrow into the sky. Soon after, practitioners from the Qi realm, even those from the Divine Sea realm, would arrive and swiftly decimate the forces of the outer Dao of Luotian, inflicting heavy casualties. The soul-devouring grass brought by the outer Dao had yet to fully mature, and nurturing sacrificial beasts would require considerable time. Moreover, with Lin Fu deceased, they had no one to utilize. Thus, they were left with the most straightforward and brutal method, direct slaughter, using copious amounts of flesh and blood to nourish the soul-devouring grass. Initially, their endeavors proceeded smoothly, but once the martial control mobilized, they encountered insurmountable challenges. Forced to rely on luck in searching for villages devoid of the martial control, given the overwhelming number surrounding Fengling County. Wu Gu, might we be too close to Fengling County town? You understand nothing. This is what we call darkness beneath the lamp. The more perilous the place, the greater the danger. No, rather, it is the greater the safety. Second brother, you shall scout ahead. Yes. Ali, the weakest among the trio, had only recently begun his training and had yet to nurture any venomous creatures. If indeed there were agents from the town guard concealed within the village, he would surely not escape. As for the other 2, one was at the minor completion of the blood condensation stage, while the other had reached its pinnacle. As long as the reinforcements from the town guard did not arrive instantaneously, they stood a chance to flee. Ali, wielding a long knife, cautiously entered the village and searched for some time, sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Just as he turned to inform his companions at the village entrance, a young man with a bow slung across his back and a spear in hand appeared behind him, unbeknownst to him. Ghost. Ali's eyes nearly bulged in fright. Before he could utter a cry, the spear glimmered with a cold light. Thud. Ali fell to the ground, eyes wide open. A ghost? Am I truly that fearsome? Qin Huayan mused while inspecting his own face. After delivering a few more thrusts to ensure the man was utterly lifeless, he proceeded to search the body. You, a pauper, dare to call me a ghost? Such a waste of time. Qin Huayan shook his head and swiftly took flight towards the village entrance. Why hasn't Ali returned yet? Surely, there is no issue. It has been quite some time, and there haven't been any signals from within. Let us wait another half-incense stick's worth of time. If Ali hasn't emerged by then, we shall retreat. Safety must be our priority in these tumultuous times. Ali has emerged. Why does it seem as though Ali has grown taller? Wu Gu, somewhat perplexed, instinctively took a few steps back as Ali approached quickly. Ali, there are no agents from the town guard inside, right? Before he could finish his sentence, a spear emerged from the figure clad in black, piercing straight through his heart. This is bad. Wu Gu, who had been on guard, instinctively distanced himself. However, he did not flee immediately, for this individual had not summoned support with a penetrating arrow, and he was merely a practitioner at the skin training stage. No, it truly is the skin training stage. How could he have slain 2 at the Qi training stage? It is better to retreat. Wu Gu's mind raced, and he promptly decided to withdraw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Huayan moved with agility, unstrapping his longbow, knocking an arrow, and swiftly releasing 4 or 5 shots. The arrows, forged from mysterious iron and enveloped in spiritual energy, aimed directly for Wu Ji's back. Clang, clang, clang. Wu Gu swung his long knife, knocking the arrows away. What is happening? Why is the force of these arrows so formidable? Though Wu Gu managed to deflect the arrows, the recoil was enough to send a tearing sensation through his grip. Qin Huayan remained unhurried, maintaining distance while pursuing, swiftly retrieving arrows from his quiver and drawing his bow once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows streaked like shooting stars, and even with his blood condensation strength, Wu Ge found himself struggling to cope. The force is too overwhelming. If I am pursued further, escape may be impossible. Wu Ge swiftly altered his course, racing towards Chen Huayan. Not fleeing anymore? Chen Huayan had no intention of engaging in close combat with his opponent. Luo Tianhua was adept at using venomous insects for ambushes. Getting too close would result in being struck by the thrown creatures, leaving one wounded even if not killed. He felt light as a feather, soaring through the air like a swallow. Although he was merely at the chi refinement stage, his speed was such that even a warrior at the blood condensation stage like Wu Ge could not keep up. Damn, he is not even at the skin refining stage. Wu Ge, momentarily distracted, found that the person who had just been before him had vanished without a trace. Chen Huayan did not possess the ability to become invisible. Rather, the clouds obscured the moon, and clad in black, he blended seamlessly with his surroundings, making him nearly undetectable to the naked eye. Enhanced by the turtle breathing technique, Wu Ge could not even sense his presence. This is absurd. Wu Ge was drenched in cold sweat, turning to retreat once more. A flurry of arrows once again pierced the air. This cycle repeated, pushing Wu Ge's mental state to the brink of collapse. What kind of hero resorts to such ghostly antics? Swish, swish, swish. If you have the courage, come out and face me in battle. Even if I die, I shall accept it. Swish, swish, swish. Hero, please spare me. Swish, swish, swish. Damn it. Show yourself. I shall fight you to the end. Swish, swish, swish. Truly, a warrior at the blood condensation stage is incredibly difficult to kill. After all this time, I have yet to take you down. Chen Huayan remained hidden, constantly shifting positions, drawing his bow and shooting arrows at Wu Ge, and when his quiver ran dry, he effortlessly retrieved a few more from the ground. Go ahead and finish me off. After a prolonged period, Wu Ge's psychological defenses finally crumbled, and he ceased to resist the incoming arrows. Thud, thud, thud. Through relentless practice, Chen Huayan had achieved perfect accuracy, and 5 arrows struck Wu Ge, piercing his limbs and his dantian. What brings you to Fengling County? Although Wu Ge was utterly incapacitated, Chen Huayan remained vigilant. Shrouded in darkness. Kill me. I will never speak. Wu Ge faced death with equanimity. He had endured great suffering for the sake of mastering his techniques. A true tough man. Whatever methods you have, feel free to employ them. A faint smile crept across Chen Huayan's lips. Do you know what it feels like to remain alert for 10 days and nights in a pitch-black room? In that small dark chamber, all was silent, devoid of sound, yet the moment you felt drowsy, silver needles would pierce your Bai Wei and Shanzhong acupoints, the most painful spots capable of keeping one awake. Chen Huayan spoke leisurely, resembling a truly terrifying individual. During their previous confrontation, Wu Ge had been mentally shattered by Chen Huayan's onslaught. Now, as he listened to Chen Huayan's description, he envisioned himself trapped in that dark room. I will speak. Can you grant me a swift end? That depends on what you reveal. We are here to find the saintess. What saintess? Decades ago, our Taoist lord from the Luo Tian extravagance engaged in a fierce battle with the emperor of the Central Continent's immortal court, ultimately leading to their mutual demise. Following this, the denizens of the immortal court commenced a ruthless slaughter of our sect. Our protector, the Dharma King, managed to escape with the newborn daughter of the Taoist lord, breaking through numerous encirclements, and vanished into the territory of Qizhou, her whereabouts remaining unknown. 6 months prior, the venerable spirit granny, having offered a sacrifice of millions of souls, conducted an augury that revealed the holy maiden resided within the Red Sky Palace in Jiangling County. To prevent detection by the Central Continent's immortal court, we divided our forces. The higher-ups launched a surprise attack on the immortal court while stirring unrest across the various states, and our subordinates began covertly searching for the holy maiden's location. Wu Ge divulged all the details in a single breath, seeking a swift resolution from Chen Huayan. How do you ascertain who the holy maiden is? Chen Huayan inquired. The holy maiden bears the Tao seed of the Taoist lord within her, and her arm carries the mark of the Luo Tian extravagance. Before Wu Ge could finish, his voice faltered, and he suddenly ceased to breathe. Chen Huayan immediately became alert, retreating swiftly. By dawn, he had detected no unusual occurrences around him. Soon, a ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness. Chen Huayan summoned the 8 warriors outside the village. Upon witnessing the corpses on the ground, the 8 were taken aback. Is this the so-called outsider? Indeed, I have slain them. Search their bodies for any clues. Though they have been deceased for some time, they might still harbor hidden weapons or poisons, so exercise caution, Chen Huayan advised. The 8 began examining the body of a man who had been pierced by a spear. As Chen Huayan anticipated, he was a pauper, possessing only 5 taels of silver, a worthless broken knife, and a palm-sized ragged bag, lacking any concealed weapons. As for Wu Ge, Chen Huayan instructed the warrior who had recently come to Qinjia village and killed 2 villagers to inspect the body. However, upon approaching, he collapsed to the ground. Poison. Wu Ge had been on the verge of revealing information about the Holy Maiden when the poisonous insect he carried suddenly detonated, taking him away. The area became contaminated with toxins. Even those at the Qi refinement stage risked poisoning upon nearing, and Chen Huayan, along with the 8 warriors, were merely novices in the muscle refinement stage. Now, only 7 remained. The remaining individuals were left in sheer horror. Such a formidable presence surely surpassed the Qi refinement realm. Yet they had been slain by Chen Shaoqi. Chen Huayan, disinterested in rummaging through the belongings of the fallen, concluded that any silver found would be of little significance to him and could pose a risk of poisoning. It was not worth the trouble. He circled Wu Ji's body with his spear, gathered some earth, and instructed, "Bury this place and warn the villagers to keep their distance." "Yes, sir." The 7 complied without hesitation. Upon returning to Chen Ergu's home, Chen Huayan briefly updated the old man on the situation. Just 3 individuals, and only 1 at the blood condensation stage took so long? I harbor concerns regarding the individual in the blood condensation realm, fearing he may employ poison for a surprise attack. Thus, I opted for a strategy of ranged assaults to deplete his resources, which has resulted in a protracted engagement. Chen Huayan replied, "Indeed, exercising caution is prudent. However, one must also bear in mind that delay can lead to unforeseen complications. At times, becoming ensnared in a drawn-out struggle can place oneself in peril. Depending on the circumstances, one must decisively strike when the opportunity arises," the old man advised. "I shall remember your words." Having dispatched 3 practitioners of the Luo Tian Outer Path, one would assume there are some spoils to be claimed? The old man inquired. "Do not even mention it. They were all impoverished wretches. The strongest among them was entirely toxic, and I dared not approach," Chen Huayan remarked. "By the way, master, what purpose does this tattered cloth bag serve?" He produced a palm-sized burlap sack from his sleeve. The old man took it, examining it closely for a moment. "This is a treasure bag, utilized by practitioners to store various items. Do not underestimate its appearance. It can hold a considerable number of objects. Practitioners from Jiangling County almost universally possess one." "Is that so? I have never encountered one before," Chen Huayan replied. "In our humble locale, where martial arts are not esteemed, it is naturally rare. How does one utilize this item?" Chen Huayan inquired. "Will there be any treasures within? To use it properly, one must attain the enlightenment realm. However, if one is at the Qi refinement stage, with some ingenuity, it can be employed, albeit with greater difficulty." Chapter 74. The Tortoise Breath Attack from Behind, the Li family's unusual brothers. Just what is the strength of our little flag officer? He has managed to silently eliminate these malevolent cultivators. I am uncertain. He must be at least above the Qi refinement stage, after all. He is a direct disciple of the Grand Flag Officer. After the martial flag members had properly dealt with the corpses of the 3 Luo Tian Outer Path practitioners, they prepared to return to the village. Suddenly, a brilliant firework erupted in the distance, illuminating the sky with a blinding white light. This was the cloud-piercing arrow of the town's martial commission, a signal for help. Simultaneously, more cloud-piercing arrows exploded in the air from even greater distances. These Luo Tian Outer Path individuals were audacious enough to launch a simultaneous attack on the village. The Grand Flag Officer and the Major Flag Officer might be overwhelmed. Thankfully, we have followed the young Flag Officer Chen. Indeed, despite the peculiar temperament of this young Flag Officer Chen, he has treated us fairly well. As the group entered the village, they were suddenly greeted by the sight of Chen Huayan riding a white horse as he emerged. Young Flag Officer. Several martial flag members hastily bowed in respect upon seeing him. Maintain vigilance over the village. These are cloud-piercing arrows. If anyone attempts an assault, activate them immediately, Chen Huayan instructed, tossing 2 cloud-piercing arrows to a martial flag member before him. In this operation, each small flag was allocated 3 cloud-piercing arrows, which could be ignited with a fire starter for immediate release. As a direct disciple of Zhao Baihu, Chen Huayan was provided with 6 cloud-piercing arrows, 3 of which were particularly special, designed to emit yellow smoke for an extended period, assisting Zhao Baihu in distinguishing them. Should multiple arrows be deployed simultaneously, he would certainly prioritize rescuing Chen Huayan. Chen Huayan kept the 3 specially crafted cloud-piercing arrows close to him and, mounted on his white horse, rode directly out of the village. In Huangou, home to over 1,000 villagers, the population significantly surpasses that of Qinjiakan, located 40 to 50 miles away. A trained steed would take half an hour to traverse this distance, yet Chen Huayan's white horse required merely a quarter of that time. Upon his arrival in Huangou, a thin veil of blood mist had already begun to rise in the air. A mere practitioner at the blood condensation stage? It was worth a try? Dismounting swiftly, Chen Huayan darted into the village. As he reached the entrance, he was met with severed limbs scattered about, with warm blood still steaming in the cool air. A loud crash echoed from deep within the village, suggesting an ongoing battle. Chen Huayan employed his turtle-breathing technique, unfurling his wings and entering the fray. Practicing qi to solidify one's spirit? Fortune seems to be on my side. The dark-robed, malevolent cultivator of the Luo Tian outer path observed the figure not far off. I am the legitimate great-grandson of the Li family from Fengling County. Should you take my life, the Li family will not let you go unpunished. Legitimate great-grandson? Li Wei? You actually know me? Then all the more reason to slay you. Your life is worth 10,000 taels of gold. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's heart sank in despair. Who seeks my life? Go to the underworld and inquire with King Yin. Before the man could act, a gust of wind surged from behind him. Sensing imminent danger, he turned around, but it was too late. With no elaborate techniques involved, a seemingly mundane punch contained the essence of the 8 extremes shattering mountains. This martial skill had been perfected by Chen Huayan, capable of shaking even a practitioner at the blood condensation level. More importantly, having utilized the turtle-breathing technique, he remained undetected until the sudden strike, leaving his opponent unable to muster internal energy to defend, especially since Luo Tian outer path practitioners were not adept in physical cultivation. Chen Huayan's fist pierced the man's heart. Li Wei was struck with horror, but having trained for several months in the town martial division, his reflexes were not sluggish. With his long knife, he combined his strike with Chen Huayan's sneak attack, severing the man's head cleanly. Blood gushed forth from the neck's severed end, marking the end of a life that could not be revived. Who are you? Li Wei trembled slightly, gripping the long knife as he turned to face Chen Huayan. Chen Huayan lifted the black robe concealing his head and removed his mask. I am Chen Aliu, a minor officer of the White Tiger Flag in the town martial division. You are Chen Aliu? Li Wei exclaimed in disbelief. What brings you here? I am stationed at Qinjiakan and came to investigate upon witnessing such a multitude of distress signals. Oh, I see. These wicked practitioners have launched a simultaneous attack. Li Wei, having narrowly escaped death, felt a lingering dread. There should be few villagers left. Let them head to Qinjiakan. Young Master Li may return to the town martial division first. I will check the next village. This Huangou had become a veritable hell on earth, at least for the time being uninhabitable. Chen Huayan knelt beside the headless corpse, searching diligently. A treasure pouch. What a boon. Chen Huayan felt a surge of joy within him. He swiftly departed the village, mounted his white horse, and set off towards the next village. Watching him leave, Li Wei stood in a daze for quite some time before regaining his senses. He promptly called upon the remaining villagers who were still able to move and urged them to make their way to Qinjiakan. The cold wind howled as dusk approached, and in the span of a day, Chen Huayan had visited 5 villages. 3 of them were in vain. Either they had already been rescued or had suffered complete devastation at the hands of the malevolent cultivators. The turtle-breathing technique, combined with the 8 extremes shaking the mountain, proved to be an extraordinary skill for ambush and stealthy killings. Chen Huayan reflected on the 3 treasure bags in his possession with a sense of awe. He had eliminated 2 malevolent cultivators from the Luo Tian sect, both at the blood condensation stage, employing the turtle-breathing technique to conceal his presence, then launching a surprise attack with a punch that shook the mountain. His ambush tactics had proven exceptionally effective. Of course, he currently only dared to confront those at the blood condensation stage. Should he encounter someone at the entry into the realm stage, he would not hesitate to flee. During this period, he had been diligently honing his skills and martial techniques, first under the tutelage of Uncle Biao and now a small elder. Under their guidance, his strength had soared, yet the greatest challenge remained, the lack of combat experience. No matter how profound the theory or how diligent the practice, without the trials of life and death battles, it all remained mere theoretical discourse. This opportunity provided him with a chance for practical experience. He initially believed himself to be a formidable opponent among his peers, only to discover he could even slay those beyond his level. This was largely due to the synergy of his two techniques, allowing for stealthy attacks, while the Luo Tian cultivators, specializing in malevolent and poisonous arts, exhibited notably poor hand-to-hand combat abilities, enabling Chen Huayan to exploit his advantages to the fullest, in addition to creating an opportunity for combat experience. He found himself in need of funds. The treasure bags represented a chance for him to amass wealth, which he could not afford to overlook. Time was of the essence. Other villages were too distant, and by the time he arrived, the opportunity would surely be lost. Chen Huayan spurred his horse and returned to Chenjiakan. After decades, the village had never been so lively, with a surge of several hundred new inhabitants. Many dilapidated old houses within the village were now uninhabited, barely fit for living, yet still preferable to freezing outside. The family of Chen Ergo had amassed a considerable stock of firewood and coal, generously sharing a portion, providing immediate relief. "Brother Chen, you have returned." As Chen Huayan rode back into the village, he spotted someone waiting for him at the entrance. "Young Masterly, have you not returned to the Jinwu division?" Chen Huayan asked, somewhat surprised, as he had assumed this individual had already returned to Fengling County. "Thanks to your timely intervention, Brother Chen, I have been able to preserve my life. Your kindness is unforgettable, and should you ever need anything in the future, Young Masterly, you are being overly courteous. We are comrades. It is only natural to lend a hand." "What, Young Masterly? I am but slightly younger than you, Brother Chen. If you do not mind, let us become sworn brothers instead," Li Wei quickly proposed. "Though I am a direct disciple of General Zhao, my origins are humble. In the presence of others, you may call me whatever you wish, but in private, we shall be brothers. Respectfully, I shall comply. Brother Chen, I did not anticipate you possessed such remarkable skills. Previously, I had encountered numerous rumors, which now seem to be unfounded." "Rumors? What rumors?" Chen Huayan inquired. "Mere fabrications. Baseless gossip. It's best not to dwell on them." Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, realizing his indiscretion, and hastily shook his head in response. Although Chen Huayan hailed from a reputable family, he was once a lowly vagabond. Astonishingly, he had not become a servant nor changed his surname. Yet he gained entrance into the town marshal division. Zhao Baihu was among the most formidable figures in the entirety of Fengling County. Even the scions of the other three great families were eager to become his disciples, yet all their efforts were in vain. Yet, it was Chen Huayan who became Zhao Baihu's direct disciple, who would not feel envious, who would not harbor jealousy. Had jealousy the power to take lives, Chen Huayan would have perished countless times over. This included Li Wei, who previously harbored intense hostility towards Chen Huayan. Upon hearing others malign him, he would join in with a few words of agreement. However, people can change, at the brink of death, with his life hanging by a thread. It was Chen Huayan who appeared just in time, striking down a formidable opponent of the blood condensation realm with a single blow. Such prowess, such spirit, such audacity was enough to earn Li Wei's respect, especially since he had saved his life. "You joined the town marshal division this year, did you not?" Chen Huayan remarked casually. "Indeed. I entered in May, as a disciple of the Qilin Banner, directly under Commander Li." Li Wei nodded and smiled. "I am acquainted with your sixth uncle, young Master Li Chenglang." Upon hearing the name Li Chenglang, a shadow crossed Li Wei's face. "My uncle may appear wild and eccentric, yet he possesses an unparalleled acumen." The two exchanged a few pleasantries before the sky darkened considerably. "Brotherly, it is getting late. This remote village lacks proper accommodations. Since Huanggo village is no more, it would be prudent for you to return to the town marshal division early. It is far safer than staying here." "Indeed, then take care, Brother Chen. We shall meet again in the county town. I will treat you to drinks at the Xuanxiang Pavilion." The mention of Xuanxiang Pavilion made Chen Huayan slightly apprehensive. Yet he smiled and nodded. "Very well, we shall gather again in the county town." Li Wei lingered in Chenjiakan to wait for Chen Huayan, not for any pressing matter, but simply to express his gratitude for the life-saving favor. After parting ways with him, Chen Huayan immediately headed to Chen Ergu's home. "Time here may be limited. These are the medicinal pills I usually consume during my cultivation, and there are a few remaining. Please take them." Chen Huayan handed Chen Ergu 3 qi induction pills and refining qi pills, along with 10 taels of silver, all retrieved from the bodies of those malevolent cultivators. "As brothers, we need not stand on ceremony. Focus on your training under the master. The world is tumultuous, and you will find these resources invaluable in due time. Keep those weapons as well, just in case." During this period, Chen Huayan noted that Chen Ergo had already reached the bone refinement stage. Especially with the guidance of the old man, his cultivation progressed naturally. Now, even the pills for the qi refinement stage were prepared. How far he could advance depended entirely on his own fortune. As for the weapons, they were simply spoils from the malevolent cultivators and held little significance for Chen Huayan. In addition, there were 2 tomes of forbidden arts and a brocade box containing a toad, all of which Chen Huayan carefully secured. The following morning, at dawn, 2 riders from the town armed forces, on their ragged steeds, arrived at the village entrance. Lord Chen, the reinforcements from Jiangling County have arrived. The commander has issued orders for all village patrol officers and banners to return to the town armed forces immediately. Chapter 75, Defending Gold Mountain, Unmoved, Slaying Evil Cultivators. Transforming Herbs into Wealth. The period of Ti-Dong extends from the winter solstice, lasting for 81 days, marking the coldest time of winter. In previous years, by the 6th day of winter, the chill had often subsided. Yet this year, the 6th day of winter remained bitterly cold, almost unbearable. At dawn, Chen Huayan rode his white steed, accompanied by 7 banners, returning to Fengling County and the town armed forces. Chen family village was not far from the county town, and Chen Huayan was the first from the White Tiger banner to return to the town armed forces. Zhao Baihu, seated majestically in the White Tiger Hall, regarded Chen Huayan, who appeared unscathed. With some surprise, most villages near the county town have been attacked. How is it that your Chen family village remains unharmed? Reporting to Master, last night, 3 malevolent cultivators from the Luo Tian Outer Dao launched a surprise attack on Chen family village. One was at the blood condensation stage, and the other 2 were below the qi refinement stage. All have been vanquished. Chen Huayan reported to Zhao Baihu alone. You killed them? Thanks to Master S guidance. I have achieved a modest level of success and, by fortune, was able to eliminate the evil cultivators. Chen Huayan replied. Before Zhao Baihu entered seclusion, Chen Huayan had merely begun to cultivate his internal energy. Due to the massacre of nearby villages by the Luo Tian Outer Dao, he was compelled to interrupt his retreat. At that time, he had not paid much attention to Chen Huayan, but upon closer inspection now, he noticed that Chen Huayan had already cultivated his energy into his organs. More crucially, he had managed to slay a blood condensation stage evil cultivator with his qi refinement strength. Such prowess could only be matched by one individual in Fengling County, albeit that person had already been rendered incapable. Well, as my disciple, this achievement is not particularly noteworthy. Remember to remain humble. I shall remember. How did you slay them? Elaborate. Zhao Baihu inquired, intrigued. Chen Huayan described the encounter briefly, omitting the role of the turtle breath technique and simplifying the battle process. There is certainly an element of luck involved. Do not let this lead to arrogance. The blood condensation stage cultivator was merely lacking in skill. Should you face a different opponent, your methods may not yield the same results. Yes, as a novice, I dare not be complacent. Were it not for Master S instruction, I would undoubtedly have perished facing a blood condensation stage evil cultivator. Do not divulge this matter to anyone. Zhao Baihu cautioned. When the New Year competition arrives, astonish everyone. I wish to witness the expressions of those old fellows. Zhao Baihu seemed to recall something amusing, chuckling to himself. Master, I have one more matter to report. What is it? While at Chen family village, I observed fellow comrades from the town armed forces firing a cloud-piercing arrow without authorization, and I intervened to provide assistance, slaying 3 more blood condensation stage evil cultivators. 3 more slain? Indeed. In their possession, for such bags were discovered. Master, please take a look. Chen Huayan cautiously presented the 4 treasure bags. Zhao Baihu observed the bags in his hands, frowning slightly. You rascal. Have you secretly delved into some sinister arts behind my back? I would never dare. Chen Huayan quickly bowed and replied. Zhao Baihu scrutinized Chen Huayan, pondering to himself, it is quite normal for him to have a deeper understanding of martial arts, given the guidance of the martial spirit. With this thought, he decided to let it go and, with a flicker of his mind, inspected the contents of the treasure bags. So many herbs? Have these nefarious cultivators stripped Mount Fulong bare? Are these the spiritual herbs of Mount Fulong? Chen Huayan appeared bewildered. There were indeed a few spiritual herbs, though not many, and 2 segments of dragon vine. Why had they shifted from refining poisonous insects and vile beasts to gathering herbs? Perhaps there were herbalists in Black Dragon Village as well? Chen Huayan speculated. That is quite possible. Zhao Baihu nodded in agreement. As a cultivator of the divine sea realm, he found these herbs of decent quality. yet they were hardly worthy of his attention. You are currently in the qi refining stage, and these herbs are precisely what you need. Use what you can. And as for the rest, don't you have a pharmacy? Sell them all, or exchange them for other cultivation resources. Master, I am unworthy to accept such generosity. If you deem these herbs useless, I will exchange them for silver and present the proceeds to you. Do you think I would care for such a trifling amount? Zhao Baihu retorted, I merely wish for you to understand the arduous path of cultivation and the difficulty of acquiring wealth. Your intentions are noble, master, and I will remember them. Very well, you may go rest now. Give these treasure bags to Lao Biao and have him sift through them. Keep what is useful, and convert the rest into silver for your own use. Thank you, master. Qin Huayan respectfully exited the White Tiger Hall. In the vastness of the White Tiger Hall, only Zhao Baihu remained. I've struck gold, or rather, 2 treasures. My daughter's aptitude even surpasses my own. At last, I shall have my moment of glory. Let all you old fogies open your eyes. With no one else present in the main hall, Zhao Baihu unabashedly burst into laughter. In the backyard of the town guard's headquarters, before Qin Huayan's door, Lao Biao sat on a small stool, engrossed in a book. Over the years, he had followed Zhao Baihu, cultivating both body and mind, and had not concerned himself with anything beyond Zhao Baihu's affairs. However, these past few days, he found himself somewhat distracted, unable to focus on whatever he did. With Qin Huayan no longer nearby to share warm words or offer the occasional flattery, and without the little girl to amuse him or the sound of her laughter to fill the air, he felt as if the food had lost its flavor. The book was unreadable, and he could not muster the spirit for any task. Could that rascal have slipped me something? Lao Biao muttered to himself. Biao uncle. Before Lao Biao could finish his thought, a familiar voice rang out from the front yard. He looked up to see Qin Huayan, carrying a basket of herbs, striding in. Young Master Lu. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Lao Biao immediately stood up. Biao uncle, it must be much quieter without Lu's constant chatter lately. Young Master Lu. You jest. Uncle Biao, take a look at this. Is this a treasure bag? Where did young Master Lu acquire it? It doesn't seem to belong to the town military division. Old Biao took it and examined it closely. I retrieved it from several malevolent cultivators of the blood condensation realm whom I dispatched. Blood condensation realm? Malevolent cultivators? You did this? Old Biao was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had misheard. Indeed, they were not particularly formidable, but my master instructed that this matter must remain undisclosed to outsiders. You do not count as an outsider, Qin Huayan succinctly reiterated. Were it not for the necessity of rationalizing the presence of these herbs, he would never have divulged his involvement in slaying those of the blood condensation realm. Old Biao, having seen much in his years, had never encountered a qi refinement cultivator capable of single-handedly defeating one of the blood condensation realm. He had only heard of a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy from Fengling County who had accomplished such a feat, yet afterward, they had vanished without a trace. Old Biao couldn't shake the feeling that such an outrageous tale must be a fabrication, but he was astonished to learn it was indeed possible. Uncle Biao, I cannot open this. Would you assist me in extracting it? Qin Huayan prompted, still in a state of disbelief. In truth, he had already learned the method of opening it from the old man, but these details were not to be disclosed. Otherwise, Zhao Baihu would discover that the old man was alive and well in the outer city. Despite Zhao Baihu's seemingly benign intentions, Qin Huayan dared not allow any suspicion to arise. Alas, he was currently devoid of funds. At times, possessing a mountain of gold yet refraining from expenditure felt unbearable. How could he explain the herbs? He could not harvest now, and his cultivated stock was limited. Moreover, the 6 boxes gifted by Li Chenglang, presented to outsiders as tokens of gratitude for Qin Huayan's healing, actually contained a substantial sum of silver. Should he spend it, how would he justify that? Even if it were true that Li Chenglang was expressing thanks for his healing, a reward of merely a few dozen taels would suffice. Bestowing over 10,000 taels would raise eyebrows. Furthermore, the Li family's financial affairs were tightly controlled, and the source of Li Chenglang's wealth was dubious, rendering it impossible to account for transparently. During this period, Qin Huayan had been tormented by the inability to utilize his silver hoard. But now he finally saw the prospect of liquidating a portion. He estimated that the herbs cultivated in the spiritual garden could fetch over 2,000 taels. And with a bit of embellishment, he could report around 2,500, especially since herbs were inherently more valuable in winter. Primarily, he dared not present more herbs, as it would raise immediate suspicion, for treasure bags were filled to the brim with herbs. Old Biao extracted them, filling half the courtyard and forming 3 small mounds. Young Master Lu, after your arduous journey and battles, you should rest indoors. I shall prepare a medicinal bath for you. Leave these matters to me. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Biao. Chen Huayan felt a profound sense of trust in Lao Biao, and even if Lao Biao were to secretly hoard some herbs, it mattered little. After all, the majority of the herbs held little monetary value, and the strategy was primarily one of quantity over quality. A quarter of an hour later, the medicinal bath was ready, and Chen Huayan gently placed the infant girl onto the bed. In recent days, Luo Yunchuang had been remarkably quiet. Initially harboring some reservations about the old man, she found herself deeply enlightened by his insights into alchemy. Now, she was blessed with ample time, due to her diminutive stature. She was unable to cultivate, thus she spent countless hours in contemplation. During her musings, Chen Huayan ventured out to eliminate a blood coagulation realm evil cultivator. An action she met with little surprise, for Luo Yunchuang was the one who understood Chen Huayan's prowess best. Later, as she dozed off, Chen Huayan left her in the care of Chen Ergu, causing her to fret throughout the day. Fortunately, he returned safely, having vanquished 3 more blood coagulation realm evil cultivators. This little sixth son's aptitude was only slightly inferior to mine. What he lacked most at present was spiritual energy. If he could find a location abundant in spiritual energy, his cultivation speed would surely ascend to new heights. Luo Yunchuang pondered deeply. Across the 5 states, the mountains and rivers brimming with spiritual veins were all under the control of the Central State's immortal court. Although Qi State was relatively remote, it still possessed several spiritual veins. Thousands of years ago, a rebellion erupted in Qi State, led by those who called themselves the Qi-Rong tribe. At that time, the Emperor of the Immortal Court personally commanded a 1,000,000-strong army to quell the rebellion, exterminating the traitors and annihilating the Qi-Rong. To serve as a warning and to prevent further insurrections in Qi State, the Immortal Court confiscated all movable spiritual veins, transporting them back to the Central State, while those that could not be removed were sealed in place. The locations of these sealed areas were meticulously documented in the Central State's Shanhai Lu, which Luo Yunchuang had previously studied in detail. Yet she found herself momentarily unable to recall the site of the spiritual vein in Jiangling County. It seemed to be in the vicinity of Fengling County, but where precisely? Chapter 76. Dual Cultivation of Martial Arts. The journey is long. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. The path of raising a daughter is long. Chen Huayan luxuriated in the medicinal bath, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort, and unknowingly drifted into slumber. During his time in Qinxia village, he diligently sought the old man's guidance on martial arts and alchemy, akin to a sponge thirstily absorbing water. He subsequently dispatched several blood coagulation realm evil cultivators in swift succession. Though each strike was decisive and appeared effortless, every ambush required him to summon every ounce of his spirit, executing martial techniques to their fullest extent, which took a significant toll on his physical and mental stamina. He slept for a considerable duration, awakening only when the sky darkened. The water in the medicinal bath remained warm, as Lao Biao would periodically heat it every half hour. Upon waking, Chen Huayan's stomach growled audibly. Emerging from the bath, he dried himself and donned fresh attire before making his way to the main hall, where Lao Biao was feeding the infant girl. "Young Master Lu, have you rested well?" "Indeed, I was unaware that I had slept for so long." Chen Huayan nodded in acknowledgement. "Dinner is prepared. I will have it brought over." "Has Master eaten?" "Having eaten, they have already gone to the main hall." This time, the matter concerning the Luo Tian outer path has escalated significantly, drawing the attention of the local officials in the county town. They have dispatched numerous personnel from the Demon Suppression Division, intending to eradicate the threat entirely. The Demon Suppression Division serves as the official force in Jiangling County, akin to the position of the Martial Suppression Division in Fengling County, and their power far exceeds that of the latter. Thus, upon their mobilization, the Martial Suppression Division recalled all external martial banners. These events, evidently, hold no relation to Chen Huayan. With the increasing number of martial banners in the rear hall, old Biao surmised that Chen Huayan preferred tranquility, and since his meals were specially prepared, he had them sent to Chen Huayan's residence. "Has Uncle Biao eaten?" "Yes, I have." "Young Master Lu, please eat while it's hot. The weather is cold. It will cool down soon." Chen Huayan nodded and began to eat quietly. To contend with evil cultivators at the blood condensation realm, it is presumed that young Master Lu's martial skills have significantly advanced. This rapid progress is undoubtedly due to the exceptional guidance from Master and Uncle Biao. Young Master Lu humbly replied, "If one lacks understanding, No amount of instruction is of any use. Old Biao lowered his head as he wiped the milk residue from the mouth of the infant in his arms. Logically speaking, those at the blood condensation realm should be far more formidable than my current chi refinement realm. How is it that those evil cultivators seem as fragile as paper? Chun Huayan pondered in confusion. Although he had gained the upper hand by employing the turtle breathing technique for a sneak attack and had perfected the 8 extremes shattering mountain technique, he believed that this could only severely injure a blood condensation evil cultivator. Yet, on several occasions, he had managed to eliminate them instantaneously. Actually, you will only understand this once you reach the blood condensation realm. However, young Master Lu possesses extraordinary talent. It's beneficial to grasp this knowledge early. Upon hearing old Biao's words, Chun Huayan's interest was piqued, and he immediately focused intently on listening. All laws of the world ultimately converge, yet the paths to the highest position are diverse. For instance, cultivation methods are divided into martial cultivation and Taoist cultivation. What constitutes martial cultivation? What constitutes Taoist cultivation? Chun Huayan inquired. Martial cultivation primarily focuses on body refinement. After completing chi refinement, one continuously strengthens the body using spiritual energy, employing martial techniques to combat enemies. To break through into the aperture realm, one must fill the 9 vital apertures of the physical body with spiritual energy, achieving an indestructible body. Upon reaching the divine sea realm, an energy sea forms in the dantian, allowing the release of energy during combat, thus generating a protective aura. Taoist cultivation, on the other hand, emphasizes spiritual refinement. After chi refinement, one condenses their consciousness, which constitutes the blood condensation realm. This involves channeling spiritual energy into the spiritual platform to achieve the aperture realm, significantly enhancing perceptual capabilities and employing Taoist techniques to combat foes, manipulating wind, fire, thunder, and myriad spells. Attaining the divine sea realm allows for the expansion of the sea of consciousness, augmenting the power and control of Taoist techniques, even enabling the manipulation of objects to vanquish enemies. The so-called immortals in the central courtyard refer to those who have achieved success in the Tao. However, upon reaching the divine sea realm, one requires a decree from the celestial court. Otherwise, even if they have attained some level of success, they would merely be akin to wild fox Zen, unworthy of the title immortal. Old Biao elaborated to Chun Huayan, sharing insights he had never heard before. Insights that even the old man had not mentioned, only imparting a few martial skills to him. In light of this, it seems that in the later stages, the path of Taoism may indeed be stronger. It would be an oversimplification to say that while one may soar through clouds and wield swords with a swift cut, in the same realm, if a martial practitioner were to close the distance, few could withstand their might. Both the paths of cultivation and martial arts possess their respective strengths and weaknesses. The former emphasizes innate talent, making entry exceedingly difficult, 1 in 10,000. Particularly in our realm where spiritual energy is scant. Yet once one transcends into the practice, the journey becomes somewhat easier than that of martial cultivation. As for martial arts, as long as one has access to medicinal herbs or possesses the endurance to withstand hardship and pain, entry is attainable. However, ascending beyond the initial stages becomes increasingly arduous. Yet, those who attain mastery within their tier can often surpass those of the same rank in the path of cultivation. After a contemplative silence, Chun Huayan found himself beset by new doubts. What if one were to pursue both paths of martial and spiritual cultivation? It has been stated that all methods under heaven lead to the same endpoint, and yet human capabilities are finite. Focusing on a single discipline might allow one to reach its pinnacle, while dual cultivation is a suboptimal approach, potentially preventing mastery of either. Nevertheless, some exceptionally gifted individuals might choose to cultivate both selectively. For instance, attaining proficiency in martial arts before dedicating themselves to spiritual cultivation, thus gaining an advantage in physical strength during early confrontations. The majority of cultivators, about 90%, dedicate themselves solely to one path, refining not only their cultivation methods, but also their martial skills. Human time and energy are limited, making comprehensive mastery difficult. Only a select few, endowed with extraordinary talent, would embark on the dual path of martial cultivation, such as the leader of the Central State's Celestial Court. In her previous life, Luo Yunshuang followed the dual cultivation path. Though her martial skills only reached the divine sea realm, while her spiritual cultivation soared far beyond that. Little Sixth, do not be swayed by this old man's flattery. With my presence, I shall surely guide you on the path of dual martial cultivation. Your talent in martial arts is unquestionable, and as for spiritual cultivation, even if you are somewhat dense, I shall carve a path for you. Luo Yunshuang resolved, believing that as long as there were higher aspirations, the path of spiritual cultivation would serve as a shortcut. However, when it comes to practical combat abilities, the formidable physical prowess of martial cultivation could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Had she advanced further in martial arts, even an ambush could have been withstood through sheer physical strength. Fortunately, her formidable mental acuity, combined with her cultivation methods and the power of the jade pendant, enabled her to be reborn after death. Luo Yunshuang had come to regard Chen Huayan as a trusted confidant and a vital ally for her future return to the celestial court, thus she pledged her unwavering support. However, as Chen Huayan was still in the nascent stages of his journey, early exposure to cultivation methods could prove detrimental. Now was the time for him to lay a solid foundation, determining how far he could go based on the strength of that foundation. As for Chen Huayan, he also harbored his own aspirations, undoubtedly striving for dual martial cultivation. But if circumstances rendered that impossible, he would first navigate the path of martial arts. Uncle Biao, is my master also a martial cultivator? The Lord is a prodigy. Although he commenced his journey through martial cultivation upon arriving in the county city, he also learned spiritual methods, effectively becoming a dual cultivator. In the days I followed the Lord, he commanded great respect. What a pity! What a pity! This matter is personal to the Lord and not fit for discussion. Old Biao whispered a warning. If young Master 6 ventures into Jiangling County for training in the future, you must not disclose your identity as the Lord's disciple. Otherwise, it will surely invite calamity. Thank you, Uncle Biao, for your reminder. A Lu will remember. Chen Huayan sighed inwardly, having now taken 2 masters, who also happened to be his brothers. One has stirred up Foling County to a tumultuous degree, ultimately rendering his Dantian crippled, while the other seems to have caused quite a stir in Jiaoling County, both being far from tranquil figures. Speaking of which, I have selected the herbs for young Master Lu. The unusable ones have been placed into the treasure bag. Young Master Lu currently lacks the strength to utilize such items. Tomorrow morning, I shall take the treasure bag directly to the apothecary in West City under young Master Lu's name and present the herbs to the shopkeeper for sale. Uncle Biao suddenly recalled the matter of the herbs. Chen Huayan nodded, yet he pondered that with the volume of herbs, given the apothecary's sales in West City, it might take until the following year to sell them all. Uncle Biao, since I am now in charge of the apothecary, do you think we should hold an opening ceremony or something of that nature? Chen Huayan inquired. An opening? Among the scions of the 4 great families, some may choose to make it grand if they acquire a business. If young Master Lu wishes to do so, I can arrange it for you. No need. I have individuals outside whom I can rely on, and they can manage it. Just ensure the herbs are delivered to the apothecary, Chen Huayan replied, wishing to avoid drawing attention. However, if the apothecary remains lukewarm, it would hinder his ability to liquidate his funds. First, the herbs must be exchanged for money. Secondly, the 10,000 taels of silver from Li Chonglang must be laundered through the apothecary's accounts. In due time, 3,000 taels could transform into 6,000. Provided the apothecary's business flourishes, even if merely on the surface, for Zhao Baihu would not dare to scrutinize the accounts. Yet, such success may inevitably incite jealousy, however. As long as Zhao Baihu, this inexpensive master, stands in front of him, he can cultivate in the town martial division without fear of repercussions. At worst, he could share more of the profits with his master, treating it as filial piety, a custom within Foling County and the entirety of Jiangling County. Once he accumulates wealth, he can procure superior beast blood for medicinal baths and find better beast milk for Ming Ming, laying a solid foundation for the little one. In the future, when I am benevolent as a father and she is filial as a daughter, I shall send her to my esteemed master for proper cultivation. Even if I am unable to reach my full potential, I can rely on her to provide for me in my old age. Chen Huayan mused, lifting the drowsy infant. Ming Ming, you are your father's daughter. Your father loves you dearly. You must always be dutiful to him. Chen Huayan had encountered numerous ingrates in his past life. It was not only adopted children, but even biological offspring who often treated their parents poorly. In his view, there was but one reason for this: inadequate education. The future character of children is largely determined by their parents' guidance and example. Thus, Chen Huayan resolved to begin educating her earnestly. Ugh, Luo Yunshuang, having just consumed beast milk, had yet to digest it and expelled most of it. Get away. This is utterly revolting. Luo Yunshuang nearly choked upon hearing Chen Huayan's endearing words. Why did you spit out the milk? Could it be that you sensed my profound paternal love? Chapter 77. Chen Huayan plans the opening of the apothecary. Zhao Baihu tests the results of his disciples as dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise over the mountains. Chen Huayan donned his attire, gently cradling the sleeping infant before departing from the Zhenwu division to Yongchang Street. Guo Dachuan and his companions continued to reside in Chen Huayan's abode, dedicating their days to tidying the premises, tending to the medicinal herbs, and mastering the art of herb gathering. Upon surreptitiously entering the courtyard, Chen Huayan found the trio gathered for breakfast in the back residence. Sixth Master, you have arrived. Noticing the modest meal of coarse rice and a plate of shredded radish, Chen Huayan inquired, is the silver running low? Not at all. There is plenty. Guo Dachuan responded with utmost respect. Then indulge in something better. The provisions are about to thaw. If we do not nourish our bodies, how shall we venture into the mountains to gather herbs? Indeed, Sixth Master, I have procured a substantial batch of medicinal herbs, which may take time to sell. Therefore, I plan to make some repairs to the apothecary in the West City and reopen it. We shall make a grand occasion of it, inviting opera troupes, acrobats, and the like. You all will assist in organizing this, even if it means hiring individuals to form a queue outside the apothecary. Additionally, spread the word that our new shop will feature a segment of dragon scale vine. The establishment shall be named Huayan Apothecary. Promote it widely. It is conveniently located near the firewood market. For every purchase of 500 coins or more, customers shall receive a load of firewood. Chen Huayan briefly outlined his ideas. Offering firewood? Sixth Master, might this not be a loss? I, Chen Aliu, do not open an apothecary for profit, but to benefit the people. Chen Huayan declared with righteous fervor. Sixth Master's noble intentions are understood. Guo Dachuan and his companions bowed with increasing reverence. Bring me some paper. Chen Huayan contemplated and decided to meticulously document his thoughts for their reference. Membership? Silver members? Gold members? Sixth Master, what do these terms signify? There are no explanations below? Based on the amount of silver spent in the apothecary, corresponding discounts will be granted. The more one spends, the greater the savings. Additionally, one may pre-deposit. For every 3 taels of silver deposited, an additional 50 coins will be provided, which can be utilized when purchasing herbs. During the reopening days, you shall oversee the operations. After some time, instruct the manager to hire more staff, and then you may return. Chen Huayan elaborated patiently. Can one truly save money at a place that sells medicine? Are we to pay them for this service? Is that feasible? Guo Dachuan expressed skepticism. Simply follow my instructions. Remember to recruit more individuals for promotion. We must ensure that the entire Fengling County is aware of the reopening of Huayan Apothecary in the West City. Chen Huayan reiterated emphatically. In the basket behind him, Luo Yunshuang, initially in a stupor and yet to awaken, became alert upon hearing Chen Huayan's peculiar ideas. What sort of operation is this? Understanding that the trio would struggle to grasp the concept, Chen Huayan articulated his thoughts slowly and with great detail. Luo Yunshuang, however, comprehended his intentions more swiftly than the others. What remarkable notions reside in this young man's mind? I truly wish to pry it open and see. Can such ideas truly emerge from a person? It may appear rather absurd, yet there exists a semblance of credibility. Should his methods prove effective, I could entrust the management of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to him, and thus wealth would follow. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion stands as the largest trade association in the central continent, its operations extensive, with branches in all 4 other continents. It is precisely due to its existence that the Luo family possesses the financial means to support generations of emperors in their cultivation. However, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion of today is a shadow of its former self. To eradicate the rogue cultivators of the Luo Tian, Luo Yunshuang's father led 100,000 men, incurring expenses of unimaginable magnitude. Prior to this, the southern campaign against the Red Barbarians, the eastern extermination of the Green Ghosts, and the western conquest of the White D have rendered the pavilion financially strained, and the chaos of war has exacerbated its fiscal challenges, making tax collection increasingly arduous. Since ascending to her position, Luo Yunshuang has sought someone capable of revitalizing the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, yet the individuals within the Immortal Court are wholly devoted to their cultivation. The pavilion's master remains in seclusion, leaving no one of significant capability to take charge. She now plans to observe the unfolding situation, to ascertain whether Chen Huayan's approach yields any tangible results. The strategies employed by Chen Huayan are marketing techniques from his original world, now thoroughly exhausted. He harbors doubts about their efficacy in this realm. Moreover, engaging in commerce is not his primary focus. He must devote the majority of his energy to cultivation. After instructing the three individuals, Chun Huayan departed from his residence and made his way to Lin Baiyong's estate. Lin Baiyong has entrusted the majority of the operations of the Shilin apothecary to Lin Qianlu, yet he retains some influence and connections within the establishment. Greetings, Master Lin. Alu, what brings you here today? Lin Baiyong expressed surprise at Chen Huayan's visit. Alu had long wished to pay his respects. But due to the recent efforts of the town martial division to combat banditry outside the city, he had been exceedingly occupied, rendering him unable to visit frequently. He hoped Master Lin would understand. Your ability to visit this powerless old man is indeed a sign of your thoughtfulness. Lin Baiyong, having largely lost his authority, noted that even his household staff had diminished by more than half, with only a few guards remaining. The medicinal drawing of Fulong Mountain had long been collected by Lin Qianlu's subordinates. In the past, when he managed the Shilin apothecary, he entertained many young masters and lords. Yet now, after more than half a month, Chun Huayan is his first visitor, a stark reminder of the fickleness of human relationships. This realization stirred a sense of guilt within Lin Baiyong. Chun Huayan had treated his ailments and saved his life. Certainly, this feeling of guilt was largely due to Chun Huayan's change in status, had he remained a lowly commoner, even if he had become a respectable gentleman. Lin Baiyong would have found it altogether reasonable, such as the deeply ingrained mindset. How have you been of late, master? I have brought some restorative herbs specifically for you. Your kindness is appreciated. I am indeed feeling much better. Lin Baiyong replied with a smile, genuinely content with his current state. Lin Qianlu had left him some assets. And over the years of managing the Shilin apothecary, he had accumulated enough wealth to ensure a life of comfort for several generations. Having preserved his life, and with a concubine already 2 months pregnant, he felt a profound sense of contentment. Throughout my life, I have committed many foolish acts. Yet the most astute decision I made was to appoint you as the head of the herbal gathering team. I shall forever cherish your kindness, my lord. Today, seeing you in good spirits brings me relief. However, it is getting late, so I shall not impose further. As noon approached, he suggested they dine before departing. No need. The town military office has many matters to attend to. Very well, I shall not keep you. Just as Lin Baiyong began to rise, Chen Huayan had already reached the doorway. By the way, my lord, I have arranged for repairs at the Shilin apothecary's shop in the western city. Once a propitious day is chosen, we shall reopen. I humbly request your presence at the grand reopening. The reopening? That is easily arranged. I shall personally attend to ensure you gain the honor you deserve. Thank you, my lord. Upon concluding his words, Chen Huayan departed from Lin Baiyong's estate and returned to the town military office. Within 2 days, news of the apothecary's reopening spread swiftly throughout Fengling County. At the town military office, Chen Huayan was diligently practicing marksmanship under the guidance of Lao Biao. Whoosh! An arrow, propelled with tremendous force, sliced through the air, hurtling towards Chen Huayan. Bang! With a swift motion, Chen Huayan swung his gun and struck the arrow down. The intent to kill was palpable. Had he hesitated for even a moment, he would have faced severe injury, if not death. Lao Biao, witnessing the scene, broke into a cold sweat, momentarily stunned. How could anyone infiltrate the town military office to commit such an act? Meanwhile, Chen Huayan's hands were left completely numb, along with a searing pain coursing through his arms. Not bad. Your reflexes are commendable. Before he could see the individual, he heard the voice of Zhao Baihu as he vaulted over the wall into the courtyard. Greetings, master. I just wanted to test your reactions. You barely passed. Upon hearing Zhao Baihu's words, even Lao Biao, who had followed him for over 20 years, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Such reaction speed was something even Zhao Shi might struggle to achieve. What did he mean by barely passed? If the other captains heard this, they would surely be astonished. Lao Biao could discern that the strength Zhao Baihu had used was already at the pinnacle of the condensed blood realm, nearing the entrance realm. Even those in the condensed blood realm might not withstand it, and yet Chen Huayan was merely in the qi cultivation stage. When did my lord become so formidable? Lao Biao mused inwardly. I heard your apothecary is about to reopen? Zhao Baihu casually inquired. Indeed, the previous stock of herbs was rather excessive. Given the circumstances of the western city shop, it seems unlikely that they will sell out immediately. My funds are limited, and I hope to sell the herbs quickly to acquire resources for cultivation. Thus, I considered reopening to create a buzz and attract more customers. Chen Huayan nodded in agreement. Are you also planning to showcase a segment of the dragon scale vine? Yes, there are 2 segments of the dragon scale vine. I intend to present one as a novelty. Do you realize that the dragon scale vine is the most crucial herb for breakthroughs from the condensed blood realm to the entrance realm? The blood condensation stage is still far off. The disciple wishes to refrain. After all, it is your own endeavor. You shall decide. When will the medicine shop open? The day after tomorrow morning, Qin Huayan respectfully replied. He had not considered inviting Zhao Baihu, as his status would render such an invitation inappropriate. Enough. Focus on your cultivation. While wealth is significant for practice, one must not sacrifice the greater for the lesser, jeopardizing one's training. The disciple shall remember. Qin Huayan promptly responded. Old Biao. Sir. Your command? Replace the medicinal soak for a lu with the dragon tiger's soup. His current cultivation speed is far too slow. Sir. That dragon tiger soup is a medicinal bath meant for the blood condensation stage. Young Master Lu might find it difficult to endure. You old fool. Is he my disciple or yours? Change it tonight. Yes, sir. Old Biao dared not argue further and complied. Zhao Baihu scrutinized Qin Huayan once more before scaling the wall and departing. Dragon tiger soup? What kind of concoction is that? Qin Huayan had never heard of such a remedy before and was curious about its ingredients. Chapter 78. The Astonishing Efficacy of Dragon Tiger Soup. Fengling County struggles to nurture a flood dragon. Uncle Biao, what's in this? The potency is overwhelming. Qin Huayan entered the medicinal bath, and within mere moments, his face flushed crimson, feeling as though his blood vessels were on the verge of bursting. The ingredients here are indeed extraordinary. Even young Master Sha had only used it thrice. 1 cup of the blood of a thunder-patterned tiger from the demon realm. 3 tails of powdered bones from an ice-scale python of the demon realm, ground to dust. 5 stalks of burning heart grass. 7 segments of the roots of the ancient iron tree. Old Biao recounted with pride. These were treasures akin to celestial materials for those in the town martial division. Their effects exceedingly potent. Generally, those merely entering the blood condensation stage, even those in the mid-stage, would not dare to try it lightly. The body may not withstand it. And while sustaining minor injuries is trivial, the greater risk lies in severing meridians or even losing one's life. For this reason, old Biao remained vigilant, ready to intervene at any sign of trouble. Young Master Lu, should you find it unbearable, please inform me. Do not push yourself. Qin Huayan gritted his teeth. If I give up now, does that mean I need to pay for this medicinal bath? Once the concoction has been steeped, its efficacy begins to dissipate after several hours, rendering it useless, thus the payment is still required. How much silver is that? 1,300 taels. It's fine. I can endure. Qin Huayan initially considered exiting the bath, but upon hearing the price, he resolutely decided against it. It is not that I am reluctant to part with money. I simply do not wish to waste my master's goodwill, nor such splendid medicinal materials. Taking a deep breath, Qin Huayan activated his qi cultivation technique. The medicinal soup enveloped him like molten lava, his skin cracking inch by inch. In the room filled with a pungent, bloody mist, faintly echoing the soft roar of his bones. The crimson medicinal concoction penetrated the skin and coursed through the veins. Akin to a ferocious tiger infiltrating the mountains, gnawing at the impurities within the body. A slender red line, resembling a small serpent, meandered through the body, following the path of the qi cultivation technique in a grand cycle, directing its course towards the organs. In an instant, it stirred the spiritual energy previously absorbed into the internal organs, as Qin Huayan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain. Only when the serpent fatigue did the agony gradually subside, and the nearly shattered organs seemed to be reborn, acquiring a translucent quality reminiscent of glass. Truly, he was a natural talent for martial cultivation. On the roof of the 2-story building, Zhao Baihu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes gently closed, meticulously focusing his spiritual awareness on Qin Huayan, vigilantly observing his transformation. Should any unforeseen event arise, he would intervene personally. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly, allowing Zhao Baihu to exhale a sigh of relief. In the Jinwu division of Fengling County, only Zhao Baihu employed the dragon tiger soup to bolster his disciples' physiques. This recipe, acquired during his travels through Zhongzhou, was originally intended for martial cultivators at the qi refining level, as Zhongzhou was rich in spiritual energy, fostering a solid foundation for martial practitioners and enhancing the efficacy of medicinal baths. However, within Fengling County, where spiritual energy was scarce and martial foundations were weak, such potent medicine could only be utilized once one reached the blood condensation realm. Yet, with the qi cultivation technique bestowed by Luo Yunchuang, Coupled with the herbs used, each over a century-old and rich in spiritual essence, Chen Huayan's foundation was naturally robust. Inside the room, having absorbed the majority of the medicinal potency from the bath, Chen Huayan felt entirely at ease and unknowingly succumbed to slumber. Despite appearing to be in good condition, old Biao remained vigilant, guarding him until dawn. "Uncle Biao, you kept watch all night?" Chen Huayan awoke to see old Biao leaning against the doorframe, appearing somewhat drowsy. As one ages, sleep becomes scarce. Old Biao chuckled, the deep wrinkles on his face resembling crevices etched by time. He approached the medicinal bath and glanced at the water within. Young Master Lu truly possesses extraordinary talent. He has absorbed a significant portion of the medicine's effects. This dragon tiger soup is remarkably potent. It feels as though a breakthrough is imminent. Cultivating qi and refining the spirit is paramount for a Dao cultivator, as it involves consolidating spiritual energy to enhance consciousness, allowing for the manifestation of spiritual prowess through breathing techniques. This step is crucial in the cultivation process, akin to a martial practitioner's foundational training in honing their physique. For martial cultivators, directing qi into the Shinkei point suffices. During his studies in acupuncture, Chen Huayan learned that the Shinkei is the abode of the spirit, positioned at the center of the body, linking the celestial and terrestrial realms, serving as a gateway to innate powers. While the qi cultivation technique outlines the methods of practice, it does so in broad strokes, lacking specificity. The navel is intricately connected to the 12 meridians, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the limbs, the senses, and the skin, embodying the concept of qi returning to the navel. When spiritual energy enters the Shinkei, it can be more effectively harnessed during the execution of martial techniques, transforming it into spiritual power to be unleashed through martial prowess. All methods in the world, despite their diverse pathways, ultimately converge on the same truth. They involve absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, utilizing it to attain longevity and bolster one's vitality. The path of spiritual cultivation is an inward journey, focusing on the essence of one's consciousness, while martial cultivation emphasizes the external, honing the physical form. After listening to the detailed explanation from Uncle Biao, Chen Huayan gained a more profound understanding of the practice of refining qi and concentrating the spirit. "Thank you, Uncle Biao, for your enlightening words. You're too kind, young Master Lu," Uncle Biao replied. "I shall have breakfast prepared for you. After you have dined, it would be beneficial to practice some martial techniques to invigorate your body and promote the flow of your vital energy." With that, Uncle Biao left the room, while Chen Huayan dried himself and entered to check on the infant girl. "Ah, you little one, you rise quite early today." Upon entering, Chen Huayan found the baby gazing at him with her deep, dark eyes. The practice of refining qi and concentrating the spirit presents an opportune moment to awaken one's consciousness. Given that Chen Huayan had surpassed the age of 18, he was well past the prime for cultivation. Any delay would hinder his future achievements in the path of enlightenment. Last night, Luo Yunshuang had been attentively monitoring Chen Huayan's progress, aware that he was but a step away from refining his qi and concentrating his spirit. This method of cultivation, when paired with the qi refining technique, could lead to the awakening of consciousness for those with the requisite aptitude. For those lacking such insight, it could merely serve as a rudimentary guidance, albeit accompanied by some suffering and backlash. Nevertheless, it remains the simplest approach. Unaware of Luo Yunshuang's thoughts, Chen Huayan gently lifted the infant into his arms. As he did, he noticed a piece of white paper on the bedside, upon which were scrawled several lines in an erratic hand. "Calm the heart like water, nurture the qi like a deep abyss, and the divine light shall manifest." Is this a method for refining consciousness? After careful examination, Chen Huayan deciphered the seemingly chaotic script. To this day, he remained uncertain about the origin of the technique, as well as the mysterious voice that had spoken to him only once. Such peculiar occurrences had only begun after the arrival of the infant. Chen Huayan speculated whether these phenomena were connected to the child, though he lacked any concrete evidence. Who could it possibly be? He glanced once more at the infant in his arms. Could it be a legacy left by her biological father, a reward for aiding in her upbringing? "Your imagination runs wild," Luo Yunshuang remarked, somewhat exasperated by Chen Huayan's musings. Chen Huayan carefully tucked away the technique and stepped outside with Luo Yunshuang. After breakfast, he ventured into the courtyard to practice his martial skills. With the 8 extreme shaking the mountain technique, his fist struck like thunder, echoing with the roar of dragons and the howls of tigers. This display soon drew numerous spectators from the White Tiger Hall. Isn't that the direct disciple of the Grand Flag Officer? Indeed. He was once a gatherer of herbs, then came to the Lin family. And now he stands as the Grand Flag Officer's personal disciple. What fortune? Fortune? It requires strength as well. Indeed. The power behind those punches is something I could never hope to achieve. It seems that our White Tiger Hall has a chance to compete in the upcoming Grand Tournament. Truly remarkable. His prowess rivals that of Grand Flag Officer Zhao, does it not? Grand Flag Officer Zhao has reached the pinnacle of blood refinement and is on the verge of breaking into the Qi realm. He will undoubtedly surpass him by leaps and bounds. Indeed, Zhao Daqi's prowess is unparalleled in the White Tiger Hall, second only to the eldest senior brother. As the crowd murmured in hushed tones from a distance, a sudden gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust and debris in the rear courtyard of the White Tiger Hall, causing many martial practitioners to wobble unsteadily. Haha, Chen Shidi. It seems you have made astonishing progress in just a few days. Chen Huayan was engrossed in honing his martial skills when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Zhao Daqi? Could it be? Zhao Daqi has already ascended to the Insight Realm. The Insight Realm. Surely, I cannot be mistaken. It is undeniably the Insight Realm. The onlookers were struck with astonishment as Zhao Zhe approached, brandishing his spear with an air of confidence. Brother Zhao. Chen Huayan looked up. It had been some time since he last saw Zhao Zhe. The last encounter was during Zhao Zhe's second expedition to Fulong Mountain to quell bandits, where, according to Lao Biao, he had suffered grave injuries from an ambush. Yet, judging by his appearance, it was evident that he had secluded himself for cultivation under the guise of his injuries, as he had previously employed this very excuse. Congratulations, Brother Zhao, on breaking through to the Insight Realm. Luck is merely a matter of fortune. It seems my junior has also made quite the strides. Nowhere near your level, brother. Zhao Zhe declared, thrusting his spear into the ground and assuming a fighting stance with his bare hands. His words left Chen Huayan momentarily speechless, and the onlookers were equally bewildered. How could someone of the Insight Realm challenge a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage? Defeat was out of the question, but victory would hardly be honorable. The disparity in their realms was far too vast. What could Zhao Daqi possibly mean by this? It was baffling. What is there to discuss? Who is Zhao Daqi? A member of the Zhao family, gifted beyond measure, and Chen Shaoqi, born to a humble background, yet somehow accepted as a personal disciple by the Grand Flag Officer. Surely, Zhao Daqi harbors some resentment. Perhaps he intends to teach Chen Shaoqi a lesson, reminding him of his rightful place. If he were to strike too hard, wouldn't Chen Shaoqi be rendered incapacitated? But what of it? He is not from one of the four prominent families. The most Zhao Daqi would face is a reprimand from the Grand Flag Officer. Ah, the rivalry among peers. While the crowd continued their hushed discourse, Zhao Zhe had already launched his assault. The 8 extremes clash against the 8 extremes. Their fists collided without a sound. Yet the resulting gust of wind rendered the spectators unable to maintain their footing. The courtyard of the White Tiger Hall, adorned with blue bricks, was no ordinary stone. It was crafted from a unique blend of beast bones and essence from Fulong Mountain, impervious even to the sharpest axe. Yet, astonishingly, the bricks beneath their feet began to crack under the force of their confrontation. Impressive. Zhao Zhe was somewhat taken aback. Having just broken through to the Insight Realm, he had noticed Chen Huayan practicing martial techniques, and, out of sheer eagerness, had controlled his strength to remain below the blood condensation stage. But he never anticipated being completely overpowered by Chen Huayan. Is this the strength of your Qi refinement? Zhao Zhe retreated a couple of steps, gazing at Chen Huayan. I have yet to reach the stage of Qi condensation. Chen Huayan nodded affirmatively. My thoughts were somewhat chaotic. The exhilaration of recently breaking into the Insight Realm was completely extinguished by Chen Huayan's nonchalant remark. I had not yet reached the stage of refining my energy and spirit. Yet I possess the strength of the blood consolidation realm. How could such a monumental change occur after merely a dozen days of seclusion? If Chen Huayan were to advance to the blood consolidation realm, wouldn't he be able to contend with me? What a monster! I silently lamented.